Good morning, folks. Welcome back to another day of Dota in front of us here as we get ourselves into the international closed qualifiers for Europe, heading towards TI15. We've got some incredible games for you. We've already had some great Dota played over the past couple of days, Wagga, but there's something going on in the Dota sphere.
Yeah.
Axe has been removed.
Yeah, what's up with that? Suddenly, go to check the hero tab and it's just this wanted poster for Axe. I'm not sure what's happening there. Can't even demo him anymore. However,
He's out of
can
here.
pick him. He can be picked here in our tournaments. I tried it in demo mode. I were loading into a lobby. I just had to see if I could pick it as well. They did say that he's available in captain's mode, but something is definitely going on. We'll see exactly what. Slacks was, theory crafting that it's nothing and that would be really funny, which, of course, is very Slacks take. I would be excited for literally something, Gareth, not nothing.
Literally anything. Yeah, I mean, people are saying that, maybe it's the Ringmaster, Dark Carnival, dragging Axe and making him perform like a dancing monkey.
He's in the box again.
Yeah, yeah, just put him in the box. I don't know, man. There's so many things that could be happening. You're getting an Arcana, getting a new hero, but you're right. He can be picked in Captain's mode. So we could see Sir play this position 5 Axe again. Maybe that's why Valve removed it. They were like, no more playing support Axe. We're not allowing this anymore. get him out of the game.
They saw the post 5 Axe and desperately they need to stop it immediately.
They're just like, nah.
Whenever pro players do something and people copy it in their pubs, they decided, okay, pro players, you can keep doing it, but pubs, you're not allowed to play the hero full stop. That's a great solution. But yeah, we have some games coming at you today. We are going to start out with Team Bold versus VP Prodigy, as we can, of course, see the bracket here and the games that we already did have played. We had a lot of 2-0s to begin with. Ended with a few 2-1s there. VP versus Icy Insanity was the first 2-1 after a lot of clean sweeps.
And then PR Hooligani also going the distance. I did watch that Team Vision Cheeky Bamboni game as well. Cheeky Bamboni is a great name. I hope we see more of them just so I can keep saying that name. It's incredible. Cheeky Breaky Bamboni. Beautiful name. Where we? Oh yes, right. It's lower bracket time, isn't it? That's the upper bracket. We're done with that for now. We're going down here, down to the lower bracket where elimination is on the line. So this VP Prodigy against Team Bold time, we've already had that safety net. We're in the safety net. It's time to show up or get out.
That's true. They used up their first life, and now it is elimination time. Of course, there are still 4 slots total that these teams are fighting for to qualify, so there are multiple chances. We have the schedule for the day. You can see we're starting out with VP Prodigy versus Team Bald. Both of them dropping down, both of them getting 2-0'd. Not the best start for them. We talked a little bit about drafts. We'll get more into it as we continue into this series. But of course, we have Rune Eaters versus Modus coming up that we will be covering as well. And then for the second half of the day, Team Spirit Enjoy, Nigma Galaxy versus Na'Vi. Pretty crazy games coming in today, I think. Especially the final one will be exciting.
Oh, yeah. Heading back into that upper bracket to find out who goes on, gets a step closer to being qualified. Because at that point, Team Spirit Enjoy, there's that series, and then you win one more, and you go to TI, right? So you're looking at a situation where you're a couple of series away from heading to Shanghai, so it's getting already pretty close if you can stick it out in that upper bracket. But yeah, we're going to be down in the lowers. And that's going to be the format, I think, for today and tomorrow, where we do 2 lower bracket, then 2 upper bracket, and try and filter things out, find out who gets eliminated, who gets to walk on forward, and get a little bit closer to, like you said, one of those 4 slots for Europe to go to the international. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of slots, but there's so many teams to try and vie for these. You keep forgetting that, hey, you've got Team Spirit here, you've got freaking Na'Vi. This Virtus Pro side, honestly, has been showing up recently as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different strong teams and strong contenders here. And, it's going to be interesting to see which ones are going to be the ones pulling ahead. So far, it's kind of hard to say. We only had so few games played. So getting to see Rune Eaters versus Modus will be exciting for me in the second half here. Of course, they already played in the upper bracket, but I'm not sure which one I favor between the two of them. Again, I've mentioned it many times, but there are so many individually really talented players in this qualifier. It's just about which team is meshing the best together. Because we have on Rune Eaters, for instance, there's Copy, there's Eki, there's, you know, Malik, a lot of names that people will recognize and say like, hey, I know these guys. What? There's strong players, you know. And same time going up against Modus, you know, there's Mirel, Bottega, tons of players that have played in a lot of these matches before.
Yeah, absolutely. Tons of known names. Yeah, I think that's an exciting one to think about later on. Having this, you know, ex-Yellow Submarine squad, basically a team that's played together, or players that have been together for quite a while, go up against Eki and the boys, which is more of a mix, but definitely has a lot of skill. And we'll find out how that goes. But of course, yeah, first up, we've got this Team Bold versus VP Prodigy match, where I'm kind of expecting Bold to edge out VP Prodigy just from what we've seen so far. You know, VP Prodigy, Cutie, Serenada, Meow, always going to be happy with a player calling themselves Meow, Rare Gods, and Janter at the tail end. They didn't look particularly good in the first series we watched.
Yeah,
in terms of draft and play, whereas I think looking at Bold, we were more concerned about just draft.
Yeah, I was exactly VP Prodigy. I think I put them in a, you know, very stressed game on the first game that they played against Team Spirit, where they essentially had to win super early. They were running this sort of coddle early game. That was the game they had a vengeful carry versus a TB carry. Like, a lot of things went wrong in the draft, I think, for them. Second game, they did put themselves in a more playable spot, but even then, of course, being up against Team Spirit, they just got outmatched in terms of execution. But yeah, trying to gauge between Bold and Prodigy, which ones are more likely to win. I do feel like Team Bold overall inspire more confidence for me. However, their drafts also didn't really sit that well with me.
Yeah, we're doing this the wrong way around, aren't we? I'm meant to be the hater of Team Bold, and you're meant to be the fanboy. No, I think I'm definitely in line with your thoughts there. As we get ourselves prepped for this game, we can think about the heroes that we've seen picked so far. You know, reasonably small sample size. We've only had a couple of days of these European qualifiers so far. But I was taking a look at the numbers early on, and a hero like Clockwork, who has 8 picks, has only won 3 of them. So he's getting picked quite commonly. You know, everyone's grabbing Clockwork, but he's not just outright winning games. He's just one of these soft picks that you grab early on and say whatever.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of the heroes that are picked a lot here are actually having pretty mediocre success. 50-50 for the Storm. We have only a handful wins for the Nature's Prophet, even though he was picked 7 times. He's 28% win rate. So
same with Ember.
Wins. Yeah,
both Ember and Nature's Prophet. Yeah.
But one that does feel really strong on this list, I think, is Snapfire. Snapfire stands up to me as a very, very good option because it has that flexibility as well to be played in so many different positions and does really well on mid. We've seen, you know, how powerful she can be for last hitting and contesting in mid lane. But we'll be curious what we see. We will have a little bit of a delay here to get the game started, players getting everything in order, and soon we'll be hopping into it. But what's your prediction for the game, Gareth? Do you feel like we said that Team Bald, maybe we were favoring them a little bit, but do you think that VP have a certain thing that they have an advantage over Team Bald?
I think it might come down to these. I don't want to say it, I always struggle with these sentences because my brain is so hard locked to say cheese picks, right? But I don't know if cheese picks exist in Dota anymore. It's just like an interesting, quirky pick that maybe you pull out to surprise someone, like the Vengeful Spirit carry, right? Not super popular, not really common, but you kind of grab it and you want to try and change the expectations of the game and how the flow is going to happen, how quickly you can pick up the pace and maybe sort of accelerate out of laning stage. That's the kind of thing where we've seen Prodigy in a couple of games, you know, mold their draft to try and find their own identity to deal with the enemy. So I kind of like that. I'm just not sure how much Gork can cook up to draft for his team to deal with that kind of nonsense, right? Do you then think, okay, VP Prodigy, we've got to consider how they draft and deal with them? Or do you just think we solidify our own draft, go for our identity and not necessarily ignore them, but don't focus so much on what the enemies are doing?
It almost feels like everybody's trying to figure out how to play a good global strat in this tournament so far. We've watched a lot of the different drafts from different teams, and one thing that comes back as a common theme, common denominator, is the global presence. We saw Dawnbreaker picked up by VP Prodigy. We saw Nature's Prophet picked up by, you know, many teams, but both games that Team Bald played, they picked that Nature's Prophet. They picked the Zeus in one game, Ember, who's like semi-global with the whole leaving a remnant and jumping back in. A lot of emphasis on having that map movement is definitely in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, right, we've had these interviews. I don't want to say joke interviews, but there's interesting answers whenever teammates or former teammates of 33 are questioned about certain item decisions. There's always that conversation about Windlace, where 33 is really hammering home the need for speed. You want to be playing fast, whether it's, you know, going from jungle camp to farm quicker. That's one thing. Playing across the map and being faster just by a couple of seconds can make a big deal. And that's just led into this whole thing where everyone's playing so quickly. You need heroes to be able to utilize this speed with the teleports and the gap close, the global strats that are coming in. It just makes so much sense. The game is just speeding up with every game we play.
I think it's also easy to see, like, what we are mentioning here and what we're seeing, like, you know, the Windlace or seeing people pick global heroes is one big tell for that. But the harder one to look out for is, like, being places faster. The best way to do it, sure, okay, Nature's Prophet just globally TPing, that's pretty damn good. But the best way to be somewhere quicker is to decide that faster, to play with speed and decisiveness. And that's always what these tier, tier like 1.5 teams praise the S tier teams for, that they are so fast. They're so good at just speeding up their gameplay. So you need really good comms. You need to, you know, have a communicated goal that you play towards, whether it's the enemy safe lane tower, whether it's, you know, playing around Roche. You need to all be on the same page, and that's really difficult to do.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes down to, being on the same page, being in comms, but also just drilling and practicing, right? Something Puppy was talking about quite recently, because obviously he's joined Team Vision as the head coach now, and one of the things that he said, I think it was after Dream League, when they had the winners interview, he was like, yeah, one of the lessons I've had to learn is to kind of figure out what I need to teach to people. Because these are obviously highly skilled players on Vision. He's like, okay, well, I had to teach them how to do some things properly, because they were, you know, going towards a Tormentor the wrong direction, or moving towards this rune, or going towards a gank without the urgency that I would require from them, right? He said there's a right way to do some things, as in, he sat down. He said it. He sat down. He's had the time to think and run and drill the correct way to try and, you know, gank mid lane or play towards Torm or try and get ready for Roshan. And that's what we see so many times, right, with these smoke wraparounds where we've got teams circling around the map looking for these openings, trying to find some little weakness in the armor to then upset the game. You tilt the balance, and then you've got the driving force in your hands.
And that's where I think, you know, it comes back to the nice theme that we've been having here. If we talk about ganking, for instance, speed obviously is good. You want to be fast at running at your opponent and jumping them. But more so, the less time you spend off the map, the less time you give your opponent to react to that gank. If someone's missing for like a minute, you're going to know that he's doing something. He's somewhere. But if someone goes off the lane, and within 15 seconds, 20 seconds, he shows up on mid lane and he's ganking, like, that was a very, very quick, streamlined rotation. He didn't waste any time. Those ganks are harder to sniff out. So you need to, you know, try and coordinate with your team, because normally you need to go as 3, right? It's not just, oh, I run mid and we kill him. Normally you want to do what we've seen these teams do. We've seen those big shutdowns on mid lane. We've seen, you know, some serious efforts. Was it mid one on his Nature's Prophet, who got absolutely just targeted and shut down with speedy rotations? And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he just got absolutely hammered in that entire series. Honestly, mid one didn't have a good one. But yeah, there's a lot of process of elimination, kind of triangulating where you need to be at what given time. And then there's the whole thing with expectation, right? Like, if you take the idea of the position 4, there's so many things that you can do, whether it's going to Lotus Pool or contesting small camp or sniping courier, dragging wave, stacking ancient camps on your side, playing towards active rune, going mid to gank. There's a lot of timings that you can directly hit, but you can also kind of force your opponents to think, oh, this hoodwink is missing. It's 5 minutes 40. She's surely guarding the rune. Turns out she's actually behind your tower, twin gating up to top to kill your offlane or something, right? You can play around with these little weird things that you can do.
Yeah, we saw that sort of, undercutting the normal narrative, right? Saying that, okay,
Yeah, exactly.
I should be on the rune, but no, I'm not. Yeah, I believe being unpredictable is always a big thing, whether it's by regular just speed or if it's by doing something that is not the norm in a situation.
Yeah, because if you have both teams, I don't know if this is actually game theory or just making it up in my head, but like if you have both teams playing at the top level, right? They're all making the correct decisions. They're all making the perfect moves. Sometimes it's advantageous to make it like a suboptimal or incorrect move to actually get an advantage or an upper hand because the enemy doesn't expect it. You do something a little bit funny.
We will be heading into the game soon. The lobby was fighting back a little bit as all the players are here. Everyone is ready.
Axe, man.
It's Axe. I think Axe is doing some sabotaging. That's probably why he's wanted for absolute, malicious interference of the pro scene. That's why he's banned right now.
He's called up the Dota ISPs, cancelled the contracts for all of the data centers. All the servers are down. He's cut all the cables with his culling blade. Axe has destroyed the internet infrastructure.
Wanted
Axe
for
is
DDoSing. It's Axe. He's the one who DDoSed TI6 or whatever it was.
What a guy. Well, that's why he's wanted. That's why he's been ceremoniously or unceremoniously removed from the game. Still super excited to see what we get from that. Is it going to be an Arcana? We're just going to have Axe taken out, brought back in with a couple of shiny new items? Is it going to be put into some promotional video content? Is Axe going to transform into something beautiful, like a butterfly? What if he goes into metamorphosis?
Yeah, sorry. We're seeing some connection issues. We're narrowing it down right now. Just staying updated on the lobby here. But they're trying to figure it out right now. Some internet issue.
We can do the cam rating again, can't we? Meow in a bit of darkness with the nose upwards.
He's almost going for the Amar vibe, If it was more darkness in his room, and his face closer to the camera and more darkness, and it would be a good Amar cam.
Amar never laughs.
That's true as well. Serious. Yeah, having joy in his life is also a problem. He needs to be dead serious.
He sure does. I really wonder if there's
having way too much fun.
Dota player cabal. There's a contract in place of where you have to place your webcams because we've got Janta and Meow with like exactly the same bridge of the nose to the top of the head. Yeah, look, exactly the same positioning for him.
It is an interesting meta game, dude. I'm always surprised by how many players have this. But then you have the offshoots, right? You get someone like Tofu with like a beautiful backdrop and like some vibes, or someone just making some tea, having a good time.
And the perfect camera angle that catches his good side.
Which is any of his sides.
Which is any side.
Yeah.
Well, did you have a good side? Do you?
I don't. No, I've been looking for it. It's not there, man.
Just never found it. Maybe one day you'll turn around, look in the mirror, and it's actually your back. Your backside.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What the hell?
It's a ghost.
Yeah, what's going on there?
It's a bit, we're a few months away from Halloween, but we've got some ghosties in here.
There's Bangan, my man. We played in the Swedish Championship several times together. He's
very good.
Yeah, he's a very, very funny guy. He's incredibly talented on like some support heroes. He just has a great understanding of how to push his limits on. We just get surprised. We would play in the qualifiers and suddenly like kills off the enemy mid laner, and we're like, what did you do? What do you mean you killed a mid laner on your own?
You're a level 4 Jakiro. What's happening?
Yeah, no, he absolutely, surprised me with how much talent he had. The first time I played together with him, I did not know that he was so motivated and so gifted. But he has played in a lot of things ever since then. Always competing. He's very much on the grind. Maybe not the most known player, but been in quite a few different things now, from the national tournaments to the international like country tournaments and stuff.
Yeah.
And of course playing in here as well with Team Bold.
Yeah, it always interests, surprises, catches me off guard. Players like this who kind of come onto the scene playing. I don't know. I see Bangan as a 2-hero spammer, right? Jakiro, Witch Doctor were his 2 big ones, right?
Those were most famous one, yeah. But he expanded as well. He played quite a few other ones too.
He went from Jakiro Witch Doctor only, and then over the past couple of years, he really has developed into a full player.
Yeah. I think in his case, the Jakiro Witch Doctor thing, it's like a curse sometimes, right? When you're really good at some heroes and you play in the pro scene, you just have to keep using them because you're so good at it. If the opponent don't ban your heroes, which often doesn't happen when you're a support because they target your carry, they target your mid laner or whatever in the bans, then you end up playing the same thing like 15 out of 14 games, or 15 out of 14 games. Yeah, you play it nonstop. More than 100%, Gareth.
You get bored.
So you don't get to show your skill on the other heroes until the meta shifts, until some new patch drops. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got good news. We are in a lobby. Axe can no longer hold us hostage.
No more yapping. It's Dota time. We've got a draft in front of us. Exciting. Team Bald, VP Prodigy.
Only starts here.
The yapping has only just begun. Time for a best of 3. Here we go. See if we get some more 2-1s to try and go the distance, because we are in Elimination Nation. It is time to find out who progresses and who goes home. The TI EU closed qualifiers. Day 3 begins with a Largo ban. Get rid of the little frog.
Yeah, Largo, a hero that's, I've been a little bit questionable of, but we've seen him have success as well in the qualifiers so far. He can be a very tanky hero. If he gets to get a few items, he sure doesn't have the damage that he used to, right? The Aghanims isn't as crazy anymore, but he can be very hard to bring down when he gets level 18, gets a few items, add a Shivas and a BKB, and suddenly you're not killing him. He's just running around playing his goddamn instrument, whatever it is, non-stop.
Looting around. Yeah, because we saw that from even Rain on Yellow Submarine play that mid Largo, which was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, he had great time on it.
Accelerated pretty quickly. Just getting levels on Largo feels really good. And then things can spiral. You play pretty quickly. So just get that out of the game. Don't play against Largo or Huskar. And apparently Bane also removed. Lone Druid, Treant, Clockwork Viper, all expected. A first pick Puck, though. Team Bald is coming out of the gate straight away with their mid lane Slippery Puck.
Team Bald like doing this. They like showing their mid lane hero early, picking the Ember earlier in the series they lost to Enjoy, and now opening with the first pick Puck. A hero that, it was a statement. I actually got the chance to sit next to Nisha at TI and discuss, last year's TI, and discuss together with him Puck at the current state then. And I asked him, do you think first phase Puck is like okay? And he said, I'm not sure it should be, but it can be if you're good enough. And we talked a little bit about itemizations and what you can do on the hero. But ultimately, the agreement is that if you're skilled enough on the hero, you can make it work, but it is not really a good opener pick.
Yeah, it definitely can be difficult. And this was also a sticking point that at least I had from the games we saw from Bald earlier on in the tournament, was that they were also first picking or early picking Sanctity at the very least, and I don't think he had a very good series up against Enjoy. So I hope then they're going to try and resolve this issue elsewhere, because they're first picking him in the draft. They're giving him a pretty strong slippery hero, sure, but it can be counteracted, like we see with the Night Stalker pick already with that AoE silence. So I hope we get to see Bald play into mid lane or activate Sanctity somehow, because he is a very skilled player and he just didn't get to show that off in the best of 3 yesterday.
Yeah, rune control is going to be a massive thing, helping out, checking the rune, because Puck desperately needs to control runes to have success. If you get some nice power runes, Puck uses a lot of them really well. Haste, DD, Arcane Rune are all amazing. Even something like a Regen Rune can really push how much impact you can have. So helping out with the rotations, the 6 and 8 minute rotations from the supports, totally expecting to see that. But I like what VP Prodigy say. They say, okay, you know what? We see a Puck, we're just going to open with a counter. Night Stalker is just a horrible hero for Puck to play into.
It's real nasty. And it's not like the old days where we'd, see Puck maybe shift to a position 3 role or anything like that. This is a mid Puck, so you're kind of locked in place with it. And VP Prodigy came out with the techies, one of the strongest laners. This POS4 techies has been a menace in the games that I've watched him.
Yeah, and techies is a hero they play really well because even Team Spirit banned out techies in the first phase ban against VP Prodigy in the series they played before. So Team Spirit, being a team that plays techies, they can play it on both POS 4 and 5. They ban it against VP Prodigy, which says a lot. So yeah, they get their hands on a very nice combination too. I think techies and Night Stalker work really well together. Both can be pretty aggressive together. Night Stalker being that frontliner, techies can jump in behind. And if you ever get the chance to put reactive taser on Night Stalker, he's just gonna fly in at like max 10, dude. He's so fast.
Yeah, just zoom forward. Very speedy. This is where Team Ball just pick Axe though, right? Just grab Axe, play to the memes. We've brought him back in the game. He's not been removed.
Maybe they're scared. They're like, I don't know if we can actually play him.
Don't want to try and select him and something else goes wrong.
They're gonna take Rubik, a hero that is very, very nice against techies. Not only do you have fantastic spells to steal from techies, if you ever steal the ulti, feels great. Any of his basic spells are also nice, but you also have telekinesis, which can stop techies in his tracks. When he blasts off in, if you lift him, that stops the blast off, saving your teammate perhaps, or catching techies as it tries to get away.
Nice, some good tools. You also got that lift through the coil to snap it. Some ways to help out the puck. The save is also going to be really useful with that shard of Rubik to maybe get away from a Night Stalker.
For sure. Yeah, we've seen how that shard has become incredibly popular, and I want to say it was not nearly as good like 2 years ago or whatever, but nowadays, after plenty of buffs, this shard is crazy. It's one of the better saves in the game, and you and I have seen quite a few people go high ground relying only on a Rubik to save with the telekinesis, and it's worked out wonderfully.
And that's enough. Yeah, there was a period where Disruptor was very popular. I mean, I'm thinking like 2 years ago, maybe longer. And Rubik was the counter because you would just lift out a Static Storm. And that was the only reason you would pick the shard, because oh, I'm against the Disruptor. Now it's just you go for it because it's good.
And we get it. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but this is
Bang on Witch Doctor.
Bang on specialty right here. It is 0% win rate, one pick so far, but it was not Bang on playing it. Come on, it's Bang on difference here. Also, Bang on is from very close to where I live. He's, you know, obviously a Swede, but he also lives in the southern region down here. He's a local, so I'm cheering for him, you know. I'm very biased caster.
Oh, I thought you were going to say if he loses game 1, you're going to pop around his house with a cup of tea and a couple of biscuits. You're right. You're right, buddy. Or whatever Swedish people. You got your little fika, right, with your little coffee and cakes and stuff.
You're so cultured, you know. Yeah, fika is very important for us.
I just pop around with some snackies. But yeah, Witch Doctor, I don't want to say he's on the rise, but he's definitely being picked more than he has been in the past couple of years. You know, Jakalis has definitely been a big proponent of this, and of course, Bangan, like you said, a specialist on the hero. But we're going to get some answers here from VP Prodigy. Clinks, a guy who has seemed incredibly strong in the games we've seen him, even in losing games. This guy just puts up a wall of skeletons and says, you will not pass through, and an Undying to go along with it.
Pretty undead strat coming out from VP Prodigy here with a zombie, a skeleton, and a vampire. And then they have Techies, I guess, who also has no soul. So it basically.
What do you mean he's got 3 souls?
3 souls of his opponents. But yeah, this is looking like a pretty tempo draft coming out from VP Prodigy. The Clinks usually can push really well with Undying covering it, and then they have great vision. The vision advantage, perhaps, is still going VP Prodigy's way, even with the Wolves from Team Bald, because the Mines and the Night Stalker is going to be fantastic. Clinks scouting around in this ulti form. Yeah. So they will be very slippery. I think Gem will be a big thing to look towards.
Don't forget, zombies chasing people. Tombstone zombies chasing.
Oh, yeah. Actually, Tombstone does have insane vision when you drop it down. Yeah, it's a big thing as well.
Does Tombstone have different night vision than it does day vision?
No, I think it has full vision always, unless they changed it. It used to be that it was full vision always. I'll have to look it up.
Just during the nighttime becomes a lighthouse. Spends a bunch of light
I mean, that was one of the main
darkness.
reasons you slap it down on high ground pushes, because you just get full vision. Yeah, no, it's 1200 vision always. So, as far as I can find, which is a lot of vision. Like 1200 during nighttime is pretty damn good vision.
This started out as a joke, and now it's real.
No, I take everything serious. You know
Everything's
this about
literal
me.
and serious. I know.
Anyway, with the Lycan added in, I kind of like where the team ball draft is going. I wasn't sure about it with the Puck, Rubik, and Witch Doctor. It felt a little bit questionable to me. I don't like the double backline supports. I think they can be punished pretty hard. But Lycan is a good frontliner. Bring those wolves as well can keep your squishy backline supports from getting jumped. I just don't really know what carry I would bring into this mix.
And no chance of like Lycan carry, right? This is Zibe offlane Lycan.
Yeah, it's gonna be something else, and it kind of needs to be a carry that doesn't rely on casting spells to survive, like Night Stalker Silence, be annoying. There's not that many stuns though. I mean, you could still go for some spellcasty carry like a Void or whatever, but
what about some like Jugger, Lifestealer kind of dude?
I like Lifestealer.
I'm thinking about someone who can, like, you know, hit Tombstone, not care about mines. Oh, Dawnbreaker.
Ooh. Wow.
So who's playing what?
Yeah, now it gets interesting. It could be that they put the Lycan on safe lane, but I think doesn't Night Stalker just end up eating your wolf and stuff later on and be pretty annoying lane? So probably offlane Lycan, carry Dawn. Dawn Witch Doctor is a crazy safe lane.
Oh, that sounds
like
monstrous.
That is so. Can you imagine level 2 power spike? It's horrifying to lane into.
Good luck being a Night Stalker in that lane. Or is it Night Stalker mid? Wait, hang on.
Oh,
Undying off lane, Night Stalker mid. Yeah. Okay.
Of course, we should always assume it's offlane Night Stalker or offlane
Undying.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what we said yesterday, right? We're just not saying +5 Undying anymore. It's all about this offlane Undying.
Yeah. And core Undying should be standing better, I think, on that offlane than a Night Stalker would have. Because now you can take away the strength from Shad's Dawnbreaker and not struggle that badly. The K-Spam should do pretty well in the lane. Even so, though, Dawnbreaker Witch Doctor, man. If they don't find kills in the first 6 minutes, I would be so surprised. There's no way they're not finding kills.
They've got a tremendous lane. Especially, you know, Undying with the techies next to him. Decay into Blastoffs a ton. But yeah, Maledict plus Starbreaker, Celestial Hammer. It's going to be a brawl down there for sure.
Bottom is definitely going to be a bloodbath. We've seen the Puck versus Night Stalker mid lane before. And actually, last time we cast this, we said that it was, you know, should be a pretty easy time for Night Stalker. He should be doing fine. And then the Puck ended up solo killing the Night Stalker. We'll see if there's a repeat of that. That's quite a while ago, by the way. That's like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. But I do remember last time we saw this matchup, the Puck player did manage to find a solo kill.
You got a better memory than I do. That was pretty close to say, oh, we've never seen a Puck versus Night Stalker matchup before. I wonder how this goes.
No, we saw it. It was, 2 or 3 months ago. And I'm trying to remember who the players were. I'm so bad at connecting players to events and, like, times like that. I just remember the Dota. Yeah, the Dota I remember quite clearly.
The snapshot of a draft.
I remember where the Night Stalker died. He died under tower, you know, a little bit north of his tier 1 tower. He was being dove.
You've got the ordnance survey. You know exactly where it happened or what time it was. Actually, what he ate for breakfast. But here we go. Game 1.
I don't know what his starting items were, Gary.
Let's find out how it goes. Game 1, best of 3. We've talked about that mid lane, the bot lane. Then we've also got this Clink's Wyvern up at top into what looks like a Lycan and Rubik. And this Wyvern has seen a fair amount of play in this qualifier. We had Fly yesterday show us that Wyvern's Winter's Curse has a Dispel on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Educating a silly core player that, you know, it's true the hero got a Dispel.
Yeah, so he was using it against Timbersword to remove the reactive armor. I don't see anything in particular here that it's going to be good at dispelling, but it is Winter's Curse against Lycan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good game for Winter Wyvern for sure. It's not just against Lycan, but also the defensive power of Cold Embrace against Lycan, against Dawnbreaker, even Puck to some degree, is pretty damn good. There's a lot of right clicks coming out from the Radiant team. And it is going to be a 2 for 2 as MRLS managed to steal from QT.
Huh. Death Ward is pure damage, right? So it goes through Cold Embrace?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, it goes through.
I was just wondering there, like, oh, hang on a second. Does Cold Embrace just counter Death Ward? No.
No. You still get shot. I mean,
It
if you
blocks
have a
physical
high enough
damage
HP
and
pool, you keep getting healed at least. So like it kind of trades decently. And wow, straight out the gates we have aggression on bottom with a Maledict coming out.
no surprise at all. In the mid lane, we're seeing the chip away from Sanctity onto Serenada. That's a nice mid lane matchup with the two player names. And Puck, ranged hero, is going to try to keep harassing this Night Stalker, make sure every last hit is a nightmare to try and get. On bottom lane, the continual harassment onto Meow. Starbreaker, return fire from Decay. Everybody is having to burn through their early regen very quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised to see couriers just flapping out across the map, bringing salves, fairy fires, tangos, because you need to keep the fights going.
That's true. And meanwhile, we have Lycan doing the shenanigans, pulling the creep wave behind his tier 1 tower. Don't want to lane straight up against the Clinks because Clinks just keeps shooting you. You're a melee hero. Doesn't feel great, so getting the most denies they can.
And we've seen this plenty from Lycan players now, right? 33 showed it, the spam Sage's masks on this hero. Just spam all your spells.
Yep.
And get into the helm.
It's very nice. You rely heavily on the wolves, and in fairness, you can use the wolves to do these pulls as well. Try and keep controlling the lane a little bit. And of course, mid lane is pretty unbothered for the puck for now, but Night Stalker is starting to take some damage, chipping down. Are we gonna have a repeat? Will he find a solo kill?
He might, the way things are going. Jantar up at top lane with a Blood Grenade and Arctic Burn, trying to harass back this Rubik.
Gotta be a little bit careful on Winter Wyvern here. Sure, you have your Fairy Fires, but with the Wolves nearby, Blood Grenade and Fade Bolts, with your Arctic Burn timing out as well, you gotta be really careful about where you're landing.
Yeah, do you land low ground or high ground here?
I'd go
it feels
low
like
ground.
if you get clipped to low ground, though, the Wolves go down the staircase, catch up to you.
Maybe, but I think if you stay on the high ground, don't you just get Blood Grenaded, hit, and you're kind of just dead? So I would try and get away from the Blood Grenade of Rubik here.
Just TP. Just TP back to tower. Get the hell out of here.
Nah,
when he goes down, and the Wolves are going to chase.
Still die.
I think he might, because Amaryllis is chasing this one. He's already Fairy Fired once. Blood Grenade.
And
Wolves trying to body block, getting in front of this Wyvern. Jantar. He's going to turn and try and trade onto MRLS, but that's not happening. It is just straight up first blood.
I think he was dead no matter where he went, to be honest. I think he just
so.
Overplayed. Yeah. If he went up, he would definitely have died. And this dragged out. He created the most space he could, but that's a nice first blood still for Rubik. You gotta feel very good about that. Already sending out boots and a salve. Resets his HP.
And now Lycan can have a pretty free, unbothered lane. So they dragged the wave once, brought that back to tower. Now they've settled the lane in front of their tier 1, so Lycan can continue to farm. 8 and 2, not a great place to be at now, but that's going to quickly rise as the Lycan's last hits are going to pick up.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Lycan's having a sort of tough offlane. This isn't really a tough offlane, as you mentioned. The creeps are coming in, but in general, once you pop into the jungle, Lycan will accelerate insanely hard.
Clink's going to gobble up some of the Wolves. But yeah, he's under tower now, so Zibbe's perfectly fine. I'll bring that Winter Wyvern back in. Try and maintain this creepy equilibrium, but so far very good from Team Bald in that top lane to settle things where it is currently.
Yeah, it's impressive play on that mid lane. Looking for exactly the same spot kill. Not gonna get it. A salve this time on the Night Stalker, so going to try and heal up.
Yeah, so what is it? Double bracer, stick, brings the salve, no bottle for this Night Stalker.
Yeah. It's pretty standard, the no bottle build. And as soon as nighttime comes in, obviously the game becomes a lot easier for him. This is the hardest part of the game.
Just make sure you don't die. Get to that Hunter of the Night, get to the darkness, get to the breakfast, the evening feast. Of course, you can just grab the water rune, toggle out the bracers, get that additional bit of effectiveness, and his last hits are pretty good as well. So even though he's been chipped away at and it's been uncomfortable, Serenada's still getting a ton out of the lane.
Yeah, he's patiently playing it. I would have expected Puck to be even farther ahead in last hits on this lane, just judging by how much control in the lane he's had, but keeps going in for these random little snipes with the Void getting his last hits. I think half his last hits are just spell farming on Night Stalker. Okay, Bengan and MRLS though, they're here with a glyph.
This is that unexpected move, right? It's not minute 6, it's 4 minutes 50 seconds in, and they've ganked this mid lane. They'll cold embrace up the Night Stalker to heal him through the Maledict damage. Sanctity and MRLS still going for Serenada. This Night Stalker's going to turn and fight. The Wolves have come in to help, and as Rubik's about to die, the Night Stalker's still alive, and it is now night time. So Serenada, well, he's fine. Might even turn back onto Sanctity, but they've still got Illusory Orb and ability to escape, but VP Prodigy protecting Night Stalker, making sure he doesn't die. Super vital.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive save. The Winter Wyvern coming in with the heal did a lot of offsetting of the Maledict damage. And he's even looking to go for some damage onto the puck. But he manages to find a kill.
I just solo kills it. Oh, bottom lane at least. Shad, MRLS, Bangan, gonna get onto Meow. This tombstone, a little problematic, but they'll kill the Undying and then the structure.
I mean, this is enormous. You do not expect your puck to die like this minute 5 after you just came in and ganked the Night Stalker as well, doing as much damage as you could to him. Now Serenada is in a fantastic spot to open up this game.
You take your eyes off this mid lane for a second and it all kicks off. There's even a regen rune up atop for him. I mean, can't be luckier than that.
Yeah, Puck can't jump over there because without Orb, he would just get run down and right-click again. But this means top lane is now contested, and Zibba not having ulti feels scared to even stay close.
He's going to go back to jungle. Now, this is 40 seconds out from Wisdom Shrine. So it looks like aggression down in the bottom lane is the name of the game for Team Ball. Kill off Meow one more time. They've got a catapult here to do some chip damage to tower, and they'll control Wisdom Shrine on the right-hand side. So even though things going pretty poorly in that mid lane now, and top lane getting swarmed by VP heroes, Ball are finding an avenue somewhere.
Yeah, I think this is the best reaction they could have with the mid lane difference and Night Stalker controlling top. Just go play on the other side, try and get yourself a tower. So it's going to be a tier 1 tower for a tier 1, wisdom for a wisdom, basically keeping the status quo. Meanwhile, Rare Gods is finding some nice experience on mid lane as well, on the techies. Just working on getting some level.
My Cave Johnson announcer is going wild with all the towers dying. Both towers die at the same time, and if anyone has that Cave Johnson announcer, they know he likes to pop off when towers fall. Both these tier 1s drop in, what, 7 minutes in? It's kind of crazy to see. Like, we've inverted the map entirely. Wisdom Shrines go opposing ways. We've got these offlane towers falling quickly.
It's an interesting one because now the map is opening and the attention should be swinging. And soon we'll have a few good tools coming in as well. Like Dawnbreaker level 6 is just about to hit. And that could offset some of the ganks from Night Stalker. He's desperately hunting right now. He sees MRLS. Uh-oh. Right clicks.
Night Stalker is so big. I'll chase the Rubik back under tower. And there's the blast off from Rare Gods to finish the job.
Very good patience as well. He doesn't click the ulti on Night Stalker. Even though it would give him 50 more damage per hit, he knew he didn't need it. He had techies nearby. So using as minimal resources as needed for the kill.
And then looking at this mid lane. Bring in the 2 supports to help out. Make sure Puck has nothing here.
It's also awkward to play Puck against Night Stalker because you feel like you need a defensive item. But buying, you know, a Yule doesn't really solve it, so he's gonna queue up the Force Staff. It's okay, but it's not an item you would like to buy. Meanwhile, Night Stalker, he can buy whatever he wants, so he's currently looking to work towards Midas, I think?
The gank on the Dark Troll Summoner, get him! Get him, boys! Oh, dead! They even blood grenaded him, you know? Just like a 2-man gank on the freaking Dark Troll. Yeah! Dark Troll Warlord!
I mean, I guess he has extra. Janter still has one.
Yeah.
Saving blood grenades.
Just chuck everything at it. I mean, it's free money, hey?
100 gold, and it forces the Lycan to go and get a new creep. So yeah, a little bit of time and value.
So yeah, I want to come back to these offlane towers falling, because it leads to an interesting situation. Usually we kind of look at this and think, okay, you've now allowed access into that right-hand side jungle camp and also enemy ancients. And usually there's a hero in the game that wants to sit and farm ancients, stack up camps, take that bank, build it up, and just run with the acceleration. I feel like neither of these teams really farms stacks or ancients particularly well. So you're left now in a situation where like waves are pushing to tier 2, which makes it a little more comfortable for, you know, if the waves can get shoved, Lycan and Undying get a little bit more lane time.
It's true. I think they have good heroes to farm the Ancients, but not stacked, like you mentioned. Like Lycan, for instance. He doesn't want to farm like a quad stack Ancients, but he can clear Ancients very quickly. And stacking it once is fine, like he's doing now. You just don't want to make too many stacks, because ultimately it doesn't have AoE damage. You don't want to fight that many Ancients at once. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see them probably try and make the most and get some efficiency out of the Ancients. But for now, Nightstalker eyeing up the Dawn, a good target.
Yeah, Shad is all alone down here. I thought he was pretty comfortable to sit in his lane and just keep on pushing, but it gets very quickly bombed down by the techies.
He was really far out on the lane. He had a ward, so he felt pretty safe. He had 2 wards actually, but he didn't see the Nightstalker's rotation. If you sit that far out on lane, I think as Dawnbreaker, you need to hide a little bit, right? You're the best target to gank, almost always, if you're playing this hero. Dawnbreaker is just a great hero to initiate on, because she can otherwise save anyone. So, putting himself that far out on lane, just put a big bounty on him. Bigger than Axe, even.
Bigger than Axe. I blame the tier 1 tower dying for Dawnbreaker dying there, honestly. They shouldn't have pushed so quickly. That's left Shad.
True.
All the way down the lane. I definitely got a little bit over eager pushing the wave.
Poor
but now they're going to swing into mid.
He was drawn to the creeps like moth to a flame.
He was indeed. And catapult mid though, with a Lycan arriving, means tier 1 tower is gone. And now this definitely opens the map up for Team Bald to pivot into that top jungle, maybe hunt the Clinks, and close things out a little bit. Giving Sanctity
It's smart to make a lot of moves before the Clinks gets online. We all know Clinks needs Deso and Shard before he starts even thinking about doing too much on the map. So right now, if they swing towards top, they could maybe just take that tower too.
Well, for now, they're on this Undying. Yeah, Meow. It's his turn to step all the way down the lane and find himself out of position. Maledict on him, trying to decay to get some health back up, but a Celestial Hammer and a couple more love taps from Shad will get Bang on the kill. And on top lane, Winter's Curse. Sibe, half HP, going to shapeshift, get himself into that wolf form, get a bit of distance. There's a lot of damage that came through, ticks him down low, but doesn't find the overall kill.
That was very, very worth for him to pop his ulti and run away. He's gonna keep farming, and 3 heroes ultimately rotate to try and kill him. And back to farming he goes, Lycan feeling good, and the same cannot be said about Undying. Undying going jungle versus Lycan going jungle are 2 very different stories, right? Meow is lagging behind the net worth from the rest of the course right now. That can be a problem.
Absolutely can. Echo Saber for the Dawnbreaker's done. Looks like it's straight into the Harpoon. Going tanky.
Serenata with the Midas. Farming away. Already maxed out the Crippling Fear, by the way, so it is 6 seconds of silence against the puck. Very, very disgusting. Also pretty good against Dawnbreaker early on in the game. If you use the Crippling Fear when Dawn jumps in... Oh, hold up. They're gonna go on Nightstalker, but he has techies nearby.
He does have backup. They'll snap the core when he riffs Solar Guardian in, but the heal comes forward. MRLS is already blown up. They've protected Serenada with the Winter Wyvern, and now Shad is on the run from QT. Chase onto Sanctity. Nightstalker's found the puck. Bang on TP's home, but a disastrous event for Team Bald in that mid lane as they start on Nightstalker and he finishes on them.
It's a fantastic read, actually, by Rare Gods, just sitting there and protecting his mid laner. I don't think they had vision on that gank at all, to be honest, before they smoked up. But he was just super ready on tech. He's got a fantastic 2-man blast off into double mines. Can't really ask for better stuff than that as a mid laner.
That was everything, right? That was Coil, Solar Guardian, just chuck stuff at Nightstalker. Can't even get the kill.
Yeah, Winter Wyvern obviously TP'd immediately with the save as well, having no points in Splinter Blast, but instead maxing the heal. He's pretty damn good at saving his teammate.
Well, we're invading the enemy Ancients. Get a D-ward, steal a little medium camp. Blasting off towards the techies. MRLS starts here onto Rare Gods and is going to get Shad the kill. A dominating streak and a ton of money picked up as they take down a little Ancient stack as well.
Yeah, their course is still doing very, very well. the side of Bald here. All of them are getting the item progression, in particular Dawnbreaker, as you mentioned. Is that full harpoon coming out? I believe so, yeah. Full harpoon on the courier, Echo Saber, of course, honor, and recipe and the tiara coming.
I guess knowing Dark Ascension's down, Dire spent a decent amount of time and energy to defend that mid lane. And it's good to see Bald straight out on the map.
So I'm looking towards Undying, who's having a pretty bad game, and thinking about where he will go from here. We've talked about the Blink build sometimes, but looks like here he wants to go for a Crimson Guard, feeling too squishy and too easy of a kill. I would probably agree that he needs to be harder to kill.
Oh, the fastest on his hero. Look at that. Speedy harpoon timing.
Yeah, pretty damn good. I mean, normally you're not a carry Dawnbreaker. She's got farm priority here.
I'm going to lift this Night Stalker back into a whiffed Maledict attempt. But with this nighttime, VP Prodigy trying to make the most of the Night Stalker. Not able to find anyone, though. So it's going to be a matter of deciding, do we go deeper and hunt into the southern jungle? We'll go back to pushing. It is the former, and they're going to find Bangan here. Serenada and Rare Gods, they go all the way into this bottom jungle to get the kill.
Meanwhile, the Desolator Twin springs down.
Wait, do they find his puck as well? He's going to jaunt away. Winter's Curse held him in place for a moment. Now, blast off from Rubik. They're back onto this Night Stalker with a Solar Guardian coming in. He's going to get Cold Embrace healed up, but the damage, magical, physical, blasting through MRLS is going to take the name of Serenada. As QT's being run out by a Lycan. Zibe's arrived. The wolf, he's knocking at the door. He's killing your Clinks. Yeah, back in the grave. Meow going to join him as well, it looks like, because this Lycan just shifted out of nowhere. Body blocks with a hero, hits with a dragon. Cold Embrace will only delay the inevitable demise of Meow.
You always gotta say his name like that?
Of course I am.
For killing Rubik. Oh, got him.
Looks like he's getting something out of nothing. But that VP Prodigy just got run over, bulldozed by this Lycan.
Yeah, and the Dawnbreaker ulti, we saw the power right there, being able to farm somewhere else and then jumping right into the fray, even with the heal coming out, could not save the Night Stalker. And this is also where maybe Serenada is a bit weaker than he should be. He was a Night Stalker who owned his lane. He went for this Midas, doesn't have the blink yet, so he effectively is a no item Night Stalker right now until the blink comes online.
Midas Andy.
Yeah, regular Midas Andy. He's gonna go Midas and jungle creeps here.
John Midas. Well, let's talk about this, because Midas in my mind is not a good item. Actually it's in fact a bad item. It sucks. It is stinky, and there are only, I don't know, 2 heroes that buy it, like Arc Warden and Night Stalker apparently. And I know I asked SVG this exact same question, because I was like, why the hell are we buying Midas? And he was like, well, there's nothing else you really want to buy apart from maybe Armlet you can make an argument for.
Yep.
I just don't.
I would make that argument, though. I think Armlet would have been a very strong item for him in this game, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's comfort food, it's comfort zone. You have a Midas, you click it on creeps, you get gold. It's very, very rewarding. Core players need this. This is like a feel-good item. You buy it because you want gold.
But he can already feast on creeps.
No, you don't understand. Double the feast. More feasting, Gareth.
More feasting. So he's a glutton.
Yeah, gluttony, for sure.
That's why his mouth is so big. You can fit more food inside of it.
Yeah, does that look like a...
He can dislocate 3 of his 4 jaws.
Exactly.
Disgusting. Oh, a sneaky Roshan from VP.
It's pretty true, though. It is this weird feeling where, okay, you don't really need to buy an item immediately. Blink Dagger Rush is not necessarily the best play. I would probably have preferred like Armlet or Echo Saber over the Midas. I just don't like the new Midas that much.
Yeah, not a big fan. But we do get VP Prodigy sneaking into Roshan, taking it pretty quickly with his Clinks Undying. So making sure that Team Bald don't get their hands of it, as they were the ones pressing up this top lane. So now we have things kind of swing back the other way, where Bald were building up momentum, looking pretty strong, playing aggressively when their ultis are off cooldown. But they're playing into a Clink's Aegis at this point.
Yeah, also they're playing They're playing aggressive here with the Night Stalker smoke, but they have to be wary about the Dawnbreaker jumping in, right? With the ulti. So instead, targeting the Dawnbreaker, finding her, playing in that area, makes a lot of sense. But Chad has been warned. There were a lot of lines drawn by MRLS saying, don't go into this area.
Oh, Lycan sends his wolves through the gate. And they blow up all the mines. Like 120 gold goes straight to the techies.
It's going to be a Tormentor at 20. VP wasting no time.
Ready in position. Well, that's that thing. We were talking about it pre-game start in our little fill and yap session. Being ahead of the curve. They were there, ready before Tormentor was spawned. They had already set up mines a minute before. Ward coverage down, already there. Playing pretty quickly, finding objective after objective.
An interesting thing is happening in this game where QT's decided to go no Hurricane Pike and just straight into the Daedalus after Desolator Shard on Clinks. This is more direct build than what we've seen from the previous Clinks. And honestly, I think I like it. Sure, you won't have the same range and you'll struggle a bit to reach your target. But if he does reach a target, he'll blow them up really fast.
Well, that's the thing, right? Do you need range or do you need to reach your target when the target is on you? Because you look at these Radiant heroes, Solar Guardian, Shapeshift, Puck. All three of these heroes are going to be sitting on your head.
You could also make the case that maybe a Hurricane Pike wouldn't necessarily save him anyway from a Lycan running him down with a dust or from getting coiled by Puck. What are you going to do? Force yourself out and snap the coil? It doesn't feel great anyway. So, yeah, just damage and stand your ground. Looks like Daedalus into BKB is his idea, which I'm totally behind that.
And then the Pike a little bit later on. So Aghanim Scepter going to come later down the line.
Man, for as interesting as the game has been for a few of these players, like Techies and Night Stalker getting involved in a lot, this poor Undying has not had the best time. 0, 4, and 2 hasn't really made his impact felt, and I always talk about how Undying needs to do stuff early game, otherwise it feels very useless, and I feel like we're dragging into the later portion of the game where this guy will just feel like a glorified support.
Yeah, I keep forgetting he's in this game, honestly. Techies is more the POS 3 in my head than this Undying is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure about the offlane Undying. It's very popular for all the teams, and I can see what it brings to the table, but if the opponents do what we've seen in this game, just dodging you, like Team Bald have been doing, and taking fights on their own terms, then it's kind of awkward.
Zibe doing a very good job there, just sitting back behind his tier 2, sending wolves and summons to scout the move of VPP, and a Solar Guardian going to save Bengan down in that bottom jungle as daytime comes back around again. For that Dawnbreaker ulti, we crack back into night for Serenada to sit atop the treetop, looking for a target to jump.
Like
a leading MRLS playing that left-hand side as the shapeshifted Lycan sprints into action, looking for a go. Difficult choice, but they're coil on 3. That's a great start to snap it on QT and Rare Gods. Now the Lycan can come in. Tombstone's placed by Meow. A Soul Rip to buy a bit of time, but the Starbreaker's landing and Shat finds the kill with Zibe's help.
That was a fantastic catch coming out from Sanctity. And a lot of it on the back of Zibe going in, providing the vision, right? He was the one saying, okay, I can't really die. I'm just going to run in with some wolves. My hero can scout with my ulti. And we get paid off here by Sanctity with the catch. VP Prodigy, we're in a good spot having the Aegis, but now the Aegis is going to time out. Feels like their energy is kind of drawing a bit low here, especially with no ulti on Night Stalker available now.
I mean, honestly, it feels like every successful move out of Team Bald starts and ends with Zibe. Whether it's VP Prodigy chasing the Lycan, trying to hunt him, and Zibe is tucked behind the tower, scouting with wolves, sending them out, giving wolves to give vision to this Puck, and then shapeshifting to chase people down, herding them like little sheep.
I am so impressed, by the way. They have a Shivas and an AC at 24 minutes. That's crazy. It's too early to have these big aura items. But Team Bald
so much armor.
Have a Shivas on Lycan, and they have a Salt Cuirass over on the Dawn.
And they've got a catch on the Undying. Add that to the top of things. Force out the Flesh Golem. I don't get the kill on Meow, but they forced a reaction out of VPP. But yeah, you're right. Having these massive items is going to be huge for them. Shiva's like an AC Dawnbreaker. and still poking at this Undying in the mid lane. But they've got a Winter's Curse and Sanctity. Dragon and Rubik hitting the puck. Not enough to finish him off, so Shad kills Undying. The Clinks nearly takes down the Rubik, but this Lycan just opens up, finds Cutie in the midst of battle. The Wolf cares not for the undead.
Man, they're countering the Clinks so hard. Clinks comes in with this Desolator, and Christensen wants to get a kill, goes for a squishy support, but the auras are there to make him not do so much damage, and even a Solar Crest coming out by Witch Doctor actually was the thing that saved his life. Witch Doctor saving MRL there. Just beautiful itemization coming out from them. They understand that Clinks is the win con for Dire. He needs to do all that physical damage.
Level 4 Voodoo Restoration too. There's 1/4/4 build. I guess it's now 2/4/4 on the Witch Doctor. Max Maledict, Max Voodoo. Yeah, the heal's going. But yeah, it definitely feels like VPP hitting a wall at this point. You've pointed out the Undying's had a struggle. This Clink's really not getting off the ground and going quite all in with his item build to try and stand and deliver. And that win probability really showing the state of the game.
Yeah, no, I'm sauce as hell on the Undying.
I think he might be dead again. Well, I know he's dead again. We watch it happen on our screens. He's gone.
Dawnbreaker with that cooldown reduction talent feels so crazy. 80 seconds cooldown on level 2 ulti, 70 on level 3 ulti. This spell is too good for having that low cooldown, man. That talent is really nice.
I'm pretty impressed with his carry Dawnbreaker, honestly. And I like the fact that he's gone for these, stats, tanky, active items. Because there was a long period where carry Dawn was just buying Radiance.
Yeah,
hell,
Radiance
it's just like, if you
Desolate.
are strength hero, buy Radiance, right? Pretty much the way we look at things.
Yeah, Radiance, or you saw the Deso Dawnbreakers, but that's also kind of squishy. I like this a lot because he's so hard to kill and can be one more frontliner supplementing their draft because they have Puck, Rubik, and Witch Doctor. All of them want to have a safe backline to play on.
Zibe has a lot of freedom now to play wherever he wants to. The Ghost push on his bottom lane shoves a wave all the way into tier 3, while top lane there's an attempt on this Dawnbreaker. But like you said, Shad, 3,000 health, a harpoon to get a bit of distance if he wants it, but he turns and fights, loses his life to QT. Now the reaction with a coil and a snap to try and catch Serenada. There's a heal from the Cold Embrace, but he's going to get lifted back in towards the puck near the tower, and they get the trade out. Carry for mid.
All his friends left him. Winter Wyvern threw one heal and then was like, okay, well, if you live, you live, but nice talk to you on your own. And NS didn't go for a BKB. He went back for a full nullifier, so pretty good. Sure, you get armor, you get the dispel, but there's not that much to dispel yet. There's what, like the Hurricane Pike on Puck is pretty nice, because now you can keep him in the silence, perhaps. But it's that and the Solar Crest. That's really it.
Yeah, and having no protection for yourself. Just really relying on this Cold Embrace. Maybe Undying needs to buy a shard or something, because he really has transitioned into a... You pointed out a second support or a third support.
Man, he's fallen. He wanted to be a core Undying, but he's just a support now. Sure, his net worth isn't that far behind Night Stalker, but Night Stalker is hacking under farm now too, dude. He's sitting 4,000 behind the puck.
It's been a very, very good, resilient hold onto this by Team Bald. 9k lead for them now.
Prodigy still have the threat though. They got the Daedalus complete on Clinks. We've seen what damage that can do. It doesn't matter if you have 5 extra armor here or a bit of attack speed reduction there. Skeleton Archers are unaffected by attack speed reduction, and they will still be doing tons.
Rare gods. Disappears. I'm just thinking back to that phase of play where VPP... What's he up to?
No dust. They used the Dawn ulti, but it didn't quite connect onto the Clinks.
Yeah, my mind is drawn back to that phase of play where VPP got Roshan, killed Tormentor. I'm just wondering if they hadn't made those very swift, kind of sneaky plays to grab these objectives. If Team Bald had them, this game could be over already. And the way that Bald are playing, just snapping Coil and Serenada like this, diving past tier 2 to find the Night Stalker, and look who's arriving right in the nick of time to find the final touch for the kill. It's Zibe. Well deserved for the Lycan, as Puck with the Dragon by its side, goes past the tier 3 tower looking for Wyvern, and forces the Clinks to sit there and react.
I don't know if I've been nuked by Shiva's Lycan ever before, running in with Shiva's, but yeah, he's got the Aghanim Scepter complete now. We saw Aghanim's Lycan with the Tiny earlier. That's definitely insane. Dawnbreaker, maybe not quite as strong, but she's still gonna be very fearsome with a Lycan Bite here. She has BKB, Harpoon, and AC. And in particular, that movement speed is gonna be great for running down a Clinks or something.
Oh, it's gonna be super fearsome. And now, pretty much all Ball has to do is set up for this next Roche. He's gonna wander into the top pit. Dire scan it, and they're already in position. I think VPP know that if they don't contest this, it's a pretty rough game from there on out. Time might be numbered. They're going to go for a smoke move towards the pit. Bold haven't started it yet, though.
Still no shard on the Undying. Didn't spend his money, could have bought it.
They're in smoke break position. Shad, he knows something's coming his way. Start out with a little piggy. Shad getting focused, but he gets off the BKB. Backstab from Serenada, looking for support. MRLS is the focal point. While Shad gets Winter's Curse, Bangan has died. Shad's still fine, and the Wolf can now open up. Force the Ghost Scepter out of Yanta on the right-hand side, while Puck goes hunting to the left. And it's a very spread fight here, but the Tombstone stood tall, Meow standing by it. Gonna be able to get a bit of distance now as Shad, a little piggy, get back into wolf form and kill off the Undying. Very scrappy stuff, but the Dire spend everything and don't really get much out of it, apart from the support buybacks.
Yeah, I think it's fine still. They're not gonna win the fight decisively enough to get the Roche on the back of it or contest the Roche, but they did force 2 buybacks. They didn't lose much either. Undying insta respawning and the Winter Wyvern dying is kind of whatever. So I think it's fine for them. You could see the initiation here with a Hex onto the Dawnbreaker is really nice, but she's so tanky. Insanely tanky build from her coming out. Even with the Winter's Curse, it did literally no damage, it felt like.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, every time VPP cast a spell, it's like, oh, they've cast a spell, and then it doesn't do anything. All that really happened was, in the back, the Night Stalker finds some kills on the supports.
They're wasting no time. They're just going high ground immediately. Team Bald. They feel strong right now and want to make the most out of it.
Well, they know. They've got Aegis, Gem. They can go high ground here. The Dire do not have Dark Ascension. It is daytime for at least 3 minutes. And Winter Wyvern, Curse has just come back up, so maybe a tool they can use to hold this lane of barracks. Jata,
He missed.
he wanted to go for it, but the phase shift was there. Doesn't get the Curse down. Now has to disengage as they'll watch their barracks get hit. Backdoor
But they're cutting
protection.
the creep wave. Or Night Stalker did cut the creep wave. He didn't cut the next one though. There is actually a wave coming. Looks like they might back out anyway though. Dawnbreaker ulti is ready. Don't think they're going too far away here. Team Bald trying to keep pressure onto VP Prodigy.
Well, they know where VPP are. They are stuck in the base, so they've pushed that top wave all the way in. Mid is meeting at the Dire base as well. So now they can play from this Dire high ground, farm Ancients, play with vision.
Importantly, the Clinks is about to finish a full BKB now. In just 200 gold, he will have it. That is a massive power spike where he can finally maybe stand and fight, not get lifted, casked, and coiled and silenced. All these things that have really been bothering him. Finally, he can maybe be the damage dealer that he's been looking to be. The problem is, though,
Lycan.
something is missing, Gareth.
Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Clinks doesn't have an axe, so...
Yeah.
I mean, major part of Klink's damage output is usually by those extra skeletons, but he straight up didn't go for it in this game. Not sure if it's gonna be sufficient to just be right-clicking with your main hero.
No, we didn't really... Oh, Serenada's getting jumped top by Sanctity. And there's Dawn ulti coming in. Night Stalker way out in this lane, in the open. QT, this Klink's trying to deal with Shad now. It's a tremendous amount of physical damage, but not enough to burst anyone. And the chase forward from Sanctity. They get on top of the Clinks, silenced up momentarily. Gonna get blasted off upon, but that's just the first life. Sanctity pretty fine to trade out his Aegis for a Klink's BKB. QT had to use it just to disengage.
Yeah, it's pretty decent, honestly. Now QT not gonna feel too good. Has to go base, refill. And with Night Stalker still dead, pretty good spot for Team Bald to do whatever they want. Pressure down bottom. Zib is finishing up a nullifier soon. Not too far away.
But yeah, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it, right? We touched on the item build from Clinks in that whole going for the Crystallis, then back into Dragonlance, then into Pike and Daedalus, you know, swapping things around a bit there. And the topic was pretty much, you know, he's under pressure and having to shift this item build to do something here and now because he didn't think the game would be developing the way that he wanted. But now, what, we're 35 minutes in and he doesn't have the key component to the Clinks. It does feel a bit awkward.
Yeah, I think he desperately needs to get there, but 4,000 gold to farm is a long way. Not sure how much time he's gonna get given as they're always playing forward. Aggressive vision is down by MRLS and the Wolves are coming in scouts.
Yeah, if they can just lift him up. He's gonna fly over the cliffs. Rubik didn't want to give up his position. But yet again, VP sent back into their base. And Team Bald take this little high ground area so they can pivot into multiple lanes at the same time. And there's Clinks up at top, and he's getting hammered by Shad. TP getting back to Fountain. But that means Shad can now
respect him at all.
Yeah, just push out that top wave and join mid if needed. They've got a Coil and Serenada, and they didn't need Shad. They just say, we'll get this Night Stalker down on our own.
Very fast damage coming out there. The stolen Arctic Burn is actually pretty nasty on Rubik. Did a lot of damage with that. He's flying around, role-playing as a Winter Wyvern. Titans coming in. Basher just completed for the Dawnbreaker. And Puck has a BKB coming in, an Octarine recipe. Wow. The BKB will be a fantastic solution to the Night Stalker jumping you.
How much damage is Rubik doing with Arctic Burn? With Curiosity? So he's getting the whole buff.
Yes.
Debuff amp, right? On percentage
like
based?
He did 700 to Night Stalker there or something with it. So, yeah. Actually, 536 in a very short time. So, it depends how long time he gets, but there's some high HP pool heroes. Night Stalker, Undying, even Clinks is pretty high HP pool. So, this is a pretty value steal.
That's pretty crazy, honestly. I just seeing the damage numbers there. Again, just want to shout out to Sanctity. I saw him have a pretty rough series earlier on in this tournament. They've given him this early puck pick, which felt like it had been answered by the Night Stalker and some of these other heroes, but they've played pretty well through the puck. We'll see how this next move goes, because VP Prodigy, they need to do something to break out this rut. They scan, they smoke, they move up to MRLS, but he just BKBs and lifts himself away. A Winter's Curse on Sanctity, return fire onto Meow as they get the steal. MRLS, he's very low and will die to Serenada on the right-hand side, but this Zibe Lycan just opens up on the rest of them. Bangan's killed off Janta now. They've got the kill on Serenada, and the chase is on for whoever else will stand and die in front of this Team Ball side. Cutie gets back to base and to Fountain, but Meow has been left alone to die, the big bad wolf.
You know, it's good his name is Meow because he has been pretty harmless, like a little kitten in this game. The Undying really hasn't felt too scary.
As not at all. Look at that, one little tap. Arctic Burn, a hit from the Dawnbreaker and Shapeshift mode. Clinks loses like a third of his health.
The sheer survivability on Radiant is absolutely insane. Obviously the Dawnbreaker being tanky we talked about, but you're not killing anybody. BKB on the puck, BKB on the hecking Rubik in that fight too, just throwing himself to safety.
That moment of like, wait, he just pressed BKB and lifted himself. Gets away from everything. Play Hex and blast off mid though. Sanctity has a lot of damage to come his way. Solar Guardian not going to help out enough. And it looks like Team Bald, they got themselves a couple of ranged racks, but no melee.
Yeah, they lose their puck, so this is a chance for VP Prodigy to stabilize a bit. All their melee racks are really damaged, but none of them died.
Not too much split focus there from Bald. Puck went top, Lycan went mid, Dawnbreaker went bottom. They tried to go for all three lanes at the same time.
Yeah, Benga is talking about that exactly. Ping 2 of the racks and probably saying like, look, this one is like, you know, 200 HP. This one is 900 HP. Just needed to group our efforts a little bit more. Would have worked out better.
Time to send in the wolves.
And wow, time to also go desperate, as Observer is highlighting here. The Rapier on Clinks.
Feels like a necessity at this point. The game has been going downhill for the past 15 minutes. You need some way to get out of the valley.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play around the hex of the techies and whatever lockdown they can provide. There's not that many stuns again. It's kind of awkward for them, right? They have Blast Off, they have Winter's Curse, but Curse prevents the Clinks from dealing damage, so... Yeah. It's basically the hex you want to play with.
Well, they're hoping for maybe a fast Roche spawn, but we know he's 2 minutes away. Team Bald, even before the puck spawns, they've already smoked to play out this mid lane. Lycan Wolves leading, giving vision, spotting Clinks. They see QT, and they're going to lift this Clinks back in towards Shad.
The Rapier.
The Rapier might get stolen here. Winter's Curse buys a bit of time, but in comes the coil. BKB up. QT trying to get up to this high ground by the staircase, but it's not enough, even with a cold embrace. Now Meow with a tombstone down, trying to hold the line, but the damage is too much. Team Ball just cruise through and force the GG.
Easy for Team Ball to get the Rapier on the Dawnbreaker. Smashes some people, and yeah, that game looked very, very easy from start to finish, I want to say. Zibbe never died, Shad 10, 2, and 12, and honestly, even Sanctity, who was absolutely owning, right? The early game, he played it so well. There was one point where he died to Nightstalker, but other than that, I think his rotations were really, really good.
Yeah, spot on stuff. Definitely a different Bald today than we saw at the start of the tournament. Very quickly playing through the strongest heroes on the map. And I've got to say, this Lycan, later pick for Zibbe, very scary. You've got to keep that in the back of your minds as VPP as we head. Later on in this series, you've got to be like, oh god, we're going to ban summons heroes against this guy?
I mean, you might just have to ban, like, the Witch Doctor as well, right? Big impact coming in from the supports in this game, both from the Rubik and the Witch Doctor, so we saw several nasty moments where those death wards just cut through some people. As we, of course, go to a highlight where Bengan just dies. Very good. Of course. Really proves my point here. Rubik gonna die too. Yeah, very good. Yeah, the supports did great.
Well, they were the only heroes that this is 31 minutes in, right? The supports have done their job. They've got their cores to unkillable status. So VPP could not touch the core heroes. They can only go for the supports.
Yeah, they both bought back. That was a sick play, though. The BKB into lift throw himself away. I think
Steal the curse.
Yeah, the curse was nice, but may have kind of backfired because, that didn't do that much ultimately. Kind of delayed his own Lycan and Dawnbreaker's damage output for a while.
He got excited, okay? He saw Not Me at Dream League doing some sick stuff, stealing curse and ravage and shit, but...
Yeah. It was just unfortunately an undying that was the target of the curse, so not much damage was done to him, but ultimately a fight worked out really well.
The classic Rubik stuff, right? Steal spell, use spell. You want to cycle through your cooldowns as much as you can.
It wasn't bad. It just didn't kill anything immediately. So, yeah, it was completely acceptable. And then we see the end result. Of course, Shad holding that Rapier, stealing it away from QT. And I gotta say, I'm not impressed by the no Aghanims Clinks. I feel like it's way too predictable and easy to play around. Maybe in a game where they don't have anyone to jump the Clinks and no way to get onto him. But I think in particular in a game like this, you need Ags because you can't run in. You just get hounded by this Dawnbreaker and the Wolf, of course, as well.
Yeah, at least with the Ags, you put the skeletons down and it's a threat for the zone, right? It's like zone control. If you want to come at me, you've got to go through my skeletons first. If you don't have the skellies, you no bodyguards, it's just... Okay, walk through the door, right on top of this Clinks, dance on his grave, basically. Oh, very good from Team Bald, though, showing up here in game one. And VP Prodigy, 1 foot in the grave, potentially, as this is elimination zone down in the lower bracket. We'll find out how it moves forward, though, as we'll take a break and come back with game two.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello. Welcome back. It's game 2 time as we get ourselves into the lower bracket again. Game 2, best of 3, the International 15 close qualifiers for Europe. And it's Team Bald against Virtus Prodigy. Game 1, Waga, Dawnbreaker, Witch Doctor lane hammered them. This Lycan of Zibe mauled them. Disgusting performance out of Sanctity's Puck as well. And MLS Rubik with a BKB. Bald showed up with a draft today.
They really did. Yeah, they truly were prepared. And we've seen this a few times where teams throw one of those usual offlane heroes towards the safe lane, just to increase the power spike of that safe lane, make sure that it's going to be a one lane no matter what, pretty much. And that worked out really well for them. Bottom lane was super favored for Team Bald, and Zibe still had a great game as well on his Lycan on the side lane. Normally in Dota, if you win 2 lanes, you win the game.
That's how it goes. Simple maths for you. Well, he won't be having a great game on Lycan this time because it is Respect Band first up, along with a Puck. So Virtus Prodigy is saying, okay, we've identified these 2 elements as our biggest problems from that draft, and we'll just get rid of both of them along with a Viper.
What a big statement, though, to pick Puck first pick, win with it against a immediate counter pick Night Stalker, and now your opponents are scared and they end up banning it. I do wonder, though, did they just say, okay, we picked Night Stalker, so we already countered the Puck, we don't need anything else? Because think about what the rest of their draft looked like. Techies is not a Puck counter. It's quite awful against Puck, actually. It's very hard to land any of your abilities. The mines are never going to do anything. Undying is atrocious against him. Clinks, I guess if you get a Hex or an Orchid, it can be okay, right? And Winter Wyvern, you don't really do anything, right? No silence, no stun. If you get a good Winter's Curse, sure, but then you need a follow-up stun. So I do think they just said, okay, Night Stalker, you deal with Puck, and then, yep, that's it for Puck. I think you have to pick a bit more.
I think you do, especially if you want to break out of the 9-game loss streak that they are currently on. Virtus Prodigy, obviously, they got here. They went on a bit of a win streak. I think they had like an 8-win streak to get to the closed qualifiers.
Yeah.
But yeah, including some EPL games, they are on a pretty long loss streak against a lot of the teams that we have here in the quals. Liga team, or Hooligani, Yellow Submarine, Cheeky Bamboni, Zero Tenacity, getting 2-0'd by all these teams in quick succession. Definitely not great for their morale, but maybe this is a time to turn it around against Team Bald.
Maybe it's time, and maybe one win to do it is to grab yourself the clockwork, and just start working from there. You can consume chain mails, Gareth. Chain meal. That's the solution. Just buy a lot of chain mails.
Whole meal chain mail. Delicious. Yeah, I mean, this hero, we saw the stats at the beginning of the day, right? He had 8 picks, but only 37% win rate, something like that. Whereas Doom, look at that. 6 picks, 4 bans, 66.666666% win rate. That 7 is a lie. It is 6. There's lots of 6s there.
It is 66 repeating, yeah. In Doom's particular case, definitely so. This might be them doing the exact same thing that they did in the previous game. Picking the Doom, this could be Shad's hero. Just building a strong safe lane again. Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, definitely there. We could see that Radiant's Doom carry come into play. But yeah, Clockwork, also an indication of Clockwork plus turret hero, right? We've seen plenty of these. Nature's Prophet, Shadow Fiend, Wind Ranger, Clinks. I'm missing one. I've forgotten who it is, but we might see it.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of range heroes to be played. You got all of them there basically. The SF, the Luna, and so on.
Drow was the one. Drow's the biggest one, and that's the one I missed. That's why it was annoying me.
All right, yeah, I didn't catch if you said Drow to begin with there, but yeah, Drow is obviously absurdly strong in the current patch, which is nice. I like that Drow is a carry that's playable. I'm gonna just say it. Drow hasn't been meta for quite a while, and the fact that she is playable now and is meta, it's just fun. It's a fun carry to play, and I hope that they don't over-nerf her immediately after these qualifiers.
Yeah, because she's had some ups and downs. And there was a point where she was kind of busted with the Aghanim Scepter, like split shot stuff she had. Moving the Ice Shard Glacier from Aghanims to Shard and back again and up and down, figuring out how to do this stuff. I think she's in a really good spot now. I don't think she needs to be tremendously nerfed or anything.
They nerfed her late game a little bit, and some of her mechanics, like you mentioned, the Aghanims and so on. But they buffed her laning stage, which I think rounds out the hero in a good way. Because she used to be pretty damn weak in lane unless you had this, you know, easy double melee lane that you could just punish and repeatedly hit. Now she can trade even against, you know, some good range heroes.
Well, the Team Bald going for themed strategies here. Gork is having a good time drafting global strats, you know, going for all global heroes, now going for all the demonic, devilish heroes with the Doom and Lion being picked.
I'm not sure about this, Gareth. Last game we saw the vampire, the skeleton, and the zombie, and it didn't go too well for them. But maybe the issue was they didn't full send it, right? They ended up with this Techies and Winter Wyvern, which just is a lore failure.
That is,
you know,
that is absolutely right. No, that is absolutely right. If you want to be, you know, a dark magician, an evil wizard, a necromancer of some sort, you can't half-ass it, right? You have, if you want to be evil, you have to be full evil. You can't just be a little bit naughty.
Oh no, they stole the Shadow Fiend though. That's one of the most evil heroes available. Gareth, this is terrible for Team Bald. How are they gonna recover?
The draft is done. They've had their heroes stolen from them. An expected move though, right? VP Prodigy getting the SF with the clock.
Yeah, no one could have seen them coming there, taking their evil hero.
Oh, on a Ringmaster.
Great draft. Great draft so far from VP Prodigy. Fantastic synergy. Very, very strong stuff. And good single target save with the Ringmaster against Doom and Lion. You know, flavor-wise, it's a horrible fail. I don't see the theme here other than two robots, I guess. Automatons, I guess.
Yeah. Well, this is where Bald should be thinking about picking Axe, right? Ringmaster versus Axe, get the Dark Carnival going.
Honestly, the evil theme is still going here. Grimstroke throws his dead wife at people.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain doesn't need too much explaining, you know. I think they have a theme still here on Team Bald.
The heels. The dark underdogs. You know, we've got Dark Lord over on Modus. You know, we've got the Dark Lord in Harry Potter, but now we've got Dark Bald.
I wonder. Yeah, it's going to be either a Zibber or a Shad hero coming out last that has to be evil as well, though. I don't know if they have it in them, man. What's the over-under on them succeeding with a 100% evil draft?
That's just a 100% win rate, isn't it? If you go full evil, you just win.
Yeah, the bad guys win in Dota, for sure.
The bad guys win in real life as well.
They really do.
That's what my girlfriend was asking about in D&D. You know, why does evil magic always seem so much more powerful than good magic? And I was like, well, it's kind of like real life, right? If you think about magic like money, you know, it's not necessarily the more money you have, the more evil you are. It's that to get more money, to get more dark magic, you have to kind of just be evil to get there. Oh, they picked Axe with the Ringmaster. That's where he's gone.
Oh,
under the grasp of the Ringmaster.
Yeah, of course. Makes sense. You need Ringmaster to get the Axe. It's a 2-for-1 deal.
You're right.
Otherwise, you don't get it.
When you're right, you're right.
Oh, they're banning evil heroes too. VP Prodigy have locked in, dude. Look, they banned Necro. That is a notoriously evil hero. Actually, we have a lot of evil heroes in Dota, don't we?
And you also, you can't give the Queen of Pain and the Necro. There's some serious like BDSM stuff going on there. Necro with a sadist and Queen of Pain with a bondage. You can't allow that.
Actually.
We can't have that on our streams. We get struck down from Twitch and Kick and YouTube.
Lion
and everything.
single-handedly carries the lewdness of a stream. But yeah, see if they are gonna lock in with the final ban as well. VP Prodigy. Obviously, the Necro would have been a pretty interesting fit into their draft. Would add some pushing power.
I mean, seriously though, what do we need? Team Bald are flexing Doom still, so it's like carry off lane, which is why Necro, I guess, is a good ban because it's carry off lane. And then VP Prodigy need their mid laner.
They do. Yeah, there's not much flex. The Shadow Fiend with Clockwork is like almost guaranteed that's going to be the lane. Wouldn't see any reason not to go with that. And laning Doom into Shadow Fiend is fine, right? It's like one of those super strong lanes, the Clock SF, but Doom can always recover. So I would lean towards putting Doom on the off lane, even though Shad might want to play it. You could find a similar, like, powerful laning hero for Shad if you want an offlane style hero. You go back for the snap. Does add a ton of damage. Also really good pairing with the Clockwork and Ringmaster. I think this snap actually fits very well with Axe too. The ulti is going to be fantastic in this game.
great ways to pair or trio heroes together to go look for kills. You've got the added bonus of like Little Shredder versus the Grimstroke Phantom's Embrace. If it's on another target, you shred through that if you need to. Some pretty good tools there. Save against this Doom and Grim through that Ringmaster box. Lots of tools for VP Prodigy.
Yeah.
Last pick for Team Bald.
Did you know there's an axe coming in on the off lane as well? So I wonder how tempted they are to put the Doom against the axe, because for the same reason that I said it can be fine to send Doom against the SF, since he will do fine no matter what. I think maybe Shad is making the argument that, hey, if I get Doom, I can just dominate the bottom lane. Axe is not going to go close. You just keep Infernal Blading him. So I think the discussion is between the two of them, who wants the Doom and who's not going to play it. Yeah, we see them both kind of deep in thoughts as they have 1 minute to think about this. They did a good job with their economy here in the draft. Keeping some reserve time for the final pick is always wise.
Got plenty of time, and I guess you got to factor in you're laning with Grimstroke. Like my mind was kind of going like down a TA direction, some kind of ranged carry maybe, but then I realized, hang on, this is a Grim +5 that you got to lane with, so maybe we're considering some melee hero like I don't know, Ursa.
I mean, yeah, you could go CK as well. CK isn't fantastic against all the AoE damage, for instance. However, he was buffed quite a bit, and I think that he's a nice hero in the current patch. And the pairing is just insane. Grimstroke and CK together is just absolutely crazy.
And if there's one team that's going to pick CK, it's Gork's team, right? They say, no, we'll go for the carry Doom, pick the offlane Undying as a last pick, even into Little Shredder.
Undying, he's evil, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's undead.
I mean, he's a zombie. Yeah, zombies aren't the good guys. Okay, Team Bald, 100% win rate. This is a complete outdraft due to flavor.
Undefeatable thematic glory from Team Bald.
I don't see how Prodigy can recover from this. They have no flavor win here.
They have red. They have red.
Are they red? I mean, yeah, with the cosmetics, kind of, they're red, but that's cheating, man. Everyone can equip cosmetics that are red and be red.
I don't know. Like, Snapfire is a bit pinkish in the skin. You've got Axe and Shadow Fiend, Clockwork definitely red. Ringmaster's got red and gold clothes on. I think they can. I think they can swing it. They're also dire side, so. Red team, red
they're
players.
the bad guys on the good team, actually, on Team Bald. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, all the undead evil people on the Sentinel, and all the red players on the Scourge.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Draft-wise, overall, I would say that there's a nice combination coming out from both teams. Maybe I'm a little bit concerned for Team Bald's building damage. I always check, you know, my little check marks when I look at a draft. The one thing that Team Bald didn't really get is a ton of pressure and building damage, but team fight, great. Ganks looking pretty great. Laning stage looks pretty solid. However, on VPP, definitely got the building damage covered, with SF being fantastic for pressuring, even Snapfire being pretty good. Yeah, I would say maybe they have a more balanced lineup on the side of VPP. But
yeah, it feels like they've got.
Though?
Oh, yeah, it's not evil. We'll see if the good guys prevail. If we get ourselves a 1-1 and head to a game in 3, or if the evil Team Bald with their undead, nasty draft are going to take the 2-0 here over VP Prodigy, as we are in the lower bracket. So elimination on the line for VPP in this game if they lose it. Bald will be looking to progress through that bracket as they
dropping the observer ward to scouts, pretending to already have placed a ward, perhaps. Just leaving it there so they can place it after they smoke up.
And delayed smoke from behind the tier 1 towers mid. It looked like Team Bald, yeah, they'd already been signaling up to that top area. Doom, Shad drawing some lines there. But VP Prodigy have gone the opposite direction, down towards bottom jungle.
Both teams getting a bit of vision placed on the enemy side. Very nice for the mid laners. As Meow does break the smoke of Bengan.
And now everybody knows everything. Everybody sees where you're all at. So it looks like Bald can go for
here on the runes. Looking pretty good for VPP.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Shadow Fiend lurking in that top spot takes the additional one, which MLS thought maybe could go and get. So we get that 3 for 1.
Just a little bit too little, too late there. And always hard when both teams smoke up. You don't really know what the positioning is of everyone. Obviously, it's our smoke break down there in the south, so ran away. That should maybe have tipped off the Lion to try and run over and take the bounty rune.
Well, bottom wave, Meow and Rare Gods blocked the wave, killed the range creep before it arrives, so they're already messing with that lane equilibrium to try and have it shoved back. This Axe and Ringmaster don't want to be laning head up into a Grim and Doom for the first couple of waves. Clockwork also going to pop down there and Twin Gate up towards the top, just to try and settle into this laning stage. As we keep our eyes on that mid lane, Snapfire versus a Queen of Pain.
That's a pretty Snap-favored matchup, I would say, overall, but you can go for the Shadow Strike build and try to trade in with the hits. I feel like it's more likely is just gonna go for a Blink and Scream build and focus on farming.
I love how even in Captain's mode, the Axe, his picture is replaced by the wanted poster literally everywhere. It's like on the last hit board, up at the top. Yeah, it's Axe.
That's true. Fully replaced. So far, a fantastic start on mid lane when lasted for Snapfire. 6-3 versus the 3-1, but that's sort of to be expected. Snap has insane damage. And a little scuffle here in the jungle by Lion and Clockwork.
Decent from MRLS to get that damage on him, though. Keep Zibe in the lane, in the wave, farming creeps. And top lane, Tombstone Blood Grenade
QT
started out with a stun on QT. They shoved this Clockwork away from lane, and they're going to get first blood. Lion kills the Shadow Fiend.
Great read there by Zibe and MRLS that they could actually go for the kill there as Clockwork went dewarding. And then he's just gonna walk over and body block the small camp, so no sign of this lane getting easier.
And then no way to kill the
talked about how
Tombstone.
strong the Clockwork SF lane is, and they just lose the carry like that.
Yeah, I mean, SF just hits level 2 now. Tombstone didn't get clicked. Yeah, Clockwork steps away for, what, 4 seconds? That's enough time.
Yeah. This is what I always say, though. You have to have the impact. Holy Shadow's getting hounded.
I mean, Battle Hunger, double daggers, the Impalement Art, Blood Grenade, damage over time really adds up, but they don't have quite enough to finish him through the Tango regen. And he got under tower. And it also looks like Rare Gods and Meow got battered on their way through as well. Everyone's very low in that bottom lane.
Trading down. Just get the banner lasted, so a bit of gold for them there. Not gonna struggle to last it on the tower with Doom. Tons of damage. As I say that, he misses us here.
Now, Sanctity's getting really destroyed in this mid lane. Like, I know Snapfire has looked incredibly good in a lot of matchups. This is kind of insane for a Queen of Pain to be 8-1 against 19, 20, and 8.
Yeah, Serenata has played this really well on top of it being a good matchup, but also this is the choice to go for no Shadow Strike builds. I think maybe he could fight back with the Shadow Striking. This is gonna be a very hard lane, I think, overall for Queen. Spell farming is his choice, though.
Just a difficult one. I mean, maybe we can think about Lion and Grimstroke being very good rotational heroes to come into mid, guard active rune, play towards Serenata.
Yeah, it's true. Could maybe make a move over, but so far it's still kind of early. Lion is going to help control the top rune. That could make the difference, as Snapfire will not be able to refill the bottle.
God, Shad just dropping to like 20 health. Every time I look down his bottom lane, he's super low. And bang, and even under tower. Oh, he gets the kill on Rare Gods. And Meow, hang on, the dead wife, Phantom Brace with tower damage? Oh, it's not enough to kill him with a double bracers up. He's got 50 health remaining.
Yeah, very nicely regenning there. But Shad, though, has to be careful. Gets battle hungered right after last hitting.
Oh my god.
Uncomfortable.
And then the deny as well. Rubs salt in the wounds, but he's going to be okay. He stays alive. Very close fought battle in this bottom lane, though. And Zibe, another kill in that top lane, out of Team Bald. Undying and Lion pairing up very nicely to just dismantle this Clock SF lane. Like, QT has a Glyph wave running at him. He's forced away from tower. He's getting stunned and zoned, harassed in a 1v1 against a Lion. Now, Bangan, it's not 1v1 anymore. The Shadow Fiend has been full zoned. You cannot, you cannot get to wave. You might just die, in fact. Another Hex, a catch with another Phantom's Embrace comes in onto QT, and Team Bald on an absolute tear. Rolling through this top lane, killing the Shadow Fiend again.
Yeah, that was just clean play, honestly. MRLS doing some nice hit running there. Of course, he's gonna get punished now as both the supports show up from Team VPP. But that
damage
was
done.
Oh yeah. he can TP back to the lane, so SF will go back and start farming again, but this is not where you want to be. Bottom of the last hit's pretty much as SF in laning stage. It's not looking great.
No, it definitely isn't. I think he's going to try and do something in his mid lane as they get a bit of damage onto Sanctity. Trying to force out his blink, but he holds it to the last moment to jump onto Serenada and trade his life for the Snapfire. That's kind of worth it.
This is a bloodbath this game already. Only 5 minutes in, but a lot of trading going on the side lanes. And 6-minute runes coming in. Obviously, with Queen and Snap both respawning exactly at the same time, we'll see if Queen can get this one with blink advantage. Or if it's going to be picked by the support.
Raggold is going to sit on it.
Yeah.
Serenada has it. And finally, a moment of calm in this incredibly fast-paced game. Already 8 kills for 6 minutes. These side lanes have been a bloodbath. I think
we've timing. Axe cutting the creep wave though. Bengan gets very upset because, you know, this can't be allowed. This is what every Axe wants to do. Time to stop him.
Even Lion coming across to help out, but he misses the stun. Stutter step to try and hit the Phantom Embrace makes it a little awkward here. And this would be a dead axe already, but he's going to get a call and maybe a TP out. There's another
regenning too.
Earth Spike in a second. Another stroke, and there's the stun from RLS that finishes the job. So an additional 5 seconds and 110 mana wasted. Not a massive deal, just not smooth.
Yeah. It's okay though, since Zibe is pretty strong, he'll defend the top Wisdom with the Tombstone. Very hard to contest him. SF is just trying to recover from this early start. And CS, he is at the top of CS now, so, you know, that's looking good, but dying twice means he's still definitely not leading the way in net worth.
And spending 420 gold on consumables. And Shadowfiend just trying to get himself in this lane again. Net worth wise though, there's a pretty big gap emerging. Undying 3,300 net worth for Zibe with the 101 kill score he's got. Doom about to crack 3k as well. Of course, helped out by the level 1 Devour. Sanctity gonna get stunned up to half HP. Blink is gonna be there, but the kiss is silenced out and cancelled. Bangan ready in the nick of time because that could have been a dead quab.
Yeah, if the first glob was on point, it would have been a kill still. Tries for a TP out on SF. Gonna be successful.
This time gets away from the grasp of Zibe, but the zombies keep on chasing. Zombie. Team Bald is Undying. Gets the kill on Clockwork, and now they can pressure tower.
Okay. Damage can be done as they TP'd away. No real sign of anybody wanting to defend up here, so he's gonna get some damage done, and he takes the chance on Zibe to go home, refill resources, get ready to fight the SF another time. Man, what an eventful early game coming in. Looking at item builds a little bit and what the players are aiming for. Shad on his carry Doom is gonna go for the Radiance. No real surprise there. Queen of Pain got her power trids. We'll see if she goes for that full Soul Ring as well, as she has the, yeah, exactly, gets queued immediately. And overall, otherwise, the Undying not going for a Crimson Guard Rush, looking more towards a Blade Mail. I like that choice.
There's a lot of uncontrollable damage. Right, against Snap, it's going to be great. Axe, it's superb. Shadowfiend, it's nice. That feels like a good all-round
item here. And it's a better item when you're not losing hard. The more you're winning, or, you know, if you're losing to a Rapier maybe, but generally the farther ahead you are, the better Blade Mill is in the early game. Because you can actually force the issue. You can run it to your opponent.
Nice attempt by the Ringmaster. Just tries to pop away, but can't survive the Doom and Infernal Blade, even with that Funhouse Mirror.
MLS has ulti.
Sitting down bottom
as well.
And they kill the ring and they're straight back onto Meow. Shad and MRLS lacking that little bit of final damage to finish the job, but they're going to cut through here and find Meow hiding in the trees. Meow.
Little bit disappointed he didn't smack him in melee form there to get one finger death charge on MRLS. He wanted to leave the last to his carry, but come on, man. Your finger death charge. Could have gone for the melee attack.
I feel like
I really like that you can toggle into range or melee after using the ulti.
Yeah, it's nice. I kind of feel like Meow is going to change his name if they drop out of this tournament, though. Getting defeated by Team Bald like this, getting hammered by them. He's no longer Meow. I'm just going to change to the cat hissing noise. Don't touch me. You're going to go hide in the jungle and hiss at people when they come near.
No friendly cat anymore.
No, it's like the Ringmaster and Snapfire are smoking towards him. Like, my bottom lane.
I have to say, he hasn't played any cat-like heroes, though. He needs to pick, like, PL or something to really live up to this.
Yeah, just pick PL off lane. Why not?
Yeah, this is again a flavor fail. Horrible flavor fail. And so far, the flavor team is winning. Look at them. The evil team is absolutely owning.
They are. They are getting run at by a Clockwork. Hook shot into attempted Requiem, but the Lion, along with Undying, they found Zibe, Cutie, in the tree line here. Soulbind comes in, Tombstone's being clicked. They're trying to deal with it, with the Requiem being wound up, but Cutie can't find his moment. Now, finally, he throws the ulti out, but Shad has free reign to get in around the back. Meow has dunked down MRLS, and somehow Cutie has slipped away from the go.
Queen as ulti could land a big jump here.
Oh, he's the Sonic Wave all the way across 2 cores. Gorgeous from Sanctity. Really well done.
Damn, that was really nice. He almost let them run away there, but then he saw them walking under tower again, changed his mind, and finds a beauty of an ulti.
I mean, that fight looked pretty lost from VPP, and then they found a way to scramble away and, I don't want to say recover, but survive at least. Queen of Pain making sure that that does not happen.
I think Queen canceled his TP when he tried to TP in, because I wasn't sure where he was, and he has cooldown on TP 40 seconds, so... Oh, gets stunned up on mid. Whipped.
Uh-oh. The cogs. Damn. The carrots.
That was a very clean kill, actually. Nice teamwork there by VPP.
And Queen of Pain prefers the stick to the carrot.
Yep.
Some stacks to be cleared on that left-hand side for Team Bald. So a nice tombstone from Zibe. Going to get this additional bit of farm. And yeah, 11-5. Mild 1 or 2k net worth lead from Bald, but definitely feeling the more comfortable as this laning stage breaks down fully. It's like, we look at the state of the map, right? These tier 1 towers in side lanes, kind of untouched. Mid lane, not really touched at all. But Spray Prodigy haven't been able to go and push towers.
It's just heroes, man. They're straight up just running at heroes. But this goes back to what I was saying. The Radiant team does not have great building damage. So yes, they've been winning a lot of fights. They've been doing a lot of damage, but they have not been able to finish off a tower that easily. They did do quite a bit of damage top when they've forced SF away multiple times, either by killing him or forcing him to TP out. But they need to go and finish the job.
VPP are getting a fair amount of time to farm through ancients, stacks, a ton of jungle camps. Now even playing top aggressively onto Zibe, but he's got Blade Mail up and the backup of the Lion and the Grimstroke. Forces Janta's Clockwork to fully disengage now, but this was a pretty expensive move out of the Dire. They've put this amplified damage Snapfire, spent the kisses, TP top with 3 heroes, and they don't get anything from it.
Serenata has the Blink Dagger. I was thinking if he's gonna go crazy and blink forward, he would have died because both the supports were there from Radiant. Instead, he's gonna group up in a smoke. Pretty low HP smoke, though.
Hook shot straight onto the Quap. And it's Clockwork, yeah, immediately comes out of it and gets blasted. Serenata jumps Cookies over onto the Queen of Pain, but Sanctity, healed by the Soul Rip, protected by the Inkswell, jumps in aggressively, and is going to Sonic Wave down Rare Gods for his triple kill.
Beautiful. I mean, that was the problem right there. You smoke up, but you have like 50% HP or even lower on some heroes there. It's very, very hard to dive a Queen of Pain, especially with the quick reflexes from his supports.
And they've just handed so much gold, so much momentum now across to this Radiant side. Bold, ready to strike onto objectives. Up at this top lane in particular with the 2 supports rallying around Zibe.
Oh, this is massive too. MRLS already has Blink Dagger lined up. In just 10 gold, he's gonna have it. He's gonna get it from the centaur in the jungle.
That's massive.
That's a fantastic timing for a Lion to have a blink. Pair that with Queen, who has a built-in blink, and you're gonna have, you know, probably a blink after the Radiance on the Doom. They're getting online.
And Radiance Doom, normal. Blink Lion, normal. I've not seen much of this Holy Locket build on Undying, though. We've seen a lot of You know, like Blink Dagger, Pipe, Crimson, even Echo Sabers or Harpoons is a fun little item to have. But there's Blade Mail into Locket with Max Soul Rip, only level 1 Tombstone. Zibe is really focusing on the here and now. Let's go. Snowball out of control.
That's my man Zibe right there. He's a connoisseur.
Straight in onto Janter. Immediate Blink debut into Finger of Death kill. Bangan picks up the final touch to steal it away.
The level 2 Phantom's Embrace finishes the job. But no, I kind of like this Holy Locket build. Honestly, I think people sleep on Holy Locket a little bit as an item. If you can slot it in, it's a pretty strong item just generically. You don't need that much healing. You don't have to be a full healing. You don't need to be IO, basically, to have value out of it. And Soul Rip is a really strong healer.
Yeah, especially with the way that the Dire wants to function in the team fights. You go on a target with a Blink Call, or you Snapfire Kisses, you hookshot in, Snapfire Kisses. There's a very telegraphed A to B to C. So if you're able to disrupt that flow of A to B with a Soul Rip heal or a Tombstone Shard, which is going to come later on, you just ruin the game plan of VPP.
They know about smoke now. He used Scream on the mid wave, so they are aware the Radiant are smoking.
Oh, but Janter.
Go out and D-ward.
Oh, they were aware. Clockwork needs the help of Rare God. Sanctity getting blasted by the kisses. Blinks off into the Soul Rip heal. He's immediately to half HP already. Look at that. Tons of heals coming in. Great Sonic Wave across the front as well. Serenada going to TP out. Wants to escape from his high ground Tombstone, which has been placed. Snapfire picks up the 2 support kills. They lose the Clockwork. And overall, not bad for Virtus Pro Prodigy.
Yeah, actually a very impressive fight. Could have been even better. They almost got the Queen of Pain there, but Undying, the Holy Locket coming in as well with extra save. She barely got away with the jump. All this time though, farming for the 2 carries. They are in La La Land and not giving a single shit about what's happening. As SF is close to finishing up a Manta style. The Doom, of course, has the Radiance and 400 gold to go for his Blink Dagger timing.
Yeah, the big difference. Shad has had a good lane and a good game. 2-0-2 for him. Shadow Fiend 0-3-1. So you can imagine as soon as Shad gets his Blink Dagger, it is go time. Oh, hell, even before he gets the Blink, they're TPing 2 supports to protect this tower. Knowing the way back into the game for VPP is to try and crack objectives, open up the map, and get a bit more farming space for themselves. Team Bold are not allowing it to happen.
Cutting behind with the axe coming in.
Hook shot straight forward. Jumping onto the line as well, but a 2-man soul bind. Shad just going to chuck the spells at them. They both die. Now the Shadow Fiend wide out in the open. Team Bald. Oh, thank you very much on a silver platter. Don't mind if I do. Let's have a little nibble on this. A little, gorge ourselves on that. Find another kill here as MRLS and Sanctity are onto Rare Gods. Oh, Snapfire does come in to blow up the Lion. Hasted Mortimer trying to get Beatrix out of danger. Serenada's going to be able to get the distance away from the Queen of Pain, but that doesn't recover the disastrous situation that happened down in that bottom lane.
You know what I think? That dive on the tower would probably have been fine had they had their Snapfire. But I don't like the build on Snap. I mean, I just say it. The Blink Dagger instead of travels feels wrong to me. Like normally, Snapfire would travels down to that creep wave. They dive on the tower. Snapfire ultis in. That would look right now. Imagine if she was here in time, but she's on mid lane. She could have been in range for an ulti if she had traveled just a few seconds earlier there, but she didn't. So I don't know. It feels strange to me to see this build. He's going for Kaya as well. Stuck on brown boots for a long time is awkward. In my opinion.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it's twofold, right? It's the item build from Serenada, but also the communication, right? You've got to be loud in the comms saying, I'm not there yet. Why are you diving? VPP thought they had a moment.
Because that's what we talked about in the draft, right? You have Clockwork to set up for the Snapfire. Axe, also great for setting up for Snapfire. But if she isn't there and both of you are setting up at the same time, what's going on, you know? The fight. When Clockwork is in.
Coming back down into the meat grinder. Hook shot into kisses. That's off the mark as MRLS just steps down.
Oh my
gets
God,
to low ground. And now with Tombstone placed, Zibe zones the rest of the way. Axe is in behind tower, but it's this Ringmaster who's getting Finger of Death down into the river. Trades out 2 supports for 1.
In the end, pretty good stuff coming in from Team Bald. Very high effort to bring down that Lion there.
To kill the tower, right? Like VPP have lost 6 heroes to kill a tier 1 bottom. They finally get it. The tower's dead, but the expenditure is tremendous.
Yeah. Oh, Shad changed his mind, by the way. This is noteworthy. Didn't go for the blink. So after the previous fight that they won, he decided that, you know what, Mantis Style would be good here. And I kind of agree. He has Radiance, so obviously that's always an uptick in reasoning for going for it. This Blink Dagger on the Snapfire, so sending just an illusion on her. She can't blink. And now he can dispel stuff as well.
And they're on to Meow. He's turned into a fish, flopping around, doomed up and slain. Shad on a mega kill streak. And yeah, I like it as well. Yeah, Natus is pretty good. Not needing the blink. I mean, hell, if the enemy are jumping on you, do you need to jump on them? No, you just let them come over you. Let the waves of VPP wash over yourselves and then turn around with this Soulbind into double doom.
I kind of like it. I don't know how often he will have mana to use the Mantis Style, to be honest, because Doom is pretty mana intense. But I like the stats at least that it gives. And I think arguably he could have gone for a SMY as well and had similar effects.
Gork might be unhappy about this, though. I tuned into his stream a little bit. They need to defend these Torm.
My God!
Memorales! He's got the 4-man stun! They're defending the Torm. Zipping with his tombstone. Zombie stacking up. The cutie's already dead. Rare Gods dies to Torm, and this lion just destroyed them. Oh my god, that's gorgeous. I was going to say, I tuned into Gork's stream. He said we cannot let VPP get free Tormentors and free Roshans, and my god, did MRLS fucking listen. Look at that.
That's beautiful right there. What a stun. They were all lined up, and he saw the opportunity, took it, and absolutely destroyed them. Losing only your Lion, getting 3 kills, stopping the Tormentor. Meanwhile, you're free farming your Doom. This is insanely big for them. Holy, let's see a replay on that. Look at this angle he gets. The timing is perfect.
It's so good.
Jesus, and the Torm, they tried to steal the Torm, but then realized, okay, I don't really do any damage on a Lion.
Just kill the heroes.
Yeah, but they're dying.
The kisses came in at the end, but that lion stun is just beautiful.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest like Tormentor interventions that I've seen.
Can I watch it again?
Yeah, can we have one more of that lion stun? It just hit me. It hit me right in the feels. That was a good one.
Like, that's one of those things I wouldn't mind being hit by that lion stun. At that point, you're just like, that's a thing. That's a thing of beauty. You just have to.
You would if you're in a tournament. You would if your tournament life is on this game.
I don't know, man. That is just art. Really gorgeous. Holy moly.
It is art, but you don't want to be a canvas. You want to be a competitor.
Well, I mean, imagine how Grimstroke feels. He's meant to be the dark artist here, and the lion is like, well, actually.
Actually, yeah.
We've moved on from Impressionism. We're now into Cubism. We're playing around the Torment. Oh, Ganta came in to, I guess, try and steal or do something.
That was just a good showing by Team Bold, though, how you do Torm, right? You can't have all 4 heroes standing right on top of each other. So if you pay attention to how they took Torm, everybody's kind of dancing to their own side, right? Shuffling away a little bit. You have to pretend that you're Swedish and have a, you know, personal space that is at least 2 meters in every direction. You got to keep that Corona safety going when you do Torm. Don't stack on top of each other.
So if the Swedish ring of personal space is 2 meters, what's the Finnish? The Finnish space is like 4.
5. 5, yeah. Have you seen Swedes or Finns waiting for a bus at a bus stop? It's literally like 5 meters spacing between each other.
Good. I might move to Finland or Sweden. That's what I want. Dude, one of the most triggering things in my life is being at an airport and you're queuing up to get on the plane. We are all getting on the same plane and I have someone pushing into my back with their elbows. It's like, bro, you do not need to be up my backside. Please give me some space.
Nah, it feels rude. It feels rude. You don't want to do that. Anyway, in the game now, with all these fantastic things happening for Team Bolt, they've made some purchases. They're making some nice progress towards items that can be really good for them. They have Force Glimmer combo on Bengown. We are going towards a BKB next on Undying after a Blink Dagger was added. Importantly, BKB is done on Doom, and he's going to be done with Snap too.
Is this just a straight up solo kill? Carry on mid?
She looked like a support dude. What is that? She tied in like 4 hits. Some spells.
This already feels Virtus Pro Prodigy are on the ropes. They were 1 foot in the grave at the end of game 1, but they're about to lie down 6 feet under momentarily as Team Bold are getting closer to victory. They kill the Snap bottom. They're looking at Meow top. Clockwork's already died, and the Axe is forced away from jungle.
You know what I'm thinking for this game and the previous one? I feel like there's a +1 and 3 difference between these two teams. Like Shad and Zibbe are lifting the game so hard compared to what we're seeing from QT and from Meow. I just don't feel their impact nearly the same. Serenata is doing pretty fine on mid lane, but I don't feel the presence of the Dark Lord, dude. I really don't.
He has not had a game. This Undying last pick, you know, it feels like the difference is also the draft, right? Undying first pick, being quote-unquote flexed, but still being shoehorned into pos 3 has not felt good from the games we've watched. But when Undying is last pick like this, it's okay, we've got a lane, we've got a game plan, everything's going to work out. Even though you're into Snapfire, you're just like, I'm not playing into Tombstone, I'm playing into Soul Rip, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's smart. It's very smart.
Oh, snappy snap.
Jump onto this poor Undying.
Yeah, they're going to get a catch onto Zibbe's zombie. Blow him up. Virtus Pro Prodigy getting a kill onto him and maybe onto Bengan as well. Doesn't get to low ground. Can't drift into the river. So a couple of very good kills. Sanctity's going to go in though. Blinks forward onto Serenata. Forces a cookie away.
Does have his teammates kind of nearby. Doom is still a little bit far. Heading over. I think they're going to be happy with this. VP Prodigy finally got a team fight win. Even though it was a team fight where Queen and Doom were missing.
And you're so right about this snap.
Get out.
Oh my god, it's just being burnt by the Radiance. You're so right about this snap, though. Every time I click on her, it's like, okay, now we're going into Yashikaya, then BKB after that. It just feels like a thrift shop inventory. We've got a bit of, it's like a bit of this, a bit of that, but you don't have that one item that gives you the identity.
No, you really don't. Yeah, you changed your mind going for the BKB first and then back to Kayasha, but no, I'm not loving it. I really am not. It's squishy, it's glass cannon, but also I don't feel like the Blink Dagger makes that much sense. She got Blink in and then like Fire Snap, Cookie, and Scatterblast or what? You don't want to be close to this Undying or Doom for that matter.
I can't believe Clockwork escaped that, by the way. Just jetpacks over the cliffs and TP's home. Chased by a zombie and a Doom.
Just go off the map. He's fine. There's some hope though coming in. The BKB is up on SF, so maybe VP Prodigy can still put up a fight. They have BKB on Axe as well, so double timing is there. Snap, of course, working to make that triple timing. We'll get it with this creep wave. That could be a game changer.
Down to this has to play the map. Try and give vision. Playing the info game. And it's going to pay off this time. Sees Team Ball coming. Hookshot's back to his team for safety. You're not stopping Ball from scaling and farming. They are absorbing 70% of the map right now. And yeah, your Shadow Fiend is sat basically in Fountain. Not sure where he's meant to live.
And Shad is having a great time as well on Doom, sitting almost at 20,000 net worth now at 28 minutes. Cracks it just now. And Harpoon completed. TP's to join his team. Roche is on the menu. Looking for a pick-off first. Smoked up with a gem as well. Very good to get deep like this. You can plant some nice vision. Bengan is gonna slap it on the high ground. Counter smoke coming in from VP Prodigy.
Smoke themselves.
Timing could work out for them if they swing over towards Roche now, but I don't know if they're gonna be there in time. Pretty sharp.
Rocket fire the pit. I see that Roshan about 60% health. But Lion, MRLS, with Sanctity's Queen of Pain waiting on a high ground, looking for smoke break. Banging on same story down further south. So gets the glimmer. He's going to get jumped by Meow though. First point of contact is a dunk onto this Grimstroke. Zibbe trying to chase into this Ringmaster box. Kills off Rare Gods. And Shad, he's going to harpoon back Meow. Drag this Doom Closer to the axe, as the Requiem doesn't get any payoff. QT's zoned away. Sanctity will chase him and force a BKB TP. It's just BBP in disarray. They got to start a kill on the Grimstroke, sure, but the rest of them just going to get shredded on the way out.
He almost lived. He was so low HP on the axe. Sadly, just doesn't quite survive it. So in the end, a really good fight still. They used the buyback on Lion. A very good fight for Team Bold, of course. Losing their support is completely fine. As Roche moves top with low HP, I don't think there's any way they can contest this anymore. That's really what they need to get the go-ahead to maybe push high ground.
Doom is just monstrous now. I mean, one of the Shad specialties we were talking about the other day, he kind of brought this carry Doom to the forefront a couple of years ago. And now bringing it back in a meta which favors it with this Radiance build. Feels very comfortable for him. Sat at 22k net worth, 30 minutes in. Top of the pops and feeling very good with his 707 KDA on Shad.
You know what I like about Shad too is that he does this. He picks a tanky carry, like Dawnbreaker in the previous game and here the Doom. Then he says, you know what, because I'm this survivable, I don't want the Aegis. You can have it. He gives it to the mid laner. This is not my mid laner, you know, dialogue coming out. I really think this is a great play because now Queen can play hyper aggressive. And if you're going to burst the Doom, you're going to have to bring quite the army.
Lion's going to get caught with an Atos, but the Will of Wonder doesn't work out because Lion has the shard, and Zibe is called further north. Does get blasted by the Shadow Fiend. Doesn't have backup available to him, so Undying dead for 60. Bangan falling on his Grimstroke, but Shad's going to come in onto QT. Shadow Fiend getting Sonic Wave down, and Sanctity helps Shad pick up that monster kill streak, and they can go diving for more if Shad can just get past the creep wave and hit Meow one more time. Rare Gods cracks the whip down onto the two cores. They can't keep chasing up to high ground. They've lost the other three members of their side, but Queen of Pain and Doom feels like they can 2v5.
Yeah, they really could. They reign in hell and they reign on this Dota map as well. They're feeling pretty good here. Not gonna dive despite having the Aegis, playing disciplined on the back of another teamfight win. Sure, you lost a few heroes, but you killed off the Axe and the SF2 massive kills. And honestly, it's not even that bad for Lion to die now, since he used buyback before. Having this long death happen at a time where it's not consequential is really, really good. It's kind of a weird concept that isn't talked about much because it's hard. You can't really optimize it much. Like, you're not going to be able to willingly die at the right time, but when it coincides that you have your buyback death happen at a good time, you know, it's just very, very nice for your team.
Yeah, feels good moment for you. It's like the reverse pinata effect.
Yeah,
like, oh, I've got a kill streak. I don't want to die. You know, you spend your whole game being very tentative and not doing anything. Sometimes you just have to die.
Yeah, bot back. I do want to perhaps, you know, play aggressive and maybe if I die, I die. You know.
Here's some good aggression from just a duo out of VPP. Probably going to cost them a clockwork, but any time that they can get across the river, find a snipe, trade out support for support, force the hand of Team Ball to react. It gives that little bit of breathing room to a Shadow Fiend, a little bit of wiggle room to Meow's act to get a bit closer to the next potentially game-changing items.
Yeah, it was great. They baited 5 heroes by using 4 heroes or 2 heroes and got a kill. So fantastic play by them. And the Blink Dagger was actually good for this on Snap. She could blink to safety, so there is some value to it. I'm still a hater though. Brown boots on Snap, it doesn't feel good, man. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Just say it. Just say it. Just say it's bad. It's bad. You don't want to say it? I'll say it for you. I'll say it again. It's bad.
What is bad? The brown boots or the blink?
Snap for
yeah, true. Yeah, I think if you go blink and you want to play this no travels build, at least get like power treads or something. Get some stats going.
Yeah, exactly.
She auto attacks a lot and even went greedy. I'm so against a lot of the choices here. Greedy on the Snap? She auto-attacks though, but I guess not in this game.
Twice. Went greedy on the Seeds of Serenity and then greedy on this Partisans brand. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Double greed.
Well, I guess he wants to get some gold. He has 4,000 gold almost, so are we gonna see like some form of Hex or E-Blade builds coming out? Full burst? Aghanims maybe picked up?
Yeah. I don't know. In my mind, he's kind of going for this like mid-game magic damage build. which doesn't allow him to scale into the right-click build later on.
Yeah. No, definitely not. I agree.
Because he has
But
none of the
maybe-
shredder talent, so it's not as if he's even going to transition to physical damage. A nice Wheel of Wonder. With the box, Serenada's going to come in with a cookie over 2. MRLS getting taken down a notch. Shad in trouble as well. Janda's been blown up by Sanctity, but Shad's going to get away from the cogs. Now Serenada gets annihilated. But Queen of Pain loses that Aegis. Zibe Zombie has arrived, though. The big man is going to clap down onto QT. In they come. 2 beyond godlike cores walk over VPP. And now Shad, finally getting dunked down by the axe. Meow!
Holy.
Gets the first kill on the Doom. 10-1-11 on Shad. Tons of money flowing into the coffers of Meow. But now surrounded. Bangan, Zibe, Sanctity gonna chase this axe down and find that final 5th kill to get the team wipe.
He dragged them as far as he could away from his base because they just lost a big fight right outside their base, and that would turn into a push. Even if it's just Queen of Pain and the 2 supports, they could still take some serious tower damage here. And I think she still wants to. Sanctity has a double catapult wave behind him, so let's see if they can get some damage done before the cores are respawning.
I can't wait to read the Reddit comments after this game saying, can the caster please stop meowing? It's really annoying.
It's actually annoying.
It's actually pissing me off.
You know what would actually piss me off if it was Clockwork? Seeing the Doom press BKB and then harpoon out of my cogs when he was like 100 HP. It's like, no, you bastard, stay there. But if you watch the Doom closely, I think he harpoons to a tree outside. He was really low here. And he finds a way to safety. BKBs and harpoons out, and he's gone. Look at that.
Even tried to
Look,
manta
bullshit,
himself out as well. It's like he mantas, he BKBs, tries everything, press all buttons.
Yeah. You press everything. I mean, even Manta style, just to disjoint any ranged auto attacks coming in. You do everything you can to survive when you're that low. And he got to safety at first, but then Meow found him, of course. Sorry, Redditor.
Yes.
Don't Redditors like cats?
Yeah, but they don't like casters, so...
Oh, that definitely, it more than equals out. That puts it back in a negative.
Yeah.
Damn, you're so right.
There's always one. There's always one. Where are we? 15k lead. Doom died the first time, so he's got 60 seconds on the sidelines. But you got a wave pushing in tier 3 top with double catapult. It's such a weird state, right? You don't have a carry as Team Bald, but you have such a great map position that you kind of want to use it.
Yeah, I think you just keep the lanes really pressed in. They might get the mid tower just by poking a bit as well. With Queen pushing top, Undying and Lion sitting around mid, they could at least clean out this tier 2 tower on mid, I think, before the respawns come in. And as long as they keep the waves shoved, the entire map is theirs to use as they want. And Queen, you know, feeling insanely confident with the Shiva's BKB, I think she's looking to pressure. We still didn't see the Snapfire queue up an item or purchase an item. I kind of feel like he could have had Aghanims for the fight up top already if he, you know, sold off the Soul Ring or the Chasm Stone, whichever. There's not too many items anyway. The bottle could be sold as well.
Yeah.
The rune control is very minimal for him right now.
Yeah, I think Snapfire's kind of lost track of the direction.
Too many items. Too much juggling.
Yeah. It's a turbulent item build for sure. Looks like, yeah, Team Ball.
I don't mind like Queen of Pain keeping bottle backpack because they have map control. But when you start falling behind like this and you're a mid laner with bottle, a lot of times I just end up selling it because, you know, maybe 3 out of 4 runes are anyway guaranteed to go to Team Bald right now. They are that dominant on the field.
It's going to be pretty hard to break out of your base at this point. All 3 lanes trending towards Dire side. Only 1 tier 2 remaining out on the map at that bottom lane.
Dude, this Octarine core Undying is spamming Decay. He has -2 second cooldown talent, and he has Octarine, so 1.5 seconds cooldown on it. We need the Aghanim Scepter. We straight up just need to get an Ags on Mr. Undying. 1.5 seconds cooldown.
He'll get there. He's going to get there.
His mana consumption is insane. He was healed up a lot by the Lion, fixing his mana pool, but he's going through it again.
He's got no mana items, does he?
Not really.
All desperate. And Octarine Core works on a Ceaseless Dirge, right?
I am not sure actually. Maybe I think
it does.
Yeah, it can't be refreshed, but I think it does.
The jump. They found Meow before he can blink call, so they stopped the Axe's initiation, forced the call. Zibe and Shad standing by his side as Serenada takes down MRLS. Meow is falling. To the zombies and the Doom. Covering fire kisses coming in, but now the Shadow Fiend's been isolated, zoned out by the Doom, and Queen of Pain just gonna Sonic Wave her down. 2 calls out of here, VPP. Without Axe or SF, it is time to scramble back to your base, jetpack towards the Dire Fountain, because Team Ball came and took names.
Yeah, SF walking in, but there was a sentry and a ward bang on. What a good player, you know? What a guy. He puts down a ward and a sentry at the start of the fight because he knows he's a good player. SF gets spotted in the Silver Edge, gets doomed, and... hold up.
Well, got a hookshot start out with a Snapfire follow through, take out Bangan. Zibe's pretty low.
Not bad.
I've got a box onto Rare Gods to disengage from the Doom. Pops the Manta, tries to run. Shad, half HP with no BKB. They're going to try and catch him here with the Clockwork. Backstab onto Zibe, successful from Serenada as well. And this little Shredder with a bit more catch could get onto Shad, but now the Queen of Pain's arrived. Cookie forward. They can't finish the job. The Soul ripped their heel. Shad's still alive. TP out by the Snapfire, realizing it's all over in his bottom lane. And Sanctity on his Queen of Pain. 14, 2, and 11, having a cracking game now.
Yeah, I thought it was Axe who had a wanted poster out, but it seems like Doom did with how they chased him. It did not work out though. Sanctity came in, cut off the backline, and now just gonna punish the Axe as well. And this is a buyback Axe. BKB comes off cooldown just now. Always perfectly timed to dying, right?
I think that's emphasis on the ow in Meow.
Yeah, ow!
A real painful sequence of events, a 3, 10, and 5 Axe. And this is why Valve have removed it from pubs.
You can't beat evil, dude. You can't. Doesn't matter if Axe is a big brawly hero. You just can't win against this.
The demons have arrived.
Lays down the covering fire.
From the 7th layer of hell, Team Bald, returning to the Dire base. Easy tier 3 for them. No Axe for 80. And they're sat in a potential 5v4 if a fight breaks out.
I like what Queen did, by the way, with their neutral item. Getting the Enchanter's Bauble with Keen Eyed, so super long cast range increase. Because you kind of want Ether Lens on Queen when you have Aghanims and Octarine. It would feel amazing, but you can't buy an Ether Lens. So now he did the second best thing. Get it from the neutral item. Also, an Aeon Disc is going to keep him alive from being bursted.
Oh, Serenada.
Oh, wow.
Not going to be
out of this.
Not going to be singing any songs anytime soon. BKB, not too useful when you're being doomed, harassed, slain in your base. Another couple of swift kills here. As Bald dive in behind tier 3, kill off the Clockwork, and force the Shadow Fiend back to Fountain.
Ringmaster buys back, deterring absolutely nobody from diving.
And Rare Gods just immediately chain stunned up. Finger of Death used, damage comes through, Sanctity blinks forward, can't quite get the finishing touch, but we'll chuck some daggers up to high ground. Can't kill off Rare Gods, but it's back to hitting buildings.
Yeah, just absolutely smashing the buildings, everybody laying into them, and SF cannot walk that close. The moment he does, there's just too many blinks. Everybody blinks him immediately.
Yeah, we definitely have some big problems for VPP. They're getting core diffed pretty hard. 287 SF, 310-5 Axe. I mean, Snapfire is 10, 5, and 9. The kill line is actually pretty good given the game she's had. It's just...
No, I mean, I harped on her itemization. I don't like it, but I do think that Serenada has been playing the best out of the cores for Dire for sure. VPP, I mean, they're post 1 and post 3. They need to wash their face or something after the series. Unfortunately, this is an elimination match for them in the tournament, though. But I don't know. They have not been able to play a game.
Yeah, wash your face in the bathroom on the train back home. Head back from boot camp, or if they're playing from home. Just pop upstairs.
Yeah, easy.
Balls.
Smoke coming in. How do they still have smokes? I thought they would be out of smokes by now, but another aggressive smoke coming in. Gonna turn red.
Roche kill.
Someone's here.
For the rocket
not gonna
flare.
be lucky.
Poor Clockwork. I think that's a big signal. A big red flag over in that top jungle saying, yeah, I think Bald are roaching, you know?
Yep. Yeah, it's a pretty good tell. And it's a pretty fast rush too. You look at this lineup, you're like, it's not that good at rushing, but it's really just Flesh Golem. 35% damage amp is a big difference maker. Undying is insanely good at rushing.
Come on, Zive, just buy the axe. You've got the money for it. Who needs buyback? Like, come on.
Queued it up. You could be stealing 8 strength. Don't just steal 4.
100 seconds until Ceaseless Dirge is back up, so I guess he wants to hold buyback until that's ready. Oh no, no, he's buying out. He's buying out. Aghanim Scepter's coming.
Would you steal 4 strength, or would you double it and pass it to the next person?
Oh my god, you know I hate questions like this. What does strength do in the real world? what am I going to do?
Okay, a lot of things I can understand, but what do you mean, what does strength do? It's literally strength.
No, but okay, but in the real world, what is force strength? Like, what is that actually? What's it going to allow me to do differently to what I have currently?
I feel like if level 1 strength heroes start out with like, 20-something strength, I feel like average human probably has like, what, 5? 4? Yeah.
So I'm doubling my strength.
You gain 1 average human's worth of strength.
Okay, and then if I pass it to the next person, who is the next person? Like, can I pass it to a friend and then we just like buff up one of our friends so he's a Goliath?
Yeah, dealer's choice.
Okay, then we just pass it, 7,000 times until someone has plus whatever it is 35,000 strength, and then he's a Goliath, and then we win the world.
Then he undercuts you and smashes you.
No, that's not in the rules.
Yeah, you can never share it. It's always going to be one person becomes the superhero.
God damn it. I don't know. I think 4 strength is just kind of shit. So I would honestly, I'd be happy building a. Oh, hello. Jumping onto Lion, but he's got Eon Disc. He's fine.
And he's in
Tombstone save him. They throw the Doom in onto Jantar as well, and Shad's gonna go diving into tier 3. He's looking at Meow. The axe is on the run, half HP already, while Sanctity on the tail of Serenada. Another Eon Disc here. This time for the Queen of Pain, keeps her alive against the burst damage. And VPP, they don't lose too many heroes. They pull back the clockwork, but another big stun from Lion could set up for a go from Shad. They're onto Cutie. Box saves him, buys a bit of time. Meow's going to try to kill off the Doom, but Shad's too tanky, strong, with Aegis still in hands, and the Queen of Pains dive the tier 4 towers. Serenada and Rare Gods being burst down by Team Bald. The dive completes the successful move out of Team Bald, and even an Aghanim Scepter illusion forcing Cutie to buy back and return fire into the fight, but Shad, full HP, all the resources in the world, just jumps in and kills them off. A triple for Sanctity and game is over. Team Ball 2-0.
Sibu was stealing 112 strength in that fight. He definitely doubled it a few times, man. Massive stuff. Also, what was that Doom coming out from Shad? He threw a Doom on like a 10 HP clockwork.
Oh, the clockwork is so funny.
He was like, screw you, and now I'm gonna go and kill your team without my ulti.
I'm gonna throw out, I think it was a super, like, giga 1000 IQ play. Because he throws it on the clockwork with the AoE Doom, so Axe can't blink call.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah, could be it, actually. Could be it. He did throw it. I think the play was a little bit late, but it was a nice heads-up play anyway, if done a little bit quicker. Either way, amazing play by Shad and the rest of the squad as well. Both Game 1 and Game 2 looked very dominant, and Team Bald, they absolutely just ran away with this second game.
Yeah, back to the 2-0 script, back to how we were at the start of the tournament.
What would you say after these games was like the biggest difference between the two teams? Like, can be players, can be anything. Like, what went wrong for VP?
In the whole series?
In this game.
In this game, I mean, I think just like Shadow Fiend dying in lane when you're in SF clock lane and you die to Undying Lion.
True. Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah.
Like, we're watching some of the replays back, but it's like you die, and then you die again, and then you get zoned fully out of lane, and then, 35 minutes in, you're still getting chased and zoned out anyway.
And there was one moment where he even had to TP out, so he didn't die, but he TP'd to base, and that's not much better, right? Feels pretty rough.
Yeah, so it felt like they were without a carry, then they were without an off lane, because this Doom into Axe lane wasn't great for the Axe either.
Yeah.
Everything just felt crisp, snappy, quick, right? The flexibility of Team Bald to make these moves. I think MRLS and Bengan had spectacular games on these two supports. just very well formed, well drafted, like just everything went well for Team Bald. I don't want to say it was perfect, but I don't see like any glaring mistakes, right? From Bald, everything was good.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that they also looked like a team that was definitely communicating about their plays that they were making. You could tell, and a great job playing around Sanctity a lot in this game. 18-2 and 18 on Queen. Fantastic decision making overall. We saw him playing on Puck. We saw him playing on Queen. Very similar playstyle, these two heroes. And he did 50,000 damage in this game. That is a bizarre number. A lot of damage for that amount of time.
Incredible.
Actually, I do want to credit, though, Serenata. We kept saying, like, he's having pretty good impact as well for VPP. He did 45,000 damage on that Snapfire. So that's impressive, considering how that game looked. But it just, all the pieces weren't really fitting together for VPP. Unfortunately, they're going to be dropping out here to Team Bald.
Yeah, they get knocked out. Team Bald march on forward in that lower bracket. We'll see how their story develops. But, of course, we've got more Dota to move on towards as we'll continue in this lower bracket. Rune Eaters versus Modus going to be our next matchup in that best of 3, so we'll take a break and come back with it.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. The regional qualifiers out of Europe for the International 15 continue today, day 3, as we get ourselves into the second series of the day. We've just seen Team Ball dispatch with Virtus Pro Prodigy, and we move on to Rune Eaters down in this lower bracket, finding themselves against Modus, Waga.
Yeah, Rune Eaters against Modus. We just had Team Bald, of course, with a very strong performance. So, you know, shout out to them for their 2-0 victory. We can have a look at the bracket here again as well as it's updating. We are in the lower bracket following these teams that dropped down initially, you know, didn't have the best start to the qualifiers, but there are still 4 slots total to qualify. So you still have your chance. And Rune Eaters versus Modus, I think this is going to be a real brawl because I do not necessarily have a favorite going into this. I feel like all the players are of high potential, but it's really coming down. Like at this level, it's all coming down to how much you play as a team. We saw it in the last game. VP Prodigy, great players, did not play as much as a team and as cohesively as Team Ball did.
Yeah, there was just so much tighter on Team Bald. But yeah, both these teams kind of known players. You've got Modus, of course, Axial Submarine, basically, Bottega, Morel, Seraphacy, Problems, Kasane. Going to potentially be the tighter squad. We'll see how it goes, of course, against Rune Eaters, who have Dark Lord, Copy, Malik, Eki, and Ike. So a couple of people in there, you know, Eki, of course, has stood in for Liquid most recently, but he's been around for a long time. Malik used to play, you know, for PSG Quest, has been on a bunch of very high-profile teams. Copy, of course, has been a rising star for a while, but hasn't found firm ground to stand on or a squad to call his own, really, for a little bit. So they've definitely got the makings of something great. It's just about not just the team cohesion, right, but also drafting. Got to find this rhythm and mood, especially in the lower bracket in a best of 3. Game 1 is your chance to stamp your mark on something and say, okay, we're here to strike and get ourselves potentially closer to one of these qualification spots.
Yeah, I think that's a very good summary. And looking at the draft so far, Modus banning out the Batrider, Natures, and Drow. Actually giving an early ban to the Drow. Similarly, we see Rune Eaters banning out some carries in the form of Lone Red and SF. And then Tree and Protector. I think Tree and Protector should stay banned in every game that we cast. He is very, very strong right now. Just a nasty hero overall. We've seen him slip through at some point, and his impact has been really impressive.
Yeah, and then the Kotl ban. You know, we've seen Na'Vi, like, first banning Kotls in their games. We've obviously seen a couple of Kotl picks, especially out of people like 9 class, and it's looked very good in certain people's hands. Because when you've got a hero like Zeus or Storm or whatever, playing that mid game with a Kotl just feels so good, and that's outside of everything else he does.
Yeah,
with just chakra magic.
He plays very well on high tempo, you know, giving mana to your teammates. They don't need to back, or even just the fact that he can heal up during his ulti. He basically is a non-stop fighting machine. And if you don't fight him, well, then he's farming jungle insanely fast as well. So problematic hero if the opponent knows what they're doing on it. Either way, we're not going to see it here as they ban it out. Now let's see what their response is to the early puck pick, because we had Nightstalker picked by VP Prodigy, attempting to counter the puck, and I said Nightstalker is not enough on its own. You need multiple things against the puck, and then it can be fine. You cannot pick one hero and be like, yeah, we dealt with puck, guys.
And for now, their option is the Ember Spirit. So having at least the chains, maybe the lane to deal with this puck. Still going to need, obviously, other things to add in there. This can be a hero that matches the tempo.
Yeah, it's a good start. Sleight of Fist is very, very good. Searing Chains can be really annoying for Puck to deal with as well. And yeah, it's already making up for a game where rune control is going to be insanely important. Both Ember and Puck make so good use of the runes.
Yeah, and Ember is one of those heroes as well. I guess most of the slippery or spirit heroes, you know, we call them slippery, right? They weasel themselves out of situations. But I feel like Ember Spirit is also like glue. He's very good at sticking onto people and making sure that a lot of these slippery heroes just cannot get away, chasing them down. You know, you orb away, he remnants. He has more remnants than you have orbs. He has more chains than you have coils. He just feels that little bit better, especially in the small skirmishes.
That's true. It's a very hard hero to disjoint. Ember can be fantastic at chasing. He just needs the support to be able to do so. So we'll see what type of stuff is going to play with him to enable that behavior.
Lion Bane, very good bans for that exact reason.
Yeah, exactly. Also heroes that you don't want to play against this puck. Insta-disables, Fiend's Grip, or Hex, even Impale being very, very quick, are ways that you catch pucks. So Modus, they understand, okay, we're against one good hero against puck, but we're going to ban out multiple other options. I mean, there's still like Rubik available. I wouldn't mind seeing Rune Eaters just grab Rubik early to get Telekinesis. A fantastic start. If you ever steal like Waiting Rift, you could lift into silence the puck. You know, it's a good opener here, I think.
It seems like Elmo being pretty vocal, telling his team what he wants over in that off lane. The choice to ban out the Doom. We might see them go for one of these Axe duo lanes.
Yeah, could be, because exactly, the Doom has been used against Axe quite a bit.
10 seconds.
It could certainly be that. Could also just be that, you know, Ember doesn't want to get doomed, and Doom is very powerful here in the meta. So maybe reading into it already is hard.
And pick the frog. Don't want the anti-healing in the enemy's hands.
Sure. Yeah, then Doom ban makes a lot of sense, because obviously Largo is so healing based, but not as, you know, puck countery as I would have liked of a pick, but he's a fine hero, and he does play really well with high tempo like Ember.
Just doing a quick check to see if they've played it in different roles, because we've seen the Frogman shift a little bit. A lot of teams trying him out as like a 4 or a 5. Yeah, it looks like Malik was the most recent one to play it for them, for Rune Eaters. I'd assume that's going to be in the off lane then.
Yeah, quite likely. Quite likely what will happen.
And then Modus got to think about how they want to deal with this. And we still have that opportunity to go for the clockwork plus turret kind of deal, if they still want to go down that line. A number of the turrets have already been removed. Nature's Prophet, Drow, Shadow Fiend. I could still find an angle.
I think you just grab yourself. Oh my god, they already picked up the Kess. Okay. Sure, I was gonna say just grab yourself some support, but I mean, it's a nice 1-2 pick. They go Kess into Witch Doctor. I think generally having some super strong laning support is good with Kess. You have great kill potential. So Witch Doctor definitely is one of the best. Level 2, you have an insane power spike.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a very early Kez pick, though, isn't it? I guess you know you're against, well, you've got a pretty good idea against a frog. Just going to chase him out down in the lane.
Yeah, it's very good against Largo. It's really good against Largo in lane, because you can harass him really well. There's the problem later on. Largo can lick and remove the Falcon Rush from Kess, and you can also lick teammates to take away the silence from them. So later on, it becomes more annoying when the armor from the ulti of Largo starts coming in as well. They do go back for the Rubik, as I wanted, and they take the Tiny as well, which plays similarly. It's looking nice. They're dealing with the puck with multiple heroes now, I would say, while also building a sensible draft for themselves.
And is this a carry Tiny?
I would expect that, but they could totally throw it on support. The problem is Tiny Largo is...
Yeah.
It's got some stuff going for it, right? You throw down the Frog Stomp, you pull someone in, you avalanche, you toss them back in. Like, you can keep them in that Frog Stomp indefinitely. The problem is it's double melee. Kess doesn't really mind laning against this at all.
It doesn't seem great to swap things around. Yeah, definitely expect them just to go carry Tiny. Rubik Largo's your lane. But then you are overall last picking your pos 5, which always feels a little odd.
I also think the Tide pick is smart, because they're expecting it to be a carry Tiny. And they say, you know what? Tide Hunter does pretty well against him. Anchor Smash takes away an insane amount of damage. You can lane quite easily by just spamming the Anchor Smash on him. And overall, it rounds out their draft really well. Tide, Puck, Witch Doctor, these heroes operate really well together.
5 seconds remaining.
No Undying in this draft. Completely ignored. And probably no chance of picking him either.
Yeah, it's going to be very unlikely that we see an Undying at this stage. I like the Tidehunter more, to be honest. Even though I know we've seen, you know, the potential of Undying, Tidehunter just feels like it fits the bill better for Modus. Because similarly, they need some lockdown as well. They're against them, Ember Spirit. We talk about how Puck needs lockdown, but Ember, the same thing is true. You cannot kill an Ember if you don't have good lockdown. Now they have 2 silences, they have, you know, number of different stuns. Tidehunter could ravage in some scenarios. Looks nice. There's also a hidden synergy here. Well, not so hidden, but if you go Aghanims on Tidehunter, you apply minus armor to everything, and then Kess Echo Slashes, hitting everything. Very good combo.
There is one more option of putting Rubik 5 with a Tiny, and then picking like a Bat Rider for Eki to go with a Largo.
10 seconds remaining.
Like down prioritizing
Yeah.
Rubik and then picking something
Team pick.
a little nicer.
Yeah,
I just look at this and think picking Pos 5 as your literal last pick of the draft is kind of eh.
It happens. It's normally not what teams go in wanting to do, but sometimes that's how you end up with the draft. Problems with a very solid hair cam. I like it.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm
True.
not sure
I had to tap back to the, I
love
had to tap
Rubik
back to the
Tiny.
screen. I wasn't looking.
Yeah, now you can see his eyes. Previously, it was no eyes as well. It was better.
Only fringe. I've got a bit of time here to think about what they want last. Techies the last pick for Modus. So we'll have our Techies Tide lane, Witch Doctor with Kez, then Puck alone in the mid lane. Everything kind of settles into place nicely.
I think Modus draft is one of my favorite drafts of the qualifier so far. This is a good draft.
It's got Kez in it, doesn't it?
not
Yeah,
got any
cool.
big weakness. It has Kez, which obviously is a plus 10 points to Gryffindor. No, but it has team fight. It has pick-off potential. Laning stage looks really strong as well. I just really like it. I think they've done a good job with this draft. We'll see if Rune Eaters can tip the scales with the last pick, but their draft looks a bit shakier to me.
Yeah, a bit more difficult to figure out what the driving force is here. Like, are we waiting for Tiny to get his Shadow Blade, or is this play around a Largo? I'll come out with a Mirana last pick.
Wow. Okay. Interesting stuff. It's going to be Ike on the Mirana. That is not a hero I expected to see, but very cool. So Eki is on Rubik.
Yeah, yeah. Sort of 5 Mirana? Must be right. Because that's what Ike's been
guess
playing.
that's-
So Mirana Tiny Lane, then it's Rubik Largo, then copies that mid Ember Spirit. So I guess it does make sense in the end. Ike does have a beautiful like moth, whatever the moth set is for Mirana. Very
Oh, yeah.
gorgeous mount. We'll see that when we get into game. But I think I'm with you here. I definitely lean towards Modus in this kind of draft because they've got everything, right? They've got good solid lanes. They've got hero-to-hero matchups, catch potential with this Puck, team fight through the Tidehunter and the Witch Doctor. And honestly, Techies has been one of the best heroes in the past month or so for me in terms of impact, like lane stage impact, mid-game impact, map impact. He does
Yes.
everything you want.
Yeah, I would say Techies is a really, really nice hero to have on your team. I also think it synergizes well with some of the things they have. You have quick burst from Techies, which works great with Maledict. You have good laning stage with Techies Tidehunter combination. You can poke really well. You can also set up, you know, Techies both has a stun and potentially a slow if you want it. No, I really, really like a lot of this drafting idea that they have from Modus. Rune Eaters, it's a commendable draft. It's very cool. I mean, the Miranda last pick, I didn't see it coming. I would not have expected it, but I'm still not really sold.
I mean, what does the Pos 5 Mirana give you here that other heroes wouldn't have?
She can try to trade with the Techies, but it's not great. Like, they buffed Mirana's trading with the arrows, of course, having the Celestial Quiver, and it being buffed a bit. But I am not sure that Ike is going to be able to get the upper hand there. Obviously, Moonlight Shadow is one of the major things that you bring.
Yeah.
You get that movement speed burst, and giving Invis is really, really cool. But I don't know. To me,
So-
it's pretty underwhelming.
Maybe if I do you remember what were the last 2 bans? It was Lich Plus.
No, actually, I was too mesmerized by the
something, okay.
Modus draft.
Because I'm just looking through other heroes. Like, why not a Phoenix, right? Why not Jakiro, Ogre Magi? There are so many heroes. Crystal Maiden. You know, there are so many heroes. You go down the list and like, this could be good. This could be good. This could be good. I don't think they were all banned. Hell, you know, Io Tiny could be a cool thing. I just come back to this must be comfort for Ike on this Mirana.
probably wants to play it. I mean, he's showing up as a silver tier Mirana, which is, you know, the least confidence-inspiring symbol in the game, because bronze, at least it could be, you know, that he's got thousands of games on it, but doesn't have Dota Plus. But silver tier just means you haven't played the hero that much. And we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Ultimately, I am with you that I think there are much better supports to have gone into. The concept of a pos 5 Mirana is this. You right-click the enemy support, hit and run, and win by having 630 attack range and extra damage from the quiver. And eventually, by poking down the enemy support, you get to a point where you can poke down the enemy carry or enemy offlaner. And at that point, you start bullying the lane. If the enemy tries to pull, you can always arrow the big creep. And on paper, it sounds really strong. The problem is, you need to be able to win the harass trade. And here, you're not going to have a big advantage because Techies is still very long range, very good stats overall. He has 3 more armor than you do, so trading hits, sure, you have the Celestial Quiver, but I think Techies might still be favored.
And Techies buys like 20 Fairy Fires, so he's just going to keep out healing and out damaging you anyway. We'll find out how it goes though. Game 1, best of 3, just to reiterate, we're in the lower bracket for the regional qualifiers on the road to the international. It's game 1, so we're not in the elimination zone just yet, but we've got to keep our wits about us here as we get into a 5v5 smoke. Everyone vying for control.
Series, at least.
Looking to get to these early bounty runes.
Got revealed as he tried to go for a ward, so he backs out into Fog of War, passes the ward to someone else who's still in smoke, and lets them go and put down the ward, which is going to be, of course, undetected. It's a good little use of the smoke.
Clever stuff. Malik also wandering forward and kind of fake warding. If his smoke had broken, they would expect an observer ward from that empty inventory slot on the frog, but it doesn't happen. So it looks
2
like...
for 2 on the runes, and interestingly, both offlaners starting their body block very early on this lane. You see that? How both of them are all the way back and starting. This is because we used to have the meta where offlaners didn't block. If anything, you block the enemy creep wave. But now, since the lanes have been rebalanced, it's actually good again to block. And if you do want to block, you want to do a lot of blocking. Just a detail to point out here.
Yeah, it feels like the alternative strategy to this is going and killing the enemy range creep, right? Because then you get the lane to also push over towards your side.
Yeah, that's 2 advantages you can build. And I honestly think killing the enemy range creep is the bigger one if you can gain it. But of course, then you need to be strong enough to contest. You need to run into your opponent's area to do that.
It's much riskier, for sure. Well, Malik already getting maledicted, down to about half health from Kasane's first spell. So rough start already. Bottega's going to keep dragging the wave back.
3 denies on the first creep wave for Ember against the puck. That's just impressive.
That's a very strong start. 3 and 3.
I mean, you would assume that 1 at least CS is going to be guaranteed by the Illusory Orb, so getting 3 denies is basically flawless.
7 out of 8, right? It's very close to flawless. Perfect start from Copy. Very close to his bottle already. Yeah, morale being shut down a little bit. And that's why they were confident picking this Ember Spirit already into that puck. On down at bottom lane, the Dark Lord. What that username is up there with like Sniper Wolf and stuff. Like XXX Sniper Wolf. Dark Lord 69.
It's missing some 666 at the end.
Yeah.
I fully agree.
Down here.
They do have the level advantage and playing on level 2 power spike before the Techies Tidehunter get their level 2.
That will now crack here for Modus though. As we'll see that Techies Mirana. The trading of hits. Not a fair fight when Elmo comes and joins in though. So it looks like top lane doing a little better job. His problem's okay actually. Mirana's chased the Techies into the tree.
She's got leap. She's got leap. She can keep chasing, but the Taser. Now he has to run.
Well, she jumps away from the mine and kills the courier anyway. That's wild. I mean, I was saying this top lane, off lane doing a much better job holding the wave back. So Malik is actually freely farming, safe and sound. This Techies Tide haven't been able to manipulate the creep wave in the same way. They are stuck in front of the Radiant Tier 1, where Tide is now getting right-clicked out by Mirana, and Techies is unlaneable. He's run all the way around Roche Pit.
That's true. Yeah, I was there doubting the Mirana, but they got a very nice play on the early start of the lane, I think. Getting level 2 first, and then winning the trade. Tiny having a little bit of impact with the avalanche into then right clicks. So far, they played this lane really well. And even the healing Lotus is about to spawn, and Mirana is going to go over and snag it.
That's nice to have. And up atop, the Witch Doctor gets their one. Flurry of pings from Bottega trying to figure out how to approach this lane, but it's so difficult with Lick and Lift. They've got multiple ways for Rooney to save themselves and make life kind of challenging for Modus in that top spot. And of course, mid lane, Puck has caught up a fair amount. 13-2 now.
Looking pretty even. The water runes are going to be important. We might see rotations towards water rune. Problem is thinking about it. He's going to go and stack for his Tide Hunter and might check the bottom rune afterwards. We'll see if he's going to swing over. He's pretty low HP on the Techie still.
He's pretty low in that mid lane as well. Morel's going to jaunt across to the orb and get that water rune going. Well, Techie's gulled the bottom one after stacking. Yeah, you're right. Contesting both and making sure this Ember Spirit gets nothing.
I think I would have liked to see him just sit there and wait, though, instead of taking it immediately. He picked it, but he could have forced the Ember to walk towards him, take his time away, and that would at least, you know, mean that maybe if Ember doesn't do this, Puck could get the water rune. But it's still fine. It's still good impact.
Yeah, I guess you get caught in this thing where like, Ember has vision, right? So he sees what's going on. So maybe the Ember just never walks there. And I think Techie's...
Yeah, but if he never walks there, then Puck takes the rune. That's the thing.
But then Techie's
Puck
like,
takes double water.
My lane sucked. I need water rune. I want to defeat this Mirana any way I possibly can.
He's a support. And look at his HP and mana. It's completely full anyway.
Because of the water rune, yeah. Thank you, water rune.
It's wasted. Any water rune given to a support is a wasted water rune.
No, it allows him to stack the camps and return to lane.
Hydration is for mid laners only.
We should have a pause for the hydration break. Let's break Dota down into quarters, shall we?
Ow. Bottom lane, Tide is starting to get more comfortable on the lane as he has 2 points now in Kraken Shell. When you have 0 points or 1 point only, the Tiny does quite a bit of damage to you, but now Tiny is doing absolutely nothing to his Tide Hunter.
Could you imagine what kind of game we'd be playing if esports or Dota kind of followed the regular sports method with, you know, halftime or quarters or thirds and ad breaks and stuff like that?
Going into the sponsored segment here.
It's 35 minutes in. It's time for us.
The players are off the field. They're going to the green room. They're gonna go and eat some Snickers and wait for the next game. Yeah.
Or a tactical pause with the coaches piping in, you know, chiming in.
I feel like some esport games are like that already because they're not long like Dota. Dota is long, you know?
Yeah, it's like quite easy for CS, right, with rounds.
Exactly. Yeah, and many other like very iteration-based games, I guess, that are so short duration. Tide Hunter, by the way, getting all the way down there to farm in a faraway spot. This usually triggers mid laners. They get real mad when you do this, so we'll see if it's gonna be safe.
It's just kind of challenging to deal with him. Like 1.3k HP, you're gonna need 3 heroes to chase him.
Yeah, it's not super inviting.
And like even then, the 3 heroes you have, Mirana, Rubik, not the highest damage heroes. Ember Spirit doesn't offer much now. So yeah, Tide, well recognized by Elmo, right? To realize he can just go double up waves and do this.
That's smart. And he has face boots coming out, so he's going to be even harder to deal with. Will be faster and have more armor as well. But while he was doing that, the Tiny was getting a lot of efficiency out of the lane, pulling the creeps to jungle, farming up. So Tiny is actually leading the way in last hits and net worth right now. Fantastic start for Dark Lord.
I mean, across the board, everyone having a pretty good time. No first blood yet. In the 8th minute of gameplay, everyone's getting their farm on. And a lot of stacks being made on both sides of the river. Ancients, medium camps, all being built up. Aki's been doing the job. But Copy and Ike going to come and steal a lot of that. Grab some of the dire camps on that right-hand side. Make sure that Techie's work is turned around to their advantage.
And top lane has been surprisingly calm for what I expected. I thought there would be, you know, kill attempts coming out, but so far, no kills at all happening on that lane.
Ambler, completely whiffed attempt on the Mirana there. Coil into blast off, not timed correctly. Misses the sticky bomb, doesn't kill Mirana. So no revenge after the camps were stolen, but still trying to play in this mid lane. Copy, maledicted and stunned, but just shrugs it all off, walks away, while the Wisdom Shrine is going to get gathered up by the 2 position 4s. And we still have no first blood. A lot of poking and prodding, probing for information, looking for these attempts to kill, but no execution yet.
It's one of those awkward situations where nobody wants to be the first one dying, you know? You don't want to be the feeder. And I don't think it's going to happen bottom. It feels like Tidehunter is going to be left completely alone here to his own device, farming away as he wants. Top lane, though, we see multiple heroes congregating.
Bottega gets aggressive. Cassano's closing in with that potential maledict, but Malik, a little baby frogs by his side, just walks away. It looks like they will amass their forces top. Mirana now joining in. And so they've got that chance to telekinesis arrow, maybe lick into arrow. They've got some setup. And just need a target to go on, and that's what Modus are not giving them.
Yeah, it's underwhelming though. Whenever I see Mirana nowadays, I think about olden era Mirana.
Holy Hexor, yeah.
That 5-second arrow, you know, only 5.5 even at max time, right? You can't move, you're just held in place. Now you land an arrow max distance, it's like, yeah, it's good, but it doesn't always mean someone's dying.
And never forget the Holy Hexor Moonburst Mirana arrow animation. Flying through the trees, going for the blind arrows. As they get a blast off and a coil onto this Ember Spirit. Again, going for an attempted kill onto Copy, but he zips back to his safety remnant and is fine.
He refuses to be the first one feeding, but a lot of building damage is coming in from this as well, as Mirana and Rubik are both just clicking the tower.
Fair enough. You got a good amount of damage on it. They've also seen that Observer Ward, which was placed in a safety spot, still within range of the sentry.
Yep. Man, this is feeling strange at this point. How are there no kills at all? They're so aggressive heroes too.
Well, Arrow's going to slide straight in between the Witch Doctor and the Puck, so Kasane is fine to walk it off. Tiny's now arrived as they try and fight around this 10-minute active route. A shield up at top for Copy is going to get gathered up by the Ember Spirit. And the Dire Side have brought 4 heroes here to try and rally around this tier 1 tower, but there's no fight to be had. So that leaves what? Bottega 1v1 against Malik top?
Yeah, and it's a good lane for Kess. He's very happy. He's got the regeneration from their health, so won't lose too much HP ever. Pretty free farm for him. And Bottega is gonna outfarm Malik quite hard. He's trying to use the jungle as well now, and he's gonna go for the Mage Slayer into Deso build. Very standard.
I'm sure Elmo on this Tide is like, why am I here? Why am I sat mid lane? I could be farming Ancients, I could be cutting wave bottom. Realizes the sitting mid is not where he should be living. Heads back down south.
I think not until he has his Consecrator wraps that he's got queued up. When he has that, he can go mid and just be really annoying. But yeah, mid tower is finally going to fall to a lot of pressure. Both teams are stacking up a lot on the Ancients. Looks like Largo is going to try and farm the Ancients with this level 4 Froggies eventually, but for now, sticking to the big camp.
So at this point, like 12 minutes in, no one's died yet. I genuinely can't remember the last time I've seen this. Like, even First Blood at 7 minutes is late. This is very late. Who is going to die? Like, I feel like Kez is guaranteed First Blood at this point.
There's a smoke gang right now, so with Puck and the Techies going together, they should be able to kill something. There's a shield rune on the Ember, though. He's not the target. Tiny would be the target. Can Tide get close enough? Yeah, he can.
Yeah, they're going to coil him.
Gonna go.
Snap it. They don't have Gush, so it's going to be Anchor Smash and Ravage required to deal with Dark Lord. He's pretty tanky, though, and he tosses back the Tide into the help of the Rubik and the Ember Spirit. The Tiny just will not die.
Man, why does he have 0 points, Gush? I hate this build. Like, you have
0-4-4.
you have Magic Stick. Yeah, I do not like 0-4-4. I know that, yes, maxing out your Kraken Shell feels good, and having 4 points Anchor Smash is great for farming, but I would bet that 1 point in Gush and 3 points Kraken Shell could do the same thing, but better.
You know what? I feel like we're in the mood of breaking records, right? Zeus damage numbers.
Okay.
Try and get longest
damage.
Try to get the longest game possible. You know, try and break that SFC massive 3-hour game, whatever it was. Maybe we're looking at a game where a team will win without anybody dying. Could you imagine a game where it's 0-0 and actually ends properly? Throne falls, nobody's died.
Yeah, I mean, this has been done by oh, hold up, Malik could be the first to die.
He's been maledicted. Death Ward, first blood. There it is. Spilt at 13 minutes. Copy's going to come in, though. Ember with the Mirana looking for a trade. They'll find Kasane in the back and snipe him out. So 1 for 1.
Is under attack.
Very nice return kill there. And yeah, 13 minutes for the first kill is definitely extremely late, but we might have action start to unpack now as people start getting their items, getting ready.
The big one's always going to be this tiny Shadow Blade. Like when he has Echo Shadow Blade, he's ready to go and snipe people. But before then, he's just farming away. And Puck is working on Witchblade. Ember Spirit is closing in on the Mage Slayer. So you're right, a lot of these timings are about to hit. I just when we have a situation like this where, like, if everybody's getting their farm, who do you favor? Like in an even game going into mid game, who actually feels better about this? Oh, it looks like Elmo.
Let me say, Dire feels better about this. Taking literally no damage.
The 4 points in Kraken Shell, the 4 points in Anchor Smash. Elmo surviving against 4 heroes, finally zapped down by Eki, but it took a while.
Yeah, he dies slowly to whatever magic damage they have. I'm almost surprised he didn't press the Kraken Shell there at any point to double his damage block as well. But I guess he was never getting out of that alive. Just goes down eventually. But yeah, I think Dire, with their draft being so well-rounded and having nice team fight abilities, I feel like with the amount of farm we're seeing coming in here, Kess getting enormous, this looks really good for them. They just have to make sure not to feed too much on the Shadowblade timing. Once Tiny gets Shadowblade, he will be hunting for kills. He'll probably be hunting for Kess and Puck, and you need to be ready for that.
Yeah, we've already got some of these Dire supports pick up the sentries. Holding dust. Like this Witch Doctor has Ob sentries and 2 dust already in inventory. The techies already has sentries ready. They are set up for it.
There's a Mirana as well, so you gotta have it early.
That's true.
Like Shadow.
I forget Mirana.
But yeah, dude, I forgot the Mirana existed until she was picked here. I was like, what? Is this a hero? But so far, I have not seen too much from him. I mean, he's been around the map, I guess, but I haven't seen any massive, like, wow, only Mirana could do this moment.
No, I mean, the lane went well, dealt with techies decently. But apart from that, nothing spectacular. So we get ourselves back into a calmer rhythm. Back to farming, pushing out waves. Dire going to gather a couple of supports to defend Kez. And I think Morel on his Puck feels pretty comfortable currently. Just sitting in that mid wave and pushing out lanes.
It's getting good progression on the Puck as well. Has the Witchblade halfway towards the Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger is going to be a big timing when you start making moves.
Trying to dangle his Puck in front of him.
Revealed the techies because Sleight of Fist moves the hero forward.
That's true. And Mirana's going to leap back up to high ground so the smoke doesn't come to anything. God, the haste rune bottom at least. Poppy's Ember Spirit thinking about the Remnant to go and snatch it. And he takes it.
He activates it too, doesn't want to give them too much time to think about a coil and a ravage there, so he's just going to get to safety. Meanwhile, Tide goes back and farms this big ancient stack that's been prepared for him.
Now it's time. Rooney can finally make a move. They've got Shadowblade Tiny, they've got 3 men smoked up. So Tiny can play the Twin Gate bottom, Malik can head through this top lane with a Moonlight Shadow, and look to kill the Kez, but I feel like Modus have a full read on this. They've got Observer Ward and Scan up, that's a Radiant Scan up on the gate, but they've got Observer Ward from the Dire there. They see it all happening.
Yeah, they saw him coming through the gate, or rather they knew the gate was being activated. That is enough of a tell, so they leave the area. I think it's fine. They've held on to the safe lane tower long enough. So sure, you'll lose it now, but you can always just move Kess to a safer area. This game is definitely
slow.
Not too action-packed, Gareth.
Just very, very slow.
Methodical.
I mean, so often we're like, oh, we're just like, oh, it's a kill a minute. What is this? 17, 18 minutes with 3 kills? It's a kill every 6 minutes.
I thought those were League of Legends scores, man. I didn't know that this happens at all.
It feels like it, yeah. Maybe we'll have the barracks respawn if we leave it too long.
That's true. You know, if there was one thing we should take from, okay, we should take attention towards this fight. Ember goes on the techies.
Yeah, let's start on him. A little slight and chings. They kill off the techies. Nice fight. It's done.
There was a very nice buff, by the way, for Ember against Techies, where Mage Slayer now does nerf the landmine damage, since they care about spell amp, so putting negative spell amp also has that effect, so he doesn't care too much about the mines. No, I was gonna say, if there's one thing we should take from League, it is this. Only use heroes once per series. So that if you play a best of 3, you have to go for different heroes next time.
Yeah.
That's a system they have in their tournaments, and honestly, I think it makes the tournaments more interesting.
Pretty cool. Tiny going to show off his Shadow Blade with a kill on Kasane. So far, it's just support's dying. I thought you were going to say if there's one thing we take from League, it's we take all our heroes back, the ones they stole from the Dota All-Stars website.
Yeah, the old hero suggestion websites. Hey, this would be a cool hero in Dota.
How about we just take the whole game back from you? That's ours, actually.
Payback royalty.
Yep. I don't know, we had a situation where... Elmo, Tide Hunter, half HP, and he gets surrounded and mined down by the Rubik.
Yeah, the proximity mines are the only reason they did any damage to him. Techies with a good steal. Or Rubik with a good techie steal.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, there was a Beyond the Summit tournament, I'm thinking like 10 years ago. Virtus Pro did that, what you're saying. They picked a new hero every game for like 12 games in a row. So like they legit picked 80 different heroes. It was like one of the craziest runs, and winning with it as well. It was so sick.
Yeah, it was back when VP was very, very dominant. I remember what you were talking about. And I think the same VP also did thematic drafts then. They picked like, at least, maybe it was then, or I'm mixing up with it happening in Dota 1. Because Dota 1 had the whole elves and orcs stuff, right? And there was like an all undead, all elf strat, and, you know, some clowny stuff. Obviously now, these teams are fighting for quite a bit more than was on the line back then.
I don't know. There were esports tournaments back then giving away Bitcoin. Was it a StarCraft tournament? First place gets 50 Bitcoin, second place gets a free pizza or something. That's how much they were worth.
Damn. And here I was thinking that TI was one of the biggest tournaments.
If you played in that StarCraft tournament and kept your Bitcoin, you were laughing. You were sitting pretty. Tormentor, bang on the clock. 20 minutes, 20 seconds, taken out by Modus, getting the shard over onto Problems Techies. In the meantime, we had a long sweep through that northern jungle by the Rune Eaters, getting a couple of good observer wards down to watch what's happening. And they set up on the mid lane, looking at the Morel puck. Still, this slow-paced, sluggish game still feels like it's favoring Modus, even though they're 2k behind. They're the ones finding objectives, scaling this Kez. And I think he's the scariest hero on this map, Ortega. Aghanim Scepter, Mage Slayer done. He is getting massive.
Yeah, he's getting massive. However, this Aghanim Scepter without Desolator is... I've got a lot of experience playing it, right? So he nerfed himself a lot by doing this in terms of farm rate. And if he can't force team fights right now, this actually will come back to bite him. Because yes, he was flying ahead. He was the #1 farmer. But already we can see the Tiny starting to create a bit of a distance between them in net worth. And... you basically just need to force fights now with the Aghanim Scepter. Otherwise, it was a wasted decision to go for it earlier.
I'm just really curious. I would love to hear the team comms to figure out what's going on here, because neither of these teams feel like they're in a rush to go and do anything. Everyone's very comfortable to sit and farm their items. So both sides kind of thinking, okay, well, if we get to this point where we've all got BKBs and big damage items, we can just go and run at them. I guess when you've got a Largo, you're looking with his timing, you know, around now, right? He's got Kai Sanj. His Aghanim Scepter is a little bit far away, but he's kind of ready to go.
I would say normally, like in the old Wallachia 7, I would say this is roughly the timing for Largo, right? Minute 20-ish is when he wanted to do stuff. I think this new Largo with the changes peaks a little bit later. I think it peaks around like minute 36 or something, like actually... pretty late peak, where he becomes this unkillable team fighter. So I can understand them taking it slow. And Elmo gives no shits, as it were.
No one can die. It's just so funny. No one has damage to kill anybody.
We must all be unkillable.
Come on. This is a great observer ward. You see the Tide at half HP. You saw the Kez moving further north. And they're going to come into contact with the Witch Doctor first, aren't they?
Kasane?
Poor Kasane. Oh, tumbles. Tumbles out the avalanche. Chuck the tree at him. He's going to Maledict cast Dark Lord, but he's going to get tossed and land down to the floor with a thud.
Good kill. And, you know, it's a little bit of action in what is otherwise a pretty slow and methodical game. Both teams trying to maximize farm. Problems is trying to maximize C4. Just putting some mines down, getting control. These slow games, by the way, are pretty good for techies. You can see he already has cleared or set up the alarm system on quite a few of these ramps. Will make the smoke ganking very, very difficult to achieve.
It's also kind of hard if you're playing as 5, like this Radiant side are, just tight together, holding hands. Sure, you're going to go for attempts and kills on the Witch Doctor. You're poking at this Elmo Tide. But going too deep is risky. It spends Ravage, but there's BKB up from Copy. So Elmo's still going to die, and Kasane, who stood there trying to help him, also falling to a double kill of the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, nice use of the BKB there as well. And I think the Ravage was going to miss anyway. The Remnant was just on point, jumping forward.
It's like Ravage was both early and late at the same time.
Yes, yeah, unfortunately.
I was going to say, though, it's like kind of challenging when you're playing as 5 to deal with the puck split pushing, finding this Kez who's very slippery in the jungle. So all you can really go for are kills on the supports, and I guess the Tide Hunter now showing that off. But if you connect and you get that done, you open up map space for yourself. That allows you to walk into objectives like Roshan.
Yeah, I think you don't need to do much more than just play the map and let the Tiny look for the pickoffs on the Tide, maybe. Now they managed to do it without Tiny, but they have Silver Edge on Tiny, so he would normally be the one to provide that kill. Yes, that's a Tiny.
Yeah, just walk straight into death.
It's not great.
No, maybe
He
thinking
just
about
walked onto the Roche attempt alone.
like trying to set up for a contest there, but his teammates were pretty distant.
Listen, even if he had BKB, I would say that's a crazy play to go in all alone. Kess, one big thing that I've learned in my over 1,000 games of playing him, you want someone else to go first.
Yeah.
You do not want to go first. Kess is an insane hero at bursting people, but if he has to lead the way, he's way less effective. He's super good when he has some people going in first, providing vision, maybe taking the enemy attention away, and then boom, Kess comes in with an absolute monstrous amount of damage.
So unlike Tiny, who is an apex predator, going in first, finding kills, slaying enemies, you're saying Kez is a little vulture, a scavenger.
Yeah, or like a big vulture.
A big vulture. A condor.
A lot.
Elmo? Oh, they've got the damage for him now. Even through that, Shiver's Guard, Consecrated Wraps. Elmo dies. 10-1 now.
Is
Getting
looking
out.
very sloppy from Modus. They keep walking into areas they know that the enemy are playing, and they do it with way too few heroes. They don't have any business sending one by one into this aggressive team.
Nah, it's getting out of hand now. They've given so much across the Rune Eaters. A slow game, we thought they'd maybe be favored. But you wander into areas where like you're just not playing together, right? There's no conjunction of spells. There's no coinciding of heroes. They're going to go for a coil in this mid lane, but Malik just stands there strumming his lute and says, okay, cool. You cast your coil on me, and then you've got to run away.
I'm telling you, Bottega's build on Kess is making me sad as well. Not going Desolator in the most passive game that we have had in our casts in years, Gareth, is a mistake. Going Aghanims, it just slowed him down too much. His farm is not there anymore. Look at the farm difference between him and Tiny.
The Tiny's like, why did you lick me back? I want to finish this tower. I'm unkillable. I'm invulnerable.
Let me at him.
Yeah, Scrappy Doo over here. Let me at him. Let me at him. Just keeps on going for it.
Scrappy after some serious roids, man. This Tiny is no longer small.
He's all grown up now. And Morale, oh, that arrow nearly finds him. Copy's still chasing, but doesn't have the chains. Modus fully on the back foot now, though, just hiding behind their minefield, trying to find a space to play in. 12k lead has emerged for this Radiant side as they still hold Aegis for 2.5 minutes on Tiny.
Yeah, and smoke coming in. They're trying to play aggressive. Hard to smoke across the minefield.
Look what Kez has queued up. This feels desperate already.
It is. I mean, BKB, he needs it, but Rapier, yeah, it tells the story of the game already. He knows that he's on the back foot.
Marana, invis, and leaps away from the Waning Rift. So now the rest of the team, given that information, they can chase forward onto Bottega. They're walking into the minefield. Has a lot of damage taking Eki low, but they found the control onto the Kez to take him out of the game with a jump from Ike. They take out Techies too.
Blow up every single mine as well in the process here, running them over. Modus has not had a single team fight that they even attempted to take, and no single, you know, fight that went their way. It's just looking like they're asleep at the wheel.
Oh yeah, we haven't we haven't seen these 5 heroes of the Dire actually group together and do anything. It's all been, you said it, like just one by one, piecemeal, entering alone, they're dying. A Tide Hunter,
which is insane to me. They have such good combos. They have Coil, they have Ravage, they have Kess ultis, 2 of them with the Aghanim's Rush, and somehow they're never forcing a 5-man fight. Now, of course, with the Aegis been in hand for 4 minutes, it's hard to take a fight anymore.
And now he's just super scared of this Malik Frog. Aghanim Scepter done, well on his way to BKB, and just pushing in every single lane. So the map getting very dark. Very spooky for Modus. They've got to try and bite back and reclaim a bit of territory now. Elmo can lead out, and the scan on scan gives information to both sides as Dark Lord just comes in and slays Kasane. Gives in the Avada Kedavra. The old Harpoon brings the Tide back in as well as the Puck tries a 2-man coil onto Copy and Malik, but there's no follow-through. Bottega is struggling to contend with a Tiny, just gets tossed around, avalanched up, chain controlled, Bottega getting stunned, Blastoff comes in, but Modus, they're out of this fight completely. They do not have the damage, they just don't have the wherewithal to find heroes, they have no vision, nothing to do.
Okay, I take back what I said before the series. You know, I wasn't sure how it's gonna go. I'm not sure who I favor in this. I'm sorry, Rune Eaters. You know, like, you're obviously absolutely dominating.
You were
here.
not familiar with their game.
I was not. But listen, I thought I was familiar with Modus's game. I know these players. They're capable of way better than this. I don't know what happened here.
It's been a bit rubbish, honestly.
Yeah, for the caliber of players that they have on their team and how skilled they are, this is a very strange game to me. It's not necessarily like they were outplayed at every corner. It's just, I'm not sure what the game plan was.
I've got it. I know what it is. It's the same thing I say every time, right? It's the Yellow Submarine team spirit factor. They don't care about the first 30 minutes of the game. They don't care about laning stage. They don't care about being 20k behind. This ex-Yellow Submarine squad is looking for that one moment, minute 35, where they turn the game on its head.
They want to be like Yatoro.
They want to be like Yatoro. Yeah, they want the
I also want to be like Yatoro, but you know, you don't have to willingly put yourself in the late game recovery spot where Team Spirit often shine. Problems runs into everybody.
There's some serious problems up there.
Bombs everywhere.
Helping against the bombs. Trying to blast off across, but finished off by Copy. And we're in a situation, obviously there's only 2 kills on Modus, but we've got 3 unkilled heroes, including Tiny and Ember on this Radiant side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very much a problem, and I don't know if he will ever kill the Tiny. He has a Satanic at this point, 4,600 HP at 31 minutes. He's proving here why Tiny is one of the high-ranked carry heroes in the current patch. Absolutely disgusting.
Oh, he's so strong.
He's gonna go for AC next as well, which will hard counter Kess in his full physical damage focus. Sure, you still have a good ulti and Raptor dance against Tiny, but you know, without using BKB, you're probably never even getting to cast that. There are so many disables.
Hero damage looking a little bit sad there on the Dire side. 7.3k from Kez, 9 from the Puck, not really offering all that much.
4,000 hero damage from Witch Doctor is also not a great stat, right? Did I see that right? Because that's like one good death ward in a team fight.
Yeah, but hey, they're going for this late game. He's got the Gree, so he's gonna be able to hit that timing a little bit later on.
Oh,
Dark Lord is being sent to high ground. Like, they're going for it. Bottega has to pop into the invis and run back to Fountain. Holy shit! Look at them go.
That was a cute play right there.
And then Morel's being chased down. Copy with Ike. They're going to find the Puck on the left-hand side. Coil already spent. Morel's going to try and juke Johnny back into the tree lines. Has the gem in hand as well, so desperately scrambling to get home with a TP out.
Yeah, he cannot afford to die.
Meanwhile, Tiny gets Kez again. Tiny going for the solo attempt. He might just have it, you know? Bottega gets blown up. Malik is the one to get the final touch to finish him off. But that's all Dark Lord. All the way. Chasing Elmo's Tidehunter now. But he's been broken up. Avalanche. Do we have a toss back in towards the Frog? We do. Stomp down this Tidehunter. Oh my god. He just lost your pos 1 and 3 out of fucking nothing. That Problems is dead. Honestly, just call it at this point. You got legitimately you got nothing left. That's not a game. That's not Dota.
Gareth becomes more aggressively accented here as
it just comes out. It just comes out at the end. Yeah.
The more mad he gets, Gareth is just upset that this game was basically just, it looked like a single player game, you know, like it didn't look like we had a proper fight. And I feel similarly, Gareth. It's strange what happened here. Hopefully they can have a serious talk after this game 1 and come back with new energy for game 2, because this was just Rune Eaters basically going through the motions, like, okay, we'll do this, we'll do that. Oh, you don't contest, okay, we'll do this too. Everything was free.
They're playing RimWorld with a character editor on. It's like, oh, my guy's infected. No, he's not. My guy's broken. No, he's not. Just removing all the bad debuffs from your guys. Goodness gracious.
Tiny got 20 and double passion for farming, I think.
He did. And then he suddenly got, what is it, the brawny brawler, whatever. Tough brawler. And he gets 20 in melee at the end as well with all the items he's got. Incredible stuff. It was just a very one-sided game, wasn't it? We didn't have First Blood for 14 minutes. Kind of.
Is this the most one-sided game that you and I have cast in years? It has to be. I don't know if we've had this one-sided of a game. Like, there was nothing.
I think for me and you, for sure, like, of all time, this has been the most one-sided game. Like, I remember, like, 10 years ago, we used to get, like, 15 or 16-minute games, and I don't want to count them anymore, because it was just a different era.
It was,
in modern Dota, you are right. This was,
but
no resistance.
The bizarre part, Gareth, is they were ahead after laning stage. Like, they were in a good spot after laning stage. Yeah, Tiny had 4.9k gold. Kess had 4.9k gold. After that was Tidehunter. After that was Puck. All their cores were among the top farmed heroes, whereas Ember was at 3.6. He was quite far behind. And the Frog, we talked about how the Frog lost to the Kess. I don't understand why we didn't see them break into action.
Just getting Frog stomped. And the standout player is this Marana of Ike. Yeah, 75% kill participation. Last pick, Marana, slotting in very nicely. Did a tremendous job. 22 walls placed. Very well done.
I mean, listen, I think anyone would have been fine here, but yeah, Ike did well. He did well in his Marana. He moved around the map, made some action happen, and, you know, good harassment as well. Yeah, we got the Tiny there as well. I like that it's the super small Tiny in the MVP screen.
A little like, baby Tiny.
Yeah, this little guy did 20,000 hero damage.
I'm the Dark Lord. And then big, I'm the Dark Lord. Tiny grows up. Man. That was absolute wild stuff. Again, heading into this series, like you said, right, kind of leaning towards Modus because they are this ex-Yellow Submarine side. They've played together for a while. They've got team members who have, Morel stood in on Team Spirit. He's definitely up there. But Eki, the big man, learned a lot from Liquid, brought out a draft here, which just forced them to crumble. So Modus down a game, and 1 foot in the grave, down in this lower bracket, and Rooney does get a little bit closer to that chance for a slot to TI. As we continue on, I think we can pop off to a break and come back with game 2. We'll see you in a little bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Howdy, folks. We're back at it again. Game 2 coming up here as we've got Natus taking on Modus. It's the road to the international EU qualifiers. Game 2 of a best of 3 in the lower bracket. So, this Exilo submarine side, Modus, 1 foot in the grave, close to being eliminated. And after game 1, I mean, they're not far away from just being pushed over the edge and down out of the bracket completely. That was an absolute stomping from Natus, who just shoved them out of game 1.
Yeah, 1 foot in the grave, you say, and I mean, they played like corpses. I don't know. They were just asleep in the previous game, so hopefully it's not going to be them just falling in fully into that grave right now. And maybe they can wake up, you know, return from the dead here, because Natus were just allowed to do whatever they wanted. Modus just, I don't know what was the thing that went wrong, because laning stage was good. They got really good farm, got their items and their, you know, timings coming in, but then didn't really make much happen with it.
No, it just fell apart. So what you're saying is they need Gork to come and draft them the full evil undead draft with the
Yes.
Doom lie and stuff like that. Return from the grave, a bit of necromancy. You can see the smiles abound from Eki, Malik, the boys. They're very happy, of course, with their performance in game 1. Complete different story in terms of mood and morale. We'll see if they can keep that all up.
It was very disappointing as well, because their draft was great. You know, draft was great, laning stage was great, and then just fizzled out into nothing. So biggest letdown. But yeah, seeing the mood on Rune Eaters actually, you know, takes me back to playing in pro games.
You were a pro player, were you?
Yeah, fuck you. Always when you play and you have tough times, the mood drops so hard, and everybody gets, you know, it's like you can fall into an abyss of bad attitude, basically, when you have a few losses in a row or your team is on a losing streak. It's tough to get out of, but equally when you're winning, everyone is riding high and the joy is overwhelming. What I think is one of the most valuable qualities in a pro player, which you don't want to have it on everyone necessarily, but there are some players who can lift that. There's some players who are straight up, somehow jester, or just, you know, have that innate, never unhappy vibe. They don't necessarily need to be clowny. They're just, you know, funny people, and it's an incredible thing to have on your team.
Or like GH, right? GH stands for gives hope. He gives hope to his teammates. He's always smiling, always happy. Doesn't have to be cracking jokes.
For give hope?
No, that's just what it feels like sometimes. You know, you see his smile, it gives you hope.
That's good. I like that. I like that a lot. I think he would like it too. He would smile at you and say, "That's great." You know, if you said that what his name is, he wouldn't question it.
But this does touch on maybe a deeper point as well, right? Because you've been talking about this being ex-Yellow Submarine, you know, ex-Academy team for Team Spirit. They've got that system with Corbin, with the old Maposhka. You know, you were within this system and now you're not, and maybe they've lost that direction, that voice, that, you know, sometimes you need this give hope kind of guy, this jester, this person who lifts the spirits, but sometimes you also need this dictatorial voice that tells you, okay, this is the shit that went wrong, guys, sort it out, game 2 is coming, you've got to do it now. You know, it's up against it, you've got to do something. It felt like in that game they didn't have confidence, freedom. They didn't have a directive. They didn't have a voice telling them where to go, what to do. They were just all doing their own stuff.
At least the good thing is they played really well to begin with, right? Laning stage, everything looked great and everything looked fine. So it's not much that needs to come from them, but we do need to see them be a little bit more able to find each other on the map, make these important big moves and the big calls. I feel like the leadership was just lacking in the game that we saw there.
That's what I mean. Like laning
skill was there, draft was there, leadership was not.
Yeah, because like laning phase, stuff like that, you don't necessarily need a leader or anything, right? But when it comes to the points where, you know, when a core hero is strong, you want that core hero to be vocal and telling you where to be and what to do. We had the Tidehunter, who was very strong, sitting around mid lane, kind of figuring out where he needs to be. You know, he'd been dragged there by someone else. They'd made the call for him to come. Then he was like, well, I don't want to be here. Go somewhere else. There was no call from Kez. It felt like anyway, you know, obviously I'm making assumptions, but it didn't feel like Kez was making any direct calls saying, hey, I've got Aghanim Scepter, let's go do something. They were just milling around, planting techies' mines and stacking heads. Right, anyway, game 1's done. Negative stuff out the way. This game 2, new draft, new game. They can focus in, figure out how to recover themselves in this series. get back into the rhythm, get back into the swing of things, and try and deal with Modus, because Modus had a very clear direction. They're listening to Eki, they're following the flow of the game, and everything was super smooth for them.
Yeah, Rune Eaters. Yeah, for sure. They have the Nature's Prophet. He can be anywhere. He can also be flexed a little bit in position. We have seen him played as a carry, very successful on, you know, early rotations if you want to. But it can be played mid too. However, his win rate hasn't been fantastic yet, but it is a strong hero and usually gets first picked, so that can offset the win rate in the qualifier so far. I like Modus Opener a little bit more. I think that Hoodwink is just great. You don't show much. It pairs with basically every offlaner in existence, right? Any offlaner. Oh, you're gonna lane with Hoodwink? Sure, I'll do it. You know, like there's no offlaner that's gonna be bad with this.
It's always gonna give you what you need. Good lane, good scouting, good information, good hunting. And this can be the hero, right? You put your POS 4 on Hoodwink, and now the POS 4 can be like, guys, look at me, I found someone. Over here, look at this. And you can actually draw the attention of your team to an important place on the map.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
yeah, completely agree. And they ban out the Drow Ranger, one of the heroes that actually Hoodwink doesn't like playing against that much. The silence is annoying. The multi-shot can hit you when they're in the tree lines. And she also has a little bit of True Strike built in, so just generally annoying.
So is it Hoodwink 5, Techies 4 now?
I would probably prefer Hoodwink POS 4 and Techies 5. I think Techies 5 is pretty strong, but you can do it either way. It's not too important. Bane probably is one of the first games, at least, that we get to see him. We had him played once, I think. He's been banned a lot in our games. But Bane SF, very strong combination. You can force them to walk close to SF. He gets the melee race, and then if you run away, you just get double raced again.
10 seconds remaining.
Super strong laner.
Yeah, great tools to have. And also a great hero if you're stopping any lane shenanigans. You're able to stop anyone from dragging waves around. Great at setting up and catching these elusive heroes like Hoodwink in the trees. You just like, nightmare you, I grip you. Stop you from doing any nonsense. Let's see how it all goes as we come out with a Lycan now.
Also, Dark Lord gonna play SF, so he's gonna have the presence of himself.
Yeah, just double down on it.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe this is the reason he named himself Dark Lord.
Maybe he's a SF spammer.
5 seconds remaining.
So this now guarantees Nature's Prophet mid lane for copy?
All but guarantees it, yeah, pretty much. It's like 90%. I think there's some world where you flex him to other roles, but I think against Lycan in particular, you don't want to run a support Nature's Prophet. I think you become food. Good thing though is that they have the summons to clear out the mines from techies, so you can always run in with a little tree and split them up.
10 seconds remaining.
And if it is Nature's Prophet mid against Ember, that's a pretty easy lane for Nature still. You just last hit and harass whenever Ember comes close.
I'm curious if they go down the line of Rubik again. Rubik against techies, against Ember Spirit, having some kind of lift against this Lycan who's chasing you. Or do we need do we need a counter for Lycan in this game? Do we need a Winter Wyvern kind of hero?
Yeah, I would prefer that over Rubik. I think Rubik here, there are some good spells to steal, but there are a lot of bad spells to steal too. Like I don't love stealing the Lycan spells that much. Sleight of Fist is really not a great spell, and a lot of times that's what you get from Ember. Sure, it's good to steal Bushwhack or Sharpshooter, but stealing Acorn Shot feels really bad. So there's a number of less than ideal spells. Minus Armor comes in. Slaughter SF, classic combo.
A great hero to play into as a Nature's Prophet as well. I love the setup of the lanes they have, where you have Nightmare into Razors and Prophet TP. Then you have this Crush into TP, and of course an additional POS 4 hero that can come out and help. Great ways to swing into the side lanes here as the Furion. But he doesn't really want to be sat mid against an Ember Spirit.
Yeah. I mean...
They're still banning Tide. Are they thinking Slardar's going to mid against Ember?
Yeah. They're saying that it's support Nature's Prophet, and that it's a mid Slardar, which is a very possible result here. That Brunators are just saying, you know what, Slardar lanes really well against Ember. He can counter that lane. And then an offlaner. I think that would be scary for Modus as well.
Radiant team ban.
A big team fight hero. I wouldn't even mind to see them pick, again, Mars. Where are all the Mars at? Mars against Lycan. Lock them in place.
Dire team pick.
Stop the dog from running away.
Apparently, EU region sponsored by Snickers or something. Nobody's into the Mars at all.
Team pick.
We get the axe.
Yeah,
So that is a support profit then, huh?
it is. Yeah, exactly. Or is it the post 5 axe again? It looked so great, Gareth.
No. But we're assuming Bane SF, Nature's Prophet axe, then Slardar mid.
Yep.
10 seconds.
So now we need
remaining.
a carry that can play, like playing into axe, Nature's Prophet. I don't know, it's a weird lane, isn't it?
Remaining.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange lane, but it's pretty high in harassment. Battle Hunger from Axe and Nature's Prophet harassing. So whatever you decide to throw on your safe lane here, Modus, you need to be ready for quite a bit of harassment.
There's like harassment, there's creep dragging, there's teleporting, there's wave cutting. Lots of things that Nature's Prophet and Axe love to do and excel at. And Bottega's got to give his input. He says, "Pick me this," and then he walks off. He's like, he leaves,
Chad, move.
and then turns off his webcam.
Camera.
What the
What a
hell?
boss.
He just like, pick me Medusa, and then I need to get
Medusa,
out.
and don't talk to me. I'll be back in 30 minutes, guys.
What? Well, one pick, one ban, 0% win rate. The last team to pick Medusa, I was watching that game. It was last night. Cheeky Bamboni did it against Team Vision, and they got slammed.
Well, one thing about Medusa is she is a very common counter to minus armor strats. She doesn't care about minus armor since her whole mana interaction doesn't care about armor. So basically SF and Slardar will not be very effective against her.
But you've picked a Medusa into Bane.
You did. I think it's fine. I think it's playable. Once you get Manta style, you don't care that much about Bane. It's annoying until then. But Manta, Butterfly, Medusa, and Bane can never get a Fiend's Grip out. He just kind of dies.
What is grip? 5% of your mana drain per second. If he
you
does
mean
get
the
a
mana
grip,
drain
you are
part?
screwed.
Yeah, I mean, Grip having more damage essentially is nice, but yeah, I think a lot of times the problem is going to be whether or not he can do a grip, because even if you grip the real one, if she presses Manta before, Bane straight up dies to a Butterfly Manta
Okay,
Medusa.
that's fair.
But we'll see. It's interesting. I also want to see, Malik power level, get high level, and just dunk the Medusa. But hopefully it doesn't happen.
Feels kind of all in from Modus. And I get it. It's game 2, you're a game behind, you got slammed in game 1. That's a lot of games in that sentence, actually. You've got to try and game the system now. But you've got Lycan, who's a very identity-based hero. He's going to be running in. He's going to be dictating the pace of play. You've got to play through Elmo, play through Morel. These 2 cores, the Ember and the Lycan, I think have got to do a lot of aggressive plays in that mid-game to give Medusa space. If Medusa gets run at, things get a little bit nasty. But I don't know how fights function when you have Ember, Medusa, Lycan as your tri-core.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward of a tricore for sure. They also are completely missing team fight spells. Biggest things to have is Techies dropping bombs or Medusa pressing an ulti, which hopefully she will skill, you know? Sometimes we have Medusa's not skilled the ulti until they're level 13 or something, which triggers me beyond any reason. I think it's basically an all-in on Medusa becoming big enough to carry the game on her own, for sure. That's a correct read of the game.
Yeah. It just feels like the proverbial Arsenal from the IT crowd. They're just going to try and walk it in. There's no nuance, there's no back and forth. It's just steamroll with Lycan, steamroll with Fat Medusa, and try and get on top of your enemies. Whereas I think Rune Eaters have a lot of back and forth, play into counterplay. Slardar and Axe. 2 heroes that I think play off the back of each other very nicely in terms of initiating, re-engaging, finding openings to allow your damage dealers like SF and honestly Nature's Prophet, who can probably scale in this game from POS 4, going to bring a fair amount of damage with the addition of this amplified damage of Slardar, right? This corrosive haze, super useful.
I do think so. I think Eki should try and become the right-clicky POS for Nature's Prophet, and he needs to fill that role because Axe and Slardar are typically pretty low in damage dealt, but they do amplify the damage their team can do by catching people, minus armoring, or just generally disabling. It's going to be a triple rune going the way of Rune Eaters.
That's their name, isn't it? Rune Eaters, just eating all the runes.
75% satisfied right now.
Or is it problems
That one rune.
with Elmo up at top? Also an interesting spot because Kasane used to be POS 3 player. And Lycan was one of his specialty heroes. So I don't know how he feels being a POS 5 techie's bottom lane and watching his teammate play his favorite hero.
Well, he has a new favorite hero now. It's Techies. He's turned to the dark side.
Who was it? It was TSM. TSM, that's who he was on. Back at the Lima Major a long time ago.
Oh, right.
Well, copy against Mirel in this mid lane. Slardar versus Ember. We've seen plenty of times in the past couple of years Slardar be picked in particular to do this job exactly. You crush, you bash, you slap, you hit, and this Ember Spirit can't really do too much to answer you. So he's going to spend even more money on regen just to stay in the lane.
It's a difficult lane for Ember for sure. Once the bash comes in, already on level 2, it starts becoming very frustrating. And similarly, we see some pretty strong other lanes as well. Coming out, the Bane SF, of course, and even just the Nature's Prophet Axe are doing a good job harassing so far.
Morel is giving as good as he took there. Under the tower, got a good amount of damage back. So copy. We're going to have to wait for that bottle to get to him and refill up with the next water rune.
Gonna heal up, and both of them should be pretty fine. I mean, he doesn't have bottle yet on Ember, but even just taking one of the water runes will put him at pretty decent HP and mana.
So now these other lanes. Top being dragged, sending Wolves and Hoodwink to bring wave in behind tier 1. Bane trying to contest that, but nothing happening. So this leaves Shadow Fiend freely farming in the wave in front of his tower, as it looks like they've settled the equilibrium quite nicely as the Dire side.
Bane missed a big chance to do what you were talking about there. If he went onto the Lycan between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower right as the creep was dying, he could have slept the Lycan, forced the creeps to walk under the tier 2 tower, and that would have been just massive. Those creeps would have been gone, and Lycan would miss quite a bit of farm. He wouldn't deny anything as well. Sadly, he didn't go for that play.
I felt it was a bit risky, maybe. And so now we get Elmo holding the Dire Wave in behind, trying to deny as many creeps as possible. So now we've got to come back, use the small camp with the Bane to reset that lane equilibrium. And in mid, continue with this domination. 13, 14, 6 for the Slardar, 7-1 on the Ember. Doubling up on his last hits, which is expected. I think...
Yeah, moment it gets boots as well in Slardar, becomes even more frustrating. Ember will have no way of running away properly.
Honestly, a big winner out this lane is this Malik Axe, though. 12 and 6 for him. Nature's Prophet has successfully zoned and harassed Kasane's techies back. And Bottega's Medusa has 11 last hits, but it's not a comfortable time when you're sitting pretty low mana this laning stage. Holding stick and mangoes, of course, but you're just getting continually harassed down. Like, this is dangerous, honestly. Getting sprouted up and spun at. You spend your magic wand already.
There's a lot of damage being dealt, and I feel like this Axe is on track to get to a point where he can do what we always talk about with Axe, wanting to go behind the tower. I feel like that might be possible for him in this game.
And then 4-minute rune being guarded.
Got Copy to really low HP.
Bottega's dying bottom lane, though. Look at him drop low to the treants. Aki really giving him the treatment. He does have enough mana here to sit, buy his tier 1 and stay alive, but you've got to ferry even more regen out just to stay and play the lane against this full resource Axe. But the fact that Malik has 10 stick, Lotus, full HP and mana is free for him.
Medusa is just in no man's land. She's going jungle, looking for something to maybe magic stick and then mystic snake, but effectively is just walking base now at a very slow rate and also not taking the direct path. Yeah. I'm not sure about this. He's kind of going straight to Fountain now, but he took like the long way around too. Maybe scared of Nature's Prophet going behind.
Yeah, maybe. Or, I don't know, Slardar slithering down there. Well, he's going to have the TP back to lane at least, but rough time for him. And this gives Malik the perfect opportunity to drag wave into large camp, accelerate his farm. So bottom lane, a resounding victory already for the Dire side. Top 3 last hitters, we can see red, red, red. So the Rune Eaters coming out on top with not just last hits, but denies. 11, 12, 10. Substantial laning stage victory across the board for them.
Last hits, denies, runes, harassment as well, as they are going for a kill onto the Hoodwink. First blood is about to tick in.
5 minutes in. 8 minutes faster than game 1. We get our first
That's
split.
a good speedrun split right there. 8 minutes.
That's a
improvement is,
gold split right there.
for sure. Double star on that.
Beautiful. And now playing into mid lane as well, knowing Ember Spirit, of course, is level 4. Forcing Morel back by his tower as both Eki and Ike sit and wait for their moment to strike. Eki's going to get walked out.
Him.
They found the Nature's Prophet. They're going to get that kill before Rooney just can actually make their move. Now a Nightmare, not going to really do too much. I just have to leave the Ember Spirit alone.
Better not catch you littering, bro.
I think they overplayed a little bit there. They were like, oh, this Ember is so weak, guys, he can't do anything. And then Nature's Prophet kind of hangs around too long. One support plus the Ember, and he's just dead.
Yeah, trying to close in from
timing.
3 different angles, kind of challenging when you can just get pivoted on by these 2 Radiant supports. So instead, back to the normal gameplay of chase the Medusa out of lane. They send Eki back down bottom.
And now Malik is going to go and start doing the cutting, I think, going behind the tier 1. Oh, finds a kill, though, possibly. The techie's pretty far out.
Sprout, Blood Grenade. The Treant's chasing him. He's going to blast off, but Malik, very wisely, cuts him off, but can't go for the kill. Still, no Berserker's Call leveled up. Level 5.
He managed to get rid of the Battle Hunger because of the Treants that were there. So, got rid of Battle Hunger and lived because of that. Otherwise, he would have been slowed a lot and probably just brought down. Pinging the axe. He's under tower. Is this legal?
I don't know. It's 7 minutes in, so everyone's looking at Wisdom Shrines while Malik just goes under tier 1 and is about to die. Gets surrounded.
Yeah.
But this means that Dark Lord and Eki get both Wisdom Shrines.
Yeah, costly to not get any experience here, especially with how rough this start is for some of the side lanes.
Have you seen where Dark Lord is sitting? He goes and steals Wisdom Shrine, then he contests the camp that Elmo's farming.
Shameless. He's just going hyper aggressive. No TP reaction though.
Nothing to help. That means Copy gets all the freedom he needs. We've got morale and problems defending their jungle, though. It seems like this Hoodwink and Techie is making a base camp to try and launch themselves into some kind of action here, but they've already lost the Hoodwink. They need to blast off in to kill off Bane. And Eki's TP not really connecting in to get a further
10
kill.
seconds for the rune. Maybe Ember can try and contest one of them at least.
But again, we look bottom lane. And where's Medusa? she's over there. This is rough. Malik just takes full control of this, and that tier 1 tower is going to die pretty soon if there's no answer.
Yeah, and the thing is Medusa farms decently fast in jungle, but usually you want to have some items first. And Axe is going to farm insanely fast if left completely alone like this. So not only are you not getting a max farm rate on yourself, but this Axe will be a massive problem.
Not just items, but you got level 1 split shot. It is so bad.
Yeah.
Eki's going to get remnanted on as they try to finish off this tower. Finally, a response coming in from Modus. Morel killing spree puts them 4 for 2. They're actually responding decently to a lot of these moves, but it feels so overwhelming when you're being run at bottom lane, chased out top lane, forced to rotate Ember Spirit, forced to use Shapeshift defensively. This is the Helm timing of the Lycan, and he's running away from enemies. It's the complete opposite of what you want.
Yeah, he's probably calling like, guys, we can kill something. I have the stomp, but nobody's here. That is a wasted shapeshift now for him.
They are onto Malik again, though. Getting Medusa involved, 4 heroes surround him, and this axe is starting to get shut down.
I think they recognize that they can't let the Medusa just have a horrible start. The strat was all in Dusa, so you have to help her. And sorry, Lycan, but you're gonna be the sacrificial lamb.
It's a bit sad for Lycan. Usually, alphabetically, he'd come first.
Alphabetically, he comes first?
Yeah. LMNOP. Lycan, Medusa.
Yeah, but also, Wolf is W and Snake is S, alright? Checkmate.
She's not a snake, she's a Gorgon.
Still wins over fucking W.
Her name is Medusa.
Still wins, man. He can't argue out of this
You
one.
can't just call him Wolf. His name isn't Wolf.
He's Wolf.
Actually, what was his name in Dota 1? Something the Lycanthrope? Bob the Lycanthrope.
Yeah, it was probably Bob, dude.
Larry the Lycanthrope. Oh, Shadow Fiend, right, Dark Lord, you are way out in the open this time. No chance to Requiem with the chain stuns. I think the Dire are getting a little bit lax, feeling very confident. They do get a kill on Problems mid lane, which is where all their attention was. But definitely a few little slip-ups here from the Dire, which weren't apparent in game one, and some exploiting being done. Finally, Modus getting a good mood going.
Yeah, we've seen this happen before with carry players. They take the tower super early, and then they're like, oh, this is my farming area now, and stand right outside the tier 2, basically. Yeah, it's just not safe. It's ill-advised, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Blink timing now, though. Copy has the Blink Dagger being delivered on Courier. Icon as Bane is looking at the top lane for a potential Nightmare and Grip, so he can lock down 2 individual targets. Elmo, he's going to shapeshift and send the Centaur forward, but that's raised down immediately by the Dark Lord. Blast off, hits onto 2, but Copy's going to come in and help, but he misses the crush, doesn't land it onto Elmo. They lose the Bane. Techie's being chased. Kasane going to get clicked down eventually in the 1-for-1 trade.
Ultimately, they defend the tower like an ulti on cooldown. Pretty fine for them. Losing Bane doesn't really matter much. And meanwhile, the Axe is free farming a lot down bottom. See some lines being drawn. They're hunting Malik, but it's a Vanguard Axe with the defensive tier 1 item as well in the Ash Legion shield.
He's pretty strong. But if there's a pushback and a sharpshooter, they're going to do tremendous damage to him. Malik still at 200 health, though, and that TP fake out by Eki actually causes some issues. Problems can't keep chasing, so they save the Axe just with a fake TP from Eki.
Wow. Can't believe that they didn't get the kill, but yeah.
It's like the threat of the TP. Eki's got a black hole.
Nature's prophet. What a great support. Just, you know, pretend that you're there helping. Oh, look at Hoodwink. He's going for Malik. He has no earn charge. I don't see how you kill him. Ulti in 5 seconds, I guess?
Yeah, if you wait long enough. But Malik is going to give it to you first. Battle Hunger, Call, juking around, trying to dodge everything, sidesteps the tree, and now the Grip comes in. Problems. Rough stuff. Meanwhile, Copy has made a jump on the Medusa, going for a solo attempt. 14 one charges already spent. So no full kill on the Medusa, but making sure the Bottega just cannot sit bottom lane anymore.
Honestly, I think that Bottega has done a pretty good job at farming with how his start went, because he had an atrocious farm rate to begin with, and he's still looking at a pretty good Manta style timing, like what, 16, 17 minutes?
Yeah, it's going to get delayed a little bit here as Bottega gets jumped by Copy. Blast off, trying to offer some cover. Malik diving tower. Bottega no mana remaining, but juking around the trees. Backup comes in from Kasane and Problems, and they've actually remedied the issue. Copy.
Nice reflexes there.
Copy's thinking about going in round 2. Jumps in on the Medusa.
Going.
3 hits. That's all it takes to get this Medusa brought down. And meanwhile, Malik going for the TP home. Gets cancelled out and killed in the end.
Yeah, but Copy was the bigger fish in this exchange. Or snake.
So is Medusa a Naga then?
She's a snakefish.
Which is a Naga, isn't it?
That's a Naga, yeah. I'll accept that, yeah.
Oh, Requiem out from Dark Lord here, guaranteeing another Wisdom Shrine. The double comes in again for this Rudy side.
Slardar is also a Naga.
Yeah, and so's Naga.
That makes him a king Naga.
Why is he a king?
Is a king Naga because a king Cobra, you know, king in the snake worlds is something that eats its own. So any king snake is cannibal.
Okay.
So this is a king Slardar.
Because he's eating another Naga Siren. Another Naga.
Yeah.
And this all
his
comes
own-
from Warcraft 3 having a limited amount of hero models that we needed to use for really different little guys.
Yes.
There's another one. Isn't there another Naga? Can you name another
Like
Naga?
Siren? Yeah,
No,
I mean the Siren.
No, I already said Naga Siren.
Oh, okay, it's not that.
Medusa, Slardar, Naga Siren.
Isn't that it?
No?
No?
I'm pretty
You
sure.
sure?
Hang on. I may be mixing up my lore, but I'm pretty... Isn't Sven half Naga? He's some kind of...
He's no Naga.
He's like half fish guy?
Yeah, true. There's some fish lore. I don't believe in it.
So he was brought up in some beach area, and he was like half...
Yeah, Shade Shore Ruins. Yeah, he was born a pallid Maranth. I guess a Maranth is like a Naga. Oh, hold up. Speaking of Nagas, she doesn't die to this.
No, shrugs it off. And it's the Bane who's going to fall. There's been some very good reactions out of Modus here to protect this Medusa. And Morel has been popping off, honestly. 602 Ember Spirit showing up tremendously here in game 2.
Yeah, he's holding on to the game. He's solving all the issues.
I guess Sven might not necessarily be part Naga, but he could be. We just don't know. Oh, nice
what
shot.
A shot.
Snipes him.
Without setup onto Slardar, who was also sprinting at the time. That's impressive.
Somehow finds the angle. And now things picking up. There's Ember Spirits dive past tier 1 tower, looking at Eki, sliding over the top, and Remnant's away to safety, knowing he can't finish the kill with this reaction coming out of the Dire.
Sana gonna back out. A little bit too far forward.
Kill this ancient ice shaman. Get a bit of bonus money for Malik.
I'm still waiting for the SF to kick in, though. We had the game earlier, you know, where the SF didn't do anything.
Oh.
Now I want to see the SF just take over again. Show them how it's done.
I thought you were saying you can't wait for me to finish my lore description as I read Wikipedia.
Of what a Maranth is?
So a Maranth is all the inhabitants of the sea. So Slytherin. So I guess Slardar is a Slytherin?
Wait, everything that inhabits the sea?
Yeah, so Maranths likely comprise of Slytherin, Naga, and Levianths. So Naga,
Okay.
Tide, Slardar, Slark, and Sven are all Maranths, but they might not all be Nagas. So,
see.
yeah.
There we go.
We do not know
So
what Sven
it's
is. So
basically-
Sven could be half Naga, but he could also be half Tide Hunter.
So it's a legally distinct merfolk, is what you're saying.
Basically, yeah.
Is under attack.
Any of the sea-living creatures. So yeah, what is Slark then? Slark's a little fish. He's a Maranth, but is he a Slytherin?
Slark is a mistake.
Oh my god, okay.
That's what I'll say.
Poor little guy. Little reef dweller.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
No, he's been caught Octarine Shadowblade hacking.
So Slark is a Slytherin and a Maranth. Interesting. Learning all of the races of Dota 2. It still catches me. I still want to call people goblins, but they're not. They're little keen folk in this. You know, the techies. He's not goblins. He's keen.
Also legally distinct.
Yeah.
The wolf is at their door.
Who's he hunting?
He's gonna try and get to low ground.
Get to the Bane?
He's stuck.
Bane is in a really weird spot there.
Yeah, he got into a spot for sure. Kasane disappears.
No longer exists.
Very fast damage, and we might see them swing to Roche with this. They have Slardar, they have SF. Could be a good time to take Roche 1 minute before it moves. They are not going for it though, hunting for kills instead.
Eki TP's top. Elmo is already TP'd out of there. Barely scrapes away. Doesn't get caught by Copy, who was getting pretty close.
Can't help but feel that they give up a big chance to take Roche there on the back of the kills, on the enemy running away, and before Medusa is strong enough to fight. Any moment you get to take Roche before she gets Butterfly, I think would have been amazing to utilize. Now, they can't really do Roche anymore as the respawns are in.
Yeah, and it's about to hit 20 minutes, right? So now it's the choice of, like, do we go Torm? Can we get Roche first? Now we're going to go get a fight. It all kind of unravels a bit.
And with any bit of experience playing against Medusa, you know that around like 20, 21, 22 minutes is when that Butterfly is likely to start coming in as well. On top of the mana. Unless she's having a cracking game and has it at like 90 minutes. Yeah. That's not the case here. Okay. They do still find the Roche. They have fantastic aggressive wards. Dire has like insane vision in the Radiant jungle, so they feel confident to do this.
Sorry, my brain is still on this Naga Slytherin Maranth thing. I've realized, you know, it's like turtles and tortoises. all tortoises are turtles, but not all turtles are tortoises. All Nagas are Marants, but not all Marants are Nagas.
Is anybody listening to him right now, guys? Are you following? I lost you at turtles, tortoises. But yes, yes, they all are.
It blew my mind when I found out that tortoises were turtles, you know? I was figuring out that terrapins and tortoises were turtles as Techies is going to get a terrible time in his bottom lane as the Tormentor has spawned up before this Dire decide to come and take, trading out a couple of supports and gathering the Tormentor for themselves as all tortoises are turtles. Wow.
No, stop building them in. That didn't make any sense. Blink Blade Mail on the axe is gonna bring down this nasty.
Now you're doing it. Blink Blade Mail, the same as Turtle. I can't do it.
I can't say 2 words. You rambling 20 in a row. I don't know how you have such a vocabulary to bring out like 20 words that start with T. And he always does this, chat. Whenever he locks onto a word, he just doesn't stop.
Oh, I can't control it.
Radiant's
Entirely can't control it.
under attack.
Ooh, sneaky Bane gets in and steals the wisdom. Pretty bad by Radiant though that they were 12 seconds late to that. You need to be there. Gotta be on your wisdoms.
Have they missed
You're
every
working
single
for us.
wisdom shrine?
Oh, they have, haven't they? At least 2 of them. Did they get the 14?
Yeah, because they got the double. They got the 7, the 14. Was this a double as well?
Okay. Yeah, this was the double. Pretty sure.
Copy. Gonna start onto problems. Bushwhack holds him back. I'll jump in from Malik though. And show off this blink dagger. Gonna catch onto the hoodwink, but doesn't get the dunk.
Actually, it wasn't a double because it's still there.
Yeah, I was looking through the logs, like no one's taken it yet, huh?
Yeah, they could still go for it. And that means they could still get their first wisdom of the game
They could.
on Modus.
Dire are scared.
Who needs that? They're all in on the Medusa basket. So unless Medusa is the one taking it, they don't need it.
It's kind of crazy we've got to the state where Medusa is actually kind of ready to go. This butterfly
I mean,
manta is hitting the timing. It felt like this
She's
game was
been
just
hitting creeps.
out of control.
And more importantly, I think Lycan is not that far behind in farm either. He's 30 net worth, looking really good.
Defending this bottom jungle, throwing everything in here to force Ake back, kills him off. Copy in trouble on the run, doesn't spend the BKB because he knows he's already done. And now we're in a situation where Radiant feel kind of comfy. Maybe even favored heading into this mid game.
Yeah, I mean, Medusa is a very good counter to their heroes, and they're not getting too much done with the Aegis timing. Still have 2 minutes to try and make something big happen, but yeah, it's looking pretty damn good now for Radiant. And I think you still want to sing the praises of Mirel if you're on Radiant's team. Sure,
Of Morant?
Medusa has been farming, but he's been doing nothing but farming on Medusa, whereas Mirel has been doing the very impressive job of somehow going 8-0-2 in a game that started out pretty horribly.
Yeah, against the Slardar lane. But I do want to highlight the fact that we do have Nature's Prophet, 10k net worth, Mjolnir on Eki. You were right. He has gone full right click.
Yep, he's scaling. He'll be the extra bit of carry that they need. And maybe they don't need to worry about Medusa, but it's concerning. Late game Medusa is still a very serious threat here.
Yeah, this has got to be a strong phase of play from the Dire to find an avenue to attack this Ember Spirit, but he dodges the call, just slides it off. And still chasing, but they can't catch him. Morel's out there. They just Prophet trying to TP forward. He's got another Remnant to get out of the Sprout. I don't know if he can catch this man. Morel's just too quick on his feet.
They're not catching him, but, you know, using the Sprout at least forces him to use his last Remnant, and Ember wants to have a few Remnant charges going into a fight, so for like a minute and a half at least, he'll be struggling to initiate something.
That's the time that Rooney does need. Eki is going to put the static charge on himself, but he's surrounded by wolves, and the Ember Spirits come in to straight up get the kill through the Howl. Now a grip on Kasane. Support for support again. It feels like that's been the story of this game and even of this series. One hero moves in, dies, trades out for the exact same position on the other side.
Yeah, a lot of trades back and forth. overall a fairly even game, and Medusa now has taken over the #1 spot in farm as well. As we see her still left pretty untouched this game.
0, 1, and 4. 16,500 net worth. And Bottega closing in on the Eye of Skadi. Getting pretty spooky. And yeah, a comment you made 10 minutes ago. Shadow Fiend, the Dark Lord. Have we felt his presence?
I mean, not really. He went for this butterfly hard carry approach instead of going for a Shadow Blade into, you know, activating across the map, doing stuff. So he willingly is going into late game. And maybe it's communicated in the team. They say, okay, you know what? Nature's Prophet gonna go Mjolnir. I go Butterfly. We're gonna gear towards late game. It'll be great. I'm just not really vibing with it because Medusa is insanely strong in late game against their heroes.
Oh, support dying with no trade this time. Bane around the Twin Gate, found by Problems and Morel. These Lycan Wolves also being a little problematic for the Dire because they're just scouting out, giving vision, starting out fights, and even close to solo killing some of these supports with the Howl going.
Medusa finds that Nature's Prophet is farming her woods, and she'll promptly take over that camp.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just about to finish the Eye of Skadi real soon. 500 more gold.
We get ourselves these tier 3 neutral items. Cloak of Flames Lycan. Partisans Brown greedy on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, he has Kaya. He's leaning into Spellcaster build. Makes sense, I think. Must mean his Sleight of Fist is slightly weaker, but I don't think it matters much here.
Yeah, probably not. Looks like the call is made to go and dangle this Medusa in front of them and play through this Medusa
They want to
timing.
push tier 2, because if they take the tier 2, they can secure that they will finally get a wisdom.
Finally.
The first wisdom of the game is very important, Gareth, even if it is at 28 minutes.
Yeah, it's a morale booster for sure. They're in the better position here. On the high ground, smoked up with Lycan Wolves scouting. They've seen the Axe and the Shadow Fiend approach and then retreat. Dire going to scan up high ground to understand what's going on. But yeah, this is just a straight up push to tier 2 tower, cutting across the map. Now you've got access to all these additional jungle camps, ancients. And the Dire are the ones who are kind of hiding and split pushing after dominating 20 minutes of play in the first portion. There's Runity's side has been sent back to base.
Do you know what's a funny stat? Getting every single wisdom rune and being 2 levels behind the enemy supports on your support. How did that even happen? I'm not even sure. Like, they actually picked every single rune, but Ike is somehow 2 levels behind both the Hoodwink and the techies.
No idea. I guess he just never gets to see creeps. He's a Bane.
He doesn't get to push... Yeah, he doesn't push waves, I guess.
BKB break free by copy.
It's happening. Wait, they get the double. It's the turntables?
The complete turntables. I mean, there we go. It's a 2k lead for Radiant. Roshan's going to the second spawn of Roshan. 2 Wisdom Shrines, 2k lead.
It's really big. So if this is a, you know, flip from the expected on the script, that's a 4,400 experience swing right there. Because, you know, they get 2,200 from it. That should have been on Dire.
That's a massive move.
And also on 2 players. So actually 8,800.
More big moves from Modus. Getting to late game. 30 minutes in. They've got past all the hard parts.
Got TP out.
And Medusa just
Solo kills.
Solo kills the Nature's Prophet. Says thank you very much. That's an 11k net worth Nature's Prophet. I'll take all your cash.
He tried for a quick TP out, but he sprouted Medusa, I think. And she just Quelling Bladed through. Maybe if he had hit himself towards the tree line, sprout himself, and then TP out, he could have been fine. But ultimately, he gets threatened by a Stone Gaze. Goes down easily.
It's much nicer to see, like, just scribbling on the map, right? Modus, we talked about the direction, the leadership, the communications just seemed not just lacking, but non-existent in game 1. Now we're having much more focal points where they're moving forward, playing through Morel, getting a catch on Malik, arrows drawn by this Hoodwink saying, get up to top, we've got vision there. Down in his bottom lane.
Super painful death, by the way. He was 80 gold away, or 120, I think, from having his full BKB. And dying with that, of course, means he has to wait, respawn, and then farm 500 gold again. Very, very good timing. Kill the axe.
Yeah, now we've got Medusa with Aegis. MKB is getting cooked up by Bottega as well. This game has gone from what felt like inevitable victory for Rune Eaters 20 minutes in to now inevitable loss. Looking at, staring down the barrel of a Medusa. A 10-0-3 Ember Spirit starting to walk towards your base.
Don't you have to feel weird, though, at 30 minutes as a Shadow Fiend being part of less kills than a Medusa who essentially only farmed the entire game?
Yeah.
Like, how? You had a great start on SF. You were 6k net worth, I think, at minute 10. Like, absolutely enormous. But this mass command is into Butterfly into I'm gonna be the hard carry build. I don't understand this. Now Medusa with the double damage rune is shredding the tower.
Yeah, your tier 3 is just falling here. You Nightmare and Glyph and you overlap them, so a bit of wasted efficiency there. And a jump from Copy trying to deal with this wave. There's a Roshan's banner already placed. He'll drag back the creeps at least, but the tier 3's gone. Barracks are open. Bottega just stands here.
Catapults are pushing and they are protected by this banner.
Sharpshooter thrown in. Takes Eki to half. Scythe device used on Copy to force him back into base. And they'll defend their barracks. Rune Eater's now on the back foot completely as all the lanes trend towards their base.
Game is looking kind of complicated. They have a fairly tanky Slardar with the Aghanim Scepter at least, and BKB could jump in and survive for a little bit, but the sustained damage output of a Medusa with Eye of Skadi, Butterfly, MKB, you're not gonna tank her forever.
I'm so confused. Now Medusa's got through the hardest part of the game. Now it's all easy. Just A-click down lanes basically. And the Dire have not done enough to shut them down. Gonna be kicking themselves if they lose this one.
And at the same time, they have no stress, right? Medusa has Aegis. She could go high ground here, but I think he's saying, guys, we're not gonna lose late game. So he doesn't really want to stress this. Hard to say what the right choice is here. I think pushing with Aegis still makes sense. You'll likely force a pretty good fight, but I understand not wanting to, you know, run into a bad fight.
Yeah, while Medusa sits there, pushes wave, protected by the Aegis, by the minefield behind her. Morel just shoves out the top lane with a stinger reaction out of the rest of Rune Eaters. Now we get to a situation where you've got to make a move. You can't just sit in base.
He's built a nice little mushroom field here.
Yeah, impassable terrain. You've got to go for some long sweeping move as Rune Eaters. They're going through top to try and find someone. They're hoping Morel is up here farming. Or maybe going to jump to this Remnant.
He was there earlier, so yeah, it would be amazing to find him. He had a beyond godlike kill streak, still has that, of course. But he joined his team, and they're going to knock on the high ground again.
Yeah, pushing that bottom lane to tier 3. Move back in towards mid, where the barracks are open. And smoke comes to nothing. Rune Eaters have to TP back to base. There's Bane already getting caught out here. The Wolves chase him. Alec forced back behind tier 4 towers. A real sad situation for Rune Eaters. They just watch their barracks get destroyed.
Axe falls easily, and Feeble gets put on him at least to delay the damage. And with the Crimson Guard, he's tickling the barracks.
Okay.
Eventually,
Just lose our mid lane.
Has fallen. Radiant's top tower is
Copy gets-
eventually, the SF has to fight. Sooner or later.
Hopefully sooner.
Also, the Nature's Prophet has not really turned into the carry that I would have expected with Mjolnir first item. He's still sitting at 13,000 net worth. Only having 4 staff to go with the Mjolnir. It's not really nearly enough for this stage of the game against Medusa.
No, it was one of those things that, like, it looked good until it didn't. It's like, oh yeah, he's scaling, he's got Mjolnir, but then never got a chance to keep split pushing and cutting waves. He's just been stuck, reacting, fighting, needs to be with his team. I feel like a similar story from Malik as well, who had a very good start, then died a bunch of times in quick succession in that bottom lane, and now just hasn't felt the rhythm of the game kick back in. As we've got the Lycan shapeshift in towards the back. Elmo's going to get gripped up and killed as he dives deep behind tier 3 tower.
Huh.
Now the chase,
Yeah.
but it's into a minefield. You've got to be very delicate with your approach.
The Blink Hex Lycan kind of just played himself.
Yeah.
It's hard. They know about the mines. They know they can't go up on this high ground.
They may-
They should be sending Treants with Nature's Prophet.
I guess Lycan just expecting Ember Spirit to follow him. Like, come on, let's go. Nobody came with him. Some problems holding onto the staircase with the mines nearby. Trying to poke at anyone who comes up. Shadow Fiend uses illusions to clear out some of this minefield. But you're still dealing with this like death by 1,000 cuts. Medusa illusions sent to clear the wave. Real Medusa just sitting and farming. You don't have any map space. Like, you need to kill this Medusa so badly.
Yeah. And every time I click her, she has another item. The BKB now as well, getting oh so strong. And she might even get a neutral item that will help her get stronger too, Gareth, because she's still rocking the weighted dice. And tier 4 item is coming in.
A good old weighted dice.
Honestly, think it was good that he held it until now, because his main job has been farming anyway.
Get that bonus gold. And what are we sitting on here? 1003 Ember Spirit. It's a pretty big paycheck if you're able to find him. He's playing Wisdom Shrine on that left-hand side as the smoke from Rune Eaters, again, just doesn't connect on anything. They've gone through that northern jungle and found nobody.
Okay, the vision. Listen to me here. They have MKB on Shadow Fiend. If they get the Dream Fight, Fiend Script the Medusa, SF right-clicking, they can do it. They can win the fight. But it needs to be on the back of SF getting auto attacks out. Otherwise, I don't see the win.
Well, Modus
See if we can
clear,
make it happen.
clear dire vision, hold their own high ground vision. They saw this double damage rune get picked up, so they know the copy's coming. They're still going to get the BKB off on Bottega, though. Stonegate's not used, though. They've got the Cyclone into the sky. This Medusa kept alive. Stonegate's now up, and the Dark Lord's being right-clicked down. Shadow Fiend's gone. Oh, they're all dead. 4 out of here for the price of Medusa. And now Morel can chase in on towards Malik. The axe gets boomeranged, hunted down by the wolf, who blinks forward to get the full team wipe out. Well, they killed Medusa, Wagga.
They did. The unfortunate part is she has 4.3 HP per mana, and that's 2,000 mana, so some quick math, it's like 8,500 mana HP at least, and then 2,000 HP behind that. What I'm saying is, you gotta do some 20,000 damage to kill this thing.
And they've caught Dark Lord. The dieback of the Shadow Fiend. He's out of here. No more Horcruxes for him. He's gone for 110 seconds.
This is really awkward.
It's over.
Walks up, and it's just GG, yeah.
What a weird series. Like, stomp game 1 into kind of stompy comeback in game 2. Both teams really struggling to find the right pace of play, right? Slowing down too much here, speeding up too much there.
I think weird because of this reason as well. It was stompy because of what exactly? Like, they didn't do stuff. Game 1, it was supposed to be an even game and a lot of fighting. It wasn't. Game 2, the SF has a fantastic start. He decides to go Mask of Madness Butterfly against the Medusa and just farm. I don't understand it. Like, I know these are fantastic players. I keep saying it myself. But did they really feel that confident going late game against Medusa instead of just playing on a timer?
I don't know. Especially with Slardar Axe as your 2 other cores, right? We both said it after the draft. These are like enabling cores. They amp up damage. They control. They don't really offer damage themselves necessarily. So you need Shadow Fiend to be joining, and if he doesn't, then what are you doing? Just falling flat to this Medusa.
No, I don't see it. Minus armor heroes. I mean, we see here how much effort it was to bring her down. Very, very difficult when she gets her items, and that's just, you know, it's not news. These players know Medusa is strong late game, but they probably thought that they could get more scaling going on Nature's Prophet, and thought they would be at a point where they have like 4 cores versus 1, but that wasn't the case at all. Ember was popping off. He was massive. Lycan was really farmed as well, so essentially there were 3 cores against kind of 2, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Ember was 12-0-7. Morel really had a great game.
And if he didn't, this game could have been over very quickly. So he is easily my standout MVP here. If he didn't dominate the entire early game, then Bottega would never have the space to get his farm. I mean, yeah, it's bombs. I get it. Production likes the Boomba. 86% almost kill participation is pretty damn good. I'll give it to him as well.
Maybe also a signal from Valve themselves. We've removed Axe from the game. We've left it in captain's mode for now, but you still shouldn't pick it because he's been losing today. He's not looked like a great hero at all.
Honestly, the damage dealt by this tech is impressive. 29,000 damage dealt is almost as much as the entire Dire team. I'm not even kidding. It's not far away. That's pretty crazy.
That's wild, actually. 30k hero damage as they're walking into mines. And even had that Wind Waker at the end to save his Medusa, the tail end in that last team fight as well. But there we have it, tying things up 1 apiece. We'll head to a game 3 to find out who gets to continue in the closed qualifiers for TI15 here, or who gets knocked out. We'll see you right around the corner.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, TI15 Regional Qualifiers Europe. Getting back underway here as we get into the final game of the second series of the day. Runeaters taking on Modus. We've had, I would like to say back and forth, but I don't think that really describes what we've been seeing. We've had a stomp into a stomp as well.
Yeah, exactly. If you go per series or per round, then sure. But yeah, it was very, very one-sided in the first game and was maybe even more one-sided second game. Not really, but it was pretty uneventful games. So if you just tune in now, pretend this is the first game and it's a best of one between Runeaters and Modus, because I would actually not recommend going back and watching those VODs. But hopefully both teams have time to warm up now. They're ready. Go into it. I don't want to see this sort of slow, indecisive Dota. I want to see them play faster, not only for the sake of them winning here and going further, but for their chances of going against any of the teams that are remaining outside of this. You can't get away with playing like this.
No, it definitely felt like the pressure was getting to some of the players, right? In both games, we had situations where we're looking at this, bird's eye view, we have perfect information. It's definitely worth pointing out that we see everything, and the players obviously are sat in half darkness, looking at the map, wondering what's going on. But both games, there's a team who we think, okay, they've got the tools, they've got a potential to go out and lead the game, be the ones who are directing what's happening, and they just kind of sit there going through the motions of just farming and waiting for late game, looking for later timings. I hope that here in Game 3, we finally get a real clash between these two, because I know for sure that we can get skirmishes, we can get team fights, we can get pickoffs, we can come out laning stage with a direction rather than going headless chicken to the sides of the map to farm. I want to see an actual game of Dota and not just a Medusa walking down a lane and finishing the game with a whimper.
Okay, instead of a headless chicken, can we talk about how Modus do as a team average on the whole head cam thing? Because I would argue this is a head-only chicken. Look at this. The average, amount of shoulders even seen is absolutely remarkable. This is impressive stuff.
There's like a little bit of clavicle out of Morel.
How many ceilings do we see? We actually see 4 ceilings, though. Kasana needs to step up his game. Somehow we see nothing of his head, but also don't see a ceiling. Okay, ceiling count here. Okay, I mean, it's a blurred out ceiling, so 3? Yeah, there. I also see his knee there on Dark Lord. Oh. So, I mean, that's a disqualification.
Flashing,
right, not a head cam.
Flashing the knee in 2026. Back in the Victorian times.
Jokes aside, we go into the first phase of bans. We have the Lone Druid, the Treant Protector, and the Coddle banned out. Batrider, Largo, and Drow. Pretty usual suspects overall. Drow and SF perhaps being the two unusual, along with maybe Largo.
Yeah, and pretty similar to the first couple of games. We had the Snapfire banned out. The Doom and the Puck were also bans that we saw wriggle in and out of that ban phase. We're going to leave ourselves in with a Nature's Prophet again. I'm curious if he's still up there in terms of first pick for Runeaters, or if they changed something with that. And of course, there's the whole Puck Ember Spirit situation as well.
Yeah, we're going to see the Puck Ember immediately. Yeah, Puck is a hero that a lot of teams have been going towards as opener. Can be countered, but I guess it takes some attention to do that as well. Ember is a good start. Perhaps he's inspired by seeing Morel on Ember, and he's like, I want to do that. They look fun.
It sure did, yeah. I mean, what did 12-0 had a cracking game. Well, I guess Copy did play it in game 1, so he's like, well, I won with it, then he won with it, now it's my turn to win with it again. If we follow that logic, Ember Spirit is the one that's just winning games. They've got the winning pick already.
Story of Ember. And Lion banned out. Again, probably going to see more of this, like Lion, maybe Rubik, maybe Bane. Typical heroes to ban out when you play Puck.
Yeah, they banned the Lion, the Bane. Lich and Silencer were also bans later on, but that was because Pos 5 was left till last pick.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's Lion Rubik or Lion Bane this time around. And then we can start thinking about developing our side lanes a little bit as well. Get into some of these support picks, like the Hoodwing and Techies have felt very powerful. Oh, good. Love to see them.
With SF banned out, I'd probably ban... I'd probably leave the Bane in and ban the Rubik instead. If SF was in the pool, I would probably say that you want to make sure not to give Bane away because of the combination being so strong.
Yeah, good point. What was it? Modus had Puck into Kez Witch Doctor Tide. That was a game 1 draft with Techie's last pick for them.
Radiant team banned.
They banned the Tiny. Another hero that can deal with the Puck for sure, and something that Dark Lord showed they're tremendously good on. So that was a counter pick from the carry position rather than support.
Going to the game where Dark Lord played Tiny as well, I think that was what crippled Modus to not do anything. I think they just got scared that the Tiny would simply just burst anybody if they showed themselves, so that kind of took away their drive and initiative. If they need to ban Tiny to get away from that, then I'm all behind that decision. Because the Shadowblade does come out early. Once he has Echo Saber and Shadowblade, which is, usually pre-minute 20, it does become difficult to make moves.
And here's the monster under that bed. The boogeyman. Just ban him. Get him out of here. We've got to go a different direction then, if you don't get your hands on the Tiny.
Yeah, but that leaves options for Rune Eaters. They can now go for either Bane or Rubik, whichever they feel is nicer. I personally like Rubik a lot against Puck. It's very instantaneous, and you get the silence for yourself as well if you steal the Waning Rift, like I mentioned before, or even Coil. Coil is fine steal as well.
And now, similar story, right, for Modus. They need more lockdown to deal with Ember Spirit, but you've already banned out the Lion yourselves. So what
if you pick more lockdown, that's more lockdown Rubik can steal.
Oh, true.
So you're playing into his hands.
Oh no! What happened to Shadow Shaman? Where's he gone?
He fell out of favor. He did get nerfed quite a bit though, didn't he? Like back in the days. Let's see here.
I can't remember. That was always a hero that people are picking against these Storm, Puck, Ember kind of heroes. I guess we just don't see it much anymore.
Did you give him the Ernaconda thing, which is interesting? It's not as great as I wish it was. But yeah, he took a few nerfs here and there.
Well,
Ernaconda was pretty decent, but then they nerfed the mana on it.
They're not going to go for direct, like, lockdown or counter to the Ember Spirit. Instead, they're going to go for tempo. So playing this Enchantress, you're able to kind of win your safe lane and then transition to mid lane to swarm, guard runes, play that mid tier 1 tower. And I'm assuming Hoodwink here also going to do a similar job of being strong in lane and then able to transition mid and protect the Puck.
Yeah, both of them are very, very good laning heroes, and I think putting a lot of emphasis on the laning stage makes sense for Modus, as long as their communication and leadership drives them to do something with that good laning result afterwards. But yeah, makes pretty good sense to me. Also, not the best spells to steal from either of these heroes generally. Like, stealing from Enchantress is really sad for Rubik. You can steal Heal or Enchant. It's, it's a spell, but you would rather have an Earth Spike or a Nightmare or anything else, basically.
Literally anything else.
Yeah, and Bushwhack is great, but so many times you don't get Bushwhack when you steal from Hoodwink. You get the random Scurry instead, and you're like, well, I Scurry now.
I Scurry. What do we want to play with the Rubik? Because I'm assuming it's going to be Eki's hero. And Malik has a number of heroes they can play alongside it, but currently keeping that obscured and grabbing a Wind Ranger.
Interesting. Yeah, Wind Ranger is a very curious pick here. Can be great at bursting the Enchantress later on. Can also be flexed. So this is kind of an awkward spot where I would suspect that this is a support Wind Ranger, but it can totally be run as a core.
5 seconds remaining.
Look at the amount of heroes playing in the
I
trees.
don't think it's Dark Lord, though. Or maybe it is. Hold up.
Maybe
the
it
Tusk
is.
pick.
Looks like it. I mean, I haven't seen mid Wind Ranger in a hot minute, so it looks like carry Wind. We've got Ember Spirit already heading into the mid lane.
No, I was looking at like either off lane or carry, right?
Yeah.
They can send the Tusk Wind Ranger either to the off lane or to the safe lane. The two of them, the pair can go to either direction. I kind of like it as a safe lane here.
Is there something in particular, like you said it can shred the Enchantress, but is there something in particular against like a Puck? Or is this like a timing thing with Wind Ranger?
It's okay against Puck. Like, all of them have follow-up stunts. If you think about Rubik as the initial catch, or maybe Tusk with a Blink Dagger can snowball someone and punch someone, right? He can jump the puck and stun. Then you have follow-up stun in Shackle Shot. It's not a great starter stun to puck because, first of all, it's gonna miss all the time because phase shift. And then if you miss a targeted spell on puck, he heals an absurd amount of HP and mana. So it's more the fact that it falls in, and the DPS should be amazing here between the two of them.
And I guess also, going by game 2, we don't want Dark Lord to be sat AFK farming Shadow Fiend to late game. Wind Ranger's kind of forced to go and play a little bit more actively. Cannot just flash farm jungle, needs to be playing lane and then going around killing heroes. Also, if he does get stuck out, kill the enemy tier 1 early on and get stuck out on that lane, he just wind runs away. He's got options now to escape.
Yeah, it's true. Doom gets snagged up. Again, pretty good to have against Ember Spirit. You get a nice way to kind of ruin his day. Might be hard to replicate what we had in the previous game with the 12-0 on the Ember. But if that's an offlane Doom Hoodwink into a safe lane Wind Ranger Tusk, I think the Wind Tusk still has decent odds on that one. But the damage is obviously fantastic between Scorched Earth and Hoodwink.
Yeah, it sure is.
10 seconds remaining.
Modus.
They're banning out offlaners, so they're also suspecting that this is the safe lane. Yeah, we're on the same page then.
Yeah, I would imagine so. So Malik's hero last up with a Rubik to go alongside. Underlord, one of the classic combos. And then Nature's Prophet being banned. Looking at Modus as maybe putting this Doom off lane. It could be carry Doom, could be off lane Doom, but they don't have last pick, so they'll have to show it before Rune Eaters get to pick. But we do have heroes like Necrophos out there, or this Medusa that was incredibly scary in the previous one. Heroes that can run away with the game if they're left untouched.
Yeah. The last pick overall, though, being in favor of Rune Eaters, they really have a lot of value in this flex on the Wind Ranger. I think they should definitely take their time and think about whether they do want to run it safe lane or off lane when they see the next pick of Modus. And that's the tough part for Modus now. They have to show their colors and pick a carry. Or say that Doom is the carry and just pick something else. But looking at Hoodwink, I suspect this is an offlane Doom.
Yeah, and
they just work really well together on that lane.
Make sure you don't get last pick nerd heroed, like, Viper or something comes out of Rune Eaters and just completely screws you.
True.
I ban the Night Stalker. So they've left in the, Beastmaster, Mars heroes out there. Kez is going to be the final removal. And we'll see what Modus have in store for us. Is it carry Doom? Is it offlane Doom? Something different for Bottega? How much time left?
Yeah, I mean, I like Team Bolt's approach of just running like a carry Doom or Dawnbreaker, these type of heroes on the safe lane, and just be strong at fighting early. But that hasn't really been how Modus played.
Hasn't been how the
their
series
identity is a
played.
bit different. Yeah, I mean, Jarrow would fit well into their lineup too. They go TB.
We go carry TB, another scaling agi carry for Bottega.
Yeah. I mean, Illusion Carry does do fairly well against, low magic burst. There isn't that much magic burst, but there's a fair bit still. Power Shot, Fade Bolt, Ember has tons of magic damage. Sure, the Wind Ranger and Tusk combination is generally physical, but it's an okay TB game.
Do we go Axe again? There's still Axe and Tidehunter and stuff like this. Pango's not bad either.
I would like something with more magic damage nuke in the lane. That's a possibility.
3 snap.
Yeah, +3 snap makes a lot of sense here. Send her down there, and now you have a lot of magic damage, because you already have quite a bit of setup, right? Look at it. You have Searing Chain, Telekinesis, Shackle Shot, and Tusk Stuns. So quite a few things to hold people in place. Snapfire can combo with that, and generally the lane against Terrorblade should be very easy for Snap.
Just overall, ease of execution feels like it's there for Rune Eaters. Coming out laning stage, you just have to hit level 6 on some of these heroes and you're ready to go. Whereas Modus, they need time for Terrorblade to get up and running. Puck is notoriously low damage until it's able to pick up, Witchblade or some damage items. So it feels like Enchantress has quite a lot to do coming out of laning stage to bring everything together.
Yeah, Kasana is gonna definitely have to do quite a bit of work together with Problems and see how many rotations they can fit into this game. I'm also very curious to see if Elmo will survive the laning stage, because going against Dark Lord on Wind Ranger, it's a scary lane. Let's just say it like that. Definitely that lane will be the one I want to keep my eyes on. Obviously, Terrorblade might be in danger as well against the Snapfire, but more so, I think the volatility, like Doom and Hoodwink both have kill potential. Tusk and Windranger both have kill potential, so that lane could be really spicy.
Tons of ways to just burst people down. Get on top of them, slay them in this laning stage. And game 3, an important one here for both these teams. On the road to the international lower bracket in the EU regionals. These teams dropped down as Modus were 2-0'd by Na'Vi in that upper bracket.
Yeah, upper bracket was a tough story, but at least here in lower bracket, they're not completely outmatched. It's anyone's game, and it comes down to this one to decide who's going to stay in.
And what was it? Nigma Galaxy 2-0'd Rune Eaters as well. That was a pretty rough one in the upper bracket for some of these teams. You know, getting seeded into the big dogs, getting dumped unceremoniously down into the lower bracket. But here they are, another shot, the safety net to get towards 2 of those slots. Towards TI. Game 3, a super important one. So we'll have a quick little restart. I think I heard we've had another qualified team head towards TI from Southeast Asia. It was going, yeah, it's going pretty deep, going the distance over in that best of 5. It looked like it might actually go to a game 5, but it sounds like OG have pipped them to the post and get themselves to Shanghai.
That's glorious stuff right there. Yeah, I'm too locked in on just our region because we have so many amazing teams here, and I'm very curious which ones are going to be the ones to claim the title. You know, a lot of assumptions are there, right? So you assume the Team Vision, you assume the Team Spirit should be grabbing 1 slot each, but you never know. There are so many good teams, and they still will get tested in the next 2 series. They're obviously 2 series away from claiming a qualification up there in the upper bracket. However, in the lower bracket here, for some of the teams who are going lower bracket all the way, you have to win your first game, your second game, your third game, and the 4th game. So it's actually a longer distance in the lower brackets.
That's a long way to go. A lot of teams as well, like 16 teams in this EU region. It's an absolute bloodbath. We've already had, what, South America and China conclude, with LGG coming out of South America. They had to win 1, 2, 3, 4 series, and they're done. It's only 1 slot out of SA, so it is that gauntlet you've got to run through. And then the 2 slots out of China, we had Resilience and VP Gaming coming out. And it's going to get exciting as we get to the tail end of these qualifiers, just waiting for teams to find their way through. And now with the 3rd one, well, I guess the 4th team out of the 3rd region, OG getting them there. But we're in the here and now. Just waiting for Dark Lord to restart his PC, get back into the game, and get himself on this Windranger. A hero that could just drag them, kicking and screaming, out of the laning stage, into some action. That's what we want. We just want some forced action. If there's only a way for us casters to poke the players and say, go do some stuff. I think game 1 and game 2 might have been a little bit more interesting.
So I was thinking about it when they picked. And in my mind, Malik, I've seen him play Windranger before, you know, sometimes. So I really thought that this Windranger was going to go to the off lane more likely. And I tried to think back, have I seen Dark Lord play Windranger much? No, not really. In my mind, he just stands out as your average illusion nerd, right? Like, he plays the typical carries, the Morphling, the TB, even looking up, I had to go and check him as well. His Liquipedia is literally that for signature heroes. PL, Morphling, TB. He is stock standard illusion nerd, just missing a Naga right there. So seeing him go into this on the Windranger, I'm very excited to see how confident he is and how comfortable he is playing this matchup. Normally, Windranger against TB is super good until suddenly TB has MKB and we're late into the game and it turns absolutely dog shit. It loses all its power.
Yeah, it becomes unplayable immediately. It's not just you have the choice as well. It's not just MKB, but we've also seen like Yatro go with the Bloodthorn build, right? So you have choices as Terrorblade of how to deal with a Windranger depending how the game's going.
You know, there's actually already potential to deal with the Windranger quite innately. Windranger used to have this undispellable Windrun talent. That doesn't exist anymore. Yes, if you get the Aghanim Scepter, Tailwind becomes undispellable, but not the evasion part of the Windrun. So the fact that they have Enchant, which is a dispel, Doom, which is a dispel, and potentially Doom could even Devour and get a dispel in the jungle, get the little Satyr creep. It could spell problems for Windranger.
I could. That's a lot of dispels. Yeah, you're right. It's good then that Runitas actually have covered a lot of their bases, and in previous games we've seen this hard carry of Dark Lord and then 2 kind of utility heroes or catch heroes out of Copy and Malik. This time around they've got Snapfire who can scale, Ember Spirit who can actually dish out damage depending on the itemization. So they have other heroes that can pick up the slack where Dark Lord might be lacking.
Yeah, true. Or at least take the attention, right? If they are big threats by having a lot of damage, then that's less focus on to Dark Lord. So he might be allowed to do his damage. And look at this sweep around.
Where are they going?
They're going to collide with Elmo, and a most unfortunate situation. That is awkward.
Look at the smile. He's like,
It's like, what are you doing here?
they're all over
Crazy
here.
move.
What are they doing in our back garden? They've jumped over the fences and they've found themselves.
Get off me lawn.
Yeah. Modus having some kind of, little cookout, little grill behind the tier 2 tower. Rooney has smelt the delicious waft of doom.
It is really time for cookouts, isn't it? Nice weather nowadays.
I cannot wait to get my grill out and go out. It is time.
Barbecue some veggies on a stick, nice stuff.
Time to start marinating things.
Skewers. Actually, I'm going to do that today. I'm heading down to the store. We're going to marinate. We're doing cookout tomorrow.
Very nice.
Or day after tomorrow.
What's your signature dish?
Lebanese food, of course.
Oh.
I have a Lebanese girlfriend,
Oh, hell
it's good food. It's good food.
That's yours now. You appropriate it as quickly as you possibly can.
I got my own dishes that I make, but down bottom, quick harassment coming in with the tag team. Disjointed though.
Courier has been killed.
See across all 3 lanes. Looks like Modus there going to give back onto Ake what he was giving to them. Put the Tusk at about 1/3 of his HP. While Eke is giving Kasane the clicks, but Nature's attendants are up for the Enchantress to keep her healthy. So, no real blood being drawn. Just a few little punches and stabs.
It already sets the tone, though, for how this laning stage is going to be. I think it's going to be very aggressive on both top and bottom lane. So, on your toes, Mr. Observer. I think this could be happening anywhere.
And then copying this mid lane, 1v1 against that puck. Already at 6-1 as they tie each other up. Malik and Eki cookie onto Kasane, very quickly blasting into the Enchantress. And yeah, you blink and you miss it, just disappearing in that top lane.
It's so quick. It's so quick. The burst potential on level 2. They didn't go for double level 2, by the way. Interesting play where Eki walked away, letting the Snapfire hit an earlier level 2 timing by staying out of the experience range. It's actually ended up working out really well for him.
Very intelligent stuff. Just little nuanced plays. You can see Eki yapping away about how to play the lane.
It's actually so complicated to read that as well. Sometimes you both need level 2, but sometimes just one of you hitting level 2 while both the enemies are level 1 is enough to win the lane.
Yeah, that's where they find themselves now. Snapfire 10-2, Terrorblade 7-1. And Terrorblade is going to struggle getting next to the wave as well, with Malik just planting himself inside the creeps. So forcing the metamorphosis, basically, just with positioning there. Because Bottega needs to hit creeps. He's got to pop the meta, trying to get some harassment forward as well. But it's a good reset by Rooney to drag one of the creeps back and hold their wave where they need to.
Try to avoid taking too much damage during the metamorphosis. Really nicely done by them. And that's a big power spike gone. Didn't get a kill with it. I love the last hit, by the way. It's so even across the field right now. All the cores. Doom sitting on 9, but almost everyone else had 12 last hits at the same point in time.
Very even. Very balanced.
Yeah, competitive game.
Malik still trying to keep the pressure on, but under tower, kind of difficult to stop the TB from just dragging melee creep. Missing last hit. Unfortunate for him. Copy a couple of creeps behind in this mid lane. Not too drastic though. And then down at bottom, Elmo catching up 13 CS for himself. So this Windranger and Tusk have been unable to shut down Elmo whatsoever.
I just realized that Tusk's name is like if Malik was a little bit sleepy and missed 2 of his letters when he typed his name, you know?
His keyboard's broken.
Yeah, it's like that M and L are missing. Otherwise, it's also a Malik. It's 2 of them.
It's also they've got
Malik.
Eki and Ike as well. It's like Ike, you know?
Sure.
2 or 3 players. You can just jumble up their names. Who's that Pokemon? Could be literally any of them. Seems like even after that first blood, we're going to settle ourselves into a calm laning stage. It feels like mid lane, not much is going to happen. Just trading out farm until maybe some of the supports rotate. You could argue Rubik and Tusk, very good heroes to go and guard the runes. Hoodwink and Enchantress can do a pretty similar thing.
Mirel secures the rune, and that's gonna mean double rune for him. Really comfortable spot for the puck. That's what you need if you play puck. Fast reflexes. And meanwhile, harassment is never ending up top, but TP is still finding space to keep farming. Ench is doing a fantastic job.
Dire structures are fortified.
Honestly, that double water rune. Morel's putting a bit of pressure onto Copy here. Forcing
More than a little.
a touch of heal. Still holds a Fairy Fire, though. Knew he had that as backup in the inventory. That means he's going to miss out on a couple of last hits. And he's going to make that long wander away. Does he just walk base?
He has to walk base, yeah. Unfortunately, there's no bounty rune to take. Down bottom now.
Yeah, Enchantress with a rotation Harpy. Coming in and zapping the Wind Ranger, but Tusk with Rubik, they're onto Kasane. Ike dropping low quickly under the damage of Elmo and problems. The healing Nature's Attendants not enough to keep Kasane alive. So in the 3v3 bottom, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, tag team is so strong. It started out looking pretty bad, but with the power of tag team and 3 heroes auto-attacking, they bring down the Enchantress as well. Even trade though, and this leaves some solo time up top. Malik versus Bottega. Bottega does have a stacked small camp, so should be pretty fine for him.
And that's even before 6-minute rune. 30 seconds to go. So we could see Rubik move from bottom lane through towards mid, guard a rune, help protect this Ember Spirit. Eki can give Copy a bit of a better time. It looks like Tusk is just going to TP straight back down to bottom, though.
Yeah, I feel like we already saw more rotations and moves than some of the previous games. You know, we've fought for the 4-minute rune, we've made TP certain gate moves. This is an active game, so like I said, I wish that both teams wake up in the final game, and they definitely look like it.
Oh yeah, they're definitely swinging for it. It's going to be a bit of fortune here for Copy, though. Amplified damage going to get bottled up, as Kasane was guarding the top rune for the puck. We'll see Malik just wander back after clearing some neutral camps. A Snapfire having a very good time. 35 and 10 for Malik so far, and closing in on level 6, which is a super important timing to hit. Because when Snapfire has that ulti ready, people just die.
Yeah, true. She just needs someone to come and play over towards her, and very easily she can set up a kill even on Terrorblade. At least he did go Falcon Blade, buffing his HP a little bit. Otherwise, very low HP hero. Enchantress looking to steal Wisdom, so she's setting up by going behind, taking a creep, and then gonna move over.
That's an illegal move. You can't let this happen.
It is.
Rubik's going to TP and make sure. 7 seconds before Kasane's going to get scouted, and Neki's like, hey, could I get some help over here? It's not just a 1v1, there's also this Ogre Frostmage coming in. Looks like Doom and Hoodwink going to get the Wisdom Shrine on the right-hand side, while Malik has to come and defend the left. Kasane going to get blasted. The scatter shot, the cookie forward, the damage is good. Kasane is going to die.
Yeah, so 1-for-1. We're not going to have this double Wisdom domination again, as we saw in the previous game. We have more of an even time. Meta was used just to farm from Terrorblade, speeding up his farm rate a little bit.
He needs every little thing he can. He's bottom of the net worth of the cause currently, but he's a hero that can catch up pretty quickly, dipping into jungle.
You know what? I don't completely dislike the meta to farm here, because fighting into a level 6 Snapfire is probably not happening anyway, so might as well just use it to get what advantage you can.
As long as he doesn't get killed on the hunt, it looks like he has backed up enough. Tusk was looking for it, and Copy with the amplified damage rune was also here in the top jungle.
Yeah, he cleverly walked past some creep camps, you know, don't farm the closest creep camps, and you just get vision of them going through the gate down to bottom, so Doom should be aware.
Is that an Age of Empires strategy? Don't mind the stone in your base, mind the stone in the enemy base.
Exactly, you take the enemy resources.
Keep that little pocket of gold for later on. Just wall it up. With a snowball into a shard, they'll wall up the Doom here. With the kisses landing, it's ice and fire to take down the demon. Malik on a killing spree.
Undisciplined by Elmo. He thought he was far enough back, but he did see everybody going through the gate. He saw 2 supports going through the gate, and should really just have backed away a little bit earlier.
A little too bold. Not respecting this. Snapfire level 6.
His bottom tower
Oh, he didn't back, so he pretended they don't have vision on the gate, and now they will kill them on the gate.
Oh.
Surprise, we do have vision.
Ah, but you just go through the gate and the coil doesn't do anything. Malik says goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
So you trade your Doom for your Rubik. I'm pretty happy.
I guess
Sounds
it's
Rune Eaters.
maybe not the best. They kind of wanted the Snapfire as well, but can't have it all.
Copy, gonna go for a dive. Shard's not gonna catch problems though. Problem's just gonna slip on past this Tusk.
Pressure is still coming in. TB trying to open up the map. We all know how well TB can farm when the map is open and towers are gone. He just sends solutions everywhere. He doesn't want to get caught pushing tower though, so he's gonna back away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Is there a necessity for Radiant to play fast this game?
I would say so, yeah. But not necessarily yet.
No.
Like, you have a little bit of time to build your items, right? And eventually TB will become a massive problem. Like, before minute 30, you definitely want to start turning up the pace a lot. But you don't necessarily have to run at the enemy non-stop at 10 minutes. But somewhere between 20 you should.
Nice little snowball to dodge away from some damage there. And Morel's actually still being hunted down by Copy and force a defensively orb. I snipe out the Hoodwink as they bring 4 heroes to try and push into the tier 1 mid lane. Enlisting a reaction out the Dire team. Kasane and Morel both here trying to defend this tier 1.
Ooh, they have a catapult, but everybody backed out. They got the Hoodwink kill and then they just leave mid, so... feels almost like a missed opportunity. I thought they could get this tower.
Seems like they don't want to allow this Terrorblade to just have free time pushing into tier 1 up top. So Malik's like, oh, guys, I'm going to go gather this wave, you know? Very selflessly stop the Terrorblade from farming and gather some farm for myself.
Yeah, if I happen to stumble upon a bit of gold on the way there, I mean, it's just like, who am I not to take it, you know? May as well farm.
But yeah, there is that timing of, I don't know, 25 minutes in where this Rune Eater side is going to be pretty monstrous. Having Spirit Vessel, I don't know, plus Mage Slayer on the Ember Spirit. Dark Lord's going to have this Mjolnir done. Snapfire. She's going Kaya without the Boots of Travel, so similar to what we saw from Serenada. Do you like it, or is it more acceptable to skip Boots of Travel on offlane snap compared to mid snap?
I think it's more acceptable on offlane for sure, because Ember is going to fill that role that Snapfire didn't really cover in the previous game. So I think, yeah, here I'm more on board with it. It's really just impact from mid lane kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mid laner needs to be everywhere, and off laner doesn't need to be everywhere.
It's like more like you play into your offlaner, mid laners play into you more often than not nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess Snapfire just goes all out maneuverability and damage. Blink into Kaya. They do come back into this tier 1 mid lane to claim the objective. And the fact that they took that top tier 1 quite early on as well means Wind Ranger gets to farm through the Twin Gate up towards top. You're pressuring TB back and making sure that his farming grounds are pretty limited.
Can't get her. Runs away in time.
Eki.
Just have quite a bit of farm though on the Wind Ranger.
Eki with a stolen enchant has picked up an Alpha Wolf in the jungle. Maybe with Copy they can kill Kasane. It's not an easy one. They've spent the coil now to stop the Ember from advancing as well. So Eki's just a free kill there for Modus to take.
Yeah, you just can't go down bottom. This is that global ability that we talk about. Having a Remnant down there quickly groups up with his team. Hard to play into this.
I keep thinking this Wind Ranger is Drow. I don't know, there's some like blue tint to the clothes she's wearing. It's only when I see the red cape that I'm like, okay, that's not Drow Ranger. There's a bit of green going on there as well. Backstabbing behind this tier 1 tower. Wind Ranger also going to shift into the Hoodwink, lands the Shackle Shot. Bushwhack comes in, but Copy quickly sprinting and remnanting into action. Going to get another bonus kill. Elmo and Problems both dying.
Yeah, this is very nice. Looking really, really good from Rune Eaters. Quick moves, and this is what they need to do. Because late game is favored for Modus. They have that TB Doom skills really well into late game. Even Puck becomes a massive problem. But if they just punch it earlier in the game, like I was trying to say earlier, like around like minute, but before minute 20 at least, but as early as possible, you want to ramp up a lot. And that's what we're seeing.
And getting these moves for Copy as well, like straight up to 2 Spirit Vessel charges feels incredible. Because now you can just keep playing forward and get up to the top lane, play with your Snapfire.
I really like that it's become norm as well in competitive, basically, that even if you have a Spirit Vessel buyer, you're still going for the Essence Distiller, as we see on Rubik. It's just an amazing Urn upgrade as well.
We'll lift Kasane back in. Missed the cookie from Snap, but they've got Chains and Scatterblast. Plenty of magic damage to burst her down. Another pick off in Kasane top lane, but this is Enchantress kind of bodyguarding the Terrorblade, putting herself in harm's way, so at least Bottega can keep farming.
I mean, this is fantastic. They're doing so much to pressure and punish anyone who shows on lanes, and this is really putting the fear in Puck and TB, who are not really doing too much across the map yet. Morel gets his hands on a Regen rune, which is nice, but until he has Blink Dagger, he struggles to do too much.
That's a nice pushback into Doom bottom low. They're on this win range of very quickly dispatching with the Dark Lord. No reaction coming out of the Rune Eaters at all.
I think it's better to not react there, because the kill is happening no matter what. You can't save her anymore, and they would just run away.
Yeah, instead, maybe try and go for a play of your own, but you've been rustled in that top jungle. A coil into kill on the Tusk, now a catch onto copy. I'm trying to get there with a bushwhack, but it doesn't land. The Ember Spirit. He's got 2 remnants, 21 charges. Pretty close to 0 chance he's dying here.
Yeah, he'll be fine with both Coil and Doom expended. He basically cannot die unless there's some insane like Sunder around the corner situation. So he should be very confident now. Play forward, know that the cooldowns are keeping him safe. Hoppy generally has a really good read on the game, I feel. He's going to take advantage of this.
Dark Lord back to farming bottom lane. That's something that a lot of these teams we've seen put a lot of emphasis on, especially Radiant team defending that bottom tier 1 tower to make sure they've got a bit of a launch pad to defend the Tormentor, and maybe try and pivot towards Roshan. So they're continually sending heroes down here to kill problems, to try and defend Dark Lord.
Aww.
And the Mjolnir proc is going to finish him off.
On the last hit, yeah. I mean, he didn't get a proc on the first 2 attacks, so he was most likely gonna get one anyway.
He was owed it.
Unfortunate.
He deserved it.
He did. Get it.
Morel, 201. Unkilled. Don't get the Essence Distiller put on him. Uncomfortable position to be in.
This Kasane move tells you a lot about the vibes in the Modus team right now. The fact that Ench is just sitting down here farming jungle and building towards an Aghanim Scepter is really saying that, okay, guys, we don't want to fight now. We can go pick off with Doom, but other than that, they're just mode farm.
Wait for late game. Just try and bridge the gap, get through the storm, weather it as best you can. Classic stuff. Time to turtle down.
Tortoise down?
I wasn't going to say anything. You did that. You did that to yourself. You turtles and tortoises and tortoises. Terrible. And Terrorblade up top, defended by what, 3 heroes? Back up all around him. Morale problems sat right behind Bottega.
Ench is considering going through the gate. He just gets the tower down bottom with just his enchant creep. And Puck finds Rubik. Could be a nice little pick-off.
Yeah, easy snipe on Eki. That's another situation where Rune Eaters kind of move into a position, look for a move of their own, then it falls apart and they go their separate ways. They scatter and they just leave Eki to die.
That's how you do it. Leave a support, quickly say that you don't know him, run away with face boots or TP out with travels, even better.
The support is asking, where are you? Where were you? I was never there. What are you talking about? I've always been bottom lane ganking the Enchantress.
We never go top lane, Rubik. You silly sod.
We only kill Ench. Get Kasane one more time. 5th death of the game. Half of the kills for Rune Eaters are kills on the Enchantress.
Yeah, worth mentioning that Puck and TB have not died a single time, so doing a good job staying alive. And Puck even getting involved in quite a few kills now. Looking at Rubik again, has everything at his disposal. It's basically a solo kill here if he just goes for it.
Well, it looks like it. Just get right on top of Eki and find him again. Honestly, Modus have done a tremendous job dodging this Malik Snapfire, who had a great laning stage, got that's level 6, got some kills, started spiraling. There's a 4-0-1 snap, but now has kind of hit a wall as Modus dodge literally every move that Rune Eaters are making.
Yeah. It's important that the Snapfire doesn't fall off and become useless, you know, not able to join fights. So he is queuing up the travels. He knows, man. Brown boots, bad. Bad boots.
Travel's good.
Travels, very good. Terrific.
Are scanning. Radiant
Is ready on the Tusk.
Did you ever go through a phase where you refused to buy boots?
Refuse?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean refuse to buy boots?
I had a period of, I don't know, 2 or 3 months where I disagreed with boots as an item. So
You just the concept of shoes.
The thing is, this was Dota 1, so I would pick Treant and Weaver.
Sure.
And they didn't need boots.
mean, it's okay. It's fair if you did it on those heroes. That would be okay. If I saw you on Spirit Breaker playing without boots or something, it would be a different
Oh,
story.
no. I'm not stupid. I'm just weird, okay?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair.
A little grab on problems.
I mean-
Another support dead.
I mean, that's completely normal. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still 50-50 on the Weaver, by the way. I sometimes buy power treads. I sometimes skip it.
Yeah.
I think Weaver is completely okay to have power treads on,
course.
but you don't need them.
To be fair, this was back in the day when Wind Ranger and Tide used to buy Battle Fury. You know, Dota 1 Wild West days of itemizing was pretty crazy.
Battle Fury Tide just to spin on every attack.
Yeah, just get the spin
Spinny
animation.
animation.
Just anchor smash everything. Cycle around. Yeah, I was sick and tired of people buying boots in the secret shop, the side shop, you know. Just go into the jungle, buy the boots. I was just sick and tired of that. None of that nonsense for me.
The side shop. They should bring it back. It was so good. It had everything you needed.
Blink, bottle, boots.
Yeah.
All the good items starting with B.
And some random region. They used to have like ringer health there too. You could buy it and sell it again.
Yeah.
To abuse.
Oh, look, it's Kasane in the top jungle. Not dying this time, though. Actually surviving.
Yeah, kind of thriving.
Radiant's
Tanky enough. And that was the last vessel charge for Ember, so wasting a bit of resource there. Tormentor is on the menu, but they have been spotted by Observer Ward. Can Hoodwink get there in time to punish? He's trying. Problems. Get there, man. Get there.
Scurrying down into
Get
the
in there.
Tormentor.
He's trying. He doesn't have scurry.
Oh, he doesn't.
Scurry, you little rat.
Trying to get there. Sharpshooter flies in. Has a snowball to dodge any further aggression. And it looks like Tormentor taking shard for Eki. There's still a smoke coming, though, from Modus as they maneuver down from the top jungle all the way towards the bottom right corner. But it's such a slow journey.
Do miss on the path to cut them off, though. His Blink Dagger. Oh, he's on the wind.
They found the Wind
close.
Ranger. Doom straight up with a Morel cut across. Dark Lord is dead. And now, maybe a catch onto Eki with the Infernal Blade to stop any chance of TPing home and a bonus kill for them. Yes, you got the Tormentor. All kisses
Oh, no,
onto
the
Bottega. He's got himself a bit of distance, juking around away with a Sunder onto Illusion. He's still around 30% HP, but he's been rooted up again. A copy. Very important kill.
Illusion than nothing, but not enough to sustain against the magic damage of an Ember and a Snap. There's just so much coming in.
Dire are scanning.
That was a very, very good catch down bottom, but unfortunately, their carry decided to play super aggressively up top at the same time. Got punished.
Yeah, maybe expecting all of them to TP bot and try and react and try and fight. That just wasn't the case.
Yeah, unfortunately, misread the situation a little bit. It's okay. At least the Wind Ranger also died.
Yeah, carry for carry. Balance in all things. Nothing to speak of in terms of net worth lead or kill lead or anything, though. 23 minutes in, we're heading into a pretty dead even game. So it's going to come down to like smoke moves, Roshan take, objective taking, and terrain holding. As Rooney does the wants to step first into the pit and even Cookie over to high ground to find the Hoodwink who was lurking.
I think that tips them off that they are on Roche, but it doesn't really matter much if they're tipped off. They can't really get there.
No stopping this now. Not even going to try and steal it.
It's going to be Dark Lord getting Aegis. Fantastic spot to be in. Having the Aegis on Wind Ranger can now really open up the map.
Cares much less about the Doom.
Yeah, and he can also be a bigger threat to TB. It's the aggressive component as well. When you have Aegis, you can just run in And with Wind Rod and Focus Fire, he could kill TB quite quickly.
Now he just gets to sit in that top lane as well, push in towards tier 2. Ember Spirit can run through that mid lane, keep throwing out waves, and Celtic Cross to join up with the rest of the team. Dark Lord's going to try and
ultimate.
kill off the
Looking for
Croaker.
Ember. Where's around mid? Can he get onto a good target?
Tusk is the one being pummeled by the Doom and the Pug. And Ember Spirit, looks like he's not going to be able to wrap around there. Instead, wants to maybe try and connect top lane. The original plan was to gather her up and play with this Wind Ranger. And again, I think Modus doing a good job dodging when Rune Eaters are strong. Modus is just sitting back and saying, okay, we hide behind our towers. We keep on farming. We're going to cut the map with the Puck. And it's your job to come and hunt us.
Always wanted to go.
Exactly. The game is very even still in terms of gold. Sure, they have Aegis, but if they don't get too much done in terms of objectives, they are scaling towards late game with a TB, Doom, and Puck. I'll be very happy with that if I was Modus. Also, they have Enchantress Aghanims. That's insane. He already has it.
Just rushed Ags, yeah.
Yeah, he's got Brown Boots, Magic Stick, Ags. And this Aghanims, let me tell you, if you have not played against it or played it, it is broken. It is so annoying. Yes, and Hoodwink gets slowly taken down by Copy.
Eventually.
Talking about this this Enchantress, Little Friends is just a really busted ability. It is a root that can last for up to 5.5 seconds, and you cannot do much about it. It's not dispellable.
So you just put it on the Ember Spirit and he's screwed.
Yeah, pretty much. Or Wind Ranger for that matter.
How is it not dispellable, by the way?
It's not dispellable. You can press BKB when it's on you and it will stay on. It's disgusting.
That's kind of wild, actually. Okay.
Cannot be dispelled.
I thought I'd seen disgusting stuff from Enchantress already with the Necronomicon Last Will units getting the bonus,
Right.
the bonus damage
Yeah.
on Last Will. Funniest thing I've ever seen.
No, I learned the hard way how disgusting this is. I had like some game, played Queen, 15 kills, 0 deaths, and then suddenly a support presses this on me and I just die. I'm like, what? How am I Fiend script essentially from a 20-second cooldown ability?
Wait, am I being DDoSed? Why can't I BKB or Yules or anything?
Yeah.
What's that happening?
I mean, you can use your Yules, but it does not dispel, and it lasts so long. It would actually last even after you land.
That's crazy.
Tower is under attack.
Well, with nothing in it, it's down to Rune Eaters to try and use this timer on the Aegis to keep applying pressure. They've not been able to make any cutting deep moves so far. We see Doom and Puck on streaks. Terrorblade has been sat pretty, farming jungle, keeping things very close in the net worth department, and even bringing numbers to defend top tier 2. Mirel and Kasane force the Ike Tusk back. And even getting a little poke here onto the Wind Ranger. Half HP for Dark Lord.
Not too bad. That at least fends them off, and meanwhile the TB Illusions are shoving down bottom.
And the Wind Ranger's just getting relentlessly harassed and hounded by this Puck. You've lost your Aegis for nothing now. And now with a jump from Elmo, they're going to try and go for the Doom play to catch the Wind Ranger. Lifted, dragged, saved by Eki. And they've got problems on the right-hand side being dealt with by Copy. So they kill a support.
Doom.
And Doom, I mean, he's just getting turned on. He stole Doom, did he? Well, down you go. Now TB with a BKB going, trying to kill off Malek, but it doesn't get it. What a wild, disparate fight. Now the Terrorblade is left alone here against Copy. Ember Spirit, BKB's up, trying to kill off the Terrorblade. He's not got quite enough. Sunder back onto Kasane. Tag team, slide, but no remnants remaining. Copy's dead? Malek died as well? Malek died as well?
Crazy stuff going on here. The Puck absolutely popping off. Puck and TB just standing very strong in that fight, but I do want to give credit to Doom still. He created a lot of space by jumping in there. Sure, he didn't kill the Wind Ranger due to a very good save from Rubik. Rubik Shard throwing the Wind Ranger to safety was the only reason that she lived.
Yeah, I'm going to need like 5 replays to figure out what happened
like,
here.
Right here, a throw to safety steals the Doom, and then eventually Dooms the Doom, and Doom is dead. And then Rubik dies as well. I believe, did Puck jump him? No, it was just, oh, it's TB hitting from the high ground.
So Doom dies, then Rubik dies, and TB's here. Wait, Malek TP, oh, so Malek doesn't TP home. Malek TP's next to the Puck and then just dies to the Puck. While Copy thinks he's got teammates coming, Wind Ranger chases the puck to the left, and Tusk is still trying to catch up to save him, but he's got no remnants left. I mean, communication breakdown big time there. Modus take full advantage of it.
This is very concerning though, because these early fights, they need to win on the side of Radiant. The Dire team scale insanely hard in the late game. This was before MKB on Terrorblade. This is before they start getting Octarine Core and these disgusting items on Puck, where Puck becomes a completely unplayable hero to run into. And yeah, even Dota Plus is saying this is a massive win rate advantage right now, and I kind of agree. I think they weathered the storm. The hardest part of the game, let's just not feed right now.
Well, they've caught Kasana again. Congrats, you're going to kill an Enchantress.
Yeah, it's an Ench. It's fine. She reveals the rotation. You get to back out.
Everyone else gets to escape. But yeah, we're going to hit MKB, TB territory pretty soon. That's where Wind Ranger's life gets hellish. There was such a good timing as well from Modus. That was BKB arrived for the Terrorblade as they were defending tier 2, and then they got to follow through with a fight directly after.
Yeah. No, they communicated about that for a while there. They were like, guys, we can actually punish them on them pushing here. I think it started with Ench, who was hovering around. So, you know, Ench was playing out there. And then they actually make something happen with it. And Morel shining a lot on the puck right now. Very, very close to Octarine Core.
Yeah, I mean, after a game 1 floundering, this is Modus now picking things back up and playing as we expected them to. A good start onto this Wind Ranger. Needs the cookie and the safety with the BKB, but the Terrorblade's still coming with the physical damage now. Chasing forwards, the final touch is coming. Right-click launched, Wind Ranger dead. Kisses chucked in on towards Elmo. He's going to pop the one and survive, though. Malik doesn't cook it to high ground, and Eki is getting focused by the TB. Lifts himself to low ground. Congregations of the deep trying to stun up and kill Elmo, but he's being sundered and saved.
Huh?
Terrorblade, what are you doing? Low HP, but keeps the Doom alive.
Yeah, Doom is like, yo, don't die, TB. He almost killed himself on the neutral creeps there. Good save though, and they win that fight cleanly. This is starting to look very, very favored for Modus. That was with the DD rune, by the way. DD rune on Puck is just amazing to have, because you normally have a lot of mobility and, you know, you're pretty flexible, but now having the DD as well.
Now, Wind Ranger just way out of position. Thinking, yeah, you do have these saves with the Tusk and the Snapfire, but if you get doomed, the fight is kind of just over. You've got to get the hell out of there. And we're in a situation here where we have the Congregations of the Deep, Riverborn Aura on this Doom, actually just amping himself and his allies up as he sits in the water. Terrorblade getting all this bonus damage from it.
I was curious what happened there with the Puck. So Puck coiled the Ember, even though Ember could get to safety. It took all the HP away from Ember, and Ember couldn't join the fight because of it. Imagine if Ember was here. That 1 HP Terrorblade would not be living. No way in hell. So very nice play by Puck still to just get rid of the Ember. Use that DD rune and the coil.
Now a 3k lead for Modus. Yeah, they're definitely stepping it up now. The sweat beading on the foreheads of Rune Eaters as they know this early game and laning phase hasn't built up enough of a lead for them to dominate heading into, I mean, honestly, heading into late game now. In 32 minutes
it's stressful. It's very stressful at this point, and this is where you start looking towards your carry like, you're a gold tier Wind Ranger, you're on wind. Can you carry this? Like, can we go late game? And it's a bit uncertain.
Radiant are scanning.
But yeah, especially when, you know, Snapfire again going for this more magic focus build. Understandable, of course, coming out of the off lane, but isn't going to scale into the right clicker. And they're trying to play aggressively under tower here, diving deep under tier 2. They get a kill on problems, but with Elmo arriving, dooming up the Ember Spirit, Morel SARs the shackle shotted, though the Wind Ranger finds a perfect opening for the Kisses to come in. Exactly what the Rune Eaters needed. Blow up Morel. Buy back out of Hoodwink, though, with another catch onto this Ember. There's the Terrorblade damage that we needed. Modus, they fight back, hold on to this area of the map, get the trade out, mid for mid.
I think a mistake by Ember. He turned around too early there. Like, he got doomed very early on, ran away, was safe, and then they get the kill on Puck. But Ember, how did he find himself on the front line still with Doom on him? I actually would love to see a replay there. Did he just want to turn as soon as possible? Because I think he got caught out a bit.
Yeah, lost track of where the enemies were. Modus still ready to put up the wall and fight back on it. And shove Rune Eaters away from that tier 2 mid. And trading mid for mid here feels super good because you kept Terrorblade alive. Bottega can just go back out, push out waves, farm, send illusions forward, and you are just making the map really difficult to play.
Yeah, we can see a start here. As they start Roche, of course, we'll keep track of that if there's a contest. You see the Ember here getting doomed. And here I thought he was fine. Like, he's so far away. But he ends up going in with Doom still on him. I think this is a crucial mistake. He didn't wait out the Doom properly. And now he's just dead.
He walks next to the Wind Ranger to get bushwhacked. Yeah, that is really rough.
I mean, what are you doing running forward while doomed for 8 more seconds? That's a mistake.
Yeah. Miscom. They do get the Aegis, though. Dark Lord killing off Roshan, getting that Aegis to the Immortal. So something in the pockets of Rune Eaters here to try and put their thumb on the scale.
Yeah.
And Modus are the ones who've been meeting out vengeance here in Game 3.
Very closely matched final game, though. I'm so happy we get this after what was 2 very, very boring games. This game is actually pretty hype. I still can't tell you who's gonna win. It's, you know, obviously some advantage going Modus for late game, but it's within 3,000 gold difference at 35 minutes. That is nothing.
It's all down to execution now.
Yeah.
Thinking about like the setup into shackle shots, the catches from the Ember Spirit, trying to play through these BKBs. And of course, Modus showing that they can just bodyguard his Terrorblade, throw the Doom on one of the Radiant Cores, put his little friends on someone, allow time for Bottega to reset. He's going pretty defensive on this Terrorblade, honestly. BKB, Pike, Manta Style, MKB into Skadi. He's going to have like 3,500 health with, 60 armor.
It's pretty defensive, but going for the MKB is already a big non-survivability item, right? So
yeah.
The rest of the items have to make up for that, and that's why I went BKB. I really feel bad about not having Skadi if I'm playing him, playing TB in this situation. So it makes sense that he's queuing it up as the next item. Just get that bit of stats. Feels so good for you and your illusions.
That's a good build. I like it. Rune is going to try and smoke with the Aegis on the Wind Ranger. Showing herself bottom lane. They've smoked in towards mid lane and trying to catch anyone pushing a wave. But there's no erroneous movements out of Modus. They have tucked themselves all the way back behind tier 3s on the right-hand side. And then Puck Enchantress playing through that top lane and then the gate to get these waves shoved all the way out. And even cut the wave bottom.
Oh, he thought it was the real one, but it was just a Manta illusion.
So he ulted it. Yeah.
Yeah, popped the ulti, and now
he's going to get jumped. Straight up stunned. Congregation of the Deep, dead, Aegis gone. First life of Dark Lord. I feel like we've seen this story before. Malik on the high ground, going to get piked back. Can't really land any covering fire. Well done by Kasane. Eki nearly straight up dies, but they've saved the Wind Ranger, at least for now.
Yeah, did you see that? Eki went in with the previous Doom that he already stole last fight. He still had it. Throws the Doom onto Doom before Doom can Doom.
Now it's your turn to doom the Doom to Doom.
He preempted the Doom.
Doom.
But
Doom,
that means... What does it mean, Gareth? They can still make a play. They have Doom.
They do still have Doom. And Coil.
And Aegis was bursted, so this is a very vulnerable spot still for the Ember. Oh boy, he shows himself. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, straight up.
I like that. Lead with the Congregationalists of the Deep. Best initiation tool there. Nice play by Doom.
Big kill on copy. Now the entire map. See, like, this is the thing, right? If Radiant kills the court hero, it doesn't feel like much happens. They maybe get to take a little area of the map and maybe a couple of jungle camps. If Dio kills a core hero, the map just gets swarmed by TB illusions. Bottom shoved, mid being cut and shoved, top lane the other heroes are there pushing. The map just immediately becomes 30% smaller.
That's pretty true, actually, yeah. And they have to be very careful now, because now with the Eye of Skadi on Terrorblade as well, he's going to be significantly stronger in the team fight.
Oh, look! They found Kasane.
Jesus. Focus Fire and Little Shredder with tag team. He's just dead.
Yeah, he is. But now, Modus have the information. They know there's 4 heroes in that top jungle. So they can go to Twin Gate, they can cut wave, they can dip back, and not give up any position.
Trying to catch, but not fast enough to find the Doom. I need that bottom, though. Eki's trying to set up for something. He knows that they're down here. He's not wrong.
This Tusk has walked straight into the Doom. He yawls into the sky, but
no.
Terrorblades
Oh, no, what have you
arrived.
done?
And he's
He messed up.
snowballing up. And he's going to blink back into the trees and TP. Like, can they catch him? Can they find him? No. Well, no. We can't keep tabs on the Tusk.
Valiant try with the blind blink right there. A bit panic situation as Ike blocked himself with his ice shards at first.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I did expect the net worth lead to kind of build faster for Modus with the way things have been going. Shout out to Rune Eaters for kind of keeping it close.
Yeah, honestly, they're all pulling their own weight, right? Like 24,000 net worth on the Snapfire. Malik is doing a big part of this farming. But yeah, Wind Ranger not too far behind the Terrorblade. It's basically the net worth difference right there. It's the 3,000 advantage for TV.
Yeah, straight up carry to carry diff. Rooney is on the back foot, looking to clear out this mid wave and, I don't know, maybe go and smoke and make another play. It's just, what are you making the play for? There's no Roshan for at least 2.5 minutes.
You can crack buildings fast if you win a fight, so I think you just try to find literally anyone.
And Modus gonna go for a smoke of their own. Knowing they've got Rune Eaters on the back foot, they're not in a rush to go and do anything. Just go out and gather information. Get the arcane rune for yourselves.
There's some good tools now with the Blink Hex on the Snapfire. Good setup to find kills. Still not quite at the Wind Waker yet on Tusk. Takes a little while longer to finish that.
Oh, they've got to jump on Snap, but she's got distance away. I'm still looking for the go here. Thinking about the shift up to high ground, but there's no one to be found up there.
Just inching forward, the puck with the arcane rune feels completely unkillable. He sees the Tusk, he's gonna go on him.
Yeah, coil.
Twice some time.
Leash him up. He's given himself vision up onto high ground to not just blink, but also maybe snowball back up there. And it looks like he's okay.
TP's to safety in the end. Puck wasn't sure how many people are behind him, so didn't want to overcommit.
Well, they kept themselves alive. They're losing their tier 2s pretty quickly, though, to this Bottega Terrorblade. No calm in sight. They've got to clear out these waves. Hold out. Wait for their moment.
Linkus is just complete on Ember. Wind Ranger is insanely close to a Satanic. Some big power spikes coming up here for Radiant.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got to get something off the back of this smoke. You need big kills here as Rune Eaters. Like, catching Kasane again is not going to cut it. You need Morel, you need Bottega.
They're gonna break.
They're sat on the high ground, smoke breaking though, and a phase shift into blink away, gets distance for the puck. Ike is trying to focus the Doom, but they're turned on quickly. Both Eki and Ike in trouble here as they're getting slammed by the stuns and control. Bottega now chasing forward as well with a catch onto this Snapfire. She TP's home. Still doomed in Fountain though, and ticking low until she falls backwards into the well.
Man, that was a really good position to break the smoke. They stamp on the high ground. Really unfortunate for Radiant as they try to make a dangerous move. One buyback expended. Not sure how much they want to push here as Metamorphosis is running out in not too long.
Yeah, try and get the most out of it. If you buy back on Rubik, maybe you just run in and die. Sent an illusion forward to try and tank things up, but your tier 3 tower is going to fall, and that might be the signal now for Modus just to retreat.
Good damage dealt. Tier 3 gone. Can back out and build towards even more item advantage. Swift Blink is the next item that Terrorblade wants, replacing his power treads. And not too far away from it as well, as the 3k lead suddenly jumps to an 8k lead.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've now hit late game properly, haven't we? With a fat Terrorblade, a Wind Ranger who hasn't really found her mark.
On paper, this is where Dire should be winning. But question is, can Radiant find the right jumps? They've done it before here in this game, in this series. See if they can do it again.
The heat is really on, though. It takes so much execution, so much brain power to find your target. Like, first of all, it's setting up, right? You need vision. You need to be able to scout people out, see where this Puck and Terrorblade are sitting. Because they don't show themselves initially in the team fight. They allow the Ench Hoodwink Doom to break vision. Things like this, where Elmo literally just jumps in onto them He's forced the
Orchid.
BKB up as the Orchid was put on him to cancel the Doom.
Yeah. BKB spent for both of them. Octarine Core on the Doom though. No Octarine on Ember. Cooldown advantage. Could go fight before Embers comes off cooldown with your Doom BKB timing. What is it, like a 20-second window? Yeah.
It could be important here because Roshan, he's back.
Radiant are scanned.
Radiant scan, knowing what's up. Modus, they straight up head into the pit. This might be a chance now for Runitas though. It is a funnel, a single point of contact where they can go and execute with their teamfight ultis, and they've got information about where Modus are sitting, but the approach is difficult. Runitas don't have control of their high ground. They've got an observe ward a little further back here to watch what's coming, but they can't press past Kasana's Enchantress, who just sits there and bodyguards the pit.
Yeah, it's his Ange and also Mirel on the puck with DD Rune. You really don't want to fight into that. That's so hard. Octarine DD Rune puck is super scary.
I'm still thinking about playing under this vision, though. Making a jump on the Enchantress. Lincoln's popped on the Ember Spirit, gets away as Mirel is going to force the Snapfire to disengage. Skadi slow onto this Wind Ranger, though. The damage on the Wind Ranger's killed off Dark Lord.
Oh, no,
he's got buyback available. He's going to have to use it because Copy has been blown up and he doesn't have buyback. Kisses are going to come landing onto Kasane, but I don't think this Enchantress really cares.
Yeah, she's completely fine. And the pulse comes out from Elmo. What a great spot they're in now. Buyback forced on the Wind Ranger. No buyback on the Ember. They don't know for sure that he doesn't have buyback though. Because it's not a timer. It's that he spent his money. But they could suspect it with him buying the Lincolns earlier. They could sneak out that he doesn't have buy.
I might be able to figure it out.
Well, you
Wind
could
Ranger
definitely
did just
poke
buy
high ground,
back.
right? You have Aegis, so you're sending in your TB. Just need the creep wave.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically just popped meta, so you want to use this for something. Go finish that top lane of barracks. But you got to gather the wave up first. So a little bit of time there. That's going to get wasted.
Almost 9,000 gold on the TB, 8.6. Absolutely enormous. After this Aegis is gone, it's going to be a Swift Blink slotting into it. That's good. Get him, admin. State your reason.
What is the issue? And we had Eki as the port started. Just a few words of encouragement to his team. Okay, we lost the Ember Spirit. Just let this top lane of barracks die. There's no need to commit to anything. We are now in mode wait.
We're ready, they say. So, I mean, the admin resolved the issue by just asking what the issue is. There's no issue anymore. Nobody wants to fight the admin.
Well, that's a problem in science, right? Observing the experiment changes the experiment. As soon as the admin looks at the problem morphs. It's a quantum admining or whatever it is.
Quantum admining, yeah. Or the observation of the mammoth squid or whatever, colossal squids, you know? They've only seen so many in the world ever, but that's because they go down and shine a bright light. Can't see any squid.
Nope.
They leave.
There's
when
nothing down there.
Oh, with a refresher shard used on Doom, he must have blinked someone with his smoke.
Mirel gonna give vision. Sees the Wind Ranger and gets the two-man coil to start
That's
things
a great
off.
target.
They're not gonna go for it though. Holding and waiting, just focusing buildings as the glyph gets forced.
I love Ike's positioning. He's just standing there,
He's gonna
menacingly.
get scouted.
Huh?
They know where he's sat. Seen by the orb, has to snowball now. Yule Scepter and maybe a blink away could get him to safety. Yeah, and a little bit of distance for him. Now down to 40 seconds without the Ember Spirit, but you'll watch your barracks die. Now Elmo. He makes a jump, but doesn't land. The congregation's up the deep. The tentacles won't land, and he's been lifted back into a Yule Scepter catch. He's going to BKB, get punched into the skies. The AoE doom of Eki. Not able to connect on anything. Now the Tusk is out in the open, slain as Elmo gets dragged back in again, killed off by Malik. And a snap buyback out this Tusk. I thought more was coming, but that's a reset now from Modus.
Yeah. Completely fine for them to reset though. I mean, they forced buyback on the Wind Ranger, forced buyback on the Tusk, and did some serious damage, taking one lane of racks as well. They have started putting the pieces together for a win. Still 3 minutes on this Aegis as well, so next respawn on the Doom here, they can go again. Meanwhile, they could go and tick Tormentor. Maybe not idle around too much, but it looks like they want to keep their opponents shoved into the base.
It's such a hard spot to be in as Rune Eaters. Just waiting in your base, hoping for something to happen. Relying on mistakes of your enemies to turn this game. And requiring supreme execution just to try and exploit any of those mistakes that may or may not happen.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, at least they have pretty good scaling on the Snapfire, who's actually overtaken the Wind Ranger in farm, but she is not a right-click build, you know. But her spellcasting is pretty strong now. She has the 8 extra globs talent, so the DPS on her ulti is insane now.
And they're able to step out of their base momentarily. And Dark Lord killing off some of these TB illusions with a Bloodthorn, making sure they bloody die. But Modus not giving up position. Enchantress and Hoodwink, just 2 heroes sat by the Observer Ward, holding that high ground by the Radiant Ancients. Terrorblade shoves out that bottom lane, then TPs across the map to get himself back to the outpost to rejoin his squad.
Yeah,
so again, the map just gets smaller.
Yeah, with Doom coming back, Aegis still 80 seconds remaining. That is plenty. Doom finally TPs to join his team. Did they have a smoke? They do. Smoking up already. This could be big.
We've even got Prophet's Pendulum on this Terrorblade, so like focusing and killing TB seems impossible, honestly.
Yeah, get delayed damage.
And they've got a catch on Eki. A coil into the impetus shots landing, and Terrorblade's damage comes through quickly from half to 0. Rubik dead now for over a minute and a half.
Yeah, they should know that he doesn't have buyback, as it was a used buyback previously.
4 versus 6. Aegis on the Terrorblade. 40 seconds left on that Aegis. They'll place the banner and kill the buildings. Nothing that the Radiant can do. Lincoln's popped there. Elmo, he doesn't spend the Doom. Holds on to it. And forces Copy back to the fountain with the move of Morel.
Didn't have coil ready. If he had it, he would probably use it and try and force out the BKB from the Ember, but still building damage coming in. This meta feels like it lasts forever with the 30 seconds extra duration.
And that's Kisses used as suppressing fire, forces them back.
Yeah.
Morel, Eon Disc is going to pop there and allow the escape of the puck as he goes pretty deep by the tier 4 towers.
Puck is saying, why aren't you guys pushing? Like, look at all the space I'm doing, but Morel says, fine, we can back out, reset, wait for the next timer. Aegis is out, of course, so no need to stress anymore.
And Metamorphosis is about to expire as well, so maybe a moment for Rune Eaters to strike. It's very difficult to hold their base.
It's a tight window, though. It's a really small window where they can do something before the cooldowns come off again. Metamorphosis is available in just 40 seconds.
And it's that thing you said, right, about the best teams being ahead of the curve and pre-planning for stuff like that. Because if it is such a tight window, you need to have already gone. If you want to make a move on that Terrorblade, it has to have already happened.
Yep.
They are not comfortable playing at that
takes
speed.
like 20 seconds to run out in a smoke only, so, you know, the window is already closed. There's 10 seconds cooldown on the meta.
Yeah, and it's actually just Modus who re-smoked themselves. They're going to go through the top lane. Oh, they're going to catch Malik Snapfire, maybe.
Oh,
He shows on the wave with a cookie. The jump in, Congregations.
Oh, it missed.
That's not going to land. It's TB Scardy slow, though. Gets in towards them. Snowball save buys a bit of time here. Ike saves Malik. They're going to throw this Terrorblade in towards Fountain. Bottega TB. No Aegis.
TB?
Trying to find a target to Sunder. 4-staff back. Sunder's Kasane kept alive. The Enchantress also survives. Copy trying to chase down Bottega now as well. As a low HP Terrorblade with no Sunder available, so the kiss is landing. They'll kill him off. Modus go a bridge too far. Now the chase from Copy, trying to catch up to Elmo. This Ember Spirit getting chain disabled, but does get a bit of distance. Impetus shots are flying in towards Copy, nearly killing him. 20 health remaining on Ember, while the rest of the squad fighting around Malik's and Dark Lord's Wind Ranger. There's a Congregation to the deep, though, and Dark Lord's been chain stunned up and killed off immediately.
Yeah.
Walks into death, gone for 2 minutes, dead forever, it feels like, as Morel, Kasane slay another couple of heroes. Trading out beautifully, Modus find another core kill.
Do they not just pull the trigger on all of them here? I guess they could chill, but Wind Ranger does not have buyback. They know that it's a full minute. I feel like they could go and end it with the next TV push, but he doesn't have Metamorphosis if he buys back. That's the problem.
Yeah, he's looking at his death timer and the meta timer, and they're basically the same number.
Yeah, and that means we don't click it. Yeah, we chill. Makes sense. Puck can still look to do some damage here, though. And by the way, Stolen Sunder on Rubik is an interesting one. Let's see if we can do anything with that. Maybe
He's been getting some good steals.
It is one way to save whoever gets doomed, since it is not a heal.
HP swap. It's a way, yeah. Will it come into fruition? Well, they got a catch on the puck here. Okay, Morel actually blown up.
Even through the Lincoln Sphere, his Aeon Disc just now coming off cooldown. Ain't that typical? Right after he get bursted down bottom, Aeon Disc is back, but could argue he overplayed his hand a little bit.
Yeah, like no respect playing on enemy high ground like that, basically. So dead for 90 seconds, and
yeah, sorry.
Roshan's about to spawn, so that timer on the puck is actually quite significant.
It's true, actually. That's true. With the Wind Ranger coming back up, it's possible that they can start playing towards Roche. Puck is a very important hero for Dire's lineup. The one providing vision, the one diving in on the backline.
Refresher orb up for Ember Spirit. A bit of copium, maybe. Heck, he's spreading some hope in the ranks of the Rune Eaters. Mud Golem's in the pit scouting to start things off. And they'll see Roshan. He's there, being attempted by Rune Eaters.
It's a very big power spike coming in soon for the TV, by the way. Once he gets Aghanim and Blink Dagger, he'll be able to blink fear people. It's only 2 seconds duration, but it is really strong.
Just imagine, if the puck was alive here, this is a full contest. You're not getting Roshan.
Oh, they would never think about it. They wouldn't be out here even.
So good that they got that kill on Morel into Roche. Amplified damage for copy. Aegis for Dark Lord. Got Roshan's banner and all sorts of goodies.
They could have been on the back foot right now against Aegis, against the DD rune, and, you know, not had this breathing room to get out on the map. So a lot of it comes back to that one death. Only 1 of 2 deaths on Puck. He has played a very good game, but that was a costly one.
And all we need is Snapfire to get level 30. Go the right side of the talent tree now and swap across to right-click items. And get yourself a Rapier, a Daedalus. Snapfire can start actually dealing some physical damage.
Tormentor. They actually don't have Shard on everyone yet. 2 of them are missing Shard, Enchantress and the Hoodwink. Funny enough, the supports.
And that's the Hoodwinks one. I'll boomerang for you.
Yeah, Boomerang is great when you have more and more tools. As the game goes later, the 20% incoming spell damage amplification becomes better and better, right? So it's sort of a scaling ability, in a way.
I mean, anything with percentage on feels good when you head into late game.
It's true. Percentage enjoyer for sure.
I mean, what are the spells? Like,
Itemization.
there's Doom, there's Puck spells.
Yep.
Impetus? Impetus is a spell?
It's a percentage spell even, yeah, true.
Big
Distance damage.
I mean, the Enchantress nearly killed the Ember Spirit in that last fight with some long-range Impetus shots.
Okay, honestly, and she's queuing up a Hex. I would kind of like to see him just go Moonshard instead. You have BKB, you have Hurricane Pike, you have Aghanims. Like, you're level 25 with the Impetus damage talent. Either that or go MKB. You know, MKB also is pretty damn good. Then he can blow up the Wind Ranger.
Agree. Yeah, agree. Yeah, I mean, he's also being ignored in every fight. So yeah, just stand there and hit them. Now, this is kind of risky. Rune is trying to walk up the high ground here to protect the Tusk, but Ike has already been stunned up and caught. Gem on the floor. Tusk dead, holding buyback.
Perfect timing there by Elmo on the neutral ability.
Very nicely done. So now we've whittled down this Aegis timer to about 2.5 minutes. You can't hold high ground with Rune Eaters here. So it's going to be control for Modus.
Yeah, awkward to have Aegis and have to be on back foot, but that's the situation they're in. They'll just have to hope that they can hold on. I'm not sure that Modus should push into the Aegis, even with Tusk dead. Tusk, if he buys back, has Aghanim Scepter and Blink, he could kick someone out of position, kick the TB in, and TB does not have Aegis. The Wind Ranger has it.
And TB has like 20 seconds left on meta. Shield rune going. They're going to send illusions up to high ground straight up as Puck goes for a bit of poke. Big silence there. Massive AoE. That makes things annoying for Dark Lord and Copy as they lose another ranged barracks, leaving only one melee now between them and Mega Creeps.
They should really back out, though. I do not love them staying here.
Meta expiring.
AS5, be patient, wait out the Aegis. Get yourself an Aegis, maybe. Tier 5 items, perhaps, Gareth. What do you think?
We've been waiting
What are
for
the
it.
odds?
Well, I mean, 100% now, isn't it?
Certainly the game won't end at 61.30, you know? Surely.
Surely not. It's not going to happen. We're going to get smoke from Rune Eaters. They're going to go get some court kills. They'll kill Morel. They'll find Kasane. They'll draw out the game, get to these tier 5 neutral items. And Kasane, 3,000 health. Hurricane Pike, BKB. Is he going to use any of it? He'll try. Shift away a little bit further, but still going to die.
Puck was there thinking about doing something, but can't really find the angle. So clean Eng kill. And similarly, they know that she doesn't have buyback. Long respawn for him as well.
All right, it's all on the line here. Game 3, lower bracket, just to remind ourselves of where we are on the road to the International. It's the last chance for one of these teams to vie for one of the 4 slots out of Europe. So this single game matters a lot to some of these, all of these players.
Yeah, I mean, this is life or death in the tournament, and there's a big chance here that you could possibly qualify to TI. It's a massive chance. Every player is trying, locking in as hard as they can.
It's another step forward. That's why Moda's just going to take things a little casually now. Step back.
25 coming in for Hoodwink in just a second. Gonna get probably the sharpshooter max talent.
Is under attack.
Radiant Vision sees the Doom and the Hoodwink at the top gate. And the rest of Rune Eaters, they're waiting down in the bottom right corner to look for something here. That could be Elmo.
Oh, they know he went through. They're hunting.
He's hunting. They know exactly where he is, and they found him. They'll jump away. Doom, BKB, TP. Anything to stop it? No!
No. Oh, so close. The Tusk was just now there. Little bit too far away on Ike.
So close.
Could either have kicked him or punched him. Anything you do, use any of your, multiple abilities here. You gotta get
Not
there
able
first.
to find him. And now you're back to defending lanes. But if that move pays off, you kill the Doom. That's a minute without Doom. That's a minute without the Dire pushing. So you've got time to get out the waves, maybe set up for another trap. Another
10
smoke play.
seconds, Gareth. It's happening. The items. And
It's time.
Somehow doesn't feel... Yeah, I always get so excited because this rarely happens. And it always feels like the game is going to end right before... They're going to go for a smoke. They're going to end the game.
They're going to go end the game.
They're like, no.
Forget tier 5 neutral items. Who
They
needs
smoked
them?
before taking items. The fools.
They're going to go for it. They sense blood in the water. A Copy. He's going to get scouted here. Lincoln's pop, but they don't get the immediate catch. The Terrorblade Fear comes a little too slow.
Yeah, mistake by Problems. Didn't break the Lincolns. And what do we have? Did they find any item now? On Radiant? They've been farming quite a while. They should be very close. Oh, they're really close
6
to
out of
getting
10, 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10. Still need a little bit more. Farm through these jungle camps quickly, boys.
Okay, so we're gonna get it. Both teams are now in mode finish up items. You know, they're working on it.
Morel has, I think, the first tier 5 neutral item ready to choose.
What do we have? Stygian Deso, Witchbend. He goes for Stygian Deso, yeah. Big one. With Spell Lamps. Timeless Stygian.
And Doom has hit his 10 out of 10. Terrorblade's got his as well. Dire getting all their tier 5 neutral items.
Radiant Sky is the choice for Doom, so he'll be even more mobile now.
Book of the Dead for the Hoodwink.
Minotaur Horn over on the Enge.
Oh, I was hoping for Book of the Dead for the Enchantress with that, that last will shit again. I still can't believe that.
9 out of 10?
Yeah, they're so close to it. A Copy's 8 out of 10. Just needs a little bit more time to get there, but I don't know if they'll have it.
The push is coming, but it's not super fast. It looks like at least Windrunner will get hers. It's going out, killing some centaurs. This is gonna give it. What do we find on Wind? Could be game changing. Divine Regalia? That's a massive one.
It's gotta be right.
It has to be that. Yeah, no way you take anything else.
With Evolved?
Yeah, Evolved is good. I could totally see Manic as well, actually. Go even more. Brr. He goes Book of the Dead.
Fleet-footed Book of the Dead.
What? I mean, I guess he doesn't have to have boots now, but I mean, that's... I'm very confused. Could he just... I don't feel like Book of the Dead is worth that much anymore.
Like, when you're ahead and you're pushing, it's like, okay. Yeah.
Like, it doesn't even have a true sight anymore. There's
And they're gonna
no
get
way
it.
it's worth
Oh,
it.
Dark Lord, half HP already. Scary stuff. I kind of get it if you're ahead and you're pushing. It's like, okay, Book of the Dead can end the game right here, right now. But that's just not the case.
I could also see it in previous patch to some degree that, okay, we need true sight and we need to clear all these wards, but there's no gem on them. Nope. There's no true sight on the little book.
This is nothing.
Nah, this feels like 3-2, man. He had a good option in Divine Regalia.
It's a risky option,
Yeah.
but it feels like you've got to take the risk.
of 3-2. I'm just saying it's not the best, by the way,
Yeah.
just for clarity.
No, just
For
if you're
clarity.
30k behind, it feels like you've got to take the risky option, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's like buying a rapier. This is getting a rapier for free.
But this is rapier territory for sure.
And I like what Terrorblade did a lot more. He went with Minotaur Horn with Audacious. I think that's a really good one. He gets himself an extra little way to stay alive. Maybe get that Sunder out. Ooh, I hear a Doom.
That's on the Ember Spirit. And Copy's just been annihilated there. And he's got buyback, and they're making a jump on the Terrorblade.
Oh,
They're hexing and kicking, dragging him back in. Eki's been shredded though, Botega's falling. The
Wait,
Terrorblade's
he's just
gone.
dead?
They've blown him up. He vanishes. Dark Lord going for it now, but he's been sniped out by problems. The Doom comes back in, looking for Ike. Pops a massive heal out of the block of cheese, so stays alive himself. Triple buyback out of the Radiant as the Rune Eaters come back out. Super hot, hunting for Kasane. Elmo, he's been stunned up. No more happy fun times for Elmo, he's dead.
4 buybacks used though. But Roche is potentially gonna spawn here if they get lucky. Actually, it's not even lucky, it's the late spawn. Yeah, it's guaranteed spawn.
He's up, and Malik scouts it.
Oh boy, we have a game on our hands still, but no buybacks is so scary for them.
Botega's pinging that bottom barracks like, hey guys, why are we top when bottom needs to be killed?
Yeah, it's a good question. They end up kind of getting dragged into weird fights.
I genuinely thought that this game was on the road to being over. Moda's had it all in their hands, and they just chuck it away as they get kicked in and killed by this Ike Tusk, setting everything up beautifully.
Yeah,
And now they get themselves another Roshan. The team that's behind has had the last 2 Roches.
It's been really awkward actually, yeah, but now Tusk is the only one with buyback on their team. Sure, you have Aegis, but all the buybacks are available essentially on Dire here. Yeah, they do actually have... Is it across the board even? All the buybacks, yep. So I feel the power play is going to come. I wonder if the Aegis is going to be enough to stop it. They could also just wait out the Aegis and go after Aegis timing with buyback advantage. The options are so nice now for Modus, even though... Oh, hold up. The catch on the Hoodwink.
Yeah,
Be an easy kill.
it should be.
That's 100 seconds of death timer. Could open up some avenues for them.
And they're picking up the pace. I just need to push out these lanes. I can't really approach the Dire base. It's going to be a few more team fights, right, before Rooney just actually get themselves back in a winning position. You're absolutely right. The win conditions are all there. Just got to hit the check marks for Modus to find the pathway to victory.
I didn't even see this. Puck picked up a rapier. Some serious damage. With Aeon Disc and Rapier, Lincoln's, you know, you have a mix of damage and the defensive, but the Stygian Deso and Rapier is absolutely huge.
Still 93% win probability for the Dire. 66 minutes in. Kasane's working on a nullifier. This Terrorblade has been 6-slotted for a while. He's bought himself a Refresher Orb. He's got 8,000 gold saved up. He's gobbled a Moonshard.
Yeah.
985 last hits. He just keeps scaling and scaling. He's going to hit 1,000 soon.
He's pretty big. Doom could still upgrade a little bit more. Actually, Doom is quite far from fully gear capped. 33,000 net worth. Needs another 10k or so to get to gear cap territory.
And we get a moment of calm before the greatest
chaos.
stormy chaos nonsense of our lives.
They recognize it. Even with Aegis on Radiant, the power play is still for Dire. They know there are no buybacks, and that is such a massive advantage. He took the chance for... Oh, he took the chance for Tusk Punch.
Dark Lord
No.
disappears. They've also got
once.
Terrorblade shredding Malik on the left-hand
help him?
side. Snapfire gets the high ground. They kick Terrorblade into base, trying to deal with Bottega on the left. While the right-hand side, Wind Waker buys time for Wind Ranger while Bottega's being blasted by the kisses of Mortimer. The lava globs land, the Terrorblade dies.
So, if this is just a reset here, it's a good trade for Radiant. Yes, you lose your Aegis, but you also got 3,000 gold for killing TV. What in the world is that bounty gold?
What?
Yeah, 1,000 plus 2,000 to the 3 heroes.
Like I said, 57,000 net worth hero dies. I guess he's got to pinata some of the gold
I
around.
guess they are a pretty good chunk of change, yeah. Arcane Rune on the Puck, I mean... Your TB is dead, but Puck wants to do stuff.
Just disjointed though. Like you're going on this Wind Ranger and Terrorblade says, "Oh, another target, shiny on the floor." Gets completely distracted by the Snapfire.
Yeah.
If they just tightened up, that would have been Wind Ranger dead twice. I'd argue.
For sure.
Snap of the coil. Copy losing a lot of health there. Needs to get cookied and glimmered back to high ground.
Spells just being thrown as the Puck puts fear in them.
But this really feels like, you know, you're at the end of a match, right? You know, it's 90 minutes plus 5 in football. It's 80 minutes plus 10, whatever, in rugby. Everyone is just slugging away. You are exhausted. You are out of gas. You are just trying to throw everything to see what sticks at the freaking wall. Chuck spells at people, find kills, whatever you can. Spend buybacks, get Roshan. 70 minutes into a game when you're in the lower bracket. Game 3 of a best of 3 in a series like this where it's been kind of stompy back and forth. And both these teams really under the pressure.
By the way, this is the first time I've ever seen this in a game at all. Actually, in a pro game, in any game that I've been in. Copy is reselected the Enchanter's Bubble, which is normally like a low MMR meme. You go late game and you scale your buff.
Unless
so
you're
he's
Zeus.
making the bubble stronger. Yeah, it's a Zeus thing. That's true. Bubble can mean sitting him.
Oh, jump.
Oh boy.
The catch on Ike. They've killed the Tusk and forced the buyback. Terrorblade gonna run the hell away now. There's a flurry of pings. Signal and intent there for the Radiant to go for more.
Yeah, Refresher getting used as well. Doom is ready yet again. And the Nullfire on Puck is the difference. Last time he didn't have Nullfire, Wind Waker, Glimmer, etc. These things kept people safe. Now it's really only the Snowball that can save someone.
And buyback status. No buybacks on Radiant. A minute and a half at least.
That's true.
But Modus are not... They're not going for it.
No, they're playing it slow.
You're gonna push out that
Maybe they
mid-wave,
want the
send TP
Aegis for
illusions.
themselves.
Well, they might still make a jump yet. They've got Metamorphosis ready, and if Elmo can find a catch on a big target, they'll go. Mirel's going to give a bit of vision in the back.
Oh my god, the damage.
Get some chip damage on this barracks if they can. With the Metamorphosis being used, it looks like Bottega wants to finish off and get the Mega Creeps. They're going to get a jump forward, kick him in towards tier 4s. Elmo's focused Malik, though, dooming the Snapfire while the Terrorblade sent skywards. He's still pretty healthy here, Bottega. Tanky enough. And he's still going to die without a chance to sunder, though. No saves for him. Modus did get the barracks, so they came and got what they actually wanted. But losing the Terrorblade again, and then buying back. Okay, that's a signal it's time to go.
They don't have buybacks. There's 3v5. Technically 3v10 or something because they have the rest of their buybacks as well coming in.
More buybacks, another refresher up. This Terrorblade ready to go for tier 4 towers and look to close out the game. They're so close to victory, they can taste it. Copy has to BKB to break free of Kastani and the little friends. Throne exposed, they've got a big Ravage in. Darklord moves forward, trying to deal with Bottega. The buyback out of Terrorblade is seeing a stand his ground. They're going to triple kill. Destroys them now. Game ends with Modus taking the victory in game 3.
Man, that feels crazy to be still. Doesn't feel like, you know, the same day basically, but the game we had game 1.
I'm with you there.
Modus were just kind of AFK, sleepy, playing slow. It feels so distant now. This crazy final game was really a best of one to decide it. That's my story. I'm sticking with that. This was a BO1.
Game 1 and 2 didn't count, didn't exist, didn't matter.
And what
It's
a
all
crazy
about
one
game
we got.
3. Lower bracket, best of 3, last game of the series. Modus the ones that take it, booting Runeaters out of the tournament and getting a step closer to a TI qualification spot.
Yeah, fantastic back and forth. Good patience by Modus as well. Several times they had a chance to dive in on that high ground. We talked about how we saw that from other teams. You know, Hellscream, for instance, naming names here. Diving Fountain, you know. Yeah, I still remember you throwing a little bit there. But they played very, very deliberately here on Modus. They did not give up the advantage they had in late game.
And it just felt overall, right, the draft advantage heading into late game was there
That
for them.
attempt by Eki, if he got that kill, he deserved that kill, dude. It was so stylish. Throw himself on the low ground using a neutral ability to stun. Didn't work though.
I mean, Eki had a great game on his Rubik. It was never enough.
Yeah, he did.
Had so many slick plays. Ike as well, with some of these punches and kicks back in towards them. The damage from the Snapfire on the Wind Ranger definitely became apparent in these moments. It was a losing battle, though, heading into late game.
If your TI qualifier run is going to come to an end, it's good that it came to an end in a game where everybody got to play some Dota. You know, stuff happened, buttons were clicked. It was a crazy game back and forth between the two teams. You know, I'm happy that it ends on this and not like the previous games. Very impressive stuff, though. Ultimately, Modus, they do pull ahead with a very strong late game draft. They managed to hold on to the early game, winning fights in that 20 to 25 minute mark was very decisive, because that's where they should be losing, but they started winning and then it felt free from there.
I'm with you, though. Going out with a bang instead of a whimper.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit better. Still dropping out of TI qualifications. Going to be a sour note for Runeaters. Of course.
Standout player, I would agree. Puck, very impressive play. One of his 2 deaths was a little bit unforgivable down there and did cost him a Roche and dragged out the game. But thanks to that, we got this amazing 70+ minute game. So, you know, he just had a vision of an epic late game.
That's wild how much damage he did. Like, looking at the damage numbers throughout the game is kind of insane. We saw the 1,000 last hits from Terrorblade. Puck had 829. Puck had 1,000 XPM, 89,000 damage dealt. Crazy stuff. And then, like, damage received. Ember Spirit and Dark Lord, Copy and Dark Lord, the Ember and Wind Ranger, they received 110,000 damage each. Crazy stuff.
It sounds absurd to say that the Puck did almost the same damage as the TB and the Ember combined, and they did plenty. Trust me, they did. But Puck was, that Rapier did some serious work.
That's crazy. Well, we got some sloppy Dota, but then some beautiful Dota getting us through that series. Game 3 ends up going the way of Modus, going forward into that lower bracket round 2, and that wraps up our lower bracket for today. We'll come back with it tomorrow with some more Mouse versus Icy Insanity, Hooligani versus Cheeky Bamboni. Some beautiful games to be had, but there's more today. Owen and Fog are going to be picking up the mics and taking you through the upper bracket with Team Spirit and Joy and Nigma Galaxy versus Na'Vi, as we'll see you guys next time.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm ODPixel here with Fog. We're ready to take you through the final 2 series of the day here, and they're going to be 2 good ones because Fogged, we've just had the lower bracket been played out this morning, first round of the lower bracket. Now we're going back up to the upper bracket to get to see the winners of was it yesterday? It was or the day before. Well, a mixture of both actually, wasn't it? Yeah, the winners of the both 2 previous days.
Mixture.
As you can see here on the brackets, we're going to be looking at that top upper bracket, those first 2 games.
Yeah.
But today, earlier, down at the bottom, we did have those 2 series playouts. So yeah, Spirit versus Enjoy, Nigma Galaxy versus Na'Vi. That's what we're going to be going through today. Big games here, big games. Can't wait to see how these teams match up. And down in the lower bracket, as you see, we had those earlier games today. VP Prodigy losing 2-0 to Team Bold. He looked very good series from Team Bold earlier today. They looked fantastic. And then Brunitas versus Modus, a bit more of a messy one. That was a lot closer. You guys and girls were watching that last game. A very long game 3. Did end up, though, with Modus getting the win, knocking Brunitas out. So, Fogged, how are you doing? And these upcoming 2 series, what's going to happen?
Well, I mean, who knows? For this first one, right, Spirit, definitely the clear advantage for them. And also, we do have to mention, it's Spirit with Miposhka, right? So this is going to be super hype. He is back to the coaching role. I think that's one of the most exciting things for me for this qualifier, of course, besides having some of these super big, amazing teams in it, which sometimes doesn't happen because it's qualifiers. But we do get Miposhka back in the coaching role. So, yeah, I'm hyped. This should be a really fun matchup. Obviously, it's going to be very hard for Enjoy, but I'm looking forward to see what Spirit does because the other day, they played very fast, super aggressive. They gave no chance.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into the drafts. As you can see, we're ready to go with this game 1, best of 3 between Enjoy and Team Spirit. And as you say, this, you'd imagine, should be a tough one for Enjoy.
A very tough one.
I guess my question is this as tough as it was for 4-Iki Bamboni against Team Vision? Or no? This is a little close. This is closer.
A little closer, but not by 2. I wouldn't say by that much.
But
yes,
little
Enjoy is
closer.
a much better team, but it should be closer, yeah.
I think so.
Because Enjoy, this team has been around for a long time. These players have played together for a long time, especially like Sweden Strong, Squad X. They've been around since I was playing almost, I want to say, like 9 years ago or something. So they've been around for super long time. So tons of information. They know how these players like to play. They know how Spirit likes to play too. But let's see if they can handle it. Because Spirit, the other day they just looked fantastic versus VP.
Let's see what we get here. Straight up, Drow Ranger comes in. Oh, I like this though. We don't see other teams do this one.
I like it.
First pick, Enigma coming out for Enjoy.
By the way, we didn't point this out, but I just wanted to show.
Oh, what do we not? Yeah, go for it.
We don't see it on our beautiful, our beautiful PGL overlay. But the Axe band, by the way, is the wanted poster.
It is
in game,
It
which
is.
is It's actually hilarious.
I guess you know, we watched SEA qualifiers. We had some Axe picks. When he gets picked as well, also at the top in game, it's also the wanted poster. So
cool.
A nice little ode to hopefully a massive update that comes out today. I'm holding on for that. It better be today. It's gotta be, please. Today, Copium. I've got it, please.
Slacks will be right.
Big update.
Slacks gonna end up being right.
Oh, that they don't do it. I saw that. That's
back.
Yeah, that would be pretty hilarious. But a big update today. I'm putting all my eggs in the Saula Khan basket. I've read the lore. I know that Saula Khan is the one that's looking for Axe. I'm ready. New hero, new Oglodi hero. I think I saw some people saying maybe we're going to get like an Axe set. No, I want a new hero. I want a new hero. I want a new game mode. I want a new crown fall. I want a new battle pass. I want everything. I don't ask for much.
Calm down.
But tonight.
You sound like Reddit right now.
It better be. I'm going to wake up tomorrow, aren't I? And it's not going to come out. It's going to be.
No,
it's not going to be
nothing.
tonight, is it?
No, it'll be like Thursday or something.
But I can't wait. I think everyone else is very excited. As they should be. Anytime Valve does a little teaser thing like this, you know it's going to be good. You know, they don't do a teaser for a batch unless it's a banger. So this one, it's going to be a banger. When it comes out, who knows? I'm hoping for tonight. Anyway, back to the draft, back to these games. The bans, nothing crazy. Everything you would ever expect. I guess the one that sometimes gets ignored, right, is the Tusk. Where is Tusk at the moment in your mind?
Well,
sure, Snap something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tusk. Do you rate Tusk highly as a support right now? Is he kind of at the top of your mind? Because win rate's not great. Not everybody's picking and banning him. Where is he for you?
I personally still really like this hero. I don't find many games where it feels like it's like this is a bad. I think I said this the other day to you too. It's like there's very rare games where it's like this is a bad Tusk game. He's very good at closing the gap. Turret heroes are super popular, and melee 4s when you're playing with Nigma, right? This is probably one of the best ones still at this point, especially since Clockwork has taken out like every single game. So I do like it, especially Drow can suffer versus it a lot. So we're seeing these bans already coming in. Yeah, Toro wants to be protected.
Because I think out of the teams, would you say Spirit is probably still one of the teams that you do not feel bad with them going for the first pick Drow? Like they get away with it much more than other teams do that would try and emulate this similar drafting style of just going Drow first pick.
I think it's. I mean, I said it the other day. I think it's like. I think it can be fine. I think sometimes it can get overpicked, but if you prepare like a whole strategy where you're looking at these
if you're your Toro,
like Nature's Prophets band and everything too, you're setting yourselves up for this Drow. So the bans are all about the Drow. If I see you pick Drow and the bans aren't all about the Drow, that's usually when I get my big concern as the first pick. And I see that sometimes happen. I see they first pick Drow, they leave a bunch of counters, and then it just gets TP'd on by an NP, rolled on, etc. So already seeing them prioritize that. Okay. This is actually quite different, but this is a steal pick, right? Enjoy.
Sure,
take
you don't
the
want to
Enigma.
let them get it. Yeah.
Most teams, I don't think even would take the Rubik versus the Enigma, but Spirit would. Not me. We'll pick it in a heartbeat. So this is kind of like a coverage pick to protect the Enigma, and it's an okay hero. Like I said, I'm still not super crazy about Rubik, but it's like a deny pick, so that not me does.
It really is, because I remember it was literally in one of his debut games, maybe the debut game with Spirit back at Dream League, where he made a name for himself with his Rubik play. So indeed, you got to make sure that you do not let him get it. So yeah. I agree with you. I like the way that Enjoy's picked it here.
Because like the hero now, the Rubik, it might not end up looking the best in this game, right? It might end up having like 0 spells to steal. It might not have a clear identity in the game or but the identity is not letting them have it. That's pretty much it. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can't let not me play it.
And Fade Bolt is good in most situations. The spell steals is where it has that difference, where it's pretty volatile because sometimes you can't steal spells, sometimes you reverse bad spells. Now he's going to have a good spell already. So already versus the Bane, he'll find something. And Fade Bolt versus Drow is effective in most stages anyway. So Bane.
Now, I mean, Bane, it's an annoying hero, right? Because what do you pick to stop the Bane baning?
Bane is honestly very obnoxious right now because it's also the wisdom contests constantly where you have to bring 2 heroes and when he sleeps you, steals it. I think what Spirit's doing right now is trying to cover their bases on not only just having strong lanes, excuse me, but also having BKB piercing disables too. Because right now this Enigma is going to lane versus Enchantress who's going to steal an Eidolon. They're going to be able to play versus it. Or a Bane who can play aggressively forward with the extra stats and in the later stage have the Phoenix.
I like this. I mean, they get the puck. And as you can see, the puck has been being banned out an insane amount of times. 19 bans so far in this qualifiers. Spirit let it through. Obviously, Puck's a Puck. It's a great hero right now. But it does also feel like a hero that can sort of offer like that AoE silence and such and ways to sort of mess with the Bane. If he gets the chance to get jump first. That's a rare one. I don't know if we've got the stats on that. I don't think we've seen a single pickle ban of this one. We have not. Venomancer shows their face for the first time in this EU qualifiers. And my goodness, what's the plan here? This is an offlane Enigma, support Veno. Are we seeing some kind of big brain carry Veno? Some support Enigma? What do you know about enjoying do you know who's playing what here?
This just looks like a 5 Veno, and this looks like a 4 Rubik. It's a standard, and I think it's like Veno. I don't know if you've seen some of what these players are doing in the high level. They just go vent the wards level 1, and you cannot. It's impossible to trade with this hero because he just denies the ward every time you try to kill it. You hit it twice, he hits it once. So maybe that's something they're thinking about. But besides that, it's just going to be a kind of strong follow up. I think this hero is still kind of underrated, so I'm happy to see it picked.
All right, fair.
They're lacking some disables, I guess, in a way. But it looks decent. It's just squishy is my concern right now for Enjoy. They're very fragile, and there's a lot of damage coming out from Spirit now with this Earth Spirit and this Drow. And so Earth Spirit also, I think I mentioned this one to you the other day about it. I feel like so often when you pick Rubik early, the enemy team Earth Spirits, and it's very hard to get a good spell. He initiates on you a lot of the times too, so it causes you to be in some problems.
Because he's, as you said, but this Rubik, he is only looking at the Bane, really, this game. Everything else is kind of trash for him to steal.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
The creep is decent.
It's...
Enchantress creep is good, I will say. You
sure,
get an enchant and you
yeah.
casually push, it's not bad. But
no, yeah, in terms of kind of like crazy spell steals in the middle of a team fight, it's not happening now. Unless he does some cute stuff with the Bane spells. Yeah.
Yep.
That's it.
So.
That's it. So, I mean, yeah, Spirit definitely, drafting with this Rubik in mind, you would imagine, and doing an impressive job with it. These final bands, indeed, they do need like that big bad carry, right? For Enjoy.
100%.
Spectre would have been one of them. I think Terrorblade's the other one, right? This looks like a pretty good TB game. Do you not just ban Terrorblade if you're Spirit?
It's Drow versus TB. The Drow just bypasses that whole armor. I'm sure Yutoro goes, I don't care. Like, Yutoro is covering himself. Look at these. All the bans are literally Drow Ranger. We are making sure the Drow Ranger has a good time. So.
I see. So he also, so as the Drow, as Yutoro, he does not care about the Terrorblade, you say?
No, the rest of his team perhaps might, a bit in some situations, but Enchantress is also decent versus TB. You can take an illusion, you can play around with it.
That's fair.
I think Spirit is... I think Spirit's okay if a TB gets picked. They might go for it anyway, because Enjoy does have some combos with it, but I'm scared for how fragile Enjoy's lineup looks right now to me. That's my biggest concern for them.
Oh, I got a controversial one here.
What's that?
Isn't this a really good Slark game for Enjoy? I don't know if they play it. And the hero's kind of trash. But that might be the carry you want to play against something like a Bane. And
I won't ever advocate for a Slark, I don't think.
You never, okay. Okay, fair enough. And I'm thinking that Slark Venom lane can be kind of juicy. You know, get a little bit slow here, a little bit of essence shift. Get a little bit of a kill.
I can't see it that much.
Okay.
It's just then their lineup looks like
what else is still in?
They're so squishy. I don't know. I'm worried about how squishy. Now they're just going to pick something like Lifestealer. I think they're just going to Lifestealer.
You can hit him. I guess his skills retaliate, and then it's kind of nasty. Lifestealer would be...
Wait a minute.
I like Life... Well, no, you're right. Lifestealer's nice.
It's a bin... It's a frontliner. It's an infest bomb, is what I'm thinking, and I'm worried how squishy they are. They don't have someone that's like bringing the draft together. It's like the Puck and the Enigma. They need someone that's forcing spells, and then them being able to get the setup also too. They got good information with Veno, but
what else? Yeah, I mean.
Oh, we're getting it again!
They're another carry mag enjoyer.
No way, dude.
Wow, we had this earlier from Naive, aka Tier 2000.
And it was versus Drow.
It was. They like it versus Drow. You get the blink, you get the RP. It's 100% win rate. Again, they did, well, as you can see from the stats, it did win the game, but it wasn't, it was quite a edge of your seat kind of win, right? It was not an easy win. And
no, it was tough.
It did boil down to, is the Drow RP'd or not? If they didn't RP the Drow, they would lose the fights horrifically. If they did RP the Drow, great. They win the fight. So,
it looks, dude, it looks, oh my, it actually looks similar to what we casted yesterday, because it's like, I'm looking at their draft, and it's kind of hard to execute in a way, right? Because they have like this Magnus who wants to start, Puck, Enigma, all these three usually want someone else to give info before they go. So one of them is going to have to just go for it, right? The Puck is probably just have to be the one that goes, I'm giving you guys the info to get these type of jumps. Spirit, much more kind of standard, easier to play, just standard approach here. So this is interesting. I'm happy we're getting to see the Magnus again, because it didn't look great by any means, but we got to see potential of it, of course. So,
no, this is fun. This is fun, and the difference being obviously the last time we did have the Magnus was in the series between Power Rangers and Hooligani, which you could argue those two teams probably a bit more evenly matched in terms of expectations. These two, this is. Enjoy up against the big dogs, Team Spirit. And they're like, give me the carry, Magnus. We'll be out. Team Spirit, Team Who? I'm going to destroy them with the safe lane mag. Yeah, that's what I want to see here. Violent, coming in with the confidence. And this game, it's going to be a fun one. I mean, it never isn't a fun one. When there's a carry.
Yeah.
Because it can also it could be a stomp. But let's hope we
It
want a
could be a
close game.
stomp.
We want a good clean game. We want to see some RPs, some black holes. You know, Enjoy turned up today. For all the viewers at home watching and going, hey, who are these guys? I know Team Spirit, but who's Enjoy? They're ready to win over the viewers with this. They're going to get the big black holes. They're going to get the big RPs, the big dream coils. They're doing this one for the fans.
All they're missing is like an Earthshaker as a 4 position, and then bam, they've got all the big ultimates. And a Darkseer. Get it all in there. Why not? Screw it. Get every single big ulti. Because, yeah, their lineup, it's about big team fights. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see what we're going to get here. And
there's a nice little cherry on top now for the combo, right?
What's that?
It's Rubik. He gets a nice little hoof stomp steal. Pop one of those on top of an RP. That's a lot of lockdown.
Overall, his spell steals are difficult, though, right? It's just the Bane for the most part that he's going to go for. Sure, Stampede and Stun are good, though. If he can get either one, it's very,
Sentinel's giving him a couple more good options. Yeah.
Yep.
And
yeah, Rian, we see the Veno. He just instantly gets Plague Ward. So he's doing, I think, what I've been seeing in the pubs, because it is very toxic, literally, to play against. You just can't trade with this hero. It's very stupid. You never end up killing the wards. He pushes you out. So, see, maybe Bane is different. Because that's the one thing, is not he's playing Bane, so he can actually just Nightmare him, kill the wards. He has ways to play around it, perhaps. So let's see how these lanes do go, because Enjoy, they did draft themselves to have an advantage in the laning phase in particular, at least in the top lane, the Enigma versus that Drow Ranger. But let's see if they can execute, because they are playing versus Spirit, who also has responses with this Enchantress. And yeah, let's see how this goes.
All right. I look forward to see what Violent does with the build. I mean, as we had from Naive the other day, it was the Treads, Mask of Madness, Blink, Echo Saber, which I think what you were saying, that is pretty much the order that you've seen them do in the pubs, right? It is this Mask of Madness. I think you said, well, sometimes they do skip the Blink, or they get it later. But as we were saying, we like to see them get it at least as the second item. We want to see some early Blink action. Get yourself some secure kills with your RP.
I've just seen more people do the Mask of Madness than the Echo first, just because you jungle, like you have full HP while you're jungling the entire time. You know, you always are able to turn up and stuff. With the Echo Saber, it takes longer to get the item. And
you think the numbers are just better. The numbers are just better if you do the Mask first.
It's just up to the player, like, I guess at the end of the day, right? Because we'll see which one he wants to go for. It's the build that we've seen, so.
We'll see. Because, yeah, Naive, he liked the Mask of Madness first. I personally like the Echo. So we'll see whose side Violent's on today with his item build. Overall, what do you sort of make of the outlook of the game from the Drow's perspective? You know, is obviously this first big Drow that Spirit like to do, other teams like to do. How well do you think they've identified the Drow and said, we're going to crush this Drow? Or you feel that they haven't done enough things to do that?
I think Spirit protected it in every ban. I think every ban except for maybe the Monkey King. Probably the Monkey King was the ban for the Earth Spirit to protect him in the mid lane just in case of something, but it was just, whatever. Like, this is just a Drow that's completely protected. There's very limited gap close on the enemy team. It's a Magnus and a Puck, and the Magnus can be in a difficult position to go for that gap close, and the Drow has a Centaur for the reset too. So I do think that Spirit have put themselves in a very comfortable spot in this game. You know, this top lane, you know, they picked the Enigma to win the lane, right? This is why you pick this hero versus most of these. I mean, most carries in general just don't deal with this well, but the fact that he's got this Enchantress, stealing the Eidolons, they have multi-shot to kill them as well, too. They are not winning that lane. Yotaro is free-farming.
Yeah, what do you even do about that? Do you have to just start grabbing creep waves, or you have to just start hitting the jungle early? Like,
you just have to play the lane. You kind of just have to play the lane. The first few waves are super important, but when you do have level 2 Eidolons as well, too, you can start to play a bit more aggressive here. The problem is that Drow just does so much damage with multi-shot to them because it's physical. So the first like 2 sets of Eidolons are super important for the lane. If Drow hits 2 before you're able to hit 2 and bully and get the split, you just, as you see there, you lose your Eidolons every time just to a multi-shot.
And it's actually pretty decent money as well. It's what, 20 gold per Eidolon.
It's a lot of gold.
That's you don't want to give Yotaro that extra gold. He's kind of good at this video game. If you give him a little bit of a boost up at the start with those Eidolons, Yotaro, he is going to be loving life.
I think Spirit's in a position to potentially kind of win all 3 lanes with the way they've done
top
things.
lane, they look kind of dead.
Too. Oh, God.
Mr. Morale taken down.
So there's bottom lane, too. The thing about the Bane versus the Veno is even though Veno has these annoying, you just don't give a crap as Bane. You're so innately strong that you just don't care. You have infinite stick charges, and you just play versus the Magnus instead.
They've actually, you know, when I was watching, they were getting the chance to kill these Venom wards
They were.
as well. Ryan wasn't really able to get a lot of them denied. Most of them were siesta, I think, by the Bane.
This is some impressive stuff with the laning coming out from Spirit here. Because this bottom lane, too, it's not just a Veno with wards, it's a Veno with power as well, too, with the wards, too. So that extra damage not making the difference with how Spirit's playing. Not me.
Right.
Feels like his Centaur is perfectly fine in the bottom lane, and he's not wrong. Collapse should not die down here unless he just makes a big step forward and makes a mistake. So he's going to check the bottom rune.
Yeah, and Squadix is definitely not going to want to jump over for that. He'll head up and get the top water rune.
Yeah, as long as Collapse plays safe, he should be fine down here. If he steps up a bit far, absolutely can die when the level 4 hits for the Magnus to a skewer, but he's got the big wave coming under him here. He's already got the helm. Should be fine. And Rian is actually using most of his mana to just jungle. So I guess the concept maybe for the Veno jungle or the Veno 5 is let me acquire neutral item ASAP because he already has one. It's one of the faster we do see.
That's a lot of fun on all 3 of Spirit's cores so far from his first 4 minutes. Going quite smoothly for them.
They will be able to find Rue. The Eidolons were able to split this time around. But usually, the thing about this Enigma hero is you want to play to dominate the lane. This hero does suffer in a lot of instances if you're not able to just dominate and just play with like this drums and frontline and take towers. You're usually playing at a huge advantage on this hero. So that's not going to be the case, at least this time around for the Enigma.
Yeah, I guess the question is, when you have these 2 supports like the Veno and the Rubik, like neither of these are really able to set up and make early plays, right?
No. That's also the issue with me with the
who makes the plays?
We were saying the Rubik was picked because it's just a counter. They don't want their Enigma to counter. So, but now they're in a position where they don't really have great ways to rotate or set up.
Or bottom.
Even for power runes.
They should get this
Collapse.
kill. They've got the skewer onto Collapse. They'll get him. Rain's able to take him down. Will lose his life as Lyle comes in with the rotation. Gets the trade, but able to take Collapse out.
Good kill. Diving under the tower there when the Bane is moving around. Good identification of just knowing that Not Me is just walking around rather than playing around the Centaur. They have to punish him. So a good move for them there. But yeah, Not Me is bullying the puck. He's just walking around, taking bounty runes, looking to set up for the other runes as well, too. Squadix won't get the bounty rune, Philip. Won't get the rune as well. And top.
I mean, that was a very cute little setup there. You know, Rue, he wasn't around, but his enchanted golem was. Set it up with a few rocks coming in from the golem. So nice little micro there from Rue. Yeah.
Not Me trying to set up in the mid lane.
This is a hard kill to get.
2 points in silence. Laurel is about to hit 7 as well, too, so might put extra points. Might have more bursts. Not going to find the angle, though. They'll block away. Top roof does have a Centaur creep, so Nigma has to be careful. Spotted. He's got the slow.
Mr. Morale in trouble. Oh, won't get caught by the arrows. Enough Eidolons sort of blocking those.
Be okay. But the Wisdom Rune, they're going to keep coming. Here comes Laurel, too. Just kidding.
They're going to get both Wisdoms, and they're going to get the kill. They get the kickback.
Spirit playing this early game. Pretty clean here. Squad X won't rotate, though. Not going to make a miss rotation. He's just going to go, okay, I have to accept the fact that this is happening. I'm going to get some damage onto this tower in the mid lane. So trying to get what they can out of this. Good rotation here from Laurel. He's still sticking around top. Sweden has to be careful. This Enigma is so poor and so low level. Level 4. Laurel's going to go for him again.
That's going to be another kill here. Sweden strong. Caught under the tower. It's going to try and run. Actually might survive. Nope, another rock's down. Keeps the magnetize going. Another one for Lyle.
Picks up that urn charge too. Doesn't get the Enigma. Enigma, though, won't even be able to get the farm of the creep. He'll pull it into a better position to try to farm here. Okay, so he'll get something. Yeah, this is one of the slowest starts I think we do see for this offlane. As I said, this hero is... It's built, and it always plays around just having an advantage because you're able to shut down the enemy carry. It in fact did the opposite this time. On top of not just giving kills, it gave a ton of Eidolons too. Your Toro is... I mean, this is insane. 4,200 and 8 minutes on a drow.
But we'll see. You know, as we've seen, the teams, they like to go the carry Magnus because they see it as that counter to the drow. Takes a lot of time to get there. You know, it won't necessarily be this counter to the drow at least until the Blink Dagger's online. And looks like it's going to be the same build. Yeah, Mask of Madness coming out first here for Violent. The question then is if he does get the Blink as the second item, because he feels pressured to get some stuff done, or if he'll kind of get that secondary stat farming item such as the Echo and then get the Blink.
I hope it can work for. Even yesterday when I was seeing it, I was like, I didn't see the concept of it versus the Magnus, because I feel like, or sorry, versus the Centaur, because I feel like at some point Centaur just goes for the Aghanims build, and even if you do get the RP, he's going to be able to Agh's card. The yesterday was different because there was a global silence, which ended up covering and blocking the card a couple times.
The global did
this
a
game,
lot.
This game, that's not there. It's going to have to be the puck. They're going to have a lot of different ways of controlling the Centaur to stop him from saving, because they have a lot of save. They have Bane Sleep, they have Earth Spirit who can kick and pull, they have Centaurs, they have a lot of different things to be able to bail Yotaro out of a dangerous scenario if he does get it in.
I mean, at least it is a very good black hole game, right, for Mr. Morale. It's only the Fiend's Grip that can stop him through the BKB.
Laurel
Well,
gets the roll out.
Well, he just rolls away.
Wait,
easy.
Coil not hit?
Well, let's watch it again. I think, was he up in the air? But yeah, so he dodged it somehow. Did they just miss?
Whoops. I don't know. Something happened.
Radiant's bottom
Whoops.
tower
It's probably
not
us
great.
waking up. We missed something, obviously. I'm sure
I
we'll
missed
see it.
something. Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My bad, yeah.
There wasn't one of those. Yeah, there was no way he was in the air or anything, was there?
Air from what? You still would hit him.
From what?
I thought you were confusing me. a little bit. Maybe I missed something.
Oh no! Well, no, it's just that he was rolling, right? It says you're invulnerable aren't you, when you're rolling.
I thought he caught it before the roll.
Oh, before. Okay. No, I think he must have started
Whatever.
the roll.
Okay, maybe
yeah.
just during the roll already. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Top rune. Because, yeah, if he gets the roll up, of course, but I just thought he had already got it.
Yeah, I think the puck was just a little late. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Must have been.
Laurel, they're still trying to put emphasis onto mid. They're looking to take away these Ancients, too. Rue is being really annoying. They were just blind. Oh, the sleep. Oh, he got it off. He got a disengage sleep. Okay, thank you very much, Universe.
Oh, well, there we go.
Not me coming in clutch.
Not
No, I was like,
me.
something happened there.
There we go. You know, he was sleeping, I was sleeping, we were sleeping.
We were sleeping. He put us
We
all
were
to sleep.
sleeping. That's how good
That's
his
how
nightmare
powerful.
was.
Yeah, look at that.
He's that good at it, not me. There we go. We
Mask of
found
Madness is done.
Easy.
So
Whew,
you lose.
recovered.
Haha.
Anyway. Yeah,
You
I
lose.
mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I do want to see the blink next. You know, the same way that we saw it from Naive. I want to see him get the blink next because I think that worked out really nicely for Naive.
I'm in the same position. I agree. Because
I feel like it's just far too long where you're just kind of doing nothing right. If,
I just want you to play the game.
Yeah.
That's what I want to
Yeah,
play
yeah.
the right. Your puck, you have ways
want
to
blink
set up
next.
for the RP too. So I would agree. I would definitely agree.
I mean, maybe he feels he can
Starting
get
to
away with not because the Enigma's going to have blink and he's going to rely on Mr.
Maybe.
Morale.
I still would probably like it. Whatever. We'll see which one he does decide for. Top, they're starting to get a little bit of tower damage here. Rue is just watching though. They are trying to set up. All in the meanwhile, Collapse able to take
Do
the
it,
bottom
black
tower.
hole him. Do it. He was tempted. he was definitely thinking about going for the black hole, but he'll die.
Good thing.
Oh,
he didn't.
neutral creep.
A neutral. Okay.
There we go. 4 spirit, 4 players of Team Spirit versus 1 neutral creep. Neutral creep, it won. How much damage did it do?
8 damage.
8 damage. Well, there we go.
And then Laurel. He's got creep help again. Love Dominator Centaur, by the way. I think it's so busted. I don't think this creep should be affected by Stampede. I've been saying it for a long time now, but whatever. Super strong collapse. He'll be able to play around that. Get an extra farm for him or protect his teammates with it too. He's just going heart rush. So perhaps expecting that they're gonna run out of damage, and I mean maybe he could be right about that.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
gonna be Echo Saber,
survive
by the
through the
way,
ults,
Violent.
right. Yeah, if he does
Yep.
get caught.
Just tank up. Okay, so no blink for the Magnus. So it means it's gonna be just full out greed for him.
Okay. I mean, to be honest, they're not in any sort of panic mode at the moment, right? Because overall, they're only down 1k gold. It's not a bad start at all. So, obviously going the greedy route, if you can get the, if you get the Mask of Madness Echo into the Blink, you're going to farm that quicker than if you did the Mask of Madness Blink into the Echo. So, you know what?
I guess
He's
you
going to be
think that
fine.
you're-
He's yet to die. He's having a pretty chill game. He's only a little bit behind Yotoro's Drow. The farm's good.
True, and I guess if you think you're gonna hit that timing anyway around like the 15 to 20 minute mark, where they're gonna be like the objectives being taken, and if you're able to have Echo plus Blink, then sure, because those are the big timings. So.
I mean, is there a chance, though, he's one of these Magnuses that you told me about that doesn't buy Blink at all? Or do you think that's not the way to do it?
Are scanning.
Versus Drow, I feel like it's illegal.
Okay.
If you don't go blink,
Yeah.
right? But I have seen in
You've seen
in some of these other games in like pubs of people not going for it. But I don't want to say it was versus Drows.
Oh, fair enough.
All right. Well, first timing for Spirit, it's been hit. So this is one concern though. It's if you do stall out your blink dagger and the enemy team does get timings and they're going to go for a play and you don't have it, you might not be able to get involved. So let's see if he's prepared because there is now Vessel. It's done for Laurel. They have Manta finished for Yatoro. And Spirit is a team that likes to play with timings. They don't like to just sit back. They like to usually utilize that first timing to do something.
I'm talking about timings as well. Sorry if you've already seen this and mentioned this, but
Which
Rue rushing the Aghanims on Enchantress.
Rushing Ags. We saw this earlier today also.
Okay.
Pretty interesting. I actually noticed a new interaction that I can mention about it too. That it was kind of cool, but I'll wait until Rue maybe gets chased out.
Nah, he's chilling. He's chilling.
Look away. So the way the Ags works, I didn't know this, but all the units get turned against the target, right? Including
Yes.
allies, etc. They all get Rabble Rouser. Did you know that? They all get the Enchantress innate. Every single creep.
Because they're temporarily kind of.
They're
Enchantresses?
temporarily Enchantresses. Yeah. I found that out literally today.
I guess
was
because
testing a couple
I
things.
guess from the wording, right, it says any unit under her control. So I guess
And
because
they're
she's
technically-
forcing them to fight, they're temporarily
Yep.
under her control. That's pretty crazy because the Rabble Rouser damage gets insane as the levels stack up. So that's
And, like, I was actually
that's
thinking-
kind of cool.
Like, not in particular, this is the reason why he's doing it, but versus
Yeah.
Enigma Eidolons, they could beat some. They could beat ass, honestly. Like, they could do so much damage, so... some funny things to point out. But the Root, of course, is super strong. Bottom, Stampede.
They're looking for Collapse. They got him with the Dream Coil. Oh, they're looking for the RP, but they won't get him with the RP.
Grip in the back.
And they got to back off. Couldn't get the chance there. The stun coming in to play. I think that was from one of the creeps, right, from Rue. That stopped him from getting the RP off. So, something stunned him there.
Something did.
Tower in the mid.
I was looking at mid. Rue split pushing. Almost getting
Yeah.
the whole tower here.
Yeah, went a bit awkward that attempt there. But on the good side, they didn't use their ultimate. So they do still have Black Hole and RP for an upcoming team fight.
Rue,
It's in the mid. Rue,
very durable.
surely not getting away with this time. I mean,
Not durable enough.
he's living a long time, but they will finally take him out. 16-minute power.
Yeah, they don't have a Vessel buyer, so that Enchantress is going to be able to survive pretty strong. Laurel versus Sweden in Squad X.
I mean, he's doing it here. Sweden Strong is gone. Lal, very tanky with the amount of
2v1.
HP he has at this point.
2,400 HP with the build. I love when I see these Earth Spirit builds. The Tread
They're so tanky.
Vessel, you end up just being so absurdly tanky, yeah. Yatoro is just getting to chill, Owen. He is having the freest time of his life, 200 CS.
He is.
Set up for success.
But, you know, they've got the counter. They've got the last pick Magnus. But maybe that's the
We'll see if he can execute it.
The time, of course, that the Magnus did win, it was a first pick Magnus. And maybe that's how you have to do it. Maybe the last pick Magnus doesn't have as much kind of, you know, confidence.
Farewell.
He's dead. He's dead. They're starting to get that gold lead growing here.
It's just
Team
much
Spirit.
easier for Spirit to make natural plays also, right? They can just do it without having to commit ultimates, just natural sleeps. For the side of Enjoy, it's just a completely ulti-reliant lineup like we were talking about in the beginning, right? That's why we were joking about the Darkseer and the Earthshaker and all that. So it's just hard for them to make plays. And even with these big ultis, it's dangerous because they're super squishy, Owen. So 1,000 HP Enigma. This is actually cute. He's backpacking his drums so that they don't see the aura, so they don't expect him here. So a nice little individual play. We'll point that out for him. But yeah, they're super squishy. Just everybody. I don't know who wants the front line because it's not Magnus. So
I mean, he has
starting
to be the
fights
one
is
that
just
goes
very
in.
difficult. But he's the carry.
Sure, so, yeah, like who's going
So
in
it's
to
like-
kind of bait them close together so that
Yeah.
the Magnus has a way to find the Drow. Because you're right? They have to sort of force Spirit to show their hand in the team fight so that Violent can identify where the Drow is.
Exactly. And I mean, they do have heroes to do that, but Enigma doesn't want to be that one either. So it just has to be the Puck who is good at gathering
Yeah.
that, but this is not the easiest game for the Puck to just jump in and get out. Sure, so far Squad X hasn't died, but there's an instant Fiend script, there's an instant silence, 2 of them in fact. So it can be a bit complicated. Squad X. Moves to sleep.
From Sweden strong.
RP.
Good RP. Violent comes in with the big
Beautiful.
dagger reveal into the black hole. There we have it. The drow counter ready to go. They were not
There we
ready
go.
for that blink dagger reveal. He just had it picked up after his Echo and Mask of Madness, and
Hell yeah.
a massive jump. A massive jump. They throw everything. The dream coils.
It
the
was
RPs,
everything, though.
The black holes. But it's team spirit. It's your Toro. If you're catching
got
your
him.
Toro, you throw everything on him.
I think the black hole was unnecessary, though, I'll be honest with you. And now they don't have any of their ultis for the next couple moments.
Well,
If they
up
don't
top.
get punished for it, that's great. And they might find another kill.
I think they will hit. Root is going to chase down. Violent
Got him.
takes
go.
him out. Here we go. Magnus, ladies and gentlemen. Violent, ready to go.
So now there's 2 minutes of downtime. Let's see what Spirit wants to do with that information. Because when these big ultis do end up getting used like that, right, that's when you have to worry about objectives and other things. So there is a Roche potential that Spirit could consider, since it's going to be, what, 50 seconds until RP. They'll find
Not me.
Squad X.
Yeah, gets a nice, cheeky little Fiend's grip there from around the corner.
It's good kills, though, at the least. You know, at least they found,
Yep.
they got the connection. But now immediately look at the game state again, right? Collapse is like, all right, you used everything. I'm a Heart Centaur beating on your tier 2s because I just have so much information because you did have to use all of those ultis. So trade off every single time, although they do get a great kill on the Toro.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, so Rian, I guess he decided because of this Enchantress and all that too, they just want a little more. He is going for the Vessel. It is strong with Veno with the way you can spread it as well too, but it's not going to be one of those faster ones that I've seen, at least for some of these Venos. Slowed down. Tier 2 falls. Spirit's just able to claim it. Can probably back up and go for the Tormentor since, as you said, the ultis. Now some of them are starting to come back up.
Yeah, they could be ready to fight again. I mean, I'd imagine you'd be down for them to try and just immediately go for a smoke move with the RP. Like, or do you think they can sit back? Like, how aggressive and active do Enjoy need to be?
It's difficult. It's just not the easiest to land these abilities, right? They just have to pick and choose their fights very specifically and maybe wait for every one of the ultis. Maybe they will be able to find your Toro up here? They're thinking about it, but...
Wow, looks like they're scared. They're like, if your Toro turns up like that, there's probably backup, and they'd be right. Collapse and Not Me were around.
And Collapse now does have Blink Dagger, so can start getting involved as well, too, since he did go the very greedy route with this Dominator Heart build.
And the baiting with the Venom in the mid. Mr.
Nigma.
Morale has been seen. Rue,
They'll see
TP's
Rue.
over. Look at the harpoon and the skewer back. They'll use the Stampede to try and get Rue out of there. He's healing
He's
up.
healing.
He's going to be fine. And now Violent. Oh, get the RP off.
It's not
Into
good.
the TP out, but it's not going to work out. The RP not lasting long enough. The stun comes in. Violent will fall.
Oh, and that's a really grim one there. Even when he lands it instantly, I'm like, oh, that is so grim. It's the only time he really wants to use RP in this game, it's on Drow Ranger. Every time he doesn't use it on Drow, downtime, Yotaro just feels super happy in the game. And with that, they can go straight to the Roche. Killing this Ench is hard. It's not going to be super easy, super straightforward for them unless they have Vessel charges. If Rian has some Vessel charges, maybe they can go for that there. But Rue just breaks the information, sees everything.
I mean, look at the numbers, right? Oh, Mr. Morale.
Oop. He's got back up.
He has got
So
back
does
up.
Not Me.
And Not Me's tempted to go for the grip, and he will immediately get put to a stop by Squad X, but backups here, collapsing
Here
with
comes
a two-man who stomp. La rolls forward, gets the silence onto the both of them. Mr. Morale gone. Squad X will drop the Dream Coil. Can he get away
out?
from them, though? He will
Neutral.
die to a neutral creep, so able to get the neutral creep denied.
Okay.
That's still not great. That's Dream Coil down. Only really gets them the Bane. He's still out of the map for 40 seconds, Squad X. And space is there for Spirit to take Yotaro and Brew into the pit and get this Roshan.
I think when neutral creeps kill people on the enemy team of the Enchantress, Enchantress should get credit, because that's two for the
That's true,
Rabble-Rousers.
actually.
The damn Rabble-Rousers have taken the kill. I mean, not really, because they did like 8 damage. If it was higher damage, I'd blame the Ench, but it was like 8, so... Aghanim's about to be finished for Rue, and it's a pretty insane Ags. You know, I was mentioning the fun interaction that I found with it, but besides that, it's an undispellable route. BKB, you can just BKB and walk out of it, but it's an undispellable route versus all the others. So, Collapse walks in, finds himself a free kill. The Centaur is the top net worth, Owen. What the hell is happening?
He's having a
Collapse.
pretty easy
Giga
game.
Chad.
Collapse. Yeah, look at him. Look at him go. Out farming Yatoro.
Giga
That's
Chad.
impressive.
Collapse.
Out
Coming
farming
in.
Yatoro, who, as you said, Yatoro, it's not like he's getting pressured. Yatoro's having a pretty chill game. Like, he's had free
Yatoro's
farm.
probably saying, I bet they're having like a little competition perhaps at the end of this game too, and he's probably like, if I didn't get RP'd bottom, I'd be ahead of you. Damn you.
I mean, he's not wrong. But he did get RP bottom. And, that was an outplay. He didn't consider the fact that Blink Dagger timing would be there on the Magnus. So he can only blame himself for losing out to Collapse his farm this game, Yatoro.
True that, true that.
Let's see.
How these
Still
support
time to go.
items
Maybe he's
look,
able to reclaim that top spot
Dire's bottom
against
He
Collapse.
probably will. He probably still will, but we'll see. We're gonna keep that competition going between these two.
Radiant's middle
Mid
tower
tower
is
starting to
under
get
attack.
sieged. All ultis are at the ready, but you can see how hesitant they are at looking for this type of play with how Spirit is postured around the map. It's just difficult for them to get in. And my concerns for the Enigma that I had early, I mean, it's like screaming at this point, right? He has no game, and Not Me is already set up on him.
Oh, he's... Oh.
Nice
Nice.
poison.
Yeah, nice some
Blink.
of the Eidolons. Oh. He
Off the mark.
might get away with this. Not Me, is he going to find him? Nope, he's not. Easy. Mr. Morale's out.
Mr. Morale has had his drum backpack for a very long time. I gave him credit for it before because he was using it so that it didn't show inside the creep waves, but now he's just had it in the... Okay, there we go.
There we go. There we go.
He
Wall
heard me.
bottom. There we go. Not Me. He won't hesitate with
Another
just
grip.
dropping the grip this time. They find Sweden strong. It's the Rubik
And
out.
this,
Did manage to spend up. He's got his blink, at least on the Rubik.
Overall, also for the Rubik, right? Like we mentioned early, it could look like a pretty rough Rubik game because they picked it as a protection thing for the Enigma, and so far,
Yeah.
yeah, it's absolutely that. This Rubik is doing nothing. He actually can't contribute at all. Can't get any good spell. He got one good spell steal top. He did get the Fiend's Grip that one situation, but it didn't get them much of a kill.
I'll tell you what as well, that's a good scan. They've hit
It
Violent.
is.
They
They
know
know.
he's farming in
Dude.
this deep area.
Not Me's
And
got
he's-
excellent reads, and oh my god,
Ooh.
blink up
He's
in
got-
two.
He's got to have to use the RP, but he will not live. Collapses here to back up Not Me. And
Farewell, my
yeah,
friend.
they were ready to go there. Very nice to have a call for the scan on him. They found him.
Goodbye. Not Me will take the kill. He deserves it.
Yeah, he was probably the one who scanned
Mid
that
lane.
area.
He was.
that
Yeah, they
up?
tipped him right away.
Yeah.
It was a very good read. This guy's good. This guy is very good. I really like his Bane so far from what I'm seeing. Super aggressive, play perfect in the lane, like the build. Building for himself rather than the team because he doesn't need to build for Yatoro this game. And yeah, also, I did want to mention this early game. I kind of forgot because just things happened, but I think Enfeeble also just completely destroys Magnus in the entire game. Because you're a melee hero. So it's very easy to just throw the Enfeeble on him, always.
Yeah, certainly
Like sometimes
annoying.
Enfeeble is not so strong versus some of these ranged cores, so you can't actually get it on them. But versus melee cores, you just always throw it on them.
Here comes the high
To the
ground
mid
push.
tower.
RP, yeah, still on cooldown for 50 seconds. And it feels like they do need it. Like, Black Hole, Dream Coil, not going to be enough now at this point. They need the RP as well.
It's all on Violent at this point in the game, it feels like. It's
Yeah.
literally everything. Sure, if they can land a big black hole, it's great, but everything has to come from Violent. All the damage at this point, because everyone else is so far behind. But yeah, just lots of different ways to save each other, bail each other out, as we're seeing for Spirit. Collapse. Goes for the build that I wanted to see yesterday from the Centaur also. Goes for Lotus. It's not versus Global, but I think this is the build in most situations rather than Shiva,
Yeah.
so...
I mean, he's ready to go kind of full dispel. You know, not just the Lotus,
For
but
sure.
also looking for the Yules after it.
Yeah, that's cool. You can go Wind Waker, right? Even eventually at some point in the game, so it's fantastic. Versus all these big ultis, Wind Waker is one of the best items you can go for.
Yeah, and it's one of the... It's a very nice pickup against the Magnus because they don't have any other super easy instant catch. But if you get the Yules,
Sure.
it means that anytime the Mag wants to go for some Blink Skewer play, he has to pre-BKB. Otherwise,
Sure.
he just gets sent up in the air because Collapse
he
is going to be
doesn't
ready with the
have
Yules
still.
pre-clicked on him. Yeah, he's getting close. Just about 500 gold off the BKB Violent.
Spirit looking for their next target. They have, again, a beautiful read of where they're playing. Squad X, whoopee, to get himself out. Should have been fine even if he did get caught. He has the Aeon Disc, but we'll be able to save at least the duration of it for now.
Not me. Trying for the setup.
Violet. Bottles in.
Not the Stampede. Chase going to
Ball is
continue.
all the way in.
And they've got him. coming with the Who Stomp, not able to get any sort of RP off, and came at a moment where the courier did have the BKB on its way over, but hadn't quite made it to him. So Violent's dead. So is Ryan.
I want to see more Earth Spirit, Owen. I got to be honest, too, because yesterday we did get to see
It's
9
good.
class displaying it. I think this hero is actually on the rise. I don't know. He does
you
an
gotta-
absurd amount of damage.
You got to be good at it, right? And we're watching
yeah.
Lyle here, right? Lyle is one of the better Earth Spirits. If
That's
not
true.
one of the best, actually. So he is going to make the hero look good. But there's definitely a load of mids that I don't want to see play Earth Spirit because it's going to look terrible.
That's very fair.
We've
That's
got a
fair.
lot
And
of mid
supports.
players who just do not play Earth Spirit. But yeah, Lyle,
Very true.
he certainly is one that can absolutely smash a game with it. Very, very good Earth Spirit player.
I don't know why I was about to give a subtle jab, a subtle flame. Oh, not me, actually. Wait a second. I'm getting gone on
You're
here.
going
They
to
should
just
be able
call
to
out
get the kill.
someone who can't play Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
just because it's like a friend from back in the day. I'm going to say it
yeah.
anyway. Puppy, back in the day when he used to play
back
the
in
Earth
the day,
Spirit.
yeah.
He busted out and he would feed miserably.
Oh, I remember that.
Sorry, Puppy.
That was a long time ago. Wait, was I
I don't
even
know why
casting
it's like-
then? The puppy. I
I
remember
don't know
the
why it
puppy
even
Earth
comes
Spirit.
to my mind. Yeah, I think you were. I think it was TI15.
Yeah, I think we yeah.
Veno caught. Little friends. My
Ooh.
goodness, the damage that this does is insane.
God, so Mr. Morale got lucky with a blink there. He's actually able to get out in the last moment. He nearly died as well.
Wait, oh, and I do have to ask you one thing really quickly too. Why are you
go
calling him
ahead.
Mr. Is it Mr. Morale or is it Natus Morale? It is Mr.
No,
Morale.
no, that's how you pronounce it. Like that's how you.
It just
you
is Mr. Morale. Okay, I was just making sure.
Because it's like the C. I was just calling him some random name. No, Mr. Morale. No, it's like because these letters, it's like an M, and then the C is an S, the T is a T, and then the P is like
Gotcha,
an R.
gotcha.
So I did look it up
gotcha,
as well. Of course, I'm not actually
Okay,
that
fair.
clever and multilingual. But yeah, it's
Well, the only
Mr.
reason I say that is
Morale.
because me and you, I think we're,
Yeah.
at least
Who
me.
is
There's a lot of
casting?
times where there's some of these names, and I'm just like,
Oh, yeah.
I've said these person's names before like 100 times, and I say them completely wrong. Like yesterday, we're casting. Remember Seiyu?
Say
We know it's
I-
Seiyush. We know that the thing at the end is the like CH
Oh, that's
sound,
a
but we forgot.
Oh, sure.
You
sure,
remember?
That's fair. Yeah.
Like,
I
so
do
it
remember
happens.
that. Yeah. But no, yeah. This
Mid lane.
this is.
Oh my
you
God.
Pronounce it. Oh. Well,
The little friends.
He's nearly dead. Oh, very
and you
friendly
saw
to
it?
all those
By
little
the way,
friends. Yeah.
You saw the rabble rouser on the
That's a lot-
Eidolons too.
that's-
Dude, this is
that's a
cool.
lot of
This is
damage.
hype. This is Pog. I'm actually hyping on.
Oh my goodness.
Sweden. Coil off the mark again.
Yeah. Well, now collapses in with a Who
Nigma.
Stomp. He'll get the BKB off, but he does not want a black hole there.
No.
As he's dead. Lol. It's
This is
gonna
all
find
without,
Ryan.
this is all without Yatoro.
Ryan's dead.
Another catch. Laurel, beyond godlike, absolutely crushing it. 10-0-5. Been
Yep.
enabled beautifully by the supports, of course, but man, what an Earth Spirit performance. Too bad he cannot compete in the competition with Collapse and Yatoro because he is an Earth Spirit, but he's trying.
Yeah. No, Yatoro at least is happy. He's getting a nice little gap between him and Collapse. Back at the top
That's why he
here.
didn't show up to the
Drought.
fight.
Indeed, he's like, I got
That's
to
why he
take
didn't
that
run
top
to this
net worth
fight.
spot. I can't let Collapse take the top net worth spot. You know, that's what he's
I
saying.
actually, you know
He
what's
wants
funny
the
is
top
these guys
net
have
worth.
actually done this before. They've had these type of competitions in the game. That's why I'm mentioning it. These guys are funny guys.
Let's get the max farm here. Yatoro.
Yeah. And looking at the build, this is insane, right? Butterfly done. Satanic came out of nowhere, too, for him. Smooth sailing. This is what the difference looks overall, right? When you're seeing these like tier 1 teams playing versus tier 2s or tier 3s, etc. When like they know how to play versus this type of like all-in, heavy team fight draft versus the Magnus versus Drow. They're like, okay, we're just not going to go to your base. We're going to wait for Aegis. We're not going to go for get skewered into base and die without everything ready. They're going to be very prepared for the plays. But let's see if they do get caught. Let's see if the Magnus, see if he can do it. So as I said, it's all on Violent now. His damage just looks not the best either, though, sadly. Because he is so far behind on this mag at this point. Let's see. 2 or 3 man RP into two or 3 man hole.
It's got to be
Can he get
huge.
the execution.
Enjoy it.
And Rue just walks in to break it. They do not want to go on him.
On Collapse. He gets to
is in.
jump onto the pot. Yondis
Little
will
friends.
protect him, but the silence is there afterwards, and he is gone. They get the RP. Skewer back on the 2, but Mr. Morale's already dead, so there won't be a follow-up black hole. Violent will die, and right, he's not getting out either. The Yules is there from Collapse, stops the TP. The 4 of them
Little
dead.
friends. They just can't move. The puck gets... And Collapse just jumps in because he knows what they are, and then Little Friends just holds the puck even through the Aeon disc. Sorry, does not get rid of it. It's an undispellable Little Friends. So even an Aeon disc, I'm sorry, it does not dispel Little Friends. The only thing that lets you walk out of that is BKB. Man, I mean, the execution is absurd by Spirit, right? Sometimes they do this. I mean, a lot of times. Just the team fight, as we see right there. I think he actually chanted it anyway, so I think it was afterwards, but yeah.
Yeah, he got enchanted, rooted, silenced. They had it all for Squadix there.
Yeah, brutal.
Radiant's
Brutal, brutal, brutal.
is under attack.
They barely lose anything, too. Just perfect execution and perfect way to take the fight, too, right? They just posture the Enchantress, get the information, smoke breaks, and they know that they can just go for the jump with Collapse. And I want to highlight, too, just some of these item builds and little things, right? Brew going for the Greaves after the Aghanims, since he's just playing to dispel the Vessel and a couple of these other things. It's just really smart itemization from Spirit.
Tough one here for Enjoy. But I appreciate they tried for the Magnus strat. You know, it's always fun to see. Did not work out the same way here. I do wonder if this was something that they... Oh, we see him actually go for the grab.
Instantly
but again,
stopped.
Yeah, Collapse it. He's just ready with the Yules and the Stomp. Puts a stop to it. Violent. He'll skewer back, but the right clicks of your tool.
Oh, miss!
Not enough. It was the last one was an uphill miss, right?
I think there was 2 misses. Oh, man, he gets a bit lucky there, Yatoro. Actually, we'll blame Yatoro not walking back to the high
I was going to say,
ground.
he didn't need to stand down on the low ground. He should have stood on the high ground when they connected.
Well, he piked himself, right? So he was just...
I guess, yeah.
He should have ran up. That would have.
Oh!
Yatoro.
Again, though, I'm telling you, the Yules, you hate it. As a Magnus player, you hate it when they pick up a Yules. It's just not fun. You just want to blink Skewer,
Bullying.
and they just Yules you every time. These annoying players with their Yule Scepters. And Collapse, he knows. He knows how. Well, he would know as well, right? He is Collapse. He is the Magnus player. He knows
is the Magnus player.
He knows what Magnus players hate. And he knows they hate the Yules. That's why he's got the Yules this game. Collapse knows. He's been on the receiving end of the Yules very many times when he's been the Magnus. He knows, and we're seeing it here. It really is. It's the absolute fun killer when you're trying to do some cool Skewer plays.
Literal bullying.
Collapse.
Another catch.
He's got the setup. That'll be the buyback from Violent. Oh,
Sorry.
No, not going to happen there.
Not going to happen. Lotus. Daedalus done. Draw damage. Stonk's going up.
Yep, they'll continue.
Lift and look at him.
Oh, the
It's the
Yules
Yules.
again! I'm telling you, Violent's going to be so angry. He might even be violent
Instant
after
tip.
this. It's in the name. It's a
Instant
Collapse
tip from
knows.
Collapse.
If you want to piss off a Magnus player, buy a Yule Scepter. It's horrendous.
Oh my god.
We hate them.
Actually owning
These
him.
Yuleses. The Yules every time.
And he's in.
He's in. Ready to pick up some more kills here on the way. The black hole. No.
Nope.
Hey, he stole Fiend's grip. Oh, he's dead. Well, he got it for a moment
GG.
there at the end, so a little bit of something for Sweden Strong.
Yatoro.
But a tough game. GG is called. They're killing them in the fountain. They gave it a good shot. They lasted 37 minutes against Spirit. Hats off for that. Not bad. It's only game 1. We'll see what they do in game 2.
They did just last though. It was a lot of just lasting.
It was a lot of lasting. But it's something. They knew this was going to be a tough series. This first game was certainly a tough game. But they gave it their best try. And I like that they went for something a little different, right? They did go for this Magnus.
Sure.
They were like, if we're going to beat this game, win this game, we've got to do something crazy. Go for the Magnus, try and use that to counter the Drow. Didn't work out. They did get that nice kill on Yatoro when they had the Blink Dagger reveal. So that was something. They did get to do that one kind of Blink RP onto Yatoro. But that was it. That was the only time Yatoro died. Did not die any moment after.
Lanes can't go this bad. I think that's the big
Yeah.
thing, right? I think if you're going to first pick Enigma, you have to protect it a bit better. The fact that, I mean, Drow ended up being pretty good versus the Enigma just because of the multi-shot. They did great in the first 2 levels, but also it's the Enchantress and the Bane, too. So I think overall, Spirit just, I mean, they know exactly how to do this. It's Miposhka now at the coaching role, so he knows how to cover the bases. Probably he's telling them at what points what they need to itemize, how they need to play versus the lanes, move around, etc. So overall, yeah, they took clear advantage on top of just dumping on the lanes. Also, just being able to play around these super long cooldowns, they just have no fear. Collapse taking a tier 2 by himself, essentially, too. So, just clear understanding from Spirit today.
Absolutely, in this first game. And I guess in game 2, do you just against Spirit, like, if you are indeed in this situation, you're playing against Spirit, you're the underdogs, what would you like to see them take away? Do you just first phase ban out the Drow so that Spirit don't get away with continue to just do this first pick your Toro Drow?
He'll do Nature's Prophet if you don't. If you have to take out at least like 2 or 3 of the turret heroes, I think probably if you want to if you want to go for like a Magnus kind of draft, I think with the Enigma it's too much. It's just way too much when you're all in on. It's all big cooldown team fights, and then your lanes also go poorly. You can't make moves. I could see what they were trying to do with this game, you know, picking the Enigma, covering with the Rubik and all that, but it ends up looking quite bad. So I think just kind of go back to the drawing board, change things up completely.
That's fair. That's fair. And they had quite a few star-studded performances that game. Spirit looking like Team Spirit. Lal, standout player though. He was the one that did not die at all on this mid Spirit. 13-0-12. Excellent Spirit play. And as you say, every reason when you do have a strong Spirit player like Lal to be bringing the Spirit out right now. The hero's in a good spot, can absolutely dominate. It's another one you got to be worried about when whoever you are, right, playing against Team Spirit. That Spirit, it can be a problem.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of those replacements for the Embers, the Void Spirits, perhaps even maybe one that's going to continue to going up the scales versus something like Puck, right? So, hoping to see more.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was game 1. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for game 2 between Team Spirit and Enjoy.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Europe Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we've just had Game 1 of Team Spirit versus Enjoy. Team Spirit were able to take the win. Coming up into Game 2, Fogged, what do you do? What do you do if you're Enjoy? You're in a tough matchup. You're playing against Team Spirit. Game 1 was rough. Where do you go from Game 1 into Game 2?
Just pick an easier to execute draft. Step 1, I think, but also step 2, can't lose your lanes this hard. This top lane, right, in particular, the Enigma plus Rubik lane. The first 2 picks got decimated in the lane, completely decimated to the first pick Drow, and yeah, maybe just better counter picks versus the Drow in general, right? Because it was a first pick Drow. Sure, they protected it really well with the bans, but they had like nothing versus it, right? It's just a Magnus to gap close, and that's your carry, so it's not going to happen until way later. So I just want to see, something completely different.
Yeah. No, I don't think we will. You know, whilst the carry Magnus is fun, I think it's something that you maybe try once against Spirit, and then, as you say, you try something else the next time. Drafting against Spirit seems tough, though, right? Because
it is hard. What
do you ban? Like, the bans, there's just so much that you have to worry about, and I think you're probably right. You know, most likely you kind of had to stick with similar bans as last time, so you probably are just letting this Drow through again. And the Drow was a problem.
It's just difficult, right? Now that even before without Miposhka, right? They still were drafting very well, but with Miposhka, it's always just going to be a step harder.
Yeah, it's a bit of an uphill battle here for Enjoy.
I'm thinking it's like if you ban Drow or NP, you probably just have to first pick one of these two or something. It is complicated. I don't know, Yatoro, he's very good at these turret heroes. It is his meta. Literally, the 3, not the main 3 turrets, but 2 of the main turrets are 2 of his best, the Drow and the Nature's Prophet, and then one of the third ones is like the Terrorblade, and that's one of his others too, so it does feel like it fits him just so well in this current meta. Very difficult to counter him.
Extremely likely to get at least one of those.
Yeah, but besides him too, it's like I'm mentioning a lot about Yatoro, but it wasn't even really him the problem until later. Sure, yeah, in the laning phase it was, but like there's a lot of other problems. They do have to deal with so many different things. Like they kind of just crumbled in this game very, very quickly because they couldn't group up together. So it looked kind of awkward. It looked like they didn't put up much of a fight in the mid game because of that. So I just want to see something very different, and I'm going to hate on the Rubik a little more. I think only very specific teams can play it right now. And in very specific scenarios. I don't think you can do this. We're going to pick Enigma and make sure that you don't pick Rubik versus it by picking it ourselves.
Yeah.
I think it's just, I think it's almost suicide.
Well, they will switch it up. Drow's going to be banned, so there's going to have to be a different carry selection here for Yatoro.
Oh, yeah, and SF, that's the other one. I was like, there's another big one that I'm forgetting, so, yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, playing against SF would feel pretty rough.
Yeah. Okay, so 3 of them are gone.
Dire team pick.
Huh. That's actually pretty interesting.
They actually ban out the Rubik Spirit. Yeah, that's a bit surprising, right?
Maybe now they'll first pick a Magnus. And be like, we'll show you how it's done. I think that could be what they're thinking here. I'm not even kidding.
I mean, but the thing is, if they take it, like, it's going to be collapse, right? Have we ever seen Yatoro play a safe lane mag? I feel like probably never, right? If you got collapse on the team, surely only collapse is playing it.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah. But that would be fun.
I don't know why else you would ban the Rubik. I don't know. That's really interesting to me.
Well, maybe they want the Enigma.
Or maybe Bane.
That's true. As I said, he stole the Fiend's Grip at the very end of the game. He got the steal on it.
He got it 3 times. He did that last
game. Actually, okay. There's more times before that. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Enjoy. More standard already, right? So, Tree and Protector opener. First pick.
Yeah, feels great.
Yep. Good versus Bane, because even when Aghanims comes out, I was mentioning to you this like a couple weeks ago, you blink and Overgrowth, you can clip all of them pretty easily. Sure, in the lane, they both are pretty decent versus each other, but
10 seconds remaining.
See which carries are going to get picked up here. Largo being banned a lot here too. I think every time that a team picks Tree, right? I think Largo just gets banned because you don't get to play with living armor. Taking some time here.
Yeah, eating into the reserve. Enjoy. They're going to look to take any of those other last game heroes off Team Spirit.
Or do you just ban all the turrets? Make him play a melee hero.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Ban Clockwork. Okay. Just a clock ban.
Spirit, do they care about anything that was shown against them last game? Obviously respected the Rubik and the Puck so far with the bans.
5 seconds remaining.
I think unlikely that they ban the Magnus. They won't care about that.
It's pretty open right now. Not really too sure where they could go with it. Now it's where you just think about what you want to pick out of the phase. So they're probably just going to ban something very specific about what they're looking to pick next.
I mean, with sort of the success we saw from it against the Bane the other day, is there anywhere where you ban the silencer? Like, because I feel like if you're in Joyride, could you not consider taking the silencer, or do you think it's still not? It's not worth it to have a silencer on your team, even though the global is so strong against Bane.
I said the same thing yesterday, where it's like, I don't know, Tree plus silencer duo just feels kind of. I guess Tree can be played as the 4 in a way, right? And then the silencer plays as the 5, and it's okay, but.
Okay. Well, they actually banned out another one of the turret
Okay, they banned it
themselves.
themselves. Cool.
Carry pool's getting, smaller and smaller. At least, yeah, the main turret ones are out. I'd say the next closest turret carry that I think, your Toro would love to play is probably, Muerta? Is that hero playable at the moment?
Yeah, mostly just versus
I tell you
the
what's
Necros
not.
that we're
There's
seeing,
a
but-
Mars fogged. Whoa.
Oh.
That hero has been, it hasn't been picked here, but when it was picked at previous things, this hero was terrible.
This is the time to pick it, though, right? When you are playing.
I guess so.
versus a much
This is going to
weaker
be the
team.
real test for Mars. Yeah. If Spirit lose with Mars here against Enjoy, then that's confirmed. Mars is absolutely just in the trash.
Okay, I gotta actually look. What else has Mars even gotten? Has he gotten anything else? It was a very small number on the Dauntless, right?
Oh,
If
what
I
in the
remember
last little patch? I don't know.
He got like
anything.
an AoE radius on
something.
Dauntless and like 20 damage, I think, on his ulti spears. Yeah, that was it. So when I'm looking
Oh,
at
that
it
was
here.
on the ulti space. Yep. Definitely not
So a
enough.
little more regen
Definitely not
in the
enough.
lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's fun.
Well, it's collapse.
Yeah, he wants to try it, see if he can make the Mars work. Yeah, this hero still has an abysmal win rate in pubs, and in,
One of the
and
lowest,
in
right?
pro games it's even worse. We saw it last few tournaments. The games it was, I don't think it won a game. Like maybe in one of these other regional qualifiers, there's been a Mars pick that's done well, but in terms of lands, like when it was picked, it was very quickly not picked again.
Amar went 1-11 or something in that game that he played it, and it was it was only like 20 minutes. He actually just chain fed it relentlessly. So, okay, they'll pick up a Viper, very strong range hero, kind of just not giving up anything here. But
this is so this is gonna be fun to see. Is Mars playable? Collapse is gonna do his best to make a case for him.
some limited damage at the moment on the side of Enjoy, especially into Viper. Can absolutely absorb all of it here with the corrosive skin versus the Willow and Tree.
So we'll look. Doom, do you kind of prefer that as the offlane or the carry?
Lately as the offlane in most situations.
As the
does
offlane.
feel,
Okay.
yeah. They still end up being kind of like this carry anyway with most of their builds. Either it's the phase drum shard build that they do or the radiance build that we see. Spirit, they'll go techies. I'm going to say it again. I love this hero. I think it's still super OP in most situations. It fits really nicely with Mars when you have, like, they're contained in an area, right? Techies, this is probably one of the best combos with him because you just are able to get in these mines very clearly in this area. It's going to hit everybody. And you're able to do damage versus Willow. You'll be able to dispel the living armor with Taser. So even if Willow's inside of her W, right, and all the techies' abilities, you'll be able to bypass that.
Enjoy.
Yeah, just
Have they got something fun for us?
Right now, I'm already happier seeing their draft than last time, at least for me, because it just looks much more easy to just play naturally. It looks easier to play just like not as ulti reliant.
Again, if we're not seeing like the team names here, Enjoy's got the better draft so far, and that is largely because there's a Mars on the other side. But it does mean I prefer the draft. No, if we don't see the team names, really enough to carry the Mars. It's a Mars.
I'm putting my hand.
I don't remember the last time we saw Mars win.
I'm putting my hands over the Mars, and now look at it.
Over the
Doesn't
Mars.
it look way better?
Sure.
Now look at those 3v3.
Yeah.
That looks nicer now.
Yeah. Enjoy. What's the plan? They've gone right into the reserve time here.
And you're also playing into, so now you're playing as a carry. You're playing into two of the most deterrent, like anti-carry supports. Bane with the sleep, with enfeeble, with Fiend's Grip. Techies with Taser, with high burst damage. So they're going to save it for their last pick.
So this is going to be the Cottle mid, right? They want to do against the Viper lane. Have a bit of a chance to play from range. Does Cottle mid indeed do okay against a Viper, or how does that play out?
Viper just, I mean, Cottle, I don't think Cottle really beats anybody, right? For Viper's chills.
Okay, but you still get you don't feed as the Cottle, right? You're still able to blast waves and
you shouldn't because you're very fast. You shouldn't. You're gonna miss out a couple of them each time. And my worry really is that the Bane in particular can chase you. Most of the games I've seen these Cottles mids is when they struggle, especially is when there's like a 4 or 5 position that can just leave the lane, go into the jungle, block the camps, contest. Because this hero doesn't win lanes in particular on the Cottle. Just ends up farming jungle and coming out. You know, level 6 goes to a rotation and gets a kill essentially because of the solar bind, but. Can definitely be disrupted pretty heavily by a hero like Bane. Bane is one of the better versus Cottle. Because you're just so innately tanky. Even though it's not a support Cottle, it still has a similar type of thing where you just walk him down in the early game.
Spirit, let's see what carries they want to ban out.
Yeah. So they're leaving it to the last. Because like Lifestealer versus Techies versus... not really. Versus Viper and Bane is horrible. Just a lot of the carries just don't look great. There's a Viper Strike that breaks you. There's Techie's Taser. There's Fiend's Grip. A lot of things that just make the carries not too happy this game.
If you want a wild suggestion,
is this not good? Oh, okay.
Kind of at the similar era, I was going to say the Anti-Mage. Like back in the day, would this not have been a dream Anti-Mage game? If you get through the early game...
I've always hated the hero, so no.
You just... no.
I just never liked the hero. If you're talking old days, yeah, when Techies was a different hero, right? Like,
well, you just get absolutely destroyed.
Because current Techies versus AM, man, it's an unplayable matchup. Like, I don't know what you do as AM.
Okay. But what's left? What's left? Again, these range scores all getting banned out. TA's banned out.
There are some limited carry options. We're gonna get something funny here.
Okay,
so they have Doom, so they have to ban Medusa.
They're definitely not playing AM, seeing as they banned Medusa. So something else. Well, it might be something still surprising and fun here from Enjoy, because they are, a lot of carries being targeted this draft in the bans.
Well, they're banning the Medusa because they have Doom, right? So, I mean. But yeah, it's like, if you're banning Medusa and you're going to pick AM, that feels kind of bad also, too.
That would have been, that's not a thing.
I don't really know. There's not many left. It's like I'm thinking PL. Okay, I was thinking PL also. I wouldn't
have minded it. Yeah, PL would have been nice. Yeah, it could have done something for them for sure.
It just the reason for me is because it's a melee hero that can get in and out of the arena, and also just this illusions that eventually will be able to overwhelm a Viper and Mars in a way. But
I mean, I think
limited
maybe
options.
I don't know. I feel like maybe Lifestealer is still playable. He just can play around Infest to kind of deal with getting Viper Strikes and such.
If he had an infesting hero that he could go in.
Whoa!
Okay,
That's
so
a
Doom
carry Undying. No, it's probably
It's
carry
not.
Doom.
It's Doom.
It's carry Doom. It's carry Doom, offlane Undying. But hey, I tell you what, you don't know for sure though. It might be a carry Undying. Dude, carry Undying destroys Mars in lane. Let's go. He's gonna do it violent. He might. There is a non-zero chance fogged.
5 seconds.
There actually is, right? Or absolutely not. What would you give it?
I don't know where you got your drugs this morning, but I would like a little bit of that.
Let's carry on. Let's go. Come on, violent.
Imagine he does
It's the
it, that'd be
Mars
hype.
counter. It's the Mars counter. I'm telling you. Not that you need a Mars counter because it's a Mars, but
Yatoro
Team
does do
Spirit.
something like.
oh, thanks. That's cool.
Cool.
Yeah, we've had a
So
few
this
of these
is-
coming up,
Yeah, a little different.
and yeah, carry Doom. No carry Undying.
Very
today.
good versus Coddle in particular,
Yes.
and
yeah.
even versus Undying in the game. in the
It's
lane,
a
right?
good.
'Cause
It's a
just
good
lot of
Clinks
damage.
game. Yeah, I
It
like
looks like
this
a nice
Clinks
Clinks
pick.
game.
It looks like it does. It looks like a very nice Clinks game. All right. Well, the best thing I think that Enjoy's got going for them is the fact that there is a Mars on the other side, and this hero.
That is the best thing.
that's the best thing they've got going for them. But
And
that might be enough because we'll see. You know, Collapse, can he do the impossible and win with Mars? Something that many other big names have tried before and failed. As you say, from recent memory, we had Amar try it. He failed. Could not win with the Mars. Maybe Collapse can.
let's see. I think the rest of his heroes look really good. I think that's why I'm like, okay, yeah, Mars can probably look good here because he has such a good supporting cast around him. They all have damage, control,
Yep.
etc. to be able to throw inside of this. Even the Clink's pretty good if people are caught inside of it, inside of that arena, that is. The one thing I will say for Enjoy that they do have, besides just a pretty strong mid-game draft, is just a lot of healing, Owen. They have Soul Rip, they have Coddle Blasts, the tree armor as well, too. So that can absolutely add up inside of these team fights if Spirit's not careful of keeping track where the Coddle is. But that's where
true.
the Clinks
That's
comes
true.
into play. So I think Yatoro, he'll probably be a bit more active, quite a bit more active this game, hunting, looking for the backlines, and let's see how they can execute. Because this does look much better for Enjoy.
It really does, right? Yeah, it looks much more playable, lot less stress as opposed to what was needed to be done around the big ultimate timings with their game one draft. So I like it. I like it. We'll see what Enjoy's able to do here in this game too, up against Team Spirit. But yeah, I do feel that last pick here for Yatoro could end up being quite nasty. The Clinks looking like a good answer in a scenario where so many carries were taken away. Still gets his hands on a Clinks, which by all means is not the most popular carry, but one that we have seen here and there, and we have seen
maybe
have some
underrated.
pretty good games. Yeah, I think it might be.
It's another ranged turret. Like, I gotta be honest.
Yep.
Like, I was trying to think of more of these turret heroes that you can sub in instead of the Shadow Fiends, etc. Blah blah blah. I think Clinks is absolutely getting in there with the Death Pack too. You're actually quite a bit tankier than most of these others. You have a built-in orb. Yeah, I think I want to see more. I always want to see more variety because I think we're getting stuck on a little bit of a meta here, a little bit of a hump. So seeing this getting brought in, I see a lot of squishy heroes. He absolutely can just delete Undying, low armor, delete the Coddle even eventually in the early game too, in the mid game. So I'm looking forward to see what Yatoro can do because his damage could be pretty explosive this game. And let's see if Collapse. All right, got to say if he can execute with this Mars, and overall for the side of Enjoy, can they execute their high sustain drafts, is what I will call it.
Through the
Three runes.
bounties to start here, Spirit.
Always a nice thing to start off with here. And it's Bane in this bottom lane with the Clinks. Always talking about the Bane, one of the strongest supports in the game at the moment. And always has been, at least inside the lane, how you can trade effectively. Willow is a very good trader as well. So we'll see how this lane ends up going down. But a Clinks plus Bane, there's an absurd amount of harassments that's going to come into play. So let's see if Mr. Morale, as you were saying, Mr. Morale can endure it.
Is it at least sort of an easier lane? Oh, mid.
Mid.
Lol. Squadix.
Almost dies to
He
creeps.
nearly had him there. That was some good trading from Squadix.
Bottom,
Alex?
Undying.
Oh, mid. He nearly got him. But indeed, down bottom, Mr. Morale. He's going to be okay.
Is he?
No, he's not. Oh,
Yes, he
yes,
is.
he is. Yatoro couldn't quite get him. Oh, I mean, they're all so low on this bottom lane. Rue.
Brains up.
Trying to get Mr. Morale will not kill him. My goodness, they're so low on the bottom lane. They're so low in the mid
All
lane.
lanes. Every lane.
And even top
also
lane, yeah. Starting to trade.
Get your 3 eyes on it, Mr. Observer.
Yeah.
Mid lane going, I mean, this is fantastic. Squad X, that first wave in particular, has put him into position where he's even getting denies versus Viper.
Yeah, look at these denies.
That's what you see. It's actually huge.
Absolutely. Yeah, against the Viper.
Laurel trying to get the kill. Can't quite. I'm sorry, our pro observers are having to pan back and forth.
Up and down the map. I mean, it's going on everywhere here. Who knows who's going to die first?
Could happen to the Coddle. Could happen to the Undying. Maybe it's the Willow. Shadow Realm is on cooldown.
Should be fine. He's got Fairy Fire as well if necessary.
They've hit the 2 down here as well. All right, yeah, Squad X, this is a pretty big advantage, at least to start off here in these first 3 waves. 9-5 to the 6-1. Got a very good blast to set up the first creep wave. It's a big deal. And top so far, Violet. Not feeling the pressure versus that Mars and Techies. He's very tanky, very innately tanky on the Doom. Has the backup of a Tree, who's also very innately tanky. Steps up far. Can they punish him?
Good angle with the spear.
Very good damage.
Yeah, they'll have him. First blood. Here we
There we go.
For collapse.
And Laurel does now
time.
find the kill.
Yeah, now that the level 3 was there, 2 points in the poison attack. It's a little too much for
That's
Squad X
wild
to
too, 'cause
withstand.
Squad X had gotten the boots already, if I'm not mistaken. I thought he was going to be okay to distance himself because he had gotten to the point of boots, but he gets run down by Laurel. He must have stepped up a little bit too far there. Top. Big kill for Collapse. As soon as Rian goes and dewards the small camp, they'll be able to punish the Doom who stepped up a bit too far, even though he is tanky on the Doom with the Bracer. The Toro.
So careful.
Casual Blightstone. Love that he picked this up in this lane since he's playing versus Undying and Willow. They're very low armor. That's the one thing about Undying, and a lot of strength heroes in particular when they're playing in the offlane is just low armor, but Undying more than most. Just 2 base armor. Extra bit of harass always matters. Top double bracer finish for Collapse. So the times that I've seen this Mars struggle, it's when he's been playing versus a pretty oppressive lane. This isn't really that oppressive of a lane. It's like not a turret hero who's just wailing on him all the time with a tree. It's a Doom. So I think Collapse is actually going to come out a lot better than most of the Mars that we have seen. Because most of the Mars, yeah, it's like a Drow and a Dying, and he just gets nothing out of the lane. This one, it's a free farm Mars.
And Miss Squad X. He's going to start to look to get what he can from the jungle camps.
Yep, it's
Laurel
jungle
will still
time.
try and deny as much as possible. Get some pressure onto the tower whilst the Cottle's not around.
Now, Squad X definitely overplayed in those first 2 waves in particular, first 3 waves, but then Laurel back to business on the Viper.
Bottom. You get the setup onto your
Damage.
Toro. Ruse here. Will be able to keep your Toro safe. He's
That was
out of
close.
regen, though.
Almost was able to get there with the Soul Rip. So the power of this lane when you're playing versus some of these Agi heroes in particular, right? It's you get them super low HP. You just spam this decay on them, and then you have high burst coming from you and the Willow with the Soul Rip. Tried to go for it there. Couldn't quite, though.
Death Pact will give him a little bit of safety, your Toro. Still a bit low.
He can get popped pretty early. A decay, a Soul Rip, and a hit from the Shadow Realm. He still can die. Reinforcement coming from Rian.
Courier has been killed.
Because now we are seeing Not Me do that thing where his Mars is left in a position where he can be completely alone. They're now warding, checking out the camps from the Coddle, and now he's rotating on this Techies as well. Very active. Looking to protect the Toro here. Gonna look for Rue.
With the setup here from Reen. Gives him a good shot, but Not Me turns up.
Disarmed.
Can they finish off either of these kills? Not
Squad
quite.
X is here. Not getting any of them.
Oh, they're just able to run away.
Dire's middle tower.
That's the 4 of them coming down there for that on Enjoy.
That's a heavy rotation to not get anything out of it here, and I believe that was also the Coddle ult used too, so not going to have Spirit form for the next rotation unless he wants to move immediately after this with the Solar Bind still. All during this too, Laurel is just beating on the mid tower. Doesn't make a reaction, doesn't feel like he has to either because they don't get the dive play. He's able to find a shield rune too.
This should
Can
be
they
a
get the
kill,
kill
though.
here on Rue? Should be. Dodges the damage. Just kidding, it hits.
So they'll get something for the troubles down bottom.
Time.
Same time they're around the mid. Lol. And not me able to find the tree and keep the pressure onto the tier 1 mid.
Dire's middle tower is under
Let's see if they can get the tower down here. Squad X wants to continue trying to put this pressure on. Doesn't want to return to the Viper's lane. Ulti back up in about 20 seconds, so can look for a play. But now the supports have come back. The Undying's only level 4.
En route.
Oh, there we
Just
go.
going to get the setup here with the Nightmare. Swindon Strong is going to try and assist to help out, but Mr. Morale taken out. As Not Me gets the jump over onto him, sets up for Yatora to
He's
get
back
the kill.
alive. He does have Ceaseless Dirge, so comes right back.
Dire's middle tower.
It would be insanely... If he dies immediately afterwards, my god, his game is just over. It's already starting to look really grim for this Undying Owen. This is a hero that does not want to play from behind, and he is insanely behind right now. They're looking for
Look at the
Yatoro.
tombstone. So if they can dive, but it's not easy. Yatoro, he's got
And
back
Mr.
up.
Morale now.
I think he's dying again. The Viper strike down onto him. He's out
Oh no.
2 times in a row there.
He didn't
And
get a single
likely
last
to be the
hit.
same for Sweden Strong as he's chased down through the trees. Double kill for Lal. Spirit
And the
off to an even faster start here this time in game 2.
And they stole the shrines too, so they are actually going to have 3 supports now at this point on the side of Enjoy. I mean, this Undying death is it can't happen. It ruins his game completely. He has almost no way to recover. Undying is not a hero that comes back. There's a hero that you have to play dominant in the laning phase.
Under attack.
Oh, that is one of the more brutal deaths I think I've seen. He walked in, you could see the way he played too. He was like, I need to commit for this kill, and his team left him. And he's like, well, that's it, guys.
Yeah,
So you're level 4 Undying now.
tough against the Clinks. It's just not that squishy of a hero. The amount of health you
It was
get
a
from this
perfect
Death
pick.
Pact. Yeah.
Honestly,
you
this
can
pick was
absolutely
insanely
turn
good.
around this place. Yeah, I think they might have even been considering it before some of the other carries were banned out. So we have been seeing a little bit of Clinks show up here and there across the regions. I think it was in SEA as well. I was seeing some games earlier with some Clinks play, and looks good.
And he likes to play it. And
Yeah.
almost everything else was banned. So it's one of these turd heroes that, like I said, I think if all the other ones are getting that much attention, this one probably will start to rise. Collapse, looking for a play top with the next Solar Bind onto him, but instant rotation from the supports. Again, Spirit, covering every single base, it feels like, in this game. Trying to set up, but they just can't find the opportunities on Enjoy. Now they have to split up and just try to recover their game. You can see Morale, Mr. Morale in the bottom lane, terrified to really walk up and CS these creeps. He has to just use Decay to get 1 or 2 on each creep wave.
Because how sort of passive is Violent going to be on this carry Doom? Is it not showing up at all until you have Radiance, maybe even the item on top of it online? Is there any chance for him to try and show up for an early Doom usage? It's going to get jumped here top. So
I think you
for
just
now,
need to, I don't think you can
he'll be
not
dead.
go for Radiance. You have to just go for the usual kind
Sure,
of...
sure,
the game's
but
falling-
can
the
he
game is
try and show
completely
up
falling apart.
and use a Doom to get a kill on his road to the Radiance, or is that just not going to happen? You're not going to
I
find a
think
kill
he probably-
opportunity.
He probably has to because of the game for the Undying. This is one of the roughest
Sure.
games I think we've had in quite some time, Owen.
Dire's top tower is under
That's tough. Tough one.
Because it's an early... The mid laner, the Coddle, and the Undying, these 2 heroes are all
Yeah.
about like early game domination and early game pressure.
Well,
If you
bottom,
struggle this much on an Undying,
They've-
you
they've
really
got him.
struggle.
They don't even need to use the grip.
It's all, like, for me, I think the whole game is on Squad X now. This whole next like 10 minutes, if this Coddle can just run rampant with the Spirit Vessel, that's the way they come back. If he cannot run rampant in these next 10 minutes, they just lose the game straight up. Yatoro.
He is on his own. They'll have him in. They get the chance to make
Very
a move
nice
onto him
kill.
whilst he's been left by the rest of his team, and that gets them by surprise. Spirit, they were not prepared for that one. It's a big kill for Enjoy.
They needed to get Squad X involved, got the Spirit Vessel charge, now should be able to get this tower as well too.
Radiant
Give the last hit to Mr. Morale, perhaps here. They're actually going to defend this Spirit. Wait, what's going on with the smoke here?
He must have been in earlier. Yeah, because it's not.
I guess he was in it before, yeah.
Yep.
Rian, we'll break it. They don't finish the
I
tower, though.
should allow them to get away from this. Spirit not going to catch anyone.
Good disengage. So good kill. I super needed one. I was like, my God, if they don't get some type of successful rotation for Squad X, this game is just looking super rough right now because Violent is not really getting the space either. Ideally, as this Doom, he wants us to be able to occupy top, back up with Scorched Earth, farm double creeps every time that you can. This is a much slower game than I think we've seen some of these Doom carries have. Only level 7 as well. Top tower will fall, collapse.
Top tower has fallen.
Top 2 net worth on the Mars. I know they see Violent.
Not me.
Might get soloed almost.
Just going to try and fight back a little bit. We'll drop the Doom down onto Not Me, but the Arena and Grip hold back Violent, and the Doom damage
And Not Me's
alone
fine.
is not going to kill him.
No. He knows he's more than fine. It looks like he's actually
Right?
thinking about the deny, but...
They do get Rue. 2 supports catch Bane. The rest of them are out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
How's your Toro's timing looking for that Deso? Getting pretty close to having it done. Mr. Morale will be able to finish off this tower. But as I said, yeah, he's essentially a support now at this point on this Undying.
A huge weight on the Cottle and the Doom's shoulders to try and carry this one.
It's just hard to look. I'm just watching Mr. Morale. He doesn't have a place to go because he doesn't have a bottom lane, and he's scared to even show in the lane versus this Clinks. So he can't just get. He can get solo killed by the techies or the Clinks at this point.
It certainly feels like that.
He's got back up behind him. Maybe they're trying to bait him here. Sweden. Is that the ready top? Collapse.
Top. They get the kill. Squad X. He's making those moves. You know, found the opportunity to get involved with the attempt on your Toro earlier. Now, getting the chance to help bring Collapse down.
Almost has boots of travel too, so he can almost be all over the place. And looks like they probably will be able to get the shrine here, at least with the way the Rian is positioned at the moment. Let's see.
I mean, if they can get the 2 14-minute ones, that'd be pretty huge.
top tower.
Oh, he went Midas. I mean, he's trying to recover big time on Violent.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. You know, if they're going to win the game, they're not going to win it soon, right? It's going to be if they can make the game go on. Maximizing the farm. Rain's going to get caught here by the Grip, but indeed, Midas into the Radiant. So the full greed build here from Violent.
Not me. Bombs were at the ready. Does he get a return kill? He does not. They'll be able to get themselves their shrine. They don't get the 2, but they do get at least the 1, and a very needed one for the Undying.
I mean, I think there's a good chance here for Enjoy. I mean, Doom, this hero has been, I think at least in some of the other regions, it's been very strong, right, Doom?
It has been, but they have like no offlaner. They have they have 3 supports literally.
Yeah, I think they got a better shot this game than they did last game.
Oh, 100%. 1,000 times more.
Sure, you would still say that.
That's sure, yeah. But this one is
the
just...
Doom is going to be strong.
Radiant's
He is, if he gets to the timing. He might not get to the timing. The next 10 minutes are going to be crucial for them. If they can delay and not hemorrhage kills all over the place, that's the key.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Because there's a Deso Clinks now, and he's on the hunt. Green. Good scouting info. He is spotted, though.
Yeah, they've seen him. Collapse. In with the Arena. No, kill him off. They do get the good fear, though, onto Collapse, and he dies. Very ready for that there. Sweden strong with the response. Getting the Terrorize in.
That's the Mars.
We'll see.
I mean, you know what? Maybe you are onto something, Owen, because they do have a Mars too.
They have a Mars. I'm telling you.
Maybe you're onto something too here.
Even Collapse, one of the greatest Mars. I'm just not confident that even he can win with Mars right now. With Mars being as Mars is.
Dota Plus has faith in his Mars at least,
but not
Radiant's bottom
100%. 75%.
Well, of course not. No, they got to keep it up, though. Squad X, I think all of these, like all these plays that he can make with his ult, if they can get these type of setups, bait the Undying, where he can actually play as a frontliner, that's where we can see their success. Violent.
Rouge trying to set up, but Ryan's going to see... Oh, I mean, Ryan's around to help. So Rue won't be able to make a play here. There is a lot of backup coming.
Missed the spear completely.
Yeah, tried to throw the spear into the trees, and now Sweden Strong's pushing back on a collapse. They get the trade, and we'll manage to get Ryan as well. The damage from Yatoro. But they get Violent out there. Violent's able to live.
Completely missed. Totally missed the spear. I think he's trying to kill the creep, and then he hesitated, and then he's trying to catch him on the spear as he TPs in. Doesn't get that. We'll get some cleanup kills. Deso Jet, that's 1 stack, I think, acquired there for Yatoro. But they're making moves. Enjoy. They're probably going to be able to get this Radiance, too. They're protecting Violence pretty nicely here.
Dire's middle tower is under
Keeping it
attack.
close here. Enjoy. They're in the game, too.
Yeah, not too bad. It looked like almost irrecoverable for a second there for the Undying, but he is starting to get a way back into the game with the Coddle's rotations. I think this is how Squad X has to play. Just can't take creeps at all on this Coddle. Just run around. And so far, it's doing pretty good in these last 5 minutes to be able to reestablish things for the Doom to get this Radiance. Yatoro, looks like what, it's going to be Manta next, I imagine? Yeah, Manta next versus the Treant Protector versus the Doom, too, since you can play with that Manta nicely. Laurel also going to do the same build. See when Collapse wants to buy Shard, because I've seen a couple of these Mars delaying also when they do buy it. Lotus number 1 finished, so Undying does have that 1 core item. He has almost caught up with Collapse. Not me. Looking for the play.
And Ryan's got backup on his way over. So not me. He's going to be in trouble himself. Squad X, Mr. Morale and Sweden Strong turn up to help out.
Good bait.
Kill.
Doesn't get the connections with the 3 mines there. Squad X again. I think he's playing this last 7 minutes or so pretty beautifully on this Coddle. Make the space for the team.
Yeah, it's been nice. He just sort of had that one slight slip up, but it's against a Viper in the mid lane.
It happens.
Even anybody could stand to just kind of underestimate the trade and die to the poison attack. But outside of that, he hasn't died at all. Farm's been good, and as you say, up and down the map, great rotations.
They're reading the map pretty well, too, here. They're anticipating this movement, perhaps, from Team Spirit. You can see they're posturing themselves with the Coddle and the Undying. So bringing all 5 here. They won't find anything, but the idea was there to protect the Doom. And Trina, at this point, Rian does have a blink, so is able to get this at a pretty fast time. I guess he did max Nature's Grasp, so maybe was doing a little extra farming, which I don't see most of them do. Not me.
Sweden Strong trying to set up the play here. It's a lot of damage.
Essence Ring.
Yeah, not enough, and especially with Lyle turning up, they cannot try to chase for this.
Oh, sorry, Mac. I thought he actually had the Grease finished up. But yeah, Mac and Essence Ring, he was baiting them as much as he could there to the last second. These Greaves, too, I've seen Motme purchase these a lot more than other players. It is very effective, this game. Removing Solar Bind, Roots, Cursed Crowns, etc. They are in position for this Tormentor, but so is Sweden Strong. They're smoked. They're expecting him here. They know he's here.
They know someone's in the tree line. Collapse will find him.
Oh, they're so aware. Not going to be able to get a steal there, my friend. You do force a dust, you force a smoke, you force a couple different things, so not the worst death by any means. And Doom, he's got the Radiance zone, so he's able to actually get to the time.
He's farmed. Like, Violent is...
He is.
Now, Midas Radiance, 20 minutes in, he is full chilling. And as I said, I've been pretty impressed with some of the Doom games so far that we've seen. Like, this hero is very, very strong.
And he has a lot of heals behind him, too, right? He has the Soul Rip, he has the Coddle heals that'll come in, he has the protection from the tree, so he's going to be super tanky. As long as he doesn't get burst instantly, which could happen, because they do have an insane amount of burst on the side of Spirit, but if he's able to survive the initial, those heals will come into play. They just have a lot of damage on the floor, in particular on the side of Enjoy's draft this game. They have the Scorched Earth, they're going to have Radiance, Illuminates coming through, the Willow spells too.
Yeah, they've got
the
great
easiest
team
by any
fight.
means for Spirit to approach. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely with a much better shot this time. Enjoy.
Infinitely more than that last game. Shard done for Collapse. He's got the Blink. He's got the Yules. So pretty big core timings for the side of Spirit. On the side of Enjoy, Octarine's about to be finished for Squad X. So he's going to have pretty much 100% uptime on that Spirit form. Even before that 20 talent is going to be coming out soon. Getting to hit the creeps.
Radiant
Greaves done for Not Me. If they could catch Yatoro once before he finishes the Manta would be pretty huge. If he's able to just sit back and get the Manta, that next fight is going to be hard because he's going to have a lot of answers versus their little cheap disables. Same thing for Laurel too. I mean, he already has it though, so they're just going to have to deal with the fact that he has it.
So they don't want to make the play top.
He's starting to secure the area here on the tech.
All right.
He has a couple bombs.
He knows he's in it. And he should have him. Okay, gets out of the Greaves. We'll be able to blast off away, but the slow's in. Caught in the corner here with the fear of the terrorized. They take the techies out.
Can they get on Yatoro? They cannot. Instead, Violent's actually going to be the one caught bottom by Laurel and Collapse.
Yeah. Did at least manage to bring down the Bane with the Doom. But, yeah, is out of the game. And obviously Yatoro on the other side is to carry. He's perfectly fine.
Laurel getting extremely rich. He's actually good margin ahead of Yatoro. Pretty surprisingly. Super farmed this game. 5-0 and 2. He's going to be another carry that they have to deal with. So, as I'm saying, you know, all these things we're enjoying is reestablishing things. They are in a position where they are. The scaling is still difficult for them, right? It is just a Doom who's scaling. Sure, COD will be able to heal, Undying can do these healings and things, but a Viper and a Clinks, they're going to be dishing out that damage much more effectively as the game progresses.
Oh, spear off the mark. Sweden Strong still very dead. Yatoro and Lal at this stage, they get their hands on you. The damage these two kick out. It's pretty insane. Rue's going to see if he can try and get a further grab, but Enjoy keep their distance. Reaching under the tower,
misses.
Try for the arena. It's not going to catch anyone.
It was
They'll
a
turn
blink
their
by the
attention
tree.
over to Mr. Morale instead. And they'll find him. Spear won't miss. Able to take the Undying out. At least cutting their losses here, Enjoy. Not losing anyone
Spirit
other than that.
Has a moment to maybe go for Roche here too. So they have this Death, so they have this medallion on Yatoro. They probably, yeah, they can go to 40 seconds for sure. Huge team fight win for them. As soon as the Mantas are finished too, they just run at them. Because there's not really disables, there's not really stuns on the side of Enjoy. They have roots, they have all these little things that can hold them back, but now with these Mantas, they can bypass them very easily.
Yeah, the dispels are pretty huge. Easy counter.
And it's, as I said, it's only really Violent who's going to be getting this scaling. So these next upcoming fights are so important for Enjoy.
They still possess a huge amount of burst. So anytime somebody jumps in and doesn't get the catch, they can turn and kill them.
Squad X, the grip.
We'll be able to put a stop to it. Ryan comes in. I'm going to drop the overgrowth, try and keep them off the Cottle, and now Violent, he's moving forward, but the damage for Yatoro, he just kills him through the BKB easily with the amount of physical damage he has with this Clinks.
Got to be so careful here on this Doom when you're going to choose to run in. Collapse also. We'll find Rian. He's got backup.
Yeah, if they don't get the jump on the Clinks, there is no place for the Doom in these fights. He is just going to get absolutely destroyed by the Clinks. Somebody has to have their hands on Yatoro if they want to get the Doom in on the fight.
They don't have the heroes to get to that, right? That's why he went Blink on Undying, because he knows he needs something. Even though it's not like the natural kind of build, he needs something to be able to get on top of this Clinks. The triple support thing that I was seeing from earlier, it is starting to come back to fruition. Even though Squad X was making some nice moves.
Yeah.
1 death on the Doom, 2 death on the Doom. Starts to fall super far behind versus this Clinks and this Viper who scale.
Yeah, those deaths are...
And ooh, Okay, Yatoro's gonna go the Ags build. I love this build. Not as a first item by any means, but once you've got this type of pickup with the Lance plus Deso plus Manta, getting that extra attack range for them too. Super strong.
I mean, you just have no one that really wants to hit and deal with them. They're just going to get to sit there and get the damage out, these archers.
This Clinkz pick really did feel like one of the best kind of last picks they could have gone for.
It's a good hero.
This draft. Yeah.
It is a good hero.
Rian
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
will be able to back away.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They're scared to go through portal though. Playing versus techies when you're behind, if you're trying to get around the map, you can never take the gates. I can see that like Sweden Strong was debating. He was like, "Oh, I have to walk away from this gank top," and he went toward the portal. And he was like, "Wait a minute, no." Okay, BKB, as you said, right? It's done for Violent, but they have so much to bypass through it.
Yeah, I mean, he has to have the blink and just get on top of the Clinkz. But even then, someone else has to get on top of the Clinkz with him, because he'll still just turn and kind of fire back here.
They have to all in it, though, right? You have to go the Undying plus the Doom, just blink into the face of the Clinkz and just go all in for him. But then Laurel, right? He's also a big problem, because he is getting some pretty absurd scaling. He's about to hit level 20. Just a lot of problems to deal with.
Top Sweden Strong.
Solutions is top.
Just trying to push it out. Easily able to move over, get the creep wave pushed in, look to the tier 2 top. It's Team Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tough times ahead here for Enjoy. There's the blink.
Just don't scale in the same way. These next fights have to go their way. It feels like, look at the early fights. The later and later it goes for this draft, just feels worse and worse versus Spirit. Spirit scales super hard.
His top tower has fallen.
Mr. Morales.
His bottom tower is
Careful.
under attack.
Mr. Morale. Sorry, I said Morales that time. Such a
Nearly
hard
got
game
the
for him.
Aghanims on call. So a little extra to throw into the team fight.
Extra control, still damage lacking.
Dire's turret has been
A minute left on the Aegis.
Radiant's
Yatoro.
bottom tower is under attack.
The Spirit keep both the mid and the top
Violet,
lane
careful.
shoved in.
Oh my god. Jesus. I almost think he blinked. I actually want to say he almost blinked into all of them. It was actually like a split-second decision that he didn't do it. It was terrifying.
Mr.
Morale
Morale
will
just
get
gets
caught.
destroyed. I mean, Yatoro kills any of them so quickly at this point.
Oh. Scan, collapse, knows exactly where he is. Quick, easy snag. On the tree.
Find another one.
Used the scan on the tree line. I think he was looking for the Doom, but ends up
Oh,
finding that
Yatoro.
one here. Now Yatoro.
He's ready to
On his
go
own
aggressive. Finds Squadix. Squadix is going to drop the Wisp down, but the right click's already in. Yatoro has got enough damage to take out the Kotl. Mr. Morale's going to try and fight back.
Age is ticking out. Go Doom him.
Oh, he looked
Couldn't
for
get
it.
him.
Yeah, did try, but couldn't quite close the gap. Yatoro's out of there.
That was
He's ready
could
to
have
get
been an
back in.
opportunity
Maybe.
for them to at least get a trade kill if they were there a bit quicker to get the Doom on him. But now Yatoro might flank on them. He's got the Ags ready. And this Clinkz. I had a feeling this was going to happen at some point in the game when he finds the Coddle by himself. You just will die.
Oh, Violent.
Blink.
And they do get the root onto Yatoro. Violent's closing in. They've got him with the Doom and the Fear. Collapse will drop down the arena, push him back, allows them to kill Violent, but it is Yatoro still going down. Mr. Morales will not TP out. Yules is there to stop it. But they get Yatoro. It's something for Enjoy. Still
It's
cost them
something needed. It cost them a lot.
3 more
though.
heroes.
Yeah.
But they got Yatoro. They can kill him.
And as Yatoro, you probably blame your support, your techies there, because he was trying to get the blast off. They end up blink dodging, puts you in a position to get doomed instead. So a little unfortunate for Yatoro, but they do get the cleanup kills at the least. And Violent, yeah, just really struggling in this game. Even though his farm is decent overall, just every time he does get a kill, he dies. And he's got 6 deaths on this Doom, being hunted. can't get out cleanly. Base shrinking very quickly here versus techies especially too. Just getting all these mines out all over the place, so much information. And just a pesky invis clings, of course. You have to be super ready at any point that you can't just get hunted by him. Collapse top. Trying to force his BKB. He holds it. He's actually able to hold the BKB there.
Sorry, back on the map can start bringing in that bottom wave. Look for the final tier 2 tower away from Enjoy.
And all the healing that we were talking about that Enjoy did have in their draft, which I haven't really seen come to fruition too much. Now there's a Scotty on Laurel, so he's got the counter. One of the few heal negation items that actually exist in Dota at the moment. That plus what, GD Pollen and the item that nobody purchases, the Kreller's Crozier. Have we seen? I don't think I saw one in this qualifier so far. That item is just almost never bought.
Dude, is this like a crazy Easter egg? Look what happens when you hover an eye of Skadi, or has it been like this for a while? Why is like
What's
the text all like messed up?
Is it? What do you mean? It looks perfectly normal to me. What, the gap?
The gap.
You've never seen that before? It's been like that.
Has
It
it
used to have
actually been
more
like that?
text.
Oh.
It used to have more text below it. I think they just combined everything together.
Okay, no
Yeah,
secrets.
sorry.
Okay, I'll keep looking.
You should
for
know
these
that. I don't
things,
even
yeah.
buy Scotty. I'm a stupid support player. You're a core. You buy
I don't buy Scotty. That could be a Daedalus or a Butterfly.
That's
Not
actually true. I don't think
Viper,
I've ever seen you
necessarily,
have
but,
a Scotty.
Scotty, that's like, you know, it's a bit of a jack of all trades item. You know, you want to go all in on something. But of course, these players, these are professional. They're sensible, and Lyle knows the value of the Scotty.
I think Scotty's an insane item. 35 all stat. Like you said, jack of all trades. Truly.
Yeah.
Sweden strong. Blinked in for this play. Means he's probably going to pay with his life. Collapse. Taunting him with the bulwark.
Or,
Little headband play.
you're always going to get the Deso stack.
Thank you, team, he says. Violent.
Or, don't breathe, don't move.
I think they know. They know. Instant force staff. Not me. Will die. BKB TP.
He's out. Oh no,
Feed
he's got
grip.
the feed script!
He gets him.
Oh, he didn't get out.
Yatoro clutched. He force staffed Rue into position. Otherwise, Rue was not
Oh.
making it in time.
It's just, yeah, that's sad there for Violent. He nearly got a kill and got out, but he
almost
didn't get out.
They were both toying with each other. You could see it. Not me. He's like, all right, he's gonna blink through me. I'm gonna force staff away. I'm gonna disengage, and then Rhea just died, didn't he?
He's dead.
He hit
the
some
mines. It was the mines alone, right? Yeah.
Unlucky.
Well, Roshan, it's gonna be Team Spirits.
You know what? The more I'm thinking about things, Owen, I think Techies might be like one of the best heroes in the game versus Trade Protector too. Not just the taser. You just put mines all over trees. He's gonna eventually walk into all this. You get not only that, you get information of where he is too.
It's true. It's true. I mean, yeah,
like
Techies
this
as
pick
you
a
say,
lot
is
versus Tree.
pretty crazy, and they got it pretty late in the draft. Though, it was what, 4th pick?
They did. It's never banned. I feel like Techies is never banned. That's why, for me, I just think this hero's so insane because you can always pick it up. And you can build anything on the hero too, as we see. I think we see like 15 different builds on Techies. We see Solar Crests, we've seen lenses, glimmers, etc. So this game is Greaves since he's playing versus very good dispelling things. High ground time. Shard for Laurel. Banner is down. No catapults to work with, but
Can they get them off the base?
here come the skeletons.
It's pretty nasty to deal with. Let's use the fortification. Spirit. They're not going anywhere.
Nope, Laurel just free sieging. Posing the question to them. How do you answer?
I can't really stop them.
Nope. Can't even go for a wraparound play either because they are prepared on the side of Spirit. Trying to get his Aegis at the least, but they keep dispelling him, buffing him up, reset his positioning. They got their X. Clean disengage.
Possible to play the Cottle right now. So many answers to what they have. And in the mid, Collapse, he'll jump in. They will get the Tombstone save, and they do manage to get the Doom drop down onto Collapse, but Collapse still able to walk away. The grips out onto Violent. They have the Will-O-Wisp holding back Yatoro's damage for now, controlling the Clinks. They have to come with the buyback from Sweden Strong to get the Terrorized down onto Lal. Knocking him down,
damage.
still forced away. He's fine. So only getting the Bane, having to use a buyback for this. They need more. They're going to try and chase on for Lal. Lal trying to stand his ground against Mr. Morale, and Lal, he's fine. The spear comes in from Collapse. Lal continues to retreat. Violent, he gets in, finishes off the kill. So they have found Lal. They won't get Collapse. The blink's back up in time. Collapse away.
Not me.
But they managed to push them
run
back.
This way. Yeah, they do. That was decent buybacks, and was it the Ceaseless Sturge as well too? No, it wasn't. Okay, so just a buyback from Sweden Strong. Good positioning that they kept. They didn't break. They didn't like pass that high ground too much there on either team. They were able to get the sandwich, finish off Laurel with the fear afterwards too. That was actually very nicely executed from them, especially at this deficit. If they can keep formation like that, where the Coddle's actually able to just spam Illuminates, that's where Squad X has his power. I think he got like 7 Illuminates in that fight, 8, maybe 9. Didn't actually get to count all of them, but that's where their draft can actually thrive, if he can keep a positioning. But that's pretty exclusive when they're just playing on their high ground like that.
Oh, not me. He's
He
baited him. He's baited him in. Ryan jumps into the mines.
I saw it coming a mile away. He'd been prepping that one for a while. He was telling his team when they were running away, he's like, guys, run this way. I've got the disengage prepared.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sweden. We'll disengage. And we do have some baubles. Yatoro. This one, I mean, this one could be so nuts. Imagine this on a Clinks if he actually was able to bobble it late. We won't get to that point, of course, in this game, but attack range bobble Clinks. Sounds pretty disgusting. I'm dying.
Oh, they're walking into the mines!
Nerf techies.
And Nomi's having a great time.
He is having the dream. He's level 20 now. He is a core.
I'm talking about levels as well. Yatoro's hit the 25. He's got multi-shot online now.
Going high ground without Aegis, though, as we saw, it's not the absolute easiest. They do have good spam on the side of Enjoy. Spirit might want to they might just dive in for a kill. If they catch the Coddle, the fight's over, so might just see them just bypass and go for it. Rian has actually been able to find himself an Aghanims.
Not bad.
Not too shabby on that tree.
Giving that extra sort of potential in the fights to maybe be the one to go in first. And what have we got?
He queued up Krala's Crozier afterwards, by the way.
Oh, that's a rare one.
Dire's bottom tower
Playing versus like 0 healing as well, too. I guess maybe the, 25 Mars talent he'll absorb if it comes out. I don't know. Whatever, he won't even get there. I'll get there when it gets there. If it
That
does.
would be pretty hype, yeah, if indeed Collapse.
I was trying to think of
25
anything.
And he gets the Krala's
anything.
yeah.
It's like you can eat a Greaves and then maybe some of that reach. I don't even know how it works versus the 25 Mars talent. Whatever. We'll see if it does get there.
Can they hold
Have
the
to
high
keep
ground?
the formation. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just sit on the high ground. Make sure that Squad X does not get caught. Most important thing. Violent did pick up at least one item now in these last few moments. Did finish up the AC, so has a little more armor to work around versus this Clinks. But yeah, this Clinks hits hard, so Yatoro will be able to bypass it.
Backing off a little bit though, Spirit. A little bit of room here given to Enjoy.
Rue has the Aghanims now finished too, so that big Fiend's Grip is available. They do have the Blink Overgrowth to cover it, but if that Overgrowth is used, Rue will have a free target he can grab. Hex now for Squad X. Full hex also for not me, by the way, the techies. We're finding absurd farm. He's catching up to the cores, even surpassing some of them. My God, stepping out. Too. Look at the mines he's placing, Owen.
That's so hard to leave the base. They're quick with the hex, though. Don't
Punished.
catch him here.
Oh? Oh? Okay. Jeez. Rian, careful.
Careful. Don't go into the trees.
This is a pretty good kill. 70 seconds. Can they reclaim anything with this? They're going to buy a gem. They're going to look to clear out the bombs. Sending illusions as well, too, using that Manta. Very nicely done here from Violent. It's something. Something to let them step out of their base, which is important at this point. Lincoln's for Yatoro. Has the protection now versus the Doom. Collapse. Wind Waker.
It's a bit slippery now with that.
And the grip's there.
For the grip. Tombstone. They've got the save.
I kind of forgot about that one, too. So they do have two different ways to protect versus that Fiend's grip.
So you're thinking maybe get back in, enjoy.
Spirit. Roche is going to start spawning soon. That is ideally what they want to find. If they can find a fight before as the techies respawns, that's fine too. Rian trying to break the smoke. Doesn't quite. He backs away actually right after they move in. They'll scout them. They'll lose their ward. Tried to reclaim some positioning, but immediately Spirit only lose the techies and reestablish their positioning. Long spawn for Roche, 2 minutes. Probably will take some time. Joy, careful. My God, Sweden, he blinked in. If he blinks even, I think if he blinks 200 range more to the left, he dies. And Root, looking for a catch here outside.
Should be able to do this. Yatoro's coming over.
Look at the duration of this grip.
Yeah, it's enough to easily lock him down and allow Yatoro to get another kill. 12, 2, and 8
That's the
here.
5th debuff. Icar of Nistasha. It makes these spells last an absolute eternity. That Nightmare alone lasts like 8 seconds, 8.5 seconds. When you start getting like the 4th and 5th stack of it, you really start to feel this this innate from the Bane. It is really disgusting. Look how long he was controlled. 17 seconds. Didn't get the play.
That's rough. Not a lot you can do there when you're out on your own.
No.
And found by the Bane. Bit of a pause. They'll prepare themselves here for this upcoming high ground defense.
They just keep hemorrhaging so many kills. And they're just not getting much. They're getting little bits of farm here and there for 1 or 2 of these heroes, but it's Spirit's farming the entire map.
They've lasted longer than game 1, though. 43 minutes in.
Overall, overall, everything was much better from them this game.
But, that was always going to be a difficult one. Up against Team Spirit. One of the favorites, of course, to secure a spot in this close qualifier.
And they're honestly, like both games, really, their offlane, it got way too dismantled. It's Undying, even though he, as I said, he has recovered a little. This is not how Undying wants to play. He's not a recovery hero. Squad X dancing on the high ground as Gandalf. Push coming in. Gonna poke even without the Roche. They'll force the glyph.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Back up and reset. Rue, just waiting for somebody to show. Violent, doing the tricky Manta thing again, too. He might reveal which one's the real one. No, they know. They know right away. These
Backup's
Manta
coming
tricks
in.
don't work versus the better teams. This does not
ready.
work versus the tier 1s. Was it Violent yesterday who did this, too? Someone else tried this the other day.
No, I think it was in the 4-Iki Bamboni against the Team Vision game.
I think you're right, yeah.
It
'Cause that's
was,
the second time or third time we've seen someone try to do
What was
this
it? What
illusion
hero was it?
split
What was he
and-
doing again? It was something like that, yeah.
Was it Dusa, was it?
Yes, I think it was a Deucer. Yeah, you're right. It was right. They found the Deucer.
And who was playing that? Was it Bottega played it today? I can't remember who played it yesterday, but
It was for,
That's
it
2
was in
times I've
4-Iki
seen.
Bamboni. They not play Deucer? Oh, maybe they didn't.
I can't remember on.
We got reason.
Yeah, why pause? What
What's
happened?
the
here?
reason? What's going on?
This. Okay.
All right, old Discord.
No Doom now for 80 seconds. I mean, Rue. He's a menace. Bane for Spirit just looks really strong. It's time for Rue.
Yeah, Bane just... Yeah, Bane's... I mean, but I think Bane Tech is very, very solid support duo.
Just does. They're just the nightmare. I'm not saying this because of like a Bane pun or anything. There's like a nightmare for carries. The first, like the 3 heroes, it's Viper, Techie's Bane. It's like, what carry do you want to play versus this? That's why I was mentioning PL, which doesn't feel great when I'm mentioning PL. You know, the hero's not in that bad of a spot anymore.
Confidence here for Rain. Is Lala's treant carry? And Rain says yes. It's ready to go.
Oh, look at Collapse being very respectful.
It's very polite. Admin, can we chat in pause? Very
Thank you very
polite,
much.
Collapse. Asking for permission before he starts all chatting. What a polite boy.
Very important. Everyone but
there we
Orange
go.
can chat. Oh,
Damn, got him.
And get wrecked, nerd. These guys have played each other so many times, I'm sure. By the way, Mars is doing it. No one.
This is going to be a rare win.
Mars.
A very rare win. As I said, if you're a
Mars
Mars
Stonk's
enjoyer,
not
you've got to
rising,
savor
though.
this moment.
I
Because
don't know if
this
the stocks are
hero...
rising.
I don't know when it last won. Maybe it did win in some other qualifier. I'm actually going to check the
Maybe.
other qualifiers right now. Let me have a look.
Thank you.
Let's have a look. Did it win in the... Was there any games of it in the SEA qualifier? I want to say...
No way SEA
no.
plays Mars.
Really? I would have thought they might play Mars. You think they don't
I
play
feel like the
Mars?
only person in the world who wants to play Mars right now
Okay.
is XXS.
Oh, so you wanted me to check what the Chinese qualifiers? There might have been a Mars there. Let's have a look.
Maybe? Well, back in the game. 25 for the Viper. Time for high ground. Roshan 30 seconds. Glyph was used before. Yotaro parked on the high ground. Here we go. No Doom, 75 seconds.
Yeah, there was indeed no Mars in the SEA qualifiers. Can confirm.
Thank you. Spirit, final set. 55 seconds. Doom does not want to buy that.
Have they got one more fight them enjoy? Collapse going to jump forward. He doesn't get the spear connection onto
Buyback.
Mr. Morales, so Mr. Morales able to get into the tombstone. Try and Wind Waker out of this one. Violent jumps forward. Lincoln's going to protect Yotaro. And now the Fiend's
Block
Grip
the
is
Doom.
there onto Violent. They're healing Violent up. But the damage from Lal is adding up onto Violent. Collapse jumps in. This time gets the spear pushed back onto Violent. As the Doom's dead for 2 minutes. Mr. Morales, he's getting a lot of HP. 6k HP here on the Undying. He's getting pretty
Here
tanky.
comes Yotaro.
He's got to start backing off now, Mr. Morale. Oh, used the buyback here from Rain. Oh, the spear!
Yeah.
That's a beauty one there. Beautiful one there. An absolute beauty from Collapse. Gets the push back onto the both of them. Mr. Morale, he's got 8k
trying.
HP. He's tanking up. But the game has been called. GG's called. They lost a little longer here in game 2. But still not able to do it against Team Spirit. As Team Spirit take the 2-0. And we'll be moving on in the upper bracket. As Enjoy, they will get knocked down to the lower bracket, folks.
Spirit looking pretty damn good. This game,
Yep.
it took them a little longer, but I think
A little
overall
longer.
it was a better draft from Enjoy that they could play around, but I think the writing was on a roll pretty early, like I was saying. Triple support. The Undying started to recover, but this is not the way that the hero wants to play overall, too. And Spirit,
It's a tough one.
this last pick, Clinks, felt pretty perfect. Yotaro, the last Doom was blocked by Lincoln's as well, too. Did
Yeah.
end up doing that, but it did feel like one of the more perfect picks. It felt like it hit all the boxes of, it's a range turret hero. It's good versus these quote-unquote tanky heroes as well, too, because you just have this super high physical damage. And you're good versus Coddle, because you can hunt him at all times, and Coddle's super vulnerable. So, yeah, very, very cool stuff from Spirit today.
Yeah, no upsets to be had in this series. Spirit
No.
getting to move on. Yeah, showing that even if all these carries are banned out, there are still options for Yotaro. Very good options as well with what he was able to do there that game on the Clinks. And yeah, final scoreboard, tough one for Enjoy. We did see Squadix in that mid game as the Cottle was certainly trying his best to get things going back in their favor, and was definitely one of the reasons why the game did end up going on as as long as it did, considering the sort of the difficulty that Enjoy were in the scenario against a team such as Team Spirit, lasting 47 minutes or so. So 46 minutes, not bad, but not good enough to turn the game around and get the win. Still very much a team to watch out for in the lower bracket, though. No doubt about that. Enjoy. We'll see how they do down there. Spirit, yeah, we'll give it to you, Toro. Comes in with a Clinks performance.
Hell yeah.
And shows us, indeed, that this hero is good right now. Honestly, I would have been tempted to give the standout player to Collapse. He won with Mars. And I'm telling you, I don't think we're going to see that happen again. That's a rare one. That's a rare one. A good old... Yeah, there we go. Give it a Collapse. He picked Mars. Come on. He's got to be the standout. He won with Mars. Nobody wins with Mars, Fogged.
You know what's a more important thing? He had a positive KDA.
He did. Yeah, he did. He did. So hats off to Collapse. Getting to show us something that we just never see. Now, the problem is he might be tempted to do it again. And I don't know if you're winning with Mars twice, Fogged. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Spirit's drafts as they move on in the upper bracket, because it might come out again. And I don't know if it'll go as well as it did this time, because this time it went very well for Collapse.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to this next series, though. This should be
next series. Yeah, we'll move on to that. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The next series, it's a banger. It's a banger. It is Na'Vi versus Nigma Galaxy coming up after this ad break. We'll see you shortly.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're the European Regional Qualifiers. I'm Odie Pixel with Fogged. We're getting ready for our final series of the day. Fogged, Na'Vi versus Nigma Galaxy. It's going to be a good one.
Spicy. You were saying yesterday to me, right? You were favoring for Nigma a little bit. I'm favoring for Na'Vi a little bit, so I'm hyped up for this one at least. Should be really good.
I don't know. I was impressed by what we saw from Nigma lately yesterday. Sumail coming in on the carry. He showed us two very different styles of carry, right? His Necrophos and his Tiny. They both look good.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty even matchup. I got to be fair, right? Like mine maybe just because I don't know. I'm definitely a big fan of both these teams. I think me and you have followed Na'Vi, the Na'Vi Junior, especially for a long time. So maybe I have like a little bit of where I'm like, it's a tough matchup because I'm torn because it's like both these teams. I think everybody wants to see these at TI. So this is going to be super exciting. I want to see who has more clever stuff. Does anyone come with anything new today? Or are we going to see more of the same? Are we going to get the axe for PMA? It's been getting banned a lot more. I'm super curious which heroes we're going to get.
Oh, yeah. Here we have, as we see, Nigma beating Rooney to 2-0. Na'Vi also coming through, getting that win to go against each other, taking the 2-0 against Modus to get to this point. So, draft's begun. We'll get it up on your screens. Let's see what they come up with. If we do get something fun, something different. And see if sort of those carries that we saw from Sumail get addressed by Na'Vi. If Na'Vi do want to try and force him to play something different. You know, try and test him out, see what else he's got in store.
I don't know what role I'm more hyped for. Because, like, it's the Sumail, right, versus Got the Juice. That's pretty hyped because it's Got the Juice who's like a carry player through and through for a very long time. Sumail now taking over that role. Or is it the mid lane? I think it's the mid. You know, we've got Lornoff versus Niku. These guys are like super high MMR, very individually skilled. I think this is probably the one for me to watch.
Yeah, both very, very solid mid players. I'd say maybe out of the two of them, would you say Lornoff a little more reliable in the mid play in terms of the laning? Or would you favor Niku?
More reliable, but I think Niku maybe has like higher highs, but also lower lows, right? Because he's just a really volatile player overall for Niku at times. So they're fun. It's definitely a fun kind of matchup between the two of them here. We do see a very early. This you don't see really done much. It's a first phase storm ban.
I like it. I mean, some of these teams aren't afraid to pick it first pick, and for Lornoff, Nigma Galaxy would do that. They're going to take the axe. So I was going to say, you were saying about PMA. This is directly addressing that.
Yeah. Sometimes this does happen, and teams like don't. It might get fully countered or something. I've seen a couple 5-position axes start getting relegated, so it could end up becoming something like this, perhaps. But we'll have to see as the draft does progress. See if Na'Vi does want to do something like these Necros or any of these really hard counters that we have seen teams just shut down the axe with.
I always have found something like an SF Bane or an SF Clock safe lane duo.
Yeah, something like that. And it's if you're the one that plays this much of the axe, right? You turn to PMA and you go, PMA.
Yep.
Not only do what hit you play against in the lane, it's also like in the game. What is just going to mess things up? What are you not going to enjoy? Because Tiny has also been a kind of, in the past, pretty recently actually, right? A Tiny versus an Axe has been a deterrent as well too. Although we're not seeing as many of the Tiny. We'll go to Largo. This is one that does also get banned quite often in the second phase. So I think there's a reason that we do see this one grabbed up here.
Okay.
We haven't had Largo in a while.
No, I've seen it a few times over in the SEA qualifiers earlier.
Did you? Okay. I haven't gotten to catch much of the
But
SEA,
yeah, not in Europe. No. Not so much.
It's banned a lot, though.
Yeah. It doesn't really get through for the teams that like it.
Quite strong. And just insane damage in the lane, right? I think that's what people have been running with the double gauntlet. You don't have to get regen. You're just playing on full stats. You get lick, so you always get regen from it. Strong when it's paired up with a damage-dealing 4 position as well, too. Can actually get some pretty good kills onto some of these squishy safe laners. Drow will get banned out. That was probably what maybe they were debating if they wanted to get Drow instead of Largo, but...
5 seconds remaining.
Do they want to continue banning out the carries in Nigma Galaxy? I mean, is SF not worth a ban? Was there a reason to not care about it?
Probably is, right? I mean, it's SF and these are the two big ones.
SF. Yeah, I think they're the two main ones that Axe doesn't have fun against in lane. Yeah, just ban Drow, ban SF.
Yep. I think the SF more than the Drow lately for me. That's just shuts it down.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's a bit scarier than the Drow.
Yeah. Because it's all physical
for the
damage,
lane.
right? And you have armor and yeah.
Yeah.
All right, what does Navi want to target? So they're going to target. This is interesting already. We're seeing, right? Navi targeting Lorinov. Nigma targeting Got the Juice. So already a clear distinction of something that we were kind of alluding to beforehand. And look at the Bane, as we said, super strong hero right now. And always versus Axe. When you're playing versus Axe, just having Bane on your team, not only for the lane, because you can prevent the wave cutting and all that, but you can also sleep the target that gets gone on. You have a lot of different ways to play versus it. And yeah, I just really like Bane lately. The more and more I see it, the more and more I like it.
I don't know. I really like the silencer against it.
You think the silencer here? Yeah,
I feel like
I think it can work with Largo too.
They would play silencer against these two heroes. A silencer seems super nice.
They already see the offlaner too, right? Or yeah, they already see the offlaner too, right? So you don't have to worry about like a Lycan pick or some type of like summons hero surrounding you. He's sticking with the old guns.
Sniper. Okay. I didn't see the sniper coming. Not as a third pick.
Not that early.
This is confidence from Lorinov.
He is one of the better sniper players, and he is a very confident sniper player too. It is. I mean, Bane is never going to reach you. Getting a feed drip on a sniper, it's never going to happen. So the concept there, can understand it. Licking him too, getting on top of him. If you do get on top of him as a Largo, it means the sniper's probably just dead. So,
I mean,
this is actually cool.
I feel like if you're Na'Vi, right, you've got to ban Tiny, surely. You don't want to let them have Tiny IO.
But if they just do IO Gyro, though, that's more their specialty. Even though Gyro's not a hero right now, I think with IO, it is a hero.
Yeah, but I feel like Sumail, his Tiny is probably going to be better than his Gyro.
Okay,
his Tiny was really good. His Tiny was really, really good.
I will say the Tiny IO, of course, it's good, like cool pairing. I haven't seen it in some time, but Bane, I was mentioning this to you in the last game too, is like Bane versus some of these melee carries, you just get Enfeeble. And it's a high base damage hero. This Enfeeble is super effective versus Tiny. But I could see it, because Tiny, then it's like a Tiny with the sniper. It gives this hero that blinks in, gives the coverage and protection too, compared to something like the Gyro, like I was mentioning. I think Gyro Sniper is redundant, so yeah, I think you're actually right.
All right, so yeah.
That's... okay.
Yeah, I guess it's what they like it, maybe for the lane against the Axe, but...
But into the sniper...
I'm not a huge fan of that TA pick. I've got to be honest, folks. What do you reckon?
I'm not sure. There's only a few players that have made this hero look good. I think Watson is like one of the only ones that has made this look good. So,
Radiant team pick.
Okay. Hoodwink. Strong, safe hero. Yeah. IO's always going to be paired, tied up to someone. You're likely to get a two-man bushwank if they reload into. Just solid. Solid damage hero with Largo as well, too. That's probably the 4 position with them. Wanted a damage-dealing one. That's what it's going to be. So TA versus Axe is, they're doing it for the lane, like you said. But yeah, the overall game matchup, not a lot of reach for the sniper at the moment. Let's see what they do on a pick here.
For Nigma Galaxy. Do they want to get Sumail's hero now? Are they going to try and save that for later? They'll get it now. They'll go with the other one that we saw. So go with the Necro.
Oh, this is dirty. This is a lot of sustain. IO Necro draft. They do not have a Vessel bio right now on the side of Navi, really. Hoodwink can, but it's most definitely not the most desired.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
no stuns, though. Can mention that for Nigma. They're setting themselves in a position where they have a strong group-up lineup, but their overall catch and pick-off is non-existent right now, really. They have a relocate plus axe call. Maybe with the +1, we'll see what it's going to be, but...
Yeah, how do they fix that?
Overall,
what sort of support's left in that could be the big final pick for Nigma Galaxy that does give them that lockdown?
Clockwork? Yeah, Bandit. I was going to say literally the first one that comes to mind. Tusk? I don't really like it that much.
Tusk sounds nice.
It's okay. It's a secondary save to protect versus some of the burst damage too.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just thinking of catch heroes, right? Because otherwise I'm like thinking of some of these other random ones that they like, and I don't know why. I think that they could do something kind of weird here this game. They might get into a position where they just lack catch and they have a 5-man like group up runaround lineup, while Na'Vi have the pick off. Na'Vi already are set up for picking off heroes.
A lot of catch and setup between the Bane and the Hoodwink. Up
Yeah.
and down the map.
As long as they can get to that point, because right now the lanes look a bit hard in particular. Sure, the TA lane should be good, but
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder how this this Necro versus Largo Hoodwink. This doesn't seem the easiest for a Necro. It's a lot of burst damage.
Oh, that's a rare ban there. A Shadow Shaman ban. I mean, would have been locked
I think they're seeing the lack of
Galaxy's
catch.
lacking, yeah.
Yeah, I think Navi's identifying they have literally no way to catch heroes and hold them down.
Wait, isn't Lion
And when you
still
have
in?
no,
Can you not just go Lion?
you can.
Oh.
Whoa.
This is a support
Wait,
sniper.
axe support.
No. Is it always the
Axe
axe? You talked about this, right? You said that they could do this.
Yeah,
with
it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
So because of the TA pick, he probably doesn't want to play it, I guess. And into the Bane. Probably because he just got double counter picked in terms of the lane. So they're switching it up and going for a summons hero.
10 seconds remaining.
That
And do
does
you like
give them.
that?
I mean, it gives them the same thing of like where they're grouped up, but it's still very limited catch Owen on the side of Nigma.
It's pretty much the raw or a cool, and
Raw and a
never
call.
really going to be easy to get the cool when you're the support axe.
Yeah, that blink will come at 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's not going to be quick.
Hmm.
Na'Vi.
I mean, Nigma's looks now they're in on lanes, right? They drafted for lane win.
Absolutely.
But yeah, their draft can definitely fall apart if they don't win those lanes because they really lack so much catch to find people all around the map, and that's what a lot of the times in these games it's just been you have to catch people all over. And this is a mobility hero, and it's pretty good versus Necro. They're putting Largo mid.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we've had this mid Largo some of the times before. Talk to me about this matchup. Is Largo?
Sounds pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if the sniper's out of position, you'd be able to lick him and get in like the frog stomp.
Okay, so first wave, Largo can do great though, right? Because you have 80 base damage to the snipers, which is relatively low. It's just like level 3 and onward. I wonder how it'll go, but I think first 2 levels could be pretty okay for Niku. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I like Navi's approach. Nigma's just it looks hard to execute. Just because of the lack of catch. But if their lanes go well, they can snowball. But I feel like Navi's just pretty well rounded.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think Na'Vi definitely taking less risks with this draft, whereas Nigma
That's
Galaxy.
what I would feel.
There is a support axe, right? It's just something that is not the go-to for a lot of teams.
Yeah. Okay. And it's into Bane too. It did get shut down pretty heavily from the pick. So, and PMA, he is one of those. He is one of these players as Bat Rider, and he is the Axe player too. So he knows probably exactly what he wanted to play into this matchup, even though it's not a core Axe, just what he wants to bully it with. He is a good bat, and yeah, there's that Axe that you were saying. That picture, it looks so funny.
The wanted axe.
The wanted photo.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
let's see. Can Nigma Galaxy do it here? With some support acts. Sumail, at the least, for him, we did see him on the Necrophos the other day. It was good. It was a slow start, but he did ramp up and he was absolutely able to carry the game down the line. And as you mentioned, this time with an IO, even better ways of just ensuring that this Necrophos has a pretty safe opening into the game.
But it was a last pick Necro in that game into much different type of style of damage. This draft has a lot of magical and a dispel. They have the Largo catchy lick to dispel. They also just have Bat Rider, who in the past, not so much nowadays, but in the past has eaten Necro. You get a couple of sticky stacks, you're able to just play on top of that pretty effectively since you're massive magical damage.
30 seconds to battle.
So I think the name of the game of Enigma is get ahead in these lanes and have a very strong group up, because when they do group up, their lineup is incredibly strong, but so is Navi's. Navi's is not weak when it groups up either. Alrighty. Has Niku... now I need to look. Has Niku played this before?
I think he has.
In an official?
Yeah, I want to say a while back.
Okay, that's fair.
But I'm also going to look. Let's have a look.
23 days ago, there was not. It was support.
Maybe he didn't. Somebody was... We did have some people playing it mid, right? Or am I
I know
just
Thailand
imagining
played it.
Yeah, okay,
Thailand
that's
did,
what...
but
Okay,
that was the only one.
All right. Do you think this was the plan all along, or this was a last-minute pivot from Na'Vi with the Largo position?
I think they pivoted.
Yeah. Well, specifically because they wanted to get a bat in the game and have
Yeah,
him
I think the bat
that
versus the Necro.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, because how dangerous is this lane for the Necro then? Is it kind of rough early on?
It can be pretty damn dangerous, yeah. I'm staring at mid lane mostly right now because I'm going to watch this first wave, these first two, because I feel like this is a pretty good first two waves for Niku. How do you ask you last hit as a sniper? You can play around your shrapnels, but it's a 20 base damage disadvantage, so he gets 3 denies. I had a feeling that it would kind of look like that, too. Oh, there we go, low enough. Get those denies.
I was going to say, he's got some nice denies himself under the tower.
Yeah. I'm going to be continuing to look at that lane. So perhaps I think what they wanted... Yeah, just more aggression out of this bottom lane. Even though I was mentioning how the Largo can be decent, it does maybe just amp up. It's too much that you'll have to deal with the sustain of a Necro and an IO, that they maybe just want this because the back can just back away. Not sure. Interesting. Top
And
lane.
also, so how, you know, with the with the Axis support, you know, we have had other teams do this. Why is this not a meme and it actually is something that's playable in official games? Like, what is it about Axe as a hero that lends him to be playable in the support role?
Wait, why is he playable in the support role, or why would you ever do this?
What about the Axis Heroes' toolkit means that, yeah, you can play him support?
I mean, Battle Hunger. Battle Hunger is just OP, and then Call is a undispellable disable. So eventually, at some points, if you do just get it on some heroes, it's strong, right? I think just those two abilities, at least in the early game, and then Dunk speaks for itself. You're innately tanky. You have good HP regen. You have good armor. So it's not like you're some melee hero that doesn't contribute anything. You can actually harass where some melee heroes can't.
That's fair. We'll see if they would put any pressure on to got the juice in the lane.
One other, I mean, this is a small thing, and it's not one of the reasons why it's picked, but you can double stack as a melee hero as Axe, which is not all melee heroes can do that. You can pull one and Battle Hunger the second one in some situations. Mid lane, starting to see Lornoff get the control around that level 3, so that's where I was wondering where it was going to start turning here, but still 10-5 on Niku. Not too shabby. And if Lornoff steps up too far, he can be in risk of dying, and he'll be okay for now.
Just have to be close to the tower indeed with the catchy lit and the frog stomp ready to threaten him.
He's got to have that extra regen. You see him bringing extra tangos here. Niku is thinking about it.
On top lane,
Riddies. Playing with the deny for the boars. They're playing pretty nicely. I've been trying to protect Devi's boars here, but so far got the juices having a very, very nice laning phase with this meld. Into this double melee. Omar now. He'll be okay, but dangerous for a second there.
Both carries having an easy time. This bottom lane, you know, whatever the plan is with the bat off lane, it apparently wasn't to do much here on the first few levels. Like, there's been zero pressure that PMA's been able to apply, and he's struggling to find CS. Well, they will get the first blood top hit as they bring in the extra support, take Omar down. But yeah, PMA, he's having a really rough one down here on his own now, especially with the support leaving.
So I think maybe perhaps this was the design of it, where they were like, you know what? We're not going to be able to pressure Io Necro. It's broken. It's too much healing. And they're like, you know what, PMA? We're going to pick you a hero that can farm and jungle very effectively and just have the magic damage in the game to be able to be the answer. It's Lornoff. Low on mana for the lick.
The call comes in, though, from Omar. Niku still gets the lick off, but will die, so they get the trade.
He was like 1 mana short. Double rotation from the supports will not be able to get days. Yeah, this mid lane is pretty interesting how they're playing it. It's actually even matchup. 19-7 to 20-7, at least in terms of last hits. So pretty cool, at least switch up, but as the result is you do see, the Batrider just giving stick charges to the IO Necro, so it's absolute free fun for him. And full 21 charges whenever they do go for a play on Sumail.
Omar's trying to get back to the lane, but knows that there's still the two supports about. Daze will avoid.
PMA is in a very interesting spot jungling. In the enemy side, finding what he can.
Yeah, it's the bit where they don't expect him to be, so they're not really going to come looking for him around here.
And it's a bit awkward, though, because he is going to be super low HP. If anyone does find him, they will just kill him immediately. So, either way, getting what he can. Yeah, the bat is having the same game as the Beastmaster, though. Devi is being shut down
mid.
versus the TA as well. Mid again.
They're going for the setup. There'll be a tether coming in from GH, trying to keep Laurenov safe, and it's going to allow him to turn and help take down Riddies. So they're ready with the backup there, Nigma Galaxy. Laurenov not left alone this time. And now
Niku gets called.
Get the drag back, get the shrapnel down. Still tanky though,
Nice
early on
bushwhack.
as this frog. Not enough damage to kill Niku yet.
Nice bushwhack there, too. Holds him back. Power Rune. Niku really wants to get it. They're bringing the support again. Nigma playing in the area. Niku. It's a regen bottom. It's a strong rune.
Look at the Nightmare set up on Omar. Heavily burst him down with the lick and the brain sap.
Niku's going to get back up to full HP. He has hit the level 6 now, too. This is actually pretty cool. I'm actually kind of liking this versus the sniper. If you're having your supports be able to rotate like this, because you do have kill threat. He is pretty squishy. Has to go for raindrop early to absorb some of the damage. Forcing reactions from the supports. I say forcing reactions. They don't really need to be in their lanes that much either. Sumail completely left alone.
I mean, yeah, because which would you say is more concerning? That the Necro's getting free farm or the TA's getting free farm?
Both have concerns, right? I mean, I would say maybe the TA a little more, because Got the Juice is... it's a pretty decent TA game in general besides the sniper, I would say. Because even though the Necro is annoying, you can just get your Ghost Shred licked off in a lot of situations, so... I would say the Necro being this farm is expected. The TA being this farm is maybe a little less expected. Just a little bit, but not by too much. PMA has hit 6. Same thing for Devi. Pretty even start here across the board.
That's close. Close first 7 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
In between the two of them.
And now which supports are going to start jungling? Because that's the thing about the IO, right? Where he jungles and a lot of other supports just don't. They just stack. So we'll see if GH pulls ahead in terms of the farm here soon because of it. He's going to pop those spirits very likely off CD, at least unless it's around the Power Rune. Which Power Rune is going to be coming up soon. Niku wants to get those.
See how many more they bring in. They'll bring in both the supports in RV, Riddies and Daze, ready to watch out for the Power Rune. Will end up being
Shield
top.
top.
Niku gets
gets it again. That's a big one, too, for Alargo. Since you're already so innately tanky with HP, I mean, you're going to be very hard to bring down if they do want to make a move onto you. Could be a bit of a more passive game here, at least in these next few moments. Both teams content with hitting these stacks that they've been able to form. I've seen some blocks coming in, Daze making sure that he can block out some of the Beastmaster camps. And there's the Dominator done. Move coming out from Na'Vi. 4 points in the Frog Stomp. A lot of damage coming out from Niku here.
Could catch Devi by surprise. He's going to start backing away. Niku able to drag him back. Devi will try and use the Raw Daze to allow him the freedom to run, but can he get out of it? Devi, the heal comes in. He's finally taken down. And now the opportunity for Nigma Galaxy to find some kills in return. Scythe comes in onto Riddies. Won't get the immediate last hit with it. Still gets the cleanup. Double kill
Sumail,
for Sumail. And now with GH tethering over, Sumail could keep going for more. They're looking to knock Got the Juice and Niku. Got the Juice falls. Triple kill for Sumail. As Nigma Galaxy, they were ready to turn up and fight back. I mean, it just took a little bit too long there for Na'Vi to kill off Devi. And they respond, and they respond big time. Sumail turning up, getting a triple kill, And the big one, taking the TA out of the lane.
Their early game damage is actually quite pathetic on Na'Vi when you're starting to look at it there. Even Niku's, now he'll get to play on bottom again on Divide. They will probably get the creep too, but it takes a little bit of time for Niku's to build up with the frog stomps, as we saw there. Omar might go down again, though.
At least able to pick up
Good
some
rotations.
action back and play down bottom. But, I mean, that sort of scenario where the Necrophos is getting a triple kill, that's going to mean that this
That's
Radiance from Sumail is going to be so fast this game.
No, that's the concern. Now, you were asking now.
Yeah.
I mean, now it's definitely the Necrophos. An insane amp up for him. That's gonna be difficult for most of the heroes to deal with at this point.
That fight pretty much put him 2k net worth ahead of Got the Juice, after they both had pretty much similar amounts of free farm in the laning stage.
Just gets a full triple kill. Got the Juice, got no kill.
Yep. And
And
one more
dies.
creep wave,
So loses
and
time
that'll
on
be
the
it.
map too.
So it's going to be this 10-minute
That's-
Radiance. It's done. So 10-minute Radiance
Insane.
on Sumail's Necrophos.
And it's not just a Necrophos too, right? It's a Necro IO. So he's gonna have the
Necro IO.
amp up always with this. This is gonna be insane. The damage that Sumail is gonna be able to kick off. And yes, they have the Bat Rod and the Largo versus Sumail early, but the rest of their damage isn't really the best versus him with an IO now, especially since he's gotten to this point. Hoodwink ult will be effective.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This could snowball. This could absolutely snowball pretty fast here onto Na'Vi. They have to be very careful of how they control the map in these next few moments.
Sumail wants to go mid.
Because the issue now is they have a really good frontliner, right? Sumail is going to be this insane frontliner for Lornoff to just peep away.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, the team fights sound pretty disastrous for Na'Vi to try and turn up. Stop any sort of 5-man pressure that Nigma Galaxy go for now around the Necrophos.
Even though they don't have the best stuns in particular, right? Like we're mentioning, their 5-man, their group up is pretty terrifying. Navi's, and more about the split pick-off kind of game. If they can look for these targets isolated with the Fiend's Grip and bring extra heroes in, but at the same time I say that, Nigma can also respond and force with relocate, so if they are going to make these pick-off moves on the side of Na'Vi, they have to be sure to bring that extra number just in case of things. That was a really good start. Sumail, truly enabled in this game.
Maybe something that they might have needed to have in mind. I mean, as we say, we did see Sumail show us the Necrophos, so when the IO came out in the draft,
Dire are
perhaps they needed to kind of think about that a little bit more. No, not
It's just
letting
usually not a
Sumail get in.
traditional. Oh, and he gets he gets an illusion rune too. They got to kill these illusions.
Farm. Yeah, that's we want to get.
Yeah, Riddies will
Riddies
brain
doesn't
sap
want to
it.
have fun dealing with it, so having to run away from it.
No. There we go. They'll get the other one. They're trying to bait Niku perhaps with it. Nice try, Omar. Yeah, Na'Vi have to be pretty specific. Wait until the Blink Dagger, I believe, for the Bat Rider before they look for too much of an aggressive play. Because even bottom, if he goes here this year, it's too dangerous. You don't see the IO. So Blink for the Bat, Deso for the TA, and then that's perhaps their timing to play around Niku. He already has his timing. He does have his Kai at least finished up at a pretty decent time. But let's see if this TA, who, as you said, 2,000 behind the Necro, if he can somehow catch up. Because as we've seen these Necros, when they do get to this point, it is very hard for most heroes to keep up. Almost impossible, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that it's a Necro with a GHIer behind him. I mean, that's the dream for any Necro player.
Yeah, and the Holy Locket's soon going to be finished. They
And the
get
call.
the catch, 2 on PMA.
He's gone.
Don't even use the Reaper. They save it.
They might be able to get Riddies. I mean, Battle Hungers comes in, slowing him down.
It's another one. Not the Reaper kill, but a kill.
That's going to be the bot stun. So Sumail, 13 minutes in, bots and Radiance online. Soon
And
to
he's
be
got
level
the Kobold
12.
Cup. Quickened Kobold Cup too with Tether. The movement speed is going to be wild. He's going to be like 500.
Oh, did you relocate for the Wisdom? Ah, they could have, couldn't they? But they're not.
Might just
They're
be able
playing
to walk
sensible.
for it. Yeah, they won't
looks
go
like
for
they-
it here.
Yeah, they're going to expect that Na'Vi
They-
has people set up.
might
Na'Vi,
lose theirs.
If Na'Vi gets
Yeah, I was
close
gonna
to
say,
the
Daze is
Wisdoms, though,
sneaking.
that's a little bit... I mean, they're
Okay, they're
teeping
reloading.
over now.
But
Oh, there we go. Okay, so
Okay.
they'll at least be able to protect their own.
I was going to say, this is illegal. This is illegal
Yeah,
movement
if they didn't
coming
get
out
you
from
with the
Daze right here.
Wisdoms.
So a bit of a slowdown here as we're seeing Na'Vi trying to farm up for that timing, in particular the blink on PMA, because they don't have a great way to make plays around the map until they have that. Once they've got it, they can look to start the hunt again, but the lead, it is growing pretty quickly here, up to that 3K now. Devi also getting to recover. His Overlord's going to come together at a pretty solid time with all the other unison that they do have coming together. Here we go. PMA blink is about to come. Oh, by the way, if you want to be amused, watch the Largo when he's hasted.
Oh, yeah. Jumping around. All fours.
There we go. There we go.
Well, they see Samael.
Prime target.
Here we go. They've got the grip. Can anyone come over to help out? They can't. They burst through him. It's
No
a
IO.
huge kill.
They know there's no
Taking out
reload. There's no
Samael.
way to save. Perfect play.
Might be able to get Omar on top of this. They get the lick back into the burn at the bat. They'll get themselves another one here, Na'Vi, and maybe even
Lornoff.
Lornoff. They're going to
The lick
find
back.
him. They run him down. GH is going to come in with the tether to try and help out, but he cannot save him. They are both going to
Oh,
die
what a
here.
play.
Na'Vi get the cleanup. A bit of a crumbling few moments there for Nigma Galaxy, getting caught one by one by one by one.
Literally, and it's all result perhaps of them not the super preparation around the map where they have to use the relocate to contest the wisdom. They don't have a relocate for a save. Immediately Na'Vi goes for a play, and they know that there is no reload to bail Sumail out of that there. So
Oh, that hurts.
super heads up, and PM is the ones who get, I think, 2 of the kills at least.
Yeah, I
And
mean, because
she got the juice 1 or 2.
at that point,
stacks, I
you
believe.
probably just don't want to be a part of this, right? You've lost Samael.
No.
You leave it like that, but Omar tries to poke back at them. He dies. And then
Hey,
on top of that, GH is like, well, maybe I can help out. He can't. And Lornoff, he certainly can't help out. Just gets run down. GH then tries to help Lornoff. They both die. They can't be making those mistakes, Nigma Galaxy, not against Na'Vi.
No, definitely not. And now, this was the timing that Na'Vi was... This is actually before the blink. This is actually before the blink that PMA was able to
Yeah, he
find.
just runs
This
them
ward
down.
just got them... Just literally got them 4 kills, a Deso stack as well, too. So that whole early game, it's now just gone from Nigma.
Yeah,
Back to that, like, kinda
they had to
50-50.
just let Samael die there. But they did not. Cost them massively.
Yeah, Lornoff just stepped up a bit too far versus that ward. They'll get the D ward, but man, they just lost so much of the map here. Fiend's Grip on cooldown for 45 seconds, but that was got the juice turning up, gets the Deso stack, and now he is... I mean, almost caught up with Sumail. Super quickly here.
Yeah, big jump up for him.
Yep. They're going to look to punish. I believe it is still Lasso on cooldown, still Fiend's Grip on cooldown. I think Nigma look for a move here. They don't have a great way of, like, just... They don't have, like, a blink dagger, right, to start the fight, so they just have to walk up and get the roar. So they have to get it from an angle onto PMA if they want to go for him. And it is nighttime also. Playing into Bane at that nighttime. Do always want to mention that one. The night vision can be sometimes difficult to set up a gank, even if you're in smoke. They'll just get a tower, though. Does mean that Na'Vi backs up, able to farm. They've got the blink on, got the juice. They've got all their tools to be able to fight back now at any point versus Nigma after that strike back.
Yeah, that was quite the shake-up.
Yeah, a massive one. And I was mentioning in the early game, or in the draft, I didn't see anyone on Na'Vi besides the Hoodwink to be able to buy the vessel. He actually is doing it. He's got it finished. So he's gonna have that answer
it's
too.
that good, right? Yeah.
You
It's
have to buy it
perfectly
versus
fine.
IO and Necro. I think versus IO specifically, 100% of games you must have a vessel. Like otherwise you're just probably gonna, I mean, not lose, but there's no reason not to. IO doesn't buy a dispel until super late. It's one of the best tools versus IO, always. Speaking of the IO, Holy Locket is done. How's Omar's blink looking? He's getting closer. They do need it a bit to make the plays. Niku starting to get that big farm on this Largo. 5-1 and 4. It's looking good.
And not an easy hero to kill, really. One that's going to be in the front of these fights, and especially before there's any sort of like BKB or safety from Samael, it's not going to feel super safe. The fact that that Ghost Shroud can be dealt with.
And he's got the, I do want to point out too, he has Crippling Crossbow. I was trying to see who had it this game since it's such a good item versus IO and Necro. They do have one on Niku. Daze.
Oh.
They're set up for top. Omar. looking very dead.
At least
Roar in the back, but there's a grip.
he's going to get gripped. Samel will come in with the scythe, take out PMA. Samel looking over to Riddies. Riddies goes for the TP out, won't make it out there. Samel kills him off before the TP finishes. So reaction back there this time from Nigma Galaxy.
Good positioning from Devi in particular this time around. Able to bring the extra numbers. I don't know if Sumail was paired up with the IO either. He had to just use the boots of travel to be able to join in. But they can bring numbers as we see. So for Na'Vi, just rethink that one for the next one. Always remember that they can bring 3 or 4 heroes even with the boots of travel on Necro. The IO doesn't have to relocate the Necro. You can relocate someone else. Juice's farm though, it's looking pretty intimidating. Level 16 now for him, level 15 on the Necro. He's starting to get these levels, and there's the eventual timing. Not just yet, not the next item, but perhaps the one after, that Nullifier. That's going to be the big question for how Sumail deals with it.
Dies.
Perhaps with the Manta, he can do some disjoint stuff before it hits him, because he is getting closer to Manta on Sumail.
Radiant's middle tower
Days.
is under attack.
Omar still no Blink Dagger.
Ooh, easy TP.
The lack of catch that we had talked about early for Nigma is definitely showing. Group up is strong. Catch overall without a blink, very lackluster. Omar will have it done after this Tormentor. Gotta love Tormentors with IO or Necro. Everybody full HP afterwards. Can go back to play the map. Blink now done. So now they do have catch. And he does also get the shard given to him, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, big sort of power spike there between the shard and the blink.
Na'Vi, quick heads up move. Immediately there's not only that, an amp damage that spawns outside the pit. They're going to be able to go for this
They're
rush.
not going to kill it quick enough though, right?
It's going to be so close.
Ooh, Nigma Galaxy are coming. Can they get into the pit in time? No. Na'Vi finished the Roche, get the Aegis. He is immediately dead the once though.
He is
Might
dead the
just
twice.
Die the second time. Oh, the blink!
No way.
He was able to get up with the blink straight off the respawn. They didn't have anything to perfectly time to stop it.
Oh, no way. I cannot believe that happens there. Okay, well, they get the Roche. They lose the Aegis immediately. But Got the Juice survives the second time, which is pretty important for him. So they get the trade. I cannot believe he actually able to book it. Nothing on the floor, no stuns, no shrapnels.
No, it would have had to be
still
like kind
difficult.
of a perfectly timed call.
Yeah.
But
Catch bottom, but
get.
there's... Okay, they reload. They gotta get out of here. Looks like they should be able to. Checking to see where the relocate is coming from. Niku.
Dire are scanning.
Throw the scan. He'll come through the portal.
I still want to try and find something, Na'Vi. But it's been hit by the scan. Nigma Galaxy know this is coming.
I think we're getting exactly what we wanted in this game, though, Owen. It's 22
close.
minutes, and it's like dead even. You know, we were saying these two teams are pretty 50-50 right now, and absolutely seeing that in the gameplay so far.
Oh, for sure. This one was always going to be a close one, these two. Very evenly matched. We'll see again. Getting away with that blink. Oh yeah, did they have any other sort of easier spells to try and cover the respawn to stop a blink out? Not really, right?
I don't think even Devi had mana for axes, maybe. I don't know. He got just good timing. Maybe he didn't throw them.
Oh no, he did try to time the axes. He tried to get the axes on top. Because that probably is one of those ones, right? What if the axe was on top of him when he respawns, that hits you before you can blink?
Yeah, you can probably time it, but either way, doesn't happen. Got the Juice will be super happy about it because that was a scenario where he could have died, and then we could see like a 2 or 3k gold lead right now for Nigma afterwards because they get to move across the map here. So very, very cool. It's just, man, it's so crazy how even it is really on the numbers, right? The off-laners almost dead even. The mid-laners, barely a separation. Necro and TA competing, same thing for all these supports. And both teams do have scaling.
They do. And in terms of the sports show, Na'Vi with their builds going, very much for themselves. Do you like that here? Like Daze getting the blink. There isn't necessarily much to sort of save the cause from the supports' perspectives. With items going full-out aggression for themselves.
I mean, Vessel for sure. Blink is always nice on Hoodwink, so I can't really complain about it. And I don't think Bane. I don't think you can build differently on Bane really. I think this is just the build
every time. Yeah.
Yeah, Blink, Ether, Ag, something along these lines. Like, I don't think really like, you buying a Glimmer feels very good in a lot of situations. Looking for Got the Juice. This would be massive.
It really would. But the Blink's there. Got the juice. Quick reactions.
beast.
No call.
Got the Juice Prime. He is locked in this game. Crystal is
Keeping
not
on
finished
par.
up for him.
With Necro's farm now.
Top side, Omar. There is a ward. We'll
Shows.
spot him.
Yeah, that ward catches him.
Oh, and I'm maybe starting to... I don't know how it's taken me this long to realize, but maybe this was another reason they wanted the bat, is just someone to actually utilize Crooked Genius, and there wasn't any mid laners that they wanted that could, perhaps? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of more reasons, because now I'm starting to see him. He just croaks the bat, and the bat does insane damage, too, so...
Yeah, it does. It is definitely one of the nicer combos, yeah.
Yeah. Which you don't really see ever, because bat's just not really a mid hero,
No,
and
they're
Largo
at the
is
same
an off
position,
laner,
yeah.
so- Exactly. So getting to see them two together, it's actually pretty nice once we're starting to see it come together. Devi does go for a pipe. You know, I mentioned this actually the other day where I've seen most core players stray away from
Some
pipe.
teams don't, yeah.
Yeah. We've seen the supports buying it, you know, the 4 position, the Phoenixes, the Clockworks, whatever it might be, but I don't think he's beasts so much.
No, he's going to go
guess versus
full
the
sort of
Largo
like
bat, I can-
utility
Yeah.
build, right? Yeah, pipe and then into the Lotus.
It is very Devi, and I don't blame him when he has a sniper and a necro on the team, right? It is all about them, so I'm pretty cool with this. And it's a very good Lotus game. I think most, if not every game, if there's a bat and a Bane on an enemy team, there better be some Lotuses being built on one team. Larnoff just trying to stall out the timing for the shard as much as possible. Now he will have to go back for it. He has his Hurricane Pike, puts his Mjolnir, got his damage. They're going to smoke and look for a play.
Caught you in your stubbies, Dippy. Sleep tight, little guy.
So Navi is just sitting back and farming.
Yeah, they won't be any sort of too interested in turning up until I think kind of TA's able to get away with getting the nullifier online. So take a bit of time.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Navi's probably saying like if we're allowed to sit back and hit the creeps of the TA, we feel very good about this game
Yeah.
as it progresses.
Yeah.
So Niku,
Womar.
mid.
So cool onto Niku and the
Sleep.
Roar, but that Blink Lasso comes in. They've got the lockdown onto Defi. They drag him back underneath the
Vincere.
tier 2 tower. They put the pipe. It will not save him. Defi's dead. Riddy's also survives. Nobody dies on Na'Vi.
What an execution from Navi. Waits on the initial sleep there when they first gets caught by the call. Waits for the roar. He was baiting the roar. Gets the sleep save, disengaged, then gets the Fiend's Grip on the Necro. Doesn't kill the Necro, but prevents so much here. And yeah, we see the healing. Lornoff is peeping the whole time, but the heals.
And that is, that is the struggle for Nigma Galaxy, right? The only way they can start those plays is either their support acts blinking in and going for a call, or the Beastmaster walking up and pressing Roar. Both
Bane
ways
countered both.
that Na'Vi can deal with. There's just the Bane in particular. So even though Nigma Galaxies, you see, you can feel that they want to make those moves. Those moves aren't actually that easy for them to do with their lineup.
I think it definitely gets scary for them as the game does progress. Like I was mentioning, they do scale on their lineup, but in comparison to a TA with a nullifier, I do think eventually they will be on a bit of a timer, even though they have sniper. So we'll have to see how that does go as the game does progress onward. Because I think just like when nullifier comes out, it's just, what do? You have to make sure that you're tanky enough on this Necrophos to be able to withstand the damage, and there is a lot that Navi's starting to build up here.
I got the juice getting super strong.
And Days with the shard now too. I really do like this Blink Dagger this game also. I think it's kind of great to just be able to jump the backlines, which is a lot of the heroes of Nigma. It's like 3-4 backline heroes. Days
Navi.
won't go for the contest. Sumail is taken up also. Shivas is finished, so it is now sitting at like 30-something armor.
I'm
Will
just
help a
smoke
lot
again.
versus that TA. Maybe they want to, but lanes are just not in the best position for it.
They're going to try, I think. I mean, at least they're very grouped up for now, the 4 of them.
I just don't think the lanes are in a position for them to go for it right now. I think if they smoke, it's a bit obvious right now. Gonna run down together in the mid lane. They're being spotted by traps. I kind of want to see someone buy a gem, I think, on the side of Nigma. Oh, they do have one. My bad. Devi has one. Okay, cool. I was about to say, they're just getting watched by all these TA traps, so this is actually not great for them to be able to move around the map. So they'll buy this gem. Scan connects right on top of them. Na'Vi will just walk away.
Starting to feel a bit nutty.
Just not finding anything in these moments. Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, got the juice. He's debating which build he wants to go for first here. He's contemplating a BKB now in between. "20 seconds. Brush. Shiva's not finished up for Niku. He's also very tanky, especially when he's full grooving, right? I think he's sitting at 60 armor, perhaps 62 armor or so on the Largo. There's a lot of magic damage though, so it doesn't have to. It's not like it's gonna block a lot of the snipers since he does have Mjolnir. Na'Vi also grouping up, perhaps like they want to fight also. I think maybe when they have got the juices BKB, they'll go for a fight themselves rather than being responsive. Enigma smoking out to look for something here.
Last time didn't go too hot for them.
Yeah. No, they just smoked and broke it right away now, so.
Na'Vi's just doing a good job of either setting up in preparation for this or just indeed completely avoiding these moves from Nigma Galaxy.
Playing with TA on your team when you're playing this dodge game is really effective because you're just always being able to play around these traps. You can set up for these tormentors. Roche, it's time. Point of contention. BKB is finished for Got the Juice.
This could be kind of the best shot for Nigma Galaxy to find this fight that they're looking for around the Roche. Because they know that Na'Vi's going to be interested in heading over. So this is the time to try and go for that 5v5.
Who gets the jump and whose positioning gets broken worse? Niku, leading the charge.
They're going to see him, but the Lotus is out on him. Niku's helping them back off.
Healed. Daze jumps in.
I'll get the call onto Daze, but PMA's in with the lasso. He's going to get the control onto Devi, drags him over the rest of the team. The Scythe will come down onto Daze, but Devi, he'll fall. And we'll get the chase down on a Got the Juice, forces him to put the BKB. The 2-for-1 for now. Samael.
They want to chase.
To move forward. Diving up to the base here. See if they want to go up to the high ground. They do.
He's chasing.
Past the tier 3s. Looking for Got the Juice. They'll get him. Double kill for Lorinov. They're going to keep going, Nigma Galaxy. Up until the fountain. As they bully back Niku and PMA. They've killed off the 3 of them. As Nigma Galaxy, that's the sort of fight that they want. Just the chaos of just running.
Can they disengage?
With the 5 of them.
They're trying to chase them out here.
It's hard. Without the TA, they just don't really have the damage, and they cannot fight into this sniper whilst Lorinov's able to hold his position.
Na'Vi's, their positioning got broken. Daze tried to go for it. It looked like he wanted to go for like a sneaky triple bushwhack play. Only ends up catching 1. The lasso gets delayed for a second or 2 also, and they don't even kill him before he gets the roar off. He gets pipe, he gets roar, gets everything off before he does die. And now Roche looks like they'll be able to walk into that pit.
Should be there's no problem. Very nice fight from Nigma Galaxy. And just, it was always going to be risky.
An important
and
fight.
Na'Vi, they felt that they had to come out and try and fight around this Roche area, but when it is in those sort of situations where they're not able to sort of wait until Nigma Galaxy runs into them, it's not easy, the team fights. The group up and that frontline presence of the Necrophos and the Axe, whilst you have this sniper sitting behind them, peeping away, it sets up for a pretty formidable team fight position.
And I'll give credit to Devi here. I think it's because of the build, right? Building the pipe. He's a bit tankier than they anticipated. He survives long enough to be able to let Lorinov dish out that damage. So I really like that he actually went for this build this game. I think this timing right now is super important for Nigma to be able to dominate the game, dominate the map. Scotty now finished for Lorinov, so he's super strong. Na'Vi need a cleaner initiation.
I mean, yeah, who does PMA need to kind of find with these lassos, do you think, at the start?
It's kind of starting to change a little bit here because it's not so clear-cut one target. If they can catch the beast before the roar, sure, but if he gets the roar off, it's not so great. Now versus the Aegis, you don't want to go for the sniper, but if he sees Necro too far forward, he could look for Necro, so The options are there for him, just not the easiest to enter. Nigma, when they do have that 5-man, as we've said multiple times, they're 5-man together. It is very hard to just walk into versus all this healing, and the healing is increasing. GH is getting close to a heart.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Navi could run out of damage in these next 5-10 minutes or so, with all these things building up now.
Yeah, their lineup is super tanky, Nigma Galaxy.
Almost gets the call onto the TA. Yeah, like I'm actually starting to look at it and I'm like, wait a minute. Tethered Necro. Lornoff peeping behind with an Aegis now.
Yeah, I mean, especially when
Navi.
they both have hearts.
You got to do something to answer this.
Got the Aghanims on
Axe
back.
Bane. Niku has BKB, so maybe this will be what allows him to charge in a little easier, because he did have difficulty charging through even with all this armor. Buildings are dying.
And Siege, super strong with Lornoff able to just focus them down at distance, have Sumail in front of him. Gonna try. PMA!
Manta.
Not able to find the lasso. The roar comes out on towards him. Lornoff turns, looks to shoot down the bat. They'll try and drag PMA back to safety. They'll get him into the trees. Omar's burning, but the
He's
rest
dead.
of Nigma Galaxy stands strong. PMA's out for a minute. Riddy's destroyed by Lornoff. As
Lornoff's
they
just peeping.
can't stop this pushes, as it seems. They only are able to kill off the axe. Everybody else on Nigma Galaxy pretty much full HP.
Sumail with the Manta, and now Niku.
He's gone. The Scythe's in. He's out for
dead.
75. No buyback. Nigma Galaxy. They had kind of that one slip up where they kind of did the, you know, save your buddy syndrome kind of scenario that we've seen in the past from them. But outside of that, they've had good control of this game. And honestly, it just goes to show like how well this draft is coming together, because it's not like they have some sort of insane net worth lead, but when you look at these fights, it feels like they do, because the strategy that they're rolling with, it seems pretty impenetrable.
Especially with he's able to get this type of Manta. You can see that PMA, they made the call. I think maybe Niku or somebody. They were like, you know what? Just go for Sumail. We actually can maybe all in him. But the Manta comes out. I think he ends up grabbing an illusion, perhaps. If even that, it gets Lotus too. He's got stuck in place, and Lornoff is able to just peep. I really like the Devi win for this pipe. This one top fight build, one top fight was huge, and now this bottom one, it's effectively almost just won them the game.
I mean, that's crazy. 2 sets of racks. Nigma Galaxy with a huge advantage now. And as I say, just the style's looking good. It's something, again, unique
They can
to
end
them.
the game.
Nobody else is going to be doing this, right? This kind of sniper mid, Necro safe lane, IO backing up the both of them. Axe support from
Necro.
Omar. This is, you know, Nigma Galaxy coming in with their flair, and it's a good flair.
And now you have to challenge this sniper who still has Aegis. 4,000 HP on him now too. Your damage has not increased. Got the Deuce is trying. Lornoff's just peeping him.
Just taken out. They just can't get anywhere close to them. I mean, how do you get close to this lineup when they've got this 5-man snowball online? Now get the lasso. Have they got the damage? They don't. Lornoff is perfectly fine. He'll just look towards got the juice. Omar's in with the call, locking down the TA. The Scythe not going to kill him as got the juice will get back to the fountain. But Daze is dead as both supports for Navi are out of the game. Niku is trying to get back into the fountain. He will just survive. But the
That's
barracks,
Megas.
they will not. Mega creeps are out here for Nigma Galaxy.
They hit, and they hit hard. 2 successful, massive fight wins into just game over. Lornoff able to just peep away from the back line.
Omar
got the juice.
Another call, they'll try and lick. Got the juice back to safety, but they cannot save him. The grip will come out onto Devi. Sumail in with the heals. The relocate's going to be there to take Devi safely out to the side. As Navi, they've had enough. They'll tap out. Nigma Galaxy taking game 1 and doing so in a very impressive fashion. I really feel like the only real major slip-up they had was that situation where they got caught 1 by 1 over in their jungle. Outside of that, I think they were pretty much able to kind of stick to the plan with what they had in mind when they came up to this game with this draft fog. Played very nicely.
Played it pretty beautifully. Yeah, it was literally just like 1 or 2 of these mistakes. Navi, you could see they were trying to get to this point where they could fight. They tried to take the fight, even though it's an even net worth. They have all the items that they wanted to take that fight. They just didn't pop the Beastmaster in time. They lose any type of momentum they had, and the snowball comes quickly. They get the Roche right after. They get a full Scotty. They get a Daedalus. They got, what, 10,000 plus gold after that. That was really cool and pretty unexpected, I think, with the way that they set up the draft with the last pick, because they just immediately pivoted that axe, which I think... I mean, I kind of forgot, even though I mentioned at the start that they might do it. I had even forgot that they might do this pivot, and it ends up working beautifully.
That really does. You know, Omar absolutely showing what could be done with the axe from the support position. Still able to make those big calls, blink calls throughout the game, right up until the later stages. And yeah, just having that flexibility to allow them to do what they did here. And stuff like the third pick sniper for Lorinov. Not a lot of teams would do that. Lorinov ends up fantastic. You know, 10, 2, and 9. And yeah, as we were, we're reminded, and the other teams are as well, you've always got to watch out for the potential of a GHIO coming through. Excellent IO player, and worked really nicely. You know, with Sumail on this Necrophos, quite a beautiful matchup between, you know, the both of them. You know, we saw Sumail's Necro yesterday. This really was how they just made it that even more better by adding in a GHIO on top of it.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, right? Because it's something that teams ban a lot versus most teams, and teams have even still banned it versus Nigma when they've been on their downward slope. So I think, yeah, you probably ban the IO, even though you did deal with this Necrophos as well, too. I think the IO made things just look so much harder, because it's just Lorinov is enabled on top of things, too.
Absolutely. Wow. Absolutely, yeah. We'll give it to Lorinov, as I said. Very impressed by him. Coming in with that third pick sniper, did not get punished. Came out of the lane very nicely, and you know, it was pretty crucial that he was the sniper, right? Because for everything else that they did have, with how good the Necro was doing, he was the one that at the end of the day, 30 minutes or so in, whenever they're ending it, was able to just destroy the base, right? You know, there was a key part of having that turret hero, this time from the mid, rather than from the safe lane, to just kill the buildings. The sniper was perfect.
Essentially. That's kind of what they did, right? They did, even though they swapped roles, they swapped roles anyway, right? So Lorinov is playing that turret from the mid lane, and yeah, I'm glad Devi went for this type of build, so sweet.
Yeah.
Let's go game two.
Clever stuff from Nigma Galaxy here in this game 1. Looking forward to see what they have in store for us in game 2, and if Na'Vi can step it up, push it to a game 3, we'll find out. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 of Nigma Galaxy versus Na'Vi, right around the corner.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm IDPix Fogged, and we are in the middle of Nigma Galaxy versus Na'Vi. We've just had game one. Nigma Galaxy able to get the win. Was very close on the overall gold through a lot of that game, Fogged. But it did feel like most of the time, Nigma Galaxy had the hold on that one.
Yeah, they were the ones being the aggressors for the most part in this game, except for that one mistake, of course. They're from them when they did get dove out. Na'Vi, looking for specific timings of fights, I guess, ended up just crumbling very quickly right after that top fight. And I mean, maybe for Niku in particular, you know, it's not like he played bad on the Largo, but I said the same thing for Tai Lung when he played it. It feels like he hit it to a wall. It feels like it's good till like 30 minutes, and then it just like, it falls out. I don't know, something about it feels kind of weird, because I was seeing the power of it with the bat, and then they just couldn't get into into Nigma's draft at all, too, so it started to look pretty bad overall. So perhaps some change-ups, at least, to what Niku's going to play, something more flashy. I think we said the same thing for Tai Lung when he ended up playing it, and then he played something like Zeus, and it looked way better. So I think that's one thing to take away from me for Na'Vi. But Nigma just played well, and I think you probably ban the IO.
I think you do. I think you do. Or you just have to be more aware of potential follow-up picks with it, like the Necrophos, which we've seen 2 times now from Samael here at the qualifiers. Both games have looked very, very good from him. So let's see where they go with this. Getting ready for the game 2 draft. I mean, as you say, I think Na'Vi, they'll change up the mid situation. Probably not going to do the Largo again. It's hard. It's just a bit of a boring one to watch. You want to see Niku on something flashy, something fun, and you can't be flashy on a Largo. You really can't.
No, I want Niku Invoker. That's what I want. Niku on his Invoker. That's what I want to see. Lornoff, I mean, he was playing Sniper. He wasn't super flashy, but he did get the job done. But I think it was because of his supporting cast more than anything, more than his individual stuff. But yeah, Lornoff is really good. I always like watching this guy. He seems to almost always be in the right place, except for the one mess up that he did have. The king of stand-ins, I think we've been calling him, has found a team.
Absolutely, and fitting in very nicely, as it seems so far, with the games that we've had from Nigma Galaxy.
And for me and you, we're going to have to see also what else is Sumail going to play if they do look to put more focus on him.
Push him on
you've
something
only
else.
seen him play.
It's
only
been
seen Necro and Tiny from him.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what more he has in store. But I do feel it's probably likely that one of those 2 is left in, and he probably plays one of those 2. But maybe we get a nice surprise and get to see what else he's got ready to roll with in the carry position for the qualifiers.
And I wanted to say this for Divai. Even though he ends the game like 0-4 in this last game, it's his job. It's him anyway, like him as a player. Divai is being like the more sacrificial kind of guy. But in this game, it's not about you as a beast. It's about the Necro. It's about the Sniper. So he itemized for them, and it worked out very nicely as they both end. I think, 10-2 and 8-1 or something it was for the 2. So played beautifully for that in the time that he needed to around that mid game as well, too. So Na'Vi, let's see what the adjustments are going to be. Because draft, perhaps, a little bit, you know, of a tougher one to play for them. But overall, their play, they did make some pretty big mistakes on the side of Na'Vi, especially with, like, trying to go for these Blink Lasso plays a couple times here and just hesitating on which target he's going to go for. Just some hesitation that hurts. There's the IO ban.
No IO this time round.
They'll ban the Axe on the side of Nigma this time.
All right.
So
I mean,
no
obviously
trade.
last. Yeah, they do have first pick on Na'Vi, so didn't want to give them the chance to get that because they would have taken it, as you mentioned, for PMA. One of his favorite.
All right, Drow is in, but do they like to play Drow first pick as much as other teams is the question. Oh, wait, Lone Druid's in. Oh, my God, I didn't even notice. What the hell? Lone Druid got in, Owen.
Well, how rough is that?
Game 3.
Like, that's it. They're feeling confident. They're like, we can beat the Lone Druid.
Okay, wait, what's that? I need to actually look at something overall for Na'Vi. How much do they play Lone also? I don't... God the Juice doesn't stand out to me that much as a Lone Druid player.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, look at that. It is 100% BAM rate, the Lone Druid. Not here, though.
When is the...
Nigma Galaxy say, we don't care. We can beat the bear.
Okay. So, obviously, you know, we always mention this, looking at some pub profile stuff. Yes, it doesn't have all the information of nowadays, blah, 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 blah. But you get to see what type of carry players, what carry heroes that they did like to play at the time, right? So... Oh, man. Am I not even finding Lone Druid? It's not in his profile. Like, he never, at least pre-2025, he never played it in a pub.
Doesn't Niku play at mid?
Navis.
Or didn't Niku used to be a big Lone Druid player? I might have just completely
Maybe he
made that
was,
up.
actually.
But
I think you might have
feel
made
like
that
that
up,
rings a
because that
bell.
doesn't sound
Didn't
like
he
right.
used to play
That
as-
doesn't sound like... That does not ring a bell for me. Maybe I'm the one who's clueless.
I just completely pulled that out.
You might.
No way.
I'll check for you, but...
Yeah, have a look. See if Niku
Okay.
does.
This hero is... Let's be honest, it's broken. It needs to be removed from the game. It needs to get the axe treatment in the pubs as well, too. Just get him out. No one wants to play Versa. It's so stupid. It shouldn't be... I'm going to whine. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to whine this game probably quite a bit because of some of the
I mean,
things
if
that
it's
it
got
does,
a 100% ban rate, there's
whatever.
got to be something up with it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's stealing the wisdom. The fact that you have to just stand there and it just looks at you for when you're at 7 minutes and that one pisses me off probably more than anything. But there's a lot of other reasons that it's annoying. Nigma, they'll move up the Phoenix in priority. It wasn't even touched last game, but versus the Lone, high % damage, attack speed slow, can be strong. However, also the bear can hit the egg twice. Although his hero is not there in most situations. God, I hate Lone Druid.
Yeah, it's we've seen this here. Well, we haven't seen it here because it's been banned all the time. But
Good.
obviously, to get to this point where it is now banned all the time, we've had to watch many a Lone Druid stomp a game of Dota 2.
Radiant team.
But yeah, well, I will reference he definitely plays it, but to just the point that he didn't play it at all until like
No, it's
2025.
not.
Yeah, he has Smurfs, he has other things, but he didn't play it on his main account literally ever. So,
Has he played it in officials?
I lost my tab. Oh my god, 1 second.
Have
bring it
Navi
back
been getting it through in officials?
I want to say no.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
No,
Must know. No? Is that, well, they actually haven't.
Turn.
no, not for him.
No?
Let me check Navi Jr.
Okay, yeah, some deep research here. See if we can
I'm
find
doing
those
deep
games.
research right now.
Because
'Cause,
to
like-
be fair, that's a pretty good reason to not ban it, right? If you're like, these guys
Exactly.
have
That's probably
literally
why they
never played
didn't.
this, why are we banning it? Let them have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like some teams just don't play
Yeah.
certain heroes. Like when Largo was broken, right? And Amar was like, I'm not playing that damn hero, right? Some things like that. Like some players just do not play some of them. But we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's probably played it a couple times, and it has got the juice. This guy is like one of the best, if not one of the most talented carry players that there are in the pubs right now. So see what he can do with it because it is a super strong hero. Clockwork, Phoenix, very strong pickups for the side of Nigma. These are very good hunting heroes, good at most stages of the game and scaling. Navi will go with the techies, who I love. Clockwork's decent for techies, though. You can go with the cogs to be able to protect heroes versus the blast off. You have good ways to scout, and you can trap him.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Grimstroke.
And a Grim. Alrighty.
Good versus Phoenix, right? The Phantom is always
Yeah,
really
nice.
obnoxious to play.
Nice aggressive supports. Grim techies. Now let's see. Nigma Galaxy, you're going to have to show one of the cores.
5 seconds remaining.
Smail. The two heroes he's played are in, if he wants to do
They
it
are.
again.
The Necro looks a bit problematic here, though, right? Versus Techie's Grim. A lot of magic burst, eventual
Yeah,
aghanims
it
of the
seems a bit
Grim,
annoying.
Phantom. So I think
Tiny-
they're probably
Tiny's
prepping at
fine.
least.
Don't you think?
Tiny, I
he-
think
he,
looks all right.
he could absolutely pick Tiny here.
Yeah, it feels
Unless
like the
he's ready
Necro
to show
has
us
a
something
lot of
different.
answers.
He might be ready to show us something different, Samael.
I'm
Let's
down.
carry.
Go down the list. What do you like to play versus Lone Druid?
Yeah, yeah. That's.
I don't know.
It's
I don't like
not
to
a
play
very long
anything
list,
versus
so that's why his hero gets banned all the time, because the answer's no. There's nothing I want to play against Lone Druid, because I don't want to play against Lone Druid. Yeah.
Yep. I have really reminiscent memory too. We literally just got stomped by Lone Druid last night too. It was like 29-0 or something.
It's a sore spot. I see. Yeah.
Okay, percent damage. They're going in for the
Yep.
percent damage versus the Lone Druid. So they've got the Firestorm, they've got the
Ooh, low
pit,
enough.
and they're going for the backline sniper.
Again.
All right.
Had a great game on it. Run it back.
He's smiling. He's feeling happy.
Yeah. And the sniper's a chill hero to play.
And similar to last time, the gap closing for the sniper is not really there.
Yeah, they've got to get something better in the mid
gap
here
close last time.
for Niku.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Is it just going to be some
Largo.
storm?
No Largo. There won't be any Largo here.
Does he just go for some one of those spirits to bypass, or does he just go like an invoker? The sniper should win the lane pretty hard versus both
I
of
wouldn't
them,
mind some Niku Invoker. Yeah, you're right. Invoker.
He just doesn't have good
Invoker-
setup.
Sure, but you don't always need to have that, do you? To make it
Not
playable?
always, but
Let's see.
it's too bad
Na'Vi.
that they showed their two supports, right? Because now that the Underlord's picked, it's like,
Yeah,
damn, now
those two
Rubik
can't
is
move.
actually standing out for me.
All right, Kez.
Yes.
So it's the Niku Kez mid, right? They were one of the teams that like to run it mid. It's going to be that gap close against the sniper.
True. That is the gap close. This is Niku, though, right?
Yeah, it's going to be mid Kez, yeah.
That's what you're saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I got distracted for a second.
That's right. I mean, yeah, he likes to play the mid Kez.
Okay. I'm mixed on that as a mid. I'm still uncertain if I like it as a mid, actually. But you have ways to play against Sniper, right? You can do the parry.
Yeah, and you can grapple away if he starts laying down
Yep.
shrapnels.
You have ways
Still,
to shove
I don't think the
wave.
lane's I don't think the lane's fun. Like, I think a good sniper's
No.
still gonna harass you out of it.
Radiant
Or make you play very safe. For their bans, that they are going to start just looking at the heroes that Nigma have shown with Sumail, ban out the Tiny. So honestly, this is good. This means we're going to see a new Sumail hero. Because there's no way he wants to play Necrophos into this, and he can't play Tiny. So we're going to see what else Sumail carry has in store.
He might still just Necrophos, right?
No.
10 seconds.
I don't think. No. I mean,
It's percent Heartstopper Aura versus Lone Druid Bear.
Yeah, and you do have, you don't have an IO, but
have
you do have a Phoenix
Reaper.
with a, you have a Phoenix with a Sunray healing you up.
I think it comes down to does Sumail want to play it versus this Techies and Grim that can be annoying.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Is it going to get banned? We'll see.
I mean, honestly, why not? I think, if you're Na'Vi, it's like, well, he's played Tiny, he's played Necro, let's ban both.
Radiant team
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they do.
they're just doing it.
They've
They're
banned
doing
out
it,
his
yeah.
hero pool. Uh-oh.
Okay. So
The
now,
hero pool we've seen so far. So now we're going to see something different from Sumail. What else?
What else is
does he have in store as the carry?
What else is he? Okay, wait a minute. Let's see. What else?
Na'Vi. They still need their offlaner.
Because SF is gone also, right? Because that's the other Sumail hero that comes to mind for
what
me.
else feels like a Sumail hero in the carry role?
Drow does also gone. I'm having trouble looking at like one that stands out. Oh, Muerta.
remaining.
That's a Sumail hero. He used to play at mid.
He
Right?
did.
Radiant team.
It doesn't look fantastic, but I'm just trying to think of ones that are.
I
carries for him.
think.
Okay, maybe not
lane's
against
a bit rough.
Centaur.
Yeah, not against the Centaur. You don't want to play Moise.
And this
against
Centaur pick, this gives him gap close. So last time they went for
Okay.
like Bat Rider to try to go for something different here. Was Centaur banned in that game actually?
10 seconds.
that. Not sure, actually.
Centaur was not banned actually in that.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. This looks good for the gap close now, right? Versus the sniper.
Yeah.
They were lacking in that last game heavily.
This sniper, he's crying now. He's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
There's going to be a bear running at him. There's going to be a Kez jumping on top of him, a Techie's jumping on top of him, a Centaur jumping on top of him.
The thing about the Centaur, though, is it is playing into 2% pace damage heroes, and it's playing into
Sure.
Pit, which is a very effective ability versus Stampede as well, too. If you just cover the sniper, you put the Pit on top of him, allow him to reset, and then you have all this percent damage, it can prove to be pretty problematic.
Oh,
for
he's
this.
another Magnus carry enjoyer.
Oh,
We've seen a couple of these so far. Mixed
I
results.
cannot believe we're having this.
We had a great one from Naive, a not so great one today from Violent, but to be fair to Violent, he was playing against Team Spirit. And
Sure.
Sumail, he's ready to show what he could do with it. Also, Sumail
It's a
carry
heavy
Magnus,
hitter.
and it is
It's
a
a big
Sumail
heavy
hero,
hitter
right?
versus Centaur.
He's
It
not
is.
too, he's played a fair bit of Magnus, not as the safe lane carry, but in the mid, and maybe even back in the off lane days. Probably did, right? Or no? Would he?
Okay.
No,
All
but
right.
yes, Sumail carry Magnus.
All right. Okay. Into Taser. Taser's very annoying. Both of these supports are still very pesky for melee carries in particular, similar to how that Bane was when I was mentioning.
It's, I mean,
But he's not really the carry, right? He's like the distraction
Sure.
again, while Lorinov
He's
is
the
the
front
carry.
line.
They're doing this.
yeah.
They're doing this thing where Sumail is playing the safe lane, but I feel like Lorinov is playing the safe lane from the mid.
No, for sure. For sure.
You know what I mean?
The thing is,
Yeah.
you know, when we kind of bring ourselves back to reality, is this actually a good Magnus game? It feels kind of hard.
It feels very hard.
Like, it's not going to be, this is not going to be easy. It's going to be entertaining, but I don't think you look at this last pick Magnus and you think, wow. Well, you do because it's entertaining and it's going to be fun to watch. But in terms of just the logic of what you're up against, I don't think Na'Vi care one bit about this Magnus.
I mean, and I can just cover every single hero except for one, and I'm already upset because I see a lone druid in the bottom left of my screen. So I can say a million things in terms of what I like about Nigmas, but there is this lone druid that they have to deal with. So that's going to be the biggest question for me is, does the lone druid get the Maelstrom and the Aghanims by 18 or 20 minutes and just take over the game? Because that just happens just too often. And if you do lose control of the map in this game, you're playing versus techies plus lone druid. So you will lose full control. So Nigma, they got to play this early game good.
Well, let's find out. Sumail, he's shown us his Necrophos. He's shown us his Tiny. Been winning every game so far, Nigma Galaxy. This one, definitely going to be more of a challenge. Not only coming in with something a bit different from the carry position than Magnus, but deciding to leave in the lone druid and letting Na'Vi take it. Something that no other team has dared do
Do
so
not put it
far
on my
in this
screen.
qualifiers.
Get it
Lone
off
druid.
my screen. Get it away from me. It's haunting me. Get it away. Oh, God, I hate this bear so much. And look at Sumail, the naked Magnus. He's got one cosmetic. He's just got the hammer, the big hammer coming in.
Talking about cosmetics as well. This is the naked lone druid, right? This is just the normal set.
Isn't it the panda bear, though?
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's not the... Yeah, of course, yeah, okay. So he's got the custom bear, but on
Besides
top of
that,
he's got an uncommon arms, but at least to say he doesn't have a lot of Lone Druid cosmetics. And as you say already, you couldn't really find many records on how much Lone Druid he's played. So maybe that's going to be the chance.
Play it.
Okay.
I think people were... I was looking in the chat just to see how many people...
Yeah.
I think some people were saying that he absolutely does. I mean, all the players absolutely play it, of course, but yeah. Has played it quite often recently. Niku, Lorinov. See how that matchup goes, because as we said, does feel like a hard one for the Kez, but maybe with some type of tricky parries and with his high base damage, he can do well, because he does have a 17 base damage differential at level 1. GH. Fire Spirit's already skilled.
He might be dead then.
Oh, yeah. Nice shockwave.
It was.
Beautiful
Pulls him out the blast
shockwave.
off. Doesn't stop GH from dying, though, as they'll get first blood for days.
I hate playing versus shockwave with Stack.
Sumail's probably dead. He's definitely
accepting
dead.
that.
Huh? Oh, uphill miss. Okay, but now maybe
But now
Lorinov.
Lorinov.
He will at least bring down
Lorinov.
PMA, but he does die. Sumail gets
now
out,
Sumail
but will have
maybe-
to go to lane super low HP.
Does he have a salve? He better have a salve on GH. Okay, he does.
does,
Good. I was
yeah.
going to be like, no way,
Sumail's
Sumail wants to
gonna-
lane with 200 HP. Okay, good. All right, 2 for 1. Who ended up getting the most bounties? It was 1, 2 for 2. And Niku gets to start the lane with I think, the 2 creep advantage over Lorinov just at the start of things here, right? I think he had it. He got there a bit earlier, so got an extra last hit or 2. And similar to the Largo, the first wave in particular, right? The denies will absolutely be there for this Kez. Yeah, let's see how that progresses, because overall, the Kez, compared to Largo, you have high base damage, and you have really good animation, so it feels like it might actually be better. At least in these first 2 or 3 levels. We'll see if you can endure the damage. And yeah, speaking of enduring the damage, let's see how they do versus Got the Juice, because this is not a lane designed to punish him or pretty much touch him.
Bottom.
It's a Underlord and a Clockwork.
Sumail.
He lives.
Barely surviving. I
just.
mean, these two have been catching him in quite the burst.
The thing I always mention to you, right? Playing melee carries. You're playing versus like Techie Centaur. You walk up, they're gonna stomp and throw their spells at you every time in comparison to these turret heroes that never have to deal with it. They'll have to bring extra regen. And they do have it. GH did come to the lane with 6 tangos too, so he's just going to keep feeding Sumail. But look at the last hits in mid. Niku.
Hey, doing it nicely. Lots of denies here against Lornoff in the first couple of waves.
Because even though Sniper versus the Largo, you could see the Largo has insane base damage advantage, but the animation of the Sniper lets him get some extra last hits. Niku has the Kez. You have the base damage advantage, and you have the absurd animation to match the Sniper.
Well, things should calm down a little bit on the bottom lane.
Sumail has to have Vision of Days at all times, pretty much. Because if you can see when they're trying to set up for that blast off, as long as you don't get caught in the Centaur stop, you can prevent it with a Shockwave. So GH just has to scout on the sidelines there. And GH brings even more regen, so really looking to ensure that Sumail is able to farm down here. Yeah, those denies, though, absolutely adding up. Lornoff will be going to the jungle, at least for a small moment, to maximize, but yeah, those denies absolutely matter. 8 for Niku.
So far, there's very little way they can put any pressure on to Got the Juice in this laning phase.
They can't. This lane is not designed to do so, right? It's an Underlord clockwork. They're just going to pull and get as much as possible. If they want to try to pressure the Lone Druid, it's going to have to come through a rotation of the Phoenix or one of these. So they're going to have to deal with the super fat Lone Druid, which has not been too easy for many teams. If any. Bottom side, Riddies is feeling like, you know what? I can just leave the lane. My Lone Druid is versus double melee. So it's actually the Grimstroke who's making the move down toward bottom. Daze. Got level 2 taser. He's chilling.
Yeah. Not a kill that they can get right now, these two in the safe lane.
Lornoff's to 7. He's actually having a jungle. He doesn't want to play that far forward versus Niku since the supports are missing off of the map and he can just die as the sniper. And Niku's just power controlling the lane with denies, keeping it on his hill. Very impressive stuff from the Kez this game. 12 denies. Some of the higher ones you will see. So Lornoff, he is getting something out of this since he is just able to jungle, but not the most ideal for his lane.
I'm in top. Bring the supports back over, but yeah, Omar still level 1 on this clockwork.
Who got the second kill? It was Lornoff, right? First blood was on the side of Na'Vi. Lornoff, okay, that's why he's having similar net worth. I was like, wait a minute, he actually has higher net worth than the Kez for a second. I'm like, wait, oh yeah, he has a kill. Bottom, Sumail doesn't get kicked by the stun. And now Lornoff with level 5. He's back in the lane, able to play versus Niku with 3 points of shrapnel. I really like watching Lornoff play. Something about him.
I mean, none of these lanes likely to get... Oh, okay, maybe down bottom. Sumail. He's going to get the shockwave skewer on today's. That'll do it. Oh, tase it. Not going to save him.
Another kill, perhaps? Can they close? No.
PMA should be fine. Of course, yeah, does have to be careful with the blast off. You know, if they jump in and don't actually get the kill, Sumail will also be ready to respond with the shockwave skewer.
Tries for Niku, doesn't have the mana for the shrapnel. Super close to getting the kill there. Rocket! Oh, Omar almost gets him there with a rocket. That was insanely close.
I mean, this is, you know, both the mid and the safe lane. Or Sumail. Or he actually did have got the chance to go for another shockwave skewer on Daze.
He's at very low HP, though. He has to be super careful. Has another salve. He'll be able to heal up. Has to hide himself in the trees, backpack his items. Power Rune, Riddies will be able to take it. Neither of these two mids are bottle heroes, though, so for a rare scenario, I think one of the rarest games almost ever, there's 0 bottle in the game. I think usually it's at least 1, so that's kind of cool. And now Lornoff starting to pull ahead. Niku trying to set up with the gank here for Riddies. Lornoff controlling the lane, playing in a very safe position here at this nighttime. Has this bonus vision he's playing around.
Yeah, not taking any risks.
But But yeah, this is what we have to say, right? Is it gonna all be enough? Is everything that we're gonna be talking about
To
for the
beat
next
the Lone
10, 12
Druid.
minutes or so to beat Mr. Juice? Mr. Juice, what is your bear doing? Why is it not running at the enemy wisdom and stealing it?
Well, he didn't want to. So Devi's going to be able to
guess he
keep it
didn't want
secure.
to.
They're also going for the steal. They might get both wisdoms here, Nigma Galaxy. Days. He's got backup coming
He's
in
got
from
backup.
PMA. So with PMA and Ready turning up, they should be able to stop Nigma Galaxy from trying to get the steal. So at least should secure their own and will manage to kill Omar.
All right, but this is a rare situation where I don't see one of the Lone Druids just send the bear, sit it on top of the wisdom, and force a 3-hero rotation. Because otherwise, Devi has to just sit there to ensure that he gets the wisdom or it gets stolen. So, kind of big deal. Able to contest, sure not steal, but force reactions. 1 for 1. Early game, fairly even. The one who is falling behind, of course, it is Devi in this matchup. But this hero recovers and can get involved. Level 6 has been hit, so Devi does have the ulti at the ready to be able to assist.
Radiant's bottom tower.
If Sumail finds himself even getting dove bottom and he gets an RP, they can Fiendskate and bring the numbers in to be able to assist.
They want to
They
try.
want to go for Sumail. Let's
Look
see.
who'll stop. They'll get
They
him
get
under
the
the
chase,
tower. Not going to be able to bring in any backup in time.
How's the mana situation? Okay, Devi is no mana. I was like, does he have Soul Ring? Because if he had Soul Ring, he may have ported to be able to assist there. But yeah, just lacking some mana to be able to Fiendskate down and help. Na'Vi, Dominator's done for PMA.
This top area getting kind of scary now. They're bringing in a lot of numbers. Nigma Galaxy do want to match it. They've got the 4 of them essentially in the area. Omar and Lorenov not too far off.
Yeah, 3 in the area plus the Fiendskate. Can always bring it in. Na'Vi gonna take the portal. They're looking to perhaps shut down Devi. Maybe put pressure onto this tower here so they can have access into the triangle. Because this tower is pretty healthy. Devi has done a good job of making sure it doesn't get hit by the bear. Sometimes I have seen these Underlords just get pushed out. And then the Lone Druid takes his tower, and then they're able to bypass and get the Underlord when he's farming. So, not the case this time for Devi. Keeping that tower super healthy.
Mid Niku. Aggressively punching
Goes
back
for a
there at
poke.
Lorenov. It's going to take a lot of damage walking this off. The parry will keep him safe.
Casual blood grenade from Omar. Hell yeah. Parry. Won't block the damage. It'll block, I think, a little bit, right? I think that's how it works, right? I actually don't know how that one works versus Assassinate. You block the attack that it shoots.
The
but
attack
not the
from it,
damage,
I'd
right?
imagine, yeah.
Yeah, the like bonus damage attack. Because I did see he had the mark debuff on him too, so that's kind of cool. Mid, Shrapnel plus a rocket clears out the way of Niku. Now at the bottom of the chorus somehow. He's just getting spammed.
Oh, we'll get an arcane, but
Has no
What?
lifesteal. He has Polywog, so can heal up a little bit, but doesn't yet have that Vlad's that he goes for on this mid-Kez. Alright, Mask of Madness is done. Sumail having a pretty decent time. Only died the once. His farm is looking pretty solid. Sure, it's not the Lone Druid, but he has been pressured a bit here.
yeah, they've dealt with that
For
pressure.
PMA, Portal coming down. PMA has Stampede. Holding
In
it.
with the root into the RP, and they'll have enough
They
to get
got
it.
him.
Yeah, does he get a chance to stampede away from this?
And these moves, the early game definitely looks really solid here from Nigma. It's just, yeah, it really is all the question about Lone Druid, because I really like the way that they're moving around. I like the way that they're getting set up, too, with their supports. Level 6 already finished up for GH. Sumail's not getting pressured, so looking decent here. And yeah, like I was saying, too, with me and you, I just, sometimes with these mid-Kezes, I'm unsure of when the timing is so that he has this big power spike, because it's not this safe laner who just comes in with full free farm by any means. Yes, you're a higher level, but he's starting to fall behind in that farm.
And it's just, it's a very different build-up from mid compared to any other mid hero, right? Like, there's no other mid hero
is.
that's buying Vlad's, or no other mid hero really that's buying Deso. It's just a completely different type to what you kind of know to be strong in this patch from the mid lane.
And it's pretty aggressive. If you want to do this type of build too, you're not really looking to hit the creeps, I would say. You're looking to fight overall. So he'll be sacrificed, but perhaps with the Vlads, that'll be the kind of part of the story with the Lone Druid, where he's just a buffer until he gets to the later stages. We'll see what Niku wants to do. Because yeah, I'm not minding this right now from Nigma. It isn't the Lone Druid, though. Just have to keep shoving that in there. So just don't forget.
And it is a free farm Lone Druid.
It is a free farm one.
There's no pressure on him.
GH. Niku, can he close that gap? Can't quite. Phantom's going to get removed.
Lauren
And now Lauren off. Hasted.
He's zooming around.
He wants the supports. He'll take the little
TP out from
centaur.
Riddies. We've got the Stampede, but the root comes in. Divide, catching both of them, stopping Riddy's TP. See if they can chase out PMA. They can. Nice RP and turnaround there from Samael. Brings PMA back. They get both of them.
I think this is the best early game me and you have seen from the carry Magnus. He's top 3
this
net
is
worth.
absolutely. This is the best carry mag we've seen so far for the early game. No doubt about it. Because other carry mags, that whole kind of period there, they'd still be on the bottom of the map just hitting the jungle creeps. But Samael, he's making sure that he actually gets the chance to get in and get these early RPs off.
Unlucky for him, though, he's not gotten any of the kills. He is 0-1. So I would have loved if he got 1 or 2, because he probably would have this Echo Saber finished up. But unlucky for him. But yeah, nice move so far. And yeah, right now, I'm not feeling that impact from Niku. Not feeling the Kez just yet.
Sure. But the Lone Druid.
The Lone Druid, though.
7.2k, top of the net worth.
He's on his
And
way.
he's on the Lone Druid.
But he's on the Lone Druid versus a sniper, right? Who's pretty good to keep the distance and peep until the Aghanims come out. And is double % base damage heroes, the Firestorm plus the Phoenix. So I think Nigma has actually designed themselves on paper good answers versus this Lone Druid.
Sure. And
On paper.
would the bear count as another hero that's going to give you plus 14 attributes if you get a big RP?
It does, yes.
It would, right? Yeah. So you could get a 6-mat. You could get 6 times 14.
No, you can't. You can't. Because the actual hero's never there. So that's unfortunate for you, my friend.
Oh, okay. But technically, you could get 6 times 14 plus 14 all attributes.
Oh, wait. Now I'm going to be stupid.
What?
Does the Dominator?
No. I know what you mean, because what they gives it that weird
Reaper
status.
works. Reaper works on Dominator. Gives a Reaper stack.
Oh yeah, would you? Well, we'll watch. We'll try to do the
find out.
numbers. If we see him RP and catch one of the, I don't think that should not count as a
I don't
plus
think
14.
I mean, someone will tell us and someone will know, but I swear, I don't know that one, actually. I do not know that.
We can cross-check Valve's
Mid,
word.
Niku.
Oh.
He's caught. Enigma's
rough.
playing this beautifully, and Niku
rough.
is
I mean,
not playing a hero
He's
that can run
falling
around.
behind.
He is.
Yeah, he's falling
not playing his
behind on this
usual.
Kez.
Like, he's
That's
playing
rough.
his Kez, but he's not playing his usual kind of hero where it's like, okay, you know, he's a spellcaster that moves all over the place, makes them space for the team. The space is just not there. Lornoff is chilling. Lone Druid is still farming, as we keep saying, but they're falling behind.
He
the
could
other
RP
two.
this if he wants to. He's tempted. He doesn't actually. He does. Yeah, he will. He will. Oh well, maybe a
That's
bit
awkward.
late now. He at least backs away, so won't die.
Hesitated. Niku. Omar's on him. Cogs are at the ready. He'll be okay. He'll disengage. Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering what impact Niku's going to be able to dish out in this game. Because it doesn't look easy for him versus all this control, too, versus Clockwork Cogs.
Is under attack.
On paper, yeah, it just doesn't look simple for him. So Juice, hey, work. This hero, it can
I'm
absorb a
mid
lot.
again. Niku.
Niku.
They got him
Juice,
again.
he's going to have his work cut out for him, for sure. Lone Druid is a pretty busted hero, but my goodness, they are owning it with these movements. And Divide, he didn't die in the top matchup. He has an Aghanim zone. His farm is
That's
great.
super fast. 16 minutes.
This is great. This is outrageous what we're seeing here from Nigma.
Nigma Galaxy, they're crushing it. This is, I don't think you could have really asked for more, right, when it comes to kind of just showing what they've got in store for us with their first 2 series that we've seen from them so far. They're looking
Just super good draft prep. As we're
I
seeing
mean, and
here.
it's just
Yes.
working out very nice. Having this Lauren off mid, fantastic. And Sumail, he is slotting him very nicely to the carry position with his own flair.
Yep, and this is one of those games where me and you are not looking at him rushing a blink, right? This is fine. He goes Harpoon. The game state is perfectly
Yeah,
chill.
he's chilling.
There's no type of
Yeah.
rushing or anything.
And he's been doing these RPs without the blink. Right, he's already got like, what, 3 RPs off where he's hitting heroes. So it's a good balance. Like, he's not going the blink early, but he's actually been more active than some of the Magnuses that did get a blink earlier.
True. Got the juice.
Yeah.
2 components done. 3rd component, it's on his way. PMA does have Blink Dagger now. And he did go Blade Mail, so a bit different than we've seen most of these Centaurs. I don't think anyone's going Blade Mail anymore.
Oh.
So let's see if this timing works for Na'Vi, because they are falling behind. Interesting, the Blade Mail. He isn't a sniper, so I get why he went for the Blade Mail on the Centaur, but I don't think I've seen anyone doing this anymore. Everyone's doing Blink, Dominator, Heart, Blink in almost all the games, so
Sure.
switching it up a bit here.
You can
As I said, for
use it.
sniper, sure.
Well, also to annoy the Magnus, right? If the Mag gets a good RP and it's not you, you can just blink in and blade mail, and then he ends up cleaving. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
You
all
can
right.
kind
it's
of
all right.
find situations where the Magnus is kind of forced to be hitting and reflecting damage on himself because of the
Sure,
RP
yeah.
and the cleave.
Fair enough. Just haven't been seeing people do it that much. PMA.
Oh, Sumail. It's going to get an easy grab onto PMA. PMA is going to try and stampede away, but they easily have the damage. And yeah, you saw there, they didn't really care about that blade mail one bit.
Nope.
Days.
Omar finds another. Oh, and they are crushing this game right now.
Oh my god.
Onto the mid tower too.
This is the test for the Lone Druid. Is it
This
that
is the
broken?
test.
Is it
He's
that
about to have
broken
Axe.
that got the juices like, guys, I do not care what you're doing. I will carry this game on the Lone Druid because I'm on Lone Druid.
On paper, right, looks, they have answers. They have all this % damage. They have control for it. So I will have to say, if Juice can do this, it's going to be pretty crazy. Because this Kaz, he's just having no game. Niku has the one component now of the Deso.
Oh, Omar. Get bashed.
Can he finish off Omar at the least here? He needs a kill.
The blast off's not going to reach him.
And now Niku,
They're not killing
he's
Omar.
burning.
Niku's taking a lot of damage. He can't chase this.
They can't even kill Omar.
And Riddies is
Now
dead.
Riddies just dies. And Sumail's looking for more. Oh, that's brutal. The Kez just walks into the clockwork.
And he's just
the
dying.
Least farmed here. He can't fight him. Can't even kill him. PMA will take a ton of damage here too from the Firestorm, as we said, that % damage. Very good versus the Lone and the Centaur. Larnoff has taken the whole tier 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Look at him go. Maelstrom done. Hurricane Pike as well. And Sumail is he's going, okay, I can hesitate. I can wait for the blink even longer. I'm going to go for BKB next between it.
Yeah, I mean,
Since
he's
it
just
is a
going to have
really
it
good
eased.
BKB. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's going to have it all very quickly anyway.
Super good BKB game versus both of these supports and the Centaur. Tormentor, Na'Vi is in position to take this one here. Daze has a lot of control in the area. But Nigma's chilling and farming. All right, Juice. Let's see what the bear can do. Where is the bear? I lost track of it. There it is.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm just going to have follow on the bear for myself. It really is all about him at this point with this Kez being shut down so hard. Centaur's still doing okay, but it's just looking at the Centaur game in particular. This is just a Centaur to stampede, just to get on top of the sniper in particular and try to protect your cores. This is not the collapse Centaur that we saw from earlier.
Oh, mid Niku. Don't show.
Not again.
Ooh, they see him. He's
Caught
dead again.
He can't go anywhere in this game. 0 and 3. I think he's got the Deso finished, but just continues to just die and die again. Into the rush. Lornoff can just do this with the clockwork. I don't even know if they needed to bring a second or third hero. They'll bring the rest, but... Super smooth sailing so far, 12-4.
Looking for a steal. Ooh, he's gonna get the kill!
He gets it!
He got the kill. Didn't he get the pickup, but he got the kill there, Daze.
They were checking for so long as well, too. Omar was rocketing top left. They were checking the other spot, too. He actually is able to get in. How much XP does he get for that? I think he gets like at least a full level almost. And sadly, it doesn't say it in the fight recap. I can't remember exactly how much XP Roche gives here. It's like 2,000 something? I can't remember right now. Oh well.
Nice something.
It's
Little bit something
great
for
to get
Na'Vi,
that. It's
but-
always great to have that.
Yeah.
A little extra to get closer to that level 12, level 18, etc. for the techies that they love to have. It's level 11 now. Got the juice.
Found the
Still
bear.
watching his net worth.
Get some money here.
can kill
Killing the
this.
bear.
Yeah, they can hunt this bear pretty easily. One skewer plus maybe just one of the, like either one of the percent-based damage heroes. And Sumail did go for it, by the way, so waited for it in between.
Nice. That's good fun.
Yeah. Blink Harpoon. You can do really fun stuff with this always, catching not just the one hero. You can Harpoon Blink. You've seen people do that, right? Where they Harpoon Blink yank people together.
Wait, what do you mean, like?
You Harpoon someone as you blink onto the other, and then you RP the two of them, because it yanks the Harpoon target with the blink. You haven't seen that people do that?
Is that?
There's been, it's like the harder play. It's the more difficult one to execute. Than,
Wait, so
some of
even though
these
you
Magnus
blink
do.
away after you've harpooned, it will still drag them close enough to get caught in the RP?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact distance. There's a certain threshold with it. But...
Sure, but you can do it a little bit to kind of extra maneuver them. Yeah, so it's kind of cool.
Devi, after Aghanims, it's going Auras. He's got the pipe already finished. Good pipe game whenever you're playing versus techies. Can't blame him. Great ways to protect his Magnus and his sniper. Still just a 3k lead, but it's a strong lead for them here at the moment.
Sumail.
Until this we'll see when the Lone Druid gets in. Does not get Niku. That was close.
Nearly got him.
He just
ready
still
to
for
go
2.5
again.
minutes.
I mean, they come in with the smoke. They're going to see Sumail. They go straight for him.
He's so deep.
He was not ready for the smoke play.
That's a rough death for Sumail. He is nowhere near his team here. And it's not a big creep or anything to farm. It's just a casual kind of one. So nice pickup there from Na'Vi. First Deso stack acquired for Niku. Wraparound coming in. Riddies will be spotted. Whoop.
Oh, nice angle there from Omar with the hook shot.
Niku also to get the cog.
He'll live this time, Niku.
Mini heart attack from me there. Super close to getting that onto him. But Sumail does die. That is a pretty painful death.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's on his way toward that BKB. Time for Got the Juice to have a clear separation between them. Lornoff is kind of keeping up, though. As you said, he's kind of playing the safe lane carry from the mid lane. But yeah, this bear, it's starting to do its thing, Owen. It's starting to run around.
It's
It's
you know,
munching.
this is pretty much prime Lone Druid, right? You know, 0-0-0, but 340 CS here, 25 minutes in, and just killing buildings.
Prime Lone Druid 0-0-0. I hate this hero
He's
so
just
much,
in the
man.
jungle. Bear doing the work, taking some objectives.
There we go. Like I said, I literally haven't clicked my computer in about 5 minutes or so. I just double clicked on the bear, and that's what I'm following. Because that really is the name of the game for Na'Vi. Well, for Nigma, it's pressure the map while this bear does its thing. Bottom, Devi.
Are they going for him?
He's
not going to have enough. Backup comes in. Try for the jump on Daze, but he has the Yules.
Niku
Oh,
almost
PMA.
dies top in the meantime.
They want to try and fight here with the Stampede. The Supernova's down. Sumail's on the
Daze.
chase here for Daze. Get the Shockwave. Will bring Daze down.
Bear.
Let's see if they can farm the bear, but the bear's speedy. Just roars and runs away. He's out.
We'll get the techies. Sumail will get a kill. Gets the last hit as well. Finally, gets himself his second kill. BKB going to be enabled. Devi too tanky for them to go for this play because of the pipe. If he doesn't have pipe there, definitely dies. So
Oh, the bear's coming back. It's got
Here it
regen.
comes. Of course it does. There's a bomb near Sumail.
Oh. PMA.
Here it comes.
He's got the jump. Here
bear.
comes the bear. There's the route into the fear. Easy kill for the bear.
The first kill of the game for the bear.
And it's quite a nice one. They will lose Riddies.
It is.
Team turns up.
Off.
PMA's going to go for the TP out. Nothing to stop it through the BKB.
No hook shot available. The bear gets it so out. Sumail dies again. They've been able to find him twice on his way toward that BKB.
And the bear's now, he's got the silver edge done. There's the bear.
Supports can die to it by themselves. GH may be tanky enough with the Shivas, maybe the Clockwork as well too, because he's got Solar Glimmer, so maybe they will be able to survive. But Laurenoff,
Oh,
he's getting
Laurenoff.
hunted himself. Oh, careful. God. And the shard now. It's time for the bear to get that as well. Even stronger. Devi, how close is he to Crimson? Pretty close. So I think for what Nigma's trying to do is just have a concept where they can just 5-man, and then, you know, the bear has to join a fight versus all these auras, which can counter it pretty nicely here from Devi. But it's just difficult to get your lanes into a position to 5-man versus this bear because because what it does. It just throws a Mjolnir on one wave and then runs to another wave, kills it, then Mjolnir's back up, throws it on the next one. All in the meanwhile, his hero sits there. There's just nothing, like for Nigma, right? You look at the map, and if you switch the vision in particular, they don't see anyone to kill. The only thing they see most of the time, it's a bear. It becomes very difficult for you to make these moves.
Can they not try and hunt down the main lone druid?
What's it do? The bear's still there. If you kill the main hero, the bears just still exist. It doesn't really do anything. That's why it should be removed from the game, Owen.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's like there's that, like, yeah. What? What do you kill? Yeah, you kill the bear.
Like the problem is,
you kill him. The bear's alive.
Right.
Yeah.
He's hunting Devi now.
And they've got him.
Through the Crimson, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, Laurenoff. Careful. So now I might see if he can get some sort of a jump.
Juice, it's
Want to go for this? He's BKB.
Sumail?
Oh, doesn't get anyone. Tries
I think he had a 3-man RP.
No, I don't think so. Would he have had it?
I think he had at least a 2-man.
Not with that blink. I mean, you mean in the position he jumped in? I think if the jump was different, maybe. But I don't think. I think maybe he had 2 in the spot that he went for. We'll see on the replay.
I mean, either way, it's BKB. They're feeling the pressure. That's all this says to me. They're feeling this bear. They're feeling what's happening around the map. Barely legal.
No, this bear is. It's quite something. He's going to have a BKB pretty soon. Just,
And PMA now also will get closer and closer toward the heart. And Niku, who was struggling, he still is bottom of the cores. He's now got his 2 core items. He's got his Deso and his Aghanims. And Sumail, again, his BKB is on cooldown. Has to be careful for 40.
Let's have a look at this replay.
Let me see it again.
If he pressed
Look at Niku.
up,
He had a 3-man.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I think he would have had a 3-man.
That's 42 attributes. It's a lot.
Yeah. Didn't want to go for it. Didn't want to go for it.
He wanted to pull them into a different place than RP, I guess.
Sure, maybe just get one of them
but
peeled away from the rest of them rather than try and tackle them all at the same time, but maybe it would have been worth going for.
Either way, it's momentum lost for the side of Nigma. Now, BKB's coming back up. They're smoking. They're looking for something, but there's not much here. How's the Bears' next item looking? BKB almost finished up.
Oh, the fun days.
Laurenoff, still on a monster kill. Roche, soon on the horizon. Does PMA have it on the sneaky spot? He does, but they spotted it. Had the Centaur inside that, you know, the fog spot of the Roche pit. They did just kill it, though. Yeah, right there. Devi is being stalked bottom. TPs are coming through.
I'll push them back.
Can't catch the bear.
Bear can zoom over to the mid lane, maybe find something here instead.
Oh, Lauren off, careful.
Run him down here,
Gate
Bear's on top
down.
of him.
The bear is on him.
Sumail is going to have to try and help Lorinoff out here, kill the bear, and they will. They'll kill the bear off.
Sumail reaching. Can't get Niku. Have to just make sure that you protect Lorinoff. As soon as that bear turns up, you sit on top of him so he does not get brought down from it. They do have decent damage, as you're seeing, though, for the bear. It's that percent damage when they do have the two of them there. It does melt it. Another rush. Nigma should be able to just get this one. And this one, it doesn't look like it's in position to be stolen either. No days in the area. Sumail's growth has stunted it pretty dramatically. He's kind of been at the same items for what feels like 7 minutes or 8 minutes now.
Had a nice opening, but hard to keep up with the bear right now.
Yeah, and hard to keep up when the map, right? The way that the map is being played, there's just no lanes that are really the safest to farm because this bear can just turn up onto you. Got the juice. Do they just go for him here?
They'll try.
Let's see. He already
They
popped
should
the
have
ult, so he looks pretty dead.
They will
But
get
the
him,
other
but
bear,
can
the real
they deal
bear.
with the bear? The clockwork certainly can't. And Lorinoff is going to get
Has
jumped in by
BKB.
Niku. They have the RP onto Niku. And they've got the vision. Niku trying to get the ult off, but they'll kill him through it. Can't get the heal.
Oh, and the bear. GH is on it. Trying to hunt it with Lorinoff. Can't quite, though. RP's effective,
It's not bad, though.
Even though it's just
Not
on the
bad.
one hero.
Sumail might get more. I'll at least force out the Stampede from PMA.
Actually, Stampede's there. I guess he thought that there's more heroes closing the gap immediately, but that's kind of a wasted Stampede. They can start
They could
poking
do
high
some
ground with
damage.
that.
Yeah.
Very good kill.
And if you show Sumail's going to be ready to blink skewer you back out the base. So they've got to be careful how close they get. Bring the bear back. But these buildings are dying. Tier 3's gone.
That was a big move from them. Getting that Aegis, getting the kill.
And
Finding
they're
the
going to see
Kaz
Daze
also.
behind them. Daze was trying to get the wraparound, but they see him first.
This sniper's doing it. Able to stand his ground. They are enabling Lorinoff.
And they goes for the
Hit.
hoof stomp. He's going to get skewered back. Has the blade mail out. Sumail's still going to try punching into him. Lorinoff's in trouble, though. The bear on top
He's
of him.
tanking.
He'll force away. Jump back as well with the grenade. The glimmer comes out as well as the Sunray heal. They'll keep the Aegis safe on Lorinoff. So still a few, 3 minutes where they can look to get more done with his Aegis timing. Nigma Galaxy.
They got the melee. They got the melee, Rex. That was super heads-up move. Omar getting the hook shot. I believe Juice had used the true form to farm jungle. So when they initially went on him there, didn't have it to be able to get that extra HP. Nice stuff. Lone Druid, as you said, it's going to be the test for him if he can do it, because things still continue to look hard for him when everybody else does turn up.
Yeah, and it's going to be very impressive for Nigma Galaxy if they do manage to close up a win. You know, defeating the Lone Druid, a hero that literally every other team has not dared let through the draft. Nigma Galaxy, they show that they're confident enough to do so, and absolutely still in it with a chance to beat this hero that everybody's terrified of.
Yep, and still, even though I mentioned that Niku wasn't at least catching up in terms of gold, he can't get into the fights.
Good global moves here between Devi and Omar. They catch Daze.
Great stuff from Nigma, man. They're playing very impressive today, I will say. Even though they did get stunted a bit in this game, now back to business in terms of how much pressure they're playing. You can see it on the graph how it shows just right away after they get those kills. Got slowed down for a moment there, but back to business, and Lorinoff still with this Aegis. He is hitting tier 4s.
I've got to do something about the sniper.
He's posing the question to them. He's just putting himself on that high ground. He's like, okay, if you guys want a 5v5 fight, that's what we're actually strong. That's when we can deal with the bear. It's when the bear finds us split up that we struggle on Nigma. Full Scotty now for Lorinoff too. He's got all the items to deal with this bear.
Eyes on the bear.
Hook
shot
shot.
in.
You can start killing it.
Caught the bear. The bear is going to try and run with the dive forward. The Sunray. They
Rocket.
get it with a rocket flare.
Resummon.
Lauren
2
He
minutes.
stepped
Only
forward
one
pretty
bear.
far, but he's actually able to force out of the Hoostomp. Slides away with the Hurricane Pike, gets away from the efforts of PMA. PMA is going to try and turn to Omar instead. Glimmer keeping Omar safe, still dies. Omar falls.
Lauren off.
RP comes in for Sumail. He'll lock down PMA. Got the juice with the bear on top of Lauren off getting healed up by the Sunray though, and the bear is
That's
dead
the last
again.
bear.
He'll turn, shoot down PMA, take out Niku. Riddies can't escape. Daze will try and jump to safety, but he'll get
There's no
finished
bear.
off by GH.
There's no. That was the resummon. He doesn't have another
It
one
was.
for 80 seconds. They can go tier 4s.
They can end the game.
They might just be able to here. Creeps are a little far away, but they've got more than enough time at GH. So much heals coming in from him. So much damage. Second egg is at the ready. They might just be able to close it out, Owen. They may
There's
have
a
done it
high
versus
chance
the
they
bear.
can look to just finish this. First tier 4's gone. I mean, there's literally no cause, as you say. Short got the juices up, but he has no bear.
No
Niku
bear.
doesn't have buyback. PMA doesn't have buyback.
Oh, and they're
I mean,
doing it.
it's going to be game over. Nigma
They call it.
Galaxy. Yeah, it is. GG's called. Nigma Galaxy taking the series here 2-0 against Na'Vi. And this game 2, they say, you know what? It's been a little too easy. We want to play this game on Nightmare difficulty. Let them have the bear. We do not care. And they do it. They defeat this hero that every other team in the qualifiers is absolutely terrified of.
And in a similar way as the last game, where it's not a huge net worth type of thing or anything, right? It's just a very decisive fight that they're able to find, group up, get their spellcasts off. This is very impressive, especially from Laurenov, right? I think he did such a good job both games on the same exact hero, and he played it super comfortable with the backup of the team. That was impressive. We said if this was going to be a game where the Lone Druid wins, that would be absolutely ridiculous. Thank goodness it didn't. But that does also mean that it might not get fully nerfed as much as I think we all wanted it to. But either way, Nigma, really good gameplay. The whole game, they're just the pace setters. They had a little bit of a slip up from Sumail once or twice, but besides that, really solid.
It all came together very, very well. I mean, all of them really. Playing outstanding here today on Nigma Galaxy. Devi, 2-1-14, great stuff from the offlane. Insanely farmed on the Underlord. This was what, 16 minutes in, he had kind of this Ags online.
And his build, I like it too. He just goes for, he's like the sacrificial player, tends to be, but these auras do make the difference. You can see, I mean, maybe not exactly here in this fight in particular, but the pipes and the crimsons, these add up when there's just a bit of limited damage, and we definitely saw the percent-based damage too coming in. This was a hot game. This was really fun to watch from Nigma.
Yeah, it really was. 26-9. They've looked great over the two series that we've seen them. So a lot of hope, I think, for the Nigma Galaxy fans out there. Sometimes in the past, you'll see Nigma in these qualifiers and they might kind of scrape through to a decent, stage of the qualifiers and not quite actually make it. This time here for TI qualifiers, these first two series, they're not scraping through. They're turning up with confident ideas, executing them well, and taking out, knocking down a big team here to the lower bracket. Na'Vi, very strong squad. We've seen them for a long time as they're in their current iteration. Nigma Galaxy's just turned up with their new roster and looked a lot better here in this matchup, Fogged. We've got to give it a Laurenov Sniper, 14-1-8.
And for me, the big thing is it's not like they're just looking better in one thing or the other. I don't know, the drafts look cleaner. Like a lot of the plays across the board really do feel pretty nice. Of course, there's still more things to test them with, but this is impressive stuff. Sumail just switching the role, but even though he's switching the role, like we said, he is kind of playing this, not full mid from the safe lane, but kind of, and Laurenov is playing carry, so it works for them. It fits beautifully, and they're not having these games where the nightmare scenario for me in the past for Nigma was it's like they're 20K ahead. They're still probably going to lose. Now they're not really throwing these leads away. They're little dips and all that, but it's not like some massive, tremendous throw or any of that. So cool stuff.
No, as you say, with the gold that they've kind of had these last two games, it's been very much let's just end the game before we get a big lead. Because we know what happens when we get a big lead, So this is the strat from Nigma Galaxy now. Just finish the game without getting too far ahead in the gold. You know, and it's working out. It works out for them here. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Nigma Galaxy moving on. I believe we'll either be able to have a look at the brackets or look at what's coming up here in the qualifiers on the future days. We can look at the brackets. So indeed, for today's games, earlier we had the two lower bracket games. Team Bowl 2-0 against VP Prodigy, knocking them out. Modus 2-1 against Rune Eaters, knocking them out. And then myself and Fogs, you've been able to catch us following the upper bracket action where we had Spirit 2-0 Enjoy. That one rather one-sided. And honestly, this second one that I thought was going to be a bit closer ended up looking kind of one-sided as well. Na'Vi looking a little lost across the strategies. Ended up losing here against Nigma Galaxy 2-0. And that does mean we're going to get up in the upper bracket round 3, Spirit versus Nigma Galaxy. And of course, as a reminder, this region, European qualifiers, there are 4 slots for TI. So that next series is the going to TI games. Spirit versus Nigma Galaxy. The winner of that best of 3, folks, are going to be, I'd imagine, we'll probably play them out in that order as well. The first team from the European qualifiers to go to TI. It might be Nigma Galaxy, Fold.
It could be. I mean, unlikely maybe, because Spirit is looking really hot with the moment Posca, but it could be. You never know what could happen inside of these games. This is awesome, honestly. I think everybody's going to be happy. I think everybody did expect either Spirit or Nigma to make it, but now we're confirmed that one of them is going.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to see those two in that game later on. We're going to show what games we've got coming up tomorrow for the schedule. I believe we're going to be jumping back down to the lower bracket. Indeed, we are for those first 2 series. So first 2 series, you're going to have Mouse versus ICX Insanity and Hooligani against Foriki Bamboni. Both of those, the lower bracket games for elimination on that first round of the lower bracket. And then up in the upper bracket, it is the upper. Yeah, this is the upper bracket, right? Yellow Submarine and VP, and Power Rangers versus Team Vision. Will be interesting, those two. I think, Yellow Submarine definitely with a pretty good shot against VP. Power Rangers, they might be a little closer to Team Vision than Foriki Bamboni were, but I think that one still might be a bit of a stomp, Fogged. It's Team Vision.
You gotta. I don't know. I wish I could have some type of thing to tell them what they could do, and any type of advice to be able to play versus Power Vision. But yeah, Team Vision is just too damn strong right now. So yeah, we'll see.
Well, it's all really stepping up to be quite exciting here in these qualifiers for TI, ladies and gentlemen. I know that we'll see you tomorrow. You've been a pleasure having you around today here for these amazing games. Take care of yourselves, and I can't wait to catch you watching and tuning in for some more action here tomorrow at the European Regional Qualifiers for TI 2026. We'll see you then.